Chapter 1. Douluo, Continent, Tang San from Another World Part 1. In the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, within the province of Fasnuo, lies a quaint village known as Holy Soul Village. While the name may evoke a sense of wonder, in reality, it is merely a humble settlement with a mere 300 households situated just south of Notting City. The village earned its illustrious name due to the legend of a soul master who, a century ago, achieved the esteemed rank of Soul Saint. This legacy remains the unwavering pride of Holy Soul Village. Surrounding the village are vast expanses of farmland, producing grains and vegetables that feed Notting City. Although Notting City is not considered a large metropolis within the province of Fasnuo, its proximity to the borders of another empire makes it a bustling hub for trade between the two great empires, thus ensuring its prosperity. Consequently, the standard of living for the villagers in the surrounding areas is notably higher than in many other regions. As dawn breaks, a delicate hue of pale light emerges on the eastern horizon that on a modest hill, no more than 100 meters high, adjacent to Holy Soul Village, a slender figure can be discerned. This figure is a child of merely 5 or 6 years, whose skin, kissed by the sun, boasts a healthy wheat-like hue. His short black hair appears neat and tidy, and despite his simple attire, it is refreshingly clean. For a child of his age, climbing this 100-meter hill is no simple feat yet. Curiously, upon reaching the summit, he exhibits neither flushed cheeks nor labored breath, instead presenting an air of serene contentment. Seated atop the hill, the boy's gaze is fixated on the gradually brightening hue in the eastern sky. He inhales deeply through his nose, then exhales slowly through his mouth, creating a harmonious cycle of breath. At that moment, his eyes widen in astonishment, for within the luminous pale light on the horizon, a fleeting wisp of violet appears. Such a sight would be imperceptible to the untrained eye, requiring remarkable vision and focus to discern. The emergence of this violet aura captivates the boy's full attention. He ceases to exhale, focusing solely on gentle inhalations, his eyes locked onto the ephemeral violet flicker. The violet aura does not linger long as the pale light of dawn is gradually consumed by the rising sun. The violet presence vanishes entirely. Only then does the boy slowly close his eyes, releasing a deep breath of stale air from within. A stream of white energy, akin to a silken ribbon, escapes his lips before dissipating into the ether. After a moment of tranquil meditation, the boy opens his eyes once more. Perhaps influenced by the ethereal violet he beheld, a faint glimmer of purple dances within his gaze. Though this hue does not endure for long, its clarity is striking when it manifests. With a heavy sigh, the boy wore an expression of resignation far too mature for his tender years. Shaking his head, he murmured to himself, "It is still futile. My Xiantian skill remains unable to transcend the first barrier. It has been a full 3 months. Why is this so? Even the purple extreme demon eye, which relies solely on the morning's auspicious energy for cultivation, has made progress. Yet my Xiantian skill cannot break through this threshold, and my Xuanyu hand has stalled in its advancement. When I was cultivating from the first to the second stage, I do not recall encountering such a predicament. There are 9 stages to the Xiantian skill. Why does the first pose such difficulty? Is it possible that this world differs fundamentally from my previous one? Having resided in this world for over 5 years, the child before us is none other than Tang San, who once leapt from a cliff in the Tang Sect to affirm his resolve. Upon awakening from his unconscious state, he found himself incapable of doing anything aside from feeling warmth. Contrary to his expectations of death, he soon underwent a process of compression that transported him to this realm. It was only after a considerable time that Tang San began to comprehend the situation. He had not perished, yet he was no longer the Tang San he once was. After his birth, Tang San took nearly a year to master the language of this world. He distinctly remembers, even in his infancy when he could not yet open his eyes, hearing a deep male voice crying out in anguish. Upon learning the language, he could recall that the man seemed to be shouting, "Sister San, do not abandon me." And that man was his father, Tang Hao. His mother in this world had tragically died during childbirth. Whether it was fate or mere coincidence, in homage to his deceased wife, Tang Hao bestowed upon him the name Tang San, a name that held a peculiar resonance. The village children often teased him for this, yet Tang San felt a profound satisfaction. After all, it was the name he had borne for nearly 30 years in another life, and the familiarity of it endeared him to those two characters. As he traversed this world, moving from initial astonishment and fear to later excitement, and now a tranquil acceptance, Tang San had fully embraced his new reality. To him, it felt as though the heavens had granted him another chance. Perhaps the greatest aspiration of his past life might be realized in this one, that arriving in this world unadorned, Tang San nonetheless possessed the greatest treasure of all his memories. As the most exceptional genius of the Tang Sect's outer sect, he had all the intricate mechanisms and crafting techniques of hidden weapons engraved in his mind. After surreptitiously acquiring the inner sect scriptures, he had longed to learn, and the highest tome, the Xianan treasure record, had also been committed to memory. Tang San aspired to recreate the splendor of the Tang Sect in this realm. It is time to return, Tang San remarked, glancing at the sky. With his slight frame, he sprang into action, racing down the mountain. Should anyone have witnessed him at that moment, they would have been astonished, for each of his strides spanned nearly a yard. The rugged terrain of the mountains posed no hindrance to him. He deftly navigated the uneven ground, moving with a swiftness that surpassed that of many adults. The essence of the Tang Sect lies in its mastery of hidden weapons, poisons, and lightness of foot. The most significant distinction between the inner and outer sects is the method of utilizing hidden weapons. The outer sect primarily relies on mechanisms, whereas the inner sect employs genuine techniques. Poisons are typically reserved for the outer sect. As the disciples of the inner sect seldom resort to toxins, they possess no need for such measures. Chapter 1. Douluo Continent, the Otherworldly Tang San Part 2. The Xiantian treasure record encompasses only 6 martial arts techniques. The internal cultivation method, known as Xiantian Gong. The hand practice called Xianyu Shou, the eye technique referred to as Zgmo Tong. The capture technique named Kong He Qin Long. The lightness skill known as Gui Ingmi Zong. And the method for employing hidden weapons, titled Enqi Bai Jia. The first 5 techniques serve as foundational skills without a robust foundation. How could one truly embody the essence of Tang Sect's hidden weapons? Having commenced his training in Xiantian Gong at merely over a year old, Tang San is now approaching 6, yet remains steadfastly focused on laying a solid foundation. Tang San resides on the western edge of Holy Soul Village, where his family's 3 earthen houses stand as the most rudimentary in the entire village. At the center of the main house's roof, a wooden sign approximately 1 meter in diameter is painted with a simplistic hammer. In this world, the hammer is commonly associated with blacksmithing. Indeed, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, is the only blacksmith in the village. In this realm, blacksmiths are regarded as one of the lowest professions due to certain peculiar circumstances. The finest weapons are not forged by blacksmiths. However, as the sole blacksmith in the village, Tang San's family ought not to be so impoverished. Yet their meager income is largely insufficient. Upon entering the home, Tang San is immediately greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food not prepared by Tang Hao for him, but rather, he himself has cooked for his father. Since the age of 4, even when he could not reach the stove, cooking has become a daily necessity for Tang San. He often has to stand on a stool to access the cooking surface. This obligation is not imposed by Tang Hao, rather, it is a matter of survival, for without his efforts, Tang San would seldom find himself satiated. Approaching the stove, he skillfully steps onto the wooden stool, lifts the heavy lid of the iron pot, and is met with the delightful fragrance of rice. The porridge inside is thoroughly cooked. Each day before heading to the mountains, Tang San ensures that the rice is placed in the pot and the fire is prepared, so that upon his return, the porridge is ready. He takes 2 bowls, both marred with over 10 chips, from beside the stove and carefully serves 2 portions of porridge, setting them on the table behind him. The grains of rice are so sparse that they can easily be counted, and for a growing boy like Tang San, this meager nourishment is evidently insufficient, which accounts for his notably slender physique. "Father, it's time to eat," Tang San calls out. After a moment, the curtain of the inner room is lifted, revealing a tall figure who stumbles slightly as he steps forward. It is a middle-aged man, appearing to be nearly 50 years of age, with a notably robust and towering stature, though his attire leaves much to be desired. The tattered robe draped over him bore no patches, exposing his bronze-hued skin beneath. His once well-defined features were now shrouded in a waxy pallor, presenting a visage that appeared dazed and bleary-eyed. His hair was a chaotic mess, reminiscent of a bird's nest, and his unkempt beard had gone untended for an indeterminate number of days. His gaze was vacant and tinged with yellow despite the passing of an entire night. The pungent aroma of alcohol emanating from him caused Tang San to furrow his brow. This was Tang Hao, Tang San's father in this world. From childhood, Tang San had never known a father's love. Tang Hao had always been indifferent towards him. Initially, he would prepare some meals, but as time progressed and Tang San began to cook for himself, Tang Hao became increasingly neglectful. Their home was so impoverished that even decent furniture was a luxury, rendering mealtime a challenge primarily because Tang Hao squandered his meager income for blacksmithing on alcohol. While the fathers of children who grew up alongside Tang San were typically around 30 years of age, Some even younger, due to early marriages. Tang Hao appeared far older, resembling more of a grandfather than a father. Tang San harbored no resentment towards Tang Hao in his previous life. He had been an orphan in this one. Though Tang Hao's treatment was far from kind, he at least had a family member of fact that brought him a sense of fulfillment, at the very least. There was someone he could call father. Tang Hao seized a bowl from the table, unperturbed by its heat, and gulped down the porridge with great haste, which lent a slight sheen to his sallow complexion. "Father, please take your time, there's more," Tang San said, taking the bowl from his father's hands and serving him another helping of porridge. He too picked up a bowl and began to eat. Having never left the Tang Sect, he had little exposure to the outside world. If a blank slate, he found it easy to adapt to the experience of being a child once more in this new realm. Before long, 7 or 8 parts of a pot of porridge had disappeared into Tang Hao's belly. He exhaled deeply and set the bowl down on the table. His drooping eyelids opened slightly as he turned his gaze towards Tang San. "Take any work you can find. They'll forge some tools this afternoon. I'm going to sleep a bit more," he stated. Tang Hao's routine was quite regular. He slept in the morning, crafted farming tools in the afternoon for income, and drank in the evening. "All right, father," Tang San nodded in agreement. After consuming a substantial amount of porridge, Tang Hao finally stood upright, his body steadying as he made his way towards the inner room. "Father," Tang San suddenly called out. Tang Hao halted, turning to look at him with a noticeable hint of impatience. Pointing to a piece of unrefined iron in the corner, which had a faint sheen, Tang San inquired, "May I use that iron?" In his previous life, he had been the most distinguished outer disciple of the Tang Sect, well-versed in the creation of various concealed weapons. However, in this new world, despite having practiced for a few years, his strength was still insufficient. He had never considered abandoning his expertise in crafting hidden weapons and had begun attempting to forge some himself. But the lack of materials had become a significant obstacle. The metal that Tang Hao uses to forge farming tools is delivered by the villagers, consisting largely of impure iron, making it quite challenging to produce exquisite hidden weapons that at this moment. The piece of pig iron that Tang San refers to was just brought in yesterday. To Tang San's astonishment, this particular ore contains a certain amount of iron essence, making it perfect for crafting concealed weapons. Tang Hao's gaze shifted to the raw iron. Does this contain iron essence?" He leaned closer to examine it, then turned to Tang San and asked, "Do you wish to become a blacksmith in the future?" Tang San nodded. The profession of blacksmithing was undoubtedly the most suitable for him to create hidden weapons. "Father, you are getting older. In a few years, when I am a bit more capable, please teach me how to forge kitchenware so that I may take over your work." Previously, he had only engaged in the most intricate tasks of crafting hidden weapons, and he was, ironically, unfamiliar with the simpler aspects of forging. Tang Hao appeared momentarily lost in thought. Murmuring, "Being a blacksmith does seem appealing," he pulled over a worn-out chair and sat down in front of the raw iron, speaking languidly. "Little San, tell me, what kind of blacksmith is the best blacksmith?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang San replied, "A blacksmith capable of forging divine artifacts must surely be the best." He had heard villagers speak of the existence of divine artifacts in this world, although he remained uncertain of their true nature. However, the notion of divinity associated with an artifact suggested its superiority, and a glimmer of mockery flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. "Divine artifacts? Little San is aware of divine artifacts. Then tell me, where they forged from?" Without hesitation, Tang San answered, "Of course, they are made from the finest materials." Tang Hao shook his index finger before Tang San. "If you wish to be a competent blacksmith, remember my words. Using high-quality materials to forge divine artifacts does not make you the best blacksmith. At most, you would merely be a synthesizer. It is the ability to create divine artifact from common iron that defines a true master blacksmith." Creating divine artifacts from common iron? Tang San looked at Tang Hao in surprise. Typically, Tang Hao seldom engaged in conversation with him, and today was already an unusually talkative occasion. Standing up, Tang Hao pointed to a sizable chunk of iron, approximately 50 centimeters square, in another corner of the room. "If you wish to become a blacksmith and learn forging from me, you must first strike this piece with a hammer 10,000 times. Only then will you earn that right." This was a piece of common iron, riddled with impurities, far inferior to the one containing iron essence. "You may still change your mind," Tang Hao said casually, already preparing to return to the back room for a nap. "Father, I'm willing to give it a try." Tang San's voice was clear and calm, yet it carried an undeniable determination. Tang Hao looked at him with a hint of surprise. "Very well." As he spoke, he moved over, lifted the large chunk of iron, and placed it by the furnace next to the bellows. Once the charcoal fire was ignited, it could be forged. After completing these tasks, Tang Hao retreated to the back room to sleep. Tang San was a person of resolute spirit otherwise. He could not have crafted the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, the pinnacle of the Tang Sect's mechanism-based hidden weapons based solely on a tattered blueprint. That endeavor had consumed him a full decade. He ignited the charcoal and drew the bellows. Commencing his work, the sound of the bellows echoed, and flames erupted from the charcoal furnace, scorching the hefty lump of iron. Although Tang San was not adept at forging, he had often observed Tang Hao crafting agricultural tools and was familiar with the process. As the iron gradually turned red, he dragged over the iron hammer that Tang Hao typically used, placing it on the ground. This long-handled hammer was even taller than he was, rendering it impossible for an ordinary 5- or 6-year-old child to wield, let alone use it for forging. Yet, Tang San managed to lift it. Channeling his Xiantian power throughout his body, though he had not yet broken through the first level, he possessed the strength of an adult. When the hammer struck the iron lump, it produced a clear, resonant sound. This marked Tang San's inaugural strike, heralding the beginning of his forging journey. Meanwhile, in the inner room, Tang Hao turned over in bed. Though his eyes were closed, a look of surprise lingered on his face as he murmured, "He can actually lift the hammer. Is he endowed with innate strength?" The rhythmic sound of pounding began to resonate through the blacksmith shop as the father and son, Tang Hao and Tang San, continued their simple lives. However, from this day forth, Tang Hao arranged for another furnace in Tang San's room. Allowing him to forge the iron lump independently, he offered no guidance. Yet from that day onward, Tang Hao drank less wine, and the food in the household increased. The process of forging is undoubtedly a tedious and exhausting endeavor. However, Tang San perceives it as a rigorous training of his body. 11 days have elapsed, and he continues to keep count of the strikes he has made. The sheer force required to wield the hammer cannot be achieved through his physical strength alone. He must rely on the assistance of the Xiantian skill. His entire energy reserves are sufficient for approximately 100 strikes, and whenever he exhausts his power, he sits cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. As soon as his internal energy is replenished, he resumes his relentless hammering. This exercise is not merely physical. The repeated cycle of exertion and recovery serves as a profound trial for both his Xiantian skill and his willpower. Regrettably, the first hurdle of the Xiantian skill stands like an indomitable barrier. Despite Tang San's diligent efforts and considerable talent, he finds himself unable to break through to the second level. Nevertheless, his training has not been in vain. Although he has yet to transcend the limitations of the Xiantian skill, the energy within him has become increasingly resilient through the act of forging the iron mass, and his recovery speed seems to have improved slightly. After 11 days, Tang San has struck the iron over 8,000 times, and the mass has diminished significantly, now less than a third of its original volume. With the increase in physical training and nourishment, his body has become noticeably sturdier, as if a latent strength is gradually infusing him from within, resulting in a reduced consumption of internal energy during the forging process. Moreover, when he channels all his energy, his strength has increased considerably. Upon striking the iron for the 1,000th time, a notable transformation has occurred. The mass has shrunk noticeably, and although it glows a fiery red in the embers, one can discern a marked reduction in impurities within. The phrase "steel is forged through fire" resonates in Tang San's mind, further solidifying his resolve to complete the monumental task of 10,000 strikes. The realization that he is nearing this goal invigorates his spirit. Tang San's unwavering determination astonished Tang Hao. In his eyes, even though his son possessed innate divine strength, it was inconceivable that he could endure beyond 3 days. The handle of the hammer, designed to prevent slipping, was rugged and coarse, and the incessant swinging would undoubtedly inflict considerable harm upon his palm. Yet, to his surprise, despite Tang San's earnest forging efforts, his tender little hands appeared utterly unscathed. Not even a single blister had emerged. Chapter 1. Douluo Continent. Otherworldly Tang San. Part 4. Tang San was reluctant to lose this father and even more averse to having his past exposed. Hence he would not disclose to Tang Hao that he was cultivating the mystic jade hand of the Tang Sect. Mastery of hidden weapons necessitates the harmonious integration of perception, strength, and intent. As the saying goes, the heart must reach, the eyes must see, and the hands must follow. Consequently, within the inner sect of the Tang Sect, there are stringent requirements for both perceptual acuity and physical strength. The purple extreme demon eyes, when practiced during the fleeting moment of the rising sun's purple aura, significantly enhance visual acuity. The mystic jade hand fortifies the palms, rendering them exceptionally resilient while also nullifying any toxins. These two abilities are fundamental courses for disciples of the Tang Sect's inner sect. Although Tang San's mystic jade hand was still far from perfection, he was capable of safeguarding his palms from blisters. With a bit more effort, he would achieve his goal today. Tang San vigorously swung the hammer in his hand. Yet amidst this monotonous task, his heart remained unsettled. His understanding of this world was still rudimentary. After all, it was merely a small village. This world was known as Douluo continent, where two great empires, or perhaps two alliances, existed. Within these empires, vast territories were distributed among feudal lords, and the number of nobles possessing armed forces was countless. One of these empires was the Heaven Do Empire, where Tang San resided, while the other was the Douluo Empire in the south. The Fasnuo province lay at the intersection of the two nations, in the city of Notting. Adjacent to Holy Spirit Village was a mere 200 miles from the Douluo Empire. Tang San learned from the villagers' conversations that in the Douluo continent, the martial arts of his own world do not exist. Instead, there exists an entity known as the martial soul. It is said that every individual possesses a unique martial soul, and a rare few among them can cultivate it, thus forming a profession known as soul master. The most esteemed vocation across the continent is that of the soul master. For instance, the legendary soul sage who emerged from Holy Soul Village a century ago was a soul master. The title of soul sage is conferred upon soul masters who reach a certain level of attainment. Martial souls are categorized into two primary types: tool martial souls and beast martial souls. As the name suggests, those whose martial souls are based on tools belong to the category of tool martial souls, while those whose martial souls are derived from animals fall under beast martial souls. Comparatively, tool martial souls encompass a broader range, and the majority of individuals possess tool martial souls, with a significantly larger proportion of non-cultivable tool martial souls than that of beast martial souls. Tang San had once witnessed a villager whose martial soul was a hoe, a manifestation evidently deemed incapable of cultivation. Nonetheless, during the act of tilling the land, he demonstrated a speed that surpassed that of the average villager. This was the extent of Tang San's understanding, for every individual possessed their unique martial soul, and he yearned to discern what his own would be. Would it be a tool martial soul or perhaps a beast martial soul? Moreover, would he be able to cultivate it? In the realm of Douluo continent, individuals awakened their martial souls at the tender age of 6, and in a few days, Tang San would reach that milestone. For some inexplicable reason, he harbored a vague sense that his inability to break through in his Xiantian skill was somehow intertwined with his martial soul. While he was not particularly interested in becoming a soul master, he was resolute in his ambition to become a master of hidden weapons at the inner sect level of the Tang Sect, which would undoubtedly require a foundation of internal power. At that moment, as Tang San diligently pursued his goal of forging 1,000 times, he heard an elderly voice from outside. It was afternoon, and Tang Hao was engrossed in his work, crafting agricultural tools. Merely responding with a nonchalant HM upon hearing the voice, Tang San, filled with curiosity, stepped out of his room to find an elderly gentleman before him. The man appeared to be in his 60s, possessing a lean stature yet brimming with vitality. His attire was impeccably neat, and his hair was meticulously styled, presenting a stark contrast to Tang Hao. This individual was none other than Old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. "Come here, little San. Let Grandpa take a look at you." Old Jack beckoned with a gentle wave of his hand. The village chief was known for his kind-hearted nature, earning the respect of all the villagers. Several years ago, during a particularly challenging time for Tang San's family, Old Jack had generously provided them with food. "Greetings, Grandpa Jack." Tang San approached the elder with utmost respect, bowing deeply. He held a deep appreciation for those who had shown him kindness. Tang Hao replied coldly, "Is there something you need, village chief?" Although Old Jack was not even 10 years his senior, he insisted on taking on a more senior role, which irked Tang Hao. Old Jack seemed accustomed to Tang Hao's demeanor, saying, "Tang Hao, isn't little San nearly 6 years old now? He should participate in this year's awakening ceremony." Tang Hao cast a glance at Tang San and replied nonchalantly, "Then let us participate." "On which day?" Old Jack responded, "In just 3 days. I shall come to escort him." His gaze upon Tang Hao clearly conveyed the unspoken thought that should he be the one to take him, it would likely cause a delay. Tang Hao nodded slightly and ceased to pay any further attention to the village chief. Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Grandfather Jack, what is the awakening ceremony?" Old Jack replied earnestly, "Each of us possesses a unique martial soul, and around the age of 6, we must undergo the awakening ceremony. With a martial soul, our abilities in certain aspects will be enhanced. Even the most ordinary martial soul can prove beneficial. Should you be fortunate enough to possess an exceptional martial soul and engage in cultivation, you may even have the potential to become a soul master. The awakening ceremony occurs only once a year, and I cannot allow you to miss it. The esteemed steward from the Wuhuan branch in Notting City personally comes to assist the children of our village in their awakening. That steward is a soul master of great repute. At the mention of the title Great Soul Master, a distinct glimmer of envy shone in Jack's eyes. Tang San had only a vague understanding of the concept of soul masters, having heard a few things here and there. Seizing the opportunity, he eagerly inquired, "What does the title Great Soul Master signify?" Chapter 2. The Useless Martial Soul and Innate Full Soul Power, Part 1. Old Jack displayed considerable patience towards Tang San. In his heart, he regarded Tang San as the most sensible child in the village, making it difficult to fathom how such a well-behaved son could come from such a father. The title of Great Soul Master is a classification within the hierarchy of Soul Masters. Soul Masters represent the most noble profession across the entire Douluo continent, capable of being formidable warriors or displaying exceptional supportive abilities. Regardless of their type, Soul Masters are ranked according to the same set of titles. Each Soul Master possesses their unique martial soul power, which determines their rank, divided into 10 distinct titles. Each title further subdivides into 10 levels. At the very beginning, one is known as a soul scholar. Upon awakening their martial soul, every individual becomes a soul scholar. Should one's martial soul be capable of cultivation? Upon reaching the 11th level of soul power, they ascend to the next title, that of Soul Master. The Great Soul Master is the third tier within this title sequence, indicating that they are indeed a considerably powerful Soul Master. The overall hierarchy of titles is as follows: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Elder, Soul Ancestor, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, and Title Douluo. The name of our Douluo continent derives from this very hierarchy. Legend has it that those who attain the rank of Title Douluo at level 90 or above can bestow upon themselves a title, rendering them virtually invincible. With a proud gleam in his eyes, old Jack proclaimed that a century ago, the Holy Soul Village had produced a Soul Saint of the 8th rank, a rarity in all of Notting City and even across the entire Fasnuo province. Beside him, Tang Hao scoffed, "Old Jack, that is merely a legend." Seemingly provoked, Old Jack retorted with great indignation, "What do you mean by merely a legend? Legends arise from the truth. Tang Hao, you have been in the village for 6 years. You should understand the esteemed position that Soul Saint holds in our hearts. Should I hear you insult Lord Soul Saint again, I shall expel you from the village. If it were not for Little San, do you think I would willingly come to your wretched abode?" Tang Hao remained unperturbed, continuing to strike the farming tool in his hand as if he had not heard Jack's words. Jack shot him a fierce glare before turning to Tang San, saying, "You must never be as despondent as your father. Well, I shall take my leave now. I will come to fetch you in 3 days." With that, old Jack stormed out of the blacksmith shop. "Father," Tang San called out. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at him. Noticing the chill in his father's eyes, Tang San felt compelled to swallow back the words he had intended to say. Bowing his head, he returned to his room to continue his arduous task of 1,000 strikes. As night fell, after finishing dinner, Tang Hao wiped his mouth and instinctively headed outside. A routine for him to indulge in drink, preferably the most inferior ale. "Father, wait a moment." Tang San, unable to tidy up the dishes in time, called out to Tang Hao. "What is it?" Tang Hao replied, casting an impatient glare his way. Although Tang Hao had never laid a hand on Tang San, for reasons unknown, Tang San inherently felt a sense of trepidation towards this father of his. Even with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he could not alter this feeling. "I have completed the 1,000 strikes," Tang San announced. "Oh?" A flicker of interest illuminated Tang Hao's gaze. "Bring it to me." "All right." Tang San hurried back to his room and soon emerged, cradling a piece of iron. The iron was entirely black, and though its shape was irregular, each surface gleamed with a striking luster interlaced with hints of dark radiance. The block of iron was approximately 1/4 the size of the original lump, and with the aid of his Shantian skill, Tang San found it manageable to hold. Tang Hao grasped the obsidian black iron block in his hand and examined it closely before his eyes. "Do you now comprehend the words I have spoken?" Tang San nodded. Through relentless forging and refinement, even the most inferior metal could transform into something of exceptional quality. "Father, are you conveying this principle to me?" Tang Hao discovered that his son had brought him considerable astonishment in recent days. "Return the iron block to me and continue your work. When you have forged it to the size of a fist, bring it back for my inspection." With that, he turned and exited the house. Contrary to his earlier assertions, which indicated that after a mere 10,000 strikes, he would teach Tang San the art of forging. He now seemed to have reneged on his promise. However, Tang San paid little heed to this. He was preoccupied with his father's words. Fist-sized? Is it truly possible to forge such a large iron block down to that size? Although it was merely a quarter of its original volume, Tang San understood well that with each successive strike, the density of the iron increased, making the reduction in size ever more challenging. Achieving a fist-sized piece would certainly require more than an additional 10,000 strikes. What does it mean to temper something to perfection? A fleeting glimmer sparked in Tang San's eyes as he deftly maneuvered into his room with a slight shift of his foot. Soon, the rhythmic sound of clanging resonated once more within the forge. 3 days swiftly passed, and each morning, Tang San continued his routine of training atop the mountain. Upon returning home, aside from preparing meals, he dedicated himself to forging, engaging in a test of wills with the raw iron. His striking speed steadily increased, and the Xiantian skill aided in his swift recovery of stamina, allowing him to sustain this relentless forging endeavor. "Little San, your grandfather has come to fetch you." Old Jack arrived punctually at the forge, perhaps out of weariness towards Tang Hao. This time, he did not enter, but called out to Tang San from outside. Tang San cast a glance at his father, Tang Hao, who had just finished his breakfast. With a cool demeanor, Tang Hao said, "Go on. Don't delay the preparations for lunch." Chapter 2. The Wretched Martial Soul and Innate Full Soul Power, Part 2. Tang San responded affirmatively and stepped out of the blacksmith shop. Under the guidance of Old Jack, he followed him to the central location of the village known as the Spirit Hall. However, this so-called Spirit Hall was merely a somewhat larger wooden hut. Since every individual possessed a martial spirit, each year, children would undergo the awakening of their spirits. Thus, within any region of the Douluo continent, one could observe the presence of spirit halls, albeit these were merely branch halls of varying ranks. This year, a total of 8 children from the Holy Soul Village were to undergo their martial spirit awakening, with Tang San being the last to arrive under Old Jack's lead. The village children held Tang San in low regard, as the disdain for poverty and favoritism for wealth was not confined to the nobility. It was even more pronounced among commoners. Having lived 2 lives, Tang San's actual age exceeded 30, leading him to prefer solitude over mingling with these children. For him, the time could be more wisely spent on cultivation, and thus he lacked childhood companions. In addition to the village chief Jack and the 8 assembled children, there was a young man in the Spirit Hall, appearing to be in his 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, strikingly handsome. Dressed in white attire with a black cloak draped over his shoulders, a soul character the size of a fist adorned the center of his chest. This was the standard attire for personnel directly associated with the Spirit Hall. On his left breast, there was a badge intricately carved with 3 crossed longswords, signifying the 3rd rank title of Great Spirit Master, while the longswords indicated that he was a Battle Spirit Master hailing from the Spirit Hall. "Greetings, esteemed Battle Spirit Master. I appreciate your assistance today," Old Jack said respectfully, bowing to the young man. The young man displayed a hint of pride, slightly bowing in return with indifference. "I have limited time. Let us commence." "Very well," Old Jack replied. "Children, this is the Battle Spirit Master from Notting City. He will guide you in awakening your martial spirits. It is imperative that you cooperate fully with him, as I hope to see one among you become a Spirit Master." The young man, displaying a touch of impatience, remarked, "Enough with the pleasantries. You said the same last year. Is it truly that easy to become a Spirit Master? I have traversed 6 villages and have yet to encounter a single individual with soul power, let alone a suitable martial spirit." A shadow of melancholy crossed Old Jack's eyes as he sighed. Indeed, only the heirs of the major sects find it easiest to become Spirit Masters. For us ordinary folk, it is exceedingly difficult. Shaking his head, he exited the Spirit Hall. The young man's gaze fell upon the 8 children before him. As an inspector of the Spirit Hall, assisting commoners in their martial spirit awakening was a duty he had long grown accustomed to. "Children, stand in a line." His demeanor softened considerably towards these youngsters. The 8 children stood at attention before the young man, with Tang San positioned on the far left. Compared to his peers, he appeared somewhat smaller in stature. The young man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Spirit Master, and I shall be your guide. Now, I shall awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what transpires." As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened his package on the nearby table, retrieving 2 items, 6 obsidian spheres and a radiant azure crystal orb. He arranged the 6 dark stones into a hexagonal formation on the ground and gestured for the first child on his right to step within the shape. Do not fear. Close your eyes and keenly feel, he instructed. Suddenly, Su Yutao's eyes gleamed with intensity. Amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he commanded, Wolf Spirit, manifest. A faint azure light emanated from the center of his brow, ascending and intertwining with his hair. Su Yutao's hair, once ebony, transformed instantaneously to a silvery gray, lengthening rapidly as the same colored fur sprouted upon his exposed arms. Simultaneously, his physique appeared to swell significantly, brimming with muscularity. The specific attire of the Spirit Hall exhibited remarkable elasticity, accommodating his enlarged form without bursting. His eyes shifted to a haunting emerald hue, and his fingers extended into sharp claws that shimmered with a chilling glint. 2 rings of light ignited beneath his feet, swirling from the ground to his crown. One ring was white, the other yellow, creating an eerie spectacle. Among the black stones, a boy stood in awe, witnessing Su Yuntao's transformation. In a moment of panic, he shrieked and attempted to flee. However, Su Yuntao, with his eerie green gaze, swiftly grasped the child, commanding, Stay still. I told you not to be afraid. This is my martial soul, the Lone Wolf. If any of you should become a soul master in the future, you too will wield such abilities. The only one not overtaken by fear was Tang San, who, upon witnessing Su Yuntao's metamorphosis, immediately began to circulate his energy. Rather than astonishment, curiosity enveloped Tang San. The emergence of gray fur and green eyes unmistakably bore the traits of a wolf. Could it be that upon the manifestation of a martial soul, one transforms into a wolf? No, that cannot be right. It must instead bestow the abilities of a wolf. The profession of soul master should entail a more profound utilization of the capabilities bestowed by one's martial soul. For the first time, Tang San discovered a burgeoning interest in the vocation of soul master, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the revelation of his own martial soul. Su Yuntao swiftly clapped his hands, sending forth 6 delicate beams of green light into the 6 black stones embedded in the ground. Instantly, a shimmering golden radiance emanated from these stones, forming a faint golden barrier that enveloped the child from earlier. In the second chapter, regarding the useless martial souls and innate full soul power, it is curious that the child, who had been wailing moments before, fell into a serene silence upon being bathed in the soft golden light, standing there in a daze. Golden specks of light began to drift from the black stones on the ground, entering the boy's body. His form quivered slightly, as if he wished to cry out but found himself voiceless. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao commanded imperiously, his emerald gaze fixed upon the boy. Instinctively, the boy reached out his right hand, and at once, all the golden specks surged forth, coalescing into a sickle that materialized in his palm. This sickle appeared not as an ephemeral illusion, but as a tangible entity. Su Yuntao frowned slightly. It was a tool-type martial soul. Could a sickle be considered a weapon? Perhaps, just barely. As the golden light gradually receded, the boy stared in astonishment at the modest sickle in his hand, feeling somewhat at a loss. Your martial soul is a sickle, a tool-type martial soul. Now, let me ascertain whether you possess soul power. Even a tool-type martial soul can undergo soul master cultivation if it possesses soul power, for a sickle does possess a certain degree of offensive capability. Master? What should I do? The boy timidly inquired. Su Yuntao replied calmly, Retract your martial soul using your will. In the future, whenever you wish to wield it, you will summon it with your mind. The boy struggled for a considerable time before finally retracting the sickle. Su Yuntao then presented a blue crystal ball to him, indicating that he should place his right hand upon it. The contrast between the boy's delicate hand and Su Yuntao's rugged paw atop the crystal ball was stark. After a brief moment, Su Yuntao expressed his disappointment, saying, You possess no soul power. You cannot become a soul master. Please step aside. The same scene unfolded repeatedly, with 5 additional children awakening their martial souls, all revealing agricultural tools such as hoes and sickles, with not a single beast martial soul emerging. Su Yuntao deemed their soul power as none. When it came time for the 7th child, the last among the 8, to undergo the awakening, Su Yuntao, despite appearing somewhat fatigued from the continuous exertion of soul power, resolved to assist all the children through the awakening process. As golden specks converged, this time, there was a departure from the agricultural tools. A transformation occurred. A delicate blue blade of grass appeared in the palm of the girl, gently swaying. Tang San vaguely felt that this blue grass seemed familiar. Soon, he recalled that it was called blue silver grass, commonly found in the village. Much like the grass in his original world, Apart from its tenacious vitality, it held no other significance. It was only the faint golden halo surrounding the girl that prevented him from recognizing it at first glance, although it was not a farming tool. Su Yuntao's disappointment was even more palpable. It was a useless martial soul. It possessed no offensive power, no defensive capabilities, and no supportive abilities. Blue silvergrass could be considered the quintessential form of a worthless martial soul. As he spoke, he followed the procedure and presented the blue crystal ball to the girl. And as he had anticipated, no soul energy manifested. At last, it was Tang San's turn. Without needing Su Yuntao to prompt him, he stepped forward to stand within the circle of 6 black stones. As Su Yuntao infused his soul power, the pale golden light brightened once more. Warmth enveloped him. It felt as if he were cocooned within a comforting realm, indescribably pleasant. No wonder the previous children had calmed down so quickly upon being enveloped by this golden glow. The warm essence permeated his being, and Tang San distinctly sensed a slight fluctuation in his Xintian skill's inner strength. Subsequently, under the gentle pull of this warm energy, it felt as if something within him shattered, causing all that warmth to surge toward his palm in an instant. Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. For within that golden halo, the number of golden light dots emerging this time was even greater than the sum of all the previous children combined. He had an inkling that a remarkably powerful martial soul was about to manifest. His exhilaration was palpable. For those like them, responsible for awakening the martial souls of ordinary individuals in the Spirit Hall, the awakening of an extraordinarily talented child, followed by their recruitment into the Spirit Hall, would yield significant benefits in terms of evaluation, greatly aiding in promotions. However, Su Yuntao's elation was short-lived as disappointment soon washed over him. Tang San instinctively raised his right hand, and what he beheld was a shade of blue. This particular hue had manifested for the second time today within the confines of the Spirit Hall in this village. It was the blue silvergrass, identical to that which had been seen in the girl prior, a hallmark of a useless martial spirit. Su Yuntao, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Another worthless martial spirit. It appears that this time, the Holy Soul Village has wasted its time in vain. Very well, children, you may take your leave." The earlier appearance of numerous golden specks had instilled in him a great deal of hope, yet the eventual revelation of mere blue-silver grass left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "Uncle, you have yet to conduct my spirit power test," Tang San interjected, observing Su Yuntao preparing to stow away the blue crystal ball. Without turning around, Su Yuntao replied, "There is no need. I have yet to witness anyone with blue-silver grass exhibit any spirit power." "Please, let me try, Uncle," Tang San insisted. The warmth emanating from the golden light coursed through him, evoking a peculiar sensation. The door that had swung open made him feel as though his Xintian skill had undergone subtle changes. Moreover, he was keen to discern how his inner strength differed from the martial spirits of this world. Su Yuntao paused momentarily, then turned to meet Tang San's calm, yet resolute gaze, pondering to himself that this child seemed to possess an unusual quality. Chapter 2. Useless Martial Spirits and Innate Full Spirit Power, Part 4. Very well. Testing your spirit power shan't consume too much time. As he spoke, he extended the blue crystal ball towards Tang San. Following the method previously taught by Su Yuntao, Tang San focused on retracting his blue-silver grass back into his body. He discovered this was not difficult. By controlling his inner strength as he did with the Xintian skill, he was able to accomplish it. Simultaneously, he noticed that the emergence of the blue-silver grass seemed to coincide with the surge of his Xintian skill, as if the blue grass itself were an embodiment of his inner power. The moment his palm made contact with the blue crystal ball, Tang San's body trembled violently, and he was astonished to find that the seemingly exquisite crystal ball possessed an immense attraction, causing his inner strength to surge forth as if it had found an outlet. He attempted to break free, yet the overwhelming pull was inescapable. Equally surprised was Su Yuntao, who had initially thought this final spirit power test in Holy Soul Village was merely a formality. Suddenly, the blue crystal ball began to glow, its dazzling blue light rapidly expanding from a mere point, and within the blink of an eye, the crystal ball sparkled like a resplendent gem. A soft blue halo emanated from it, indescribably enchanting. According to tradition, should the crystal ball display even the slightest indication of response, no matter how faint the glimmer, it signified the presence of spirit power in the subject being tested. Yet the radiant brilliance now shining from the blue crystal ball could only signify one thing. My goodness, it is actually innate full spirit power. A surge of green light was released from Su Yuntao, and the crystal ball forcefully rebuffed Tang San's palm. In that moment, Su Yuntao's gaze upon the boy transformed entirely, as if he were observing a marvel. Tang San naturally noticed the disparity between his situation and that of the other children during the assessment. Curiously, he inquired, "Uncle, what is innate full soul power?" Su Yuntao gazed at him in a daze and instinctively elaborated. When an individual awakens their martial soul, the form of the soul alone determines its strength. But the amount of soul power is equally crucial. Most individuals possess no soul power at the time of their martial soul awakening, akin to the several children before us. They are destined to never become soul masters. However, as long as there is even a trace of soul power present, one can cultivate through meditation. The quantity of soul power at the time of awakening is vital. It establishes the initial level from which a soul master begins their training. The higher the innate soul power, the swifter the subsequent cultivation, and naturally, those with a higher starting point will surpass others. The term innate full soul power refers to the highest soul power attainable at the moment of martial soul awakening. Highest soul power? Tang San regarded Su Yutao, his mind racing. He was uncertain of his own soul power, yet he was certain that the blue crystal ball responsible for the assessment was drawing upon the energy of his Xiantian skill. Could it be that his internal energy had transformed into soul power in this world? Perhaps due to the significant impact of Tang San's innate full soul power. Su Yutao elaborated tirelessly, our martial soul levels are categorized such that every 10 levels corresponds to a title. Once an individual awakens their martial soul, they automatically attain the status of a soul master, albeit a first-level one. Levels are distinguished according to the strength of the martial soul. The so-called innate full soul power signifies that after awakening, the soul power can reach the innate maximum of the 10th level. I have yet to encounter anyone with innate full soul power. When I awakened, I had merely second-level soul power. At this moment, Tang San had regained his composure. Having finally encountered a genuine soul master, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He quickly inquired about a lingering doubt. Is it true that one can only reach level 10 in innate soul power? Is there no possibility of further advancement? Su Yutao, enveloped in a serene azure glow, retracted his martial soul manifestation and replied, certainly not. The enhancement of a soul master's prowess is far from a simple endeavor. Each ascension to a new title requires not only that the soul power reaches the pinnacle of the preceding title, but also necessitates the acquisition of a soul ring. Without a soul ring, no amount of diligent cultivation will allow one to progress to the next title. For instance, in your current state, having attained the zenith of innate soul power, your soul energy cannot ascend further through mere meditation. You must first obtain a soul ring. Only upon entering the next tier can you continue your cultivation journey. Tang San suddenly realized, the soul ring is the halo you just had, isn't it? You are at level 26, which grants you 2 soul rings. Su Yutao nodded and replied, precisely. Your situation is quite extraordinary. Possessing innate full soul power is a rarity seen once in 100 years. Alas, it is indeed a pity. You happen to have a useless martial soul. Even if your martial soul were merely a farming tool, it would still surpass the worthless blue-silver grass by far. He did not continue. But Tang San faintly comprehended his implication, as if a veil that shrouded his heart had been lifted. Tang San has always been a contemplative individual. This was true in his previous life, and it remains so in this one. According to Su Yutao, if soul power is indeed connected to one's internal energy, then after arriving in this world, the internal energy cultivated would transform into soul power. The reason he cannot ascend to the second level of the Xiantian skill is due to the so-called soul rings. In other words, in order to achieve further advancement, he must acquire soul rings just like a soul master. But what exactly are soul rings? Tang San was about to inquire further when Su Yuntao had already picked up his bundle and was heading outside. The door swung open, and old Jack, his face etched with tension, greeted Su Yutao. Master, how is it? Is there any chance this year for the children in our village to become soul masters? Su Yuntao glanced at him, sighed, and replied, there is indeed one, but alas. A look of uncertainty flickered in Jack's eyes as he cautiously asked, Master, who is it? Su Yuntao continued, among this year's 8 children, only one possesses soul power, and remarkably, it is innate full soul power. Unfortunately, his martial spirit is blue-silver grass. Do you understand? Blue-silver grass? Innate full soul power? My heavens. Disappointment washed over Jack's face, more profound than Su Yutao's. Having served as village chief for so many years, he inherently understood the significance of innate full soul power. Yet, to see it manifest in a martial spirit like blue-silver grass was truly disheartening. Master, is there truly no way to cultivate it? Jack inquired with furrowed brows. Su Yuntao sensed old Jack's dismay and felt less prideful than before. He patted Jack on the shoulder and said, "It's not entirely impossible to cultivate. However, what do you think blue silvergrass will evolve into as the martial spirit strengthens? A useless martial spirit remains a useless martial spirit. Even if one becomes a soul master, they are likely to be a worthless one. It is indeed a pity about the innate full soul power. Well, I must take my leave now. I still have to visit the next village." Ultimately, Su Yuntao departed the village without waiting for Tang San to continue his inquiries. Left without Su Yuntao, Tang San rushed to old Jack and asked the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. "Grandpa Jack, what is a soul ring? How can one obtain a soul ring?" Old Jack seemed still lost in thought regarding Su Yuntao's words and instinctively replied, "I'm not entirely sure what a soul ring is, but to obtain one, it seems one must hunt soul beasts. It's a perilous endeavor. Only soul masters would dare undertake it." Chapter 3, Twin Martial Spirits, Part 1. Oh, soul rings and soul beasts. These two novel terms echoed continuously in Tang San's mind. Although he could not ascertain the accuracy of his assumptions, the bottleneck in his Xian skill suggested that these soul rings might be a breakthrough. At that moment, Jack had regained his composure, looking down at Tang San with surprise. "Little San, you wouldn't happen to be the one master mentioned, the boy with innate full soul power and the martial spirit of blue silvergrass, would you?" Tang San nodded and said, "It is I." Old Jack squatted down, gazing directly into Tang San's eyes. "Little San, I never anticipated your extraordinary talent. Alas, you are burdened by having such a father who failed to bestow a worthy martial soul upon you. Otherwise, you might well become the second soul sage in our village. Tell me, my boy, are you willing to attend a specialized academy to learn the cultivation methods of soul masters? Only there can you acquire the most precise knowledge regarding martial souls." At this moment, Tang San had developed a profound interest in martial spirits, particularly because this martial spirit was intricately connected to his own Xian skill. However, he refrained from providing a definitive answer. "Grandpa Jack, I must consult my father about this." Jack suddenly realized that, indeed, no matter how mature a child may seem, he remains just a child, and it is essential to seek Tang Hao's opinion. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. Although he was reluctant to confront that disheveled man, the prospect of nurturing another soul master in the village outweighed his reservations. "Come along, little San. Grandpa will take you home." Old Jack first sent the other children away to their parents before leading Tang San back to the blacksmith shop. In the morning, it was Tang Hao's customary nap time, and the blacksmith shop was enveloped in silence. Tang Hao. Old Jack, indifferent to whether Tang Hao was asleep, harbored a deep disdain for the untidy blacksmith. Were it not for the low prices of the tools he forged, Jack would have long sought to expel him from the village. As he called out for Tang Hao, his eyes darted around, initially intending to find a chair to sit upon, but upon surveying the dilapidated surroundings, he found himself lacking the courage to pull one over. At his age, he certainly did not wish to risk a fall that could lead to grievous injury. Who was making such a racket? Tang Hao's voice, laced with irritation, emerged as he parted the door curtain and stepped out slowly. His gaze first landed on his son before shifting to Jack. "What brings you here, old Jack?" Jack, with irritation evident in his tone, replied, "Today marks the day of your son's martial spirit awakening. Do you have any idea how significant this is? Other families have both parents accompanying them, yet here you are, as usual." Tang Hao seemed to have disregarded Jack's sarcasm entirely, his gaze once again shifting towards his son. "Little 3, has your martial soul awakened? If so, what is it?" Tang San said, "Father, it is blue silvergrass." Blue silvergrass. For reasons unknown, Tang Hao, who had always shown little interest in external matters, suddenly trembled upon hearing these 3 words, and a glimmer of something extraordinary shone in his eyes. Only Tang San noticed the subtle shifts in Tang Hao's expression. Old Jack, indifferent to the demeanor of a disheveled blacksmith, remarked, "Though it is blue silvergrass, little San possesses innate, full soul power. Tang Hao, I have made my decision. This year, the soul quota for a work-study student from our village shall be granted to little San. He will attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City, with travel expenses covered by the village." Blue silvergrass, blue silvergrass, Tang Hao murmured pensively, suddenly lifting his head, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination that Tang San had never witnessed before. He spoke with conviction, "No, this cannot be." "What did you say? I must have misheard," Jack exclaimed, clearing his ears in disbelief as he gazed at Tang Hao. "You must understand how precious this opportunity is. Our holy soul village despite having once produced a soul sage, has only one quota per year. Other villages require 2 or 3 to share a single spot. Do you comprehend? This is an extraordinary chance. Who knows? Little San may rise to greatness in the future. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Jack, questioning the value of superiority. All he knew was that if he left, there would be no one to prepare his meals. Blue silvergrass, what do you believe it could cultivate into? He scoffed. It is merely a useless martial soul. Old Jack retorted angrily, yet he possesses innate, full soul power. As long as he acquires a soul ring, even one of the lowest quality, he could instantly become a soul master. A soul master, do you understand? Our village has not seen one in many years. Tang Hao spoke calmly. This is your true intention, isn't it? When I say it is impossible, it is indeed impossible. You may leave now. Jack's fury had reached its zenith. Tang Hao maintained a languid demeanor, remarking that there was no need for such volume, as he was not deaf. As I mentioned, you may take your leave. Grandfather Jack, please do not be upset. I have decided not to pursue the abilities of a soul master any longer. Father is correct. Blue silvergrass is merely a useless martial spirit. I appreciate your kind intentions. Despite his profound disdain for Tang Hao, Jack held a deep affection for the considerate Tang San. His simmering anger gradually subsided, and with a heavy sigh, he said, Good child, your grandfather is not angry. Very well, I must take my leave now. With that, he turned and walked toward the exit. Tang San hurriedly saw him off, while his father could disregard the matter. Jack, the village chief, had always treated him well and would certainly not skimp on courtesy. Jack paused at the entrance of the blacksmith's shop, turned to face Tang Hao, and spoke earnestly. Tang Hao, your life may be coming to an end, but little San is still young. Do you not think it imperative to provide him with a means of livelihood? Do not hinder him from becoming a soul master, at the very least. He shall not suffer the same fate as you. Should you reconsider, do seek me out. There are still 3 months remaining before the enrollment for this year's Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Chapter 3, Twin Martial Spirits, Part 2. Tang San bid farewell to old Jack, feeling a twinge of melancholy within him. For the soul rings mentioned by Su Yuntao might indeed pertain to his breakthrough in the Xiantian skill. However, he concealed his emotions, for he believed that opportunities would still present themselves. As he slowly made his way back to the blacksmith shop, he noticed that his father, Tang Hao, surprisingly did not retreat to his room for further slumber, but instead sat in a chair, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Father, why not return to your room for a bit more rest? I shall prepare lunch. Tang Hao remained with his eyes closed, softly saying, Do you not also feel a sense of disappointment? Do you yearn to become a soul master as well? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. It's all right, father. Becoming a blacksmith is commendable as well. It can sustain us just the same. Did you not promise me that you would teach me how to forge farming tools? Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes, and within them, Tang San discerned a surge of fervent emotion. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Hao's right fist had clenched tightly, revealing a trace of an exceedingly frigid aura upon his aged visage. A soul master? What purpose does a soul master serve? Even if it were merely a useless martial soul, what could the mightiest martial soul or the most formidable soul master truly accomplish? Ultimately, they remain naught but worthless. Tang Hao's emotions were in turmoil, his body trembling with intensity. In a fleeting moment, Tang San discerned a glimmer of something crystalline in his father's eyes. Rushing forward, Tang San grasped Tang Hao's clenched fist and implored, Father, please do not be angry. I shall refrain from pursuing the path of a soul master. I will remain by your side and prepare meals for you. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao's agitation surged swiftly before dissipating just as quickly. He spoke softly. Release your martial soul for me to see. Very well, Tang San nodded, raising his right hand. The mysterious energy of the Xiantian skill quietly surged within him, merging with a unique flow of warmth. A gentle blue radiance materialized in the palm of his hand, and in an instant, a delicate blue grass had emerged. Staring in at the blue silver grass in Tang San's grasp, Tang Hao fell into a daze, only gradually regaining his composure. His eyes flickered with a kaleidoscope of emotions as he murmured, Blue silver grass. Indeed, it is blue silver grass. Just like hers. Suddenly, Tang Hao sprang to his feet and turned towards the inner room, his abrupt movement nearly causing Tang San to stumble. The blue-silver grass martial soul in his hand vanished of its own accord. Father, Tang Hao waved his hand in annoyance, bidding them to cease their clamor. With that, he lifted the curtain and entered the inner chamber. However, I possess another martial spirit. Tang San articulated his uniqueness following today's awakening of his martial spirit. This was a question he refrained from posing to Su Yuntao and Jack, as they were mere outsiders. The fundamental principles of the Tang Sect Xiantian treasure record. First tenet. Never allow those whom you cannot wholly trust to be aware of the true extent of your abilities. Tang San had long since mastered the Xiantian treasure record and was unwaveringly committed to upholding its principles. Suddenly, the door curtain was flung aside, and Tang Hao re-emerged into the outer chamber, yet his countenance was now one of profound astonishment. It was evident that his eyes were a crimson hue, as if he had recently shed tears. Without uttering a word, Tang San, reminiscent of his earlier gesture, gradually lifted his left hand. This time, instead of the azure glow, a subtle black radiance surged forth from his palm, coalescing into an extraordinary object. It was a hammer, entirely obsidian in hue, with a handle approximately half a foot long and a cylindrical head that resembled a diminutive casting hammer. Yet, upon its dark surface, there shimmered a unique luminescence. And around the cylindrical head, delicate patterns spiraled gracefully. For reasons unknown, the moment this hammer materialized in Tang San's grasp, the atmosphere within the room grew stifling. As if he were unable to bear the weight of such a petite tool, his arm gradually descending. His complexion had turned notably pale. Unlike the virtually effortless blue-silver grass, this ebony hammer, upon manifestation, absorbed nearly all of Tang San's inner strength, leaving him to barely maintain his grip on the handle. Although it appeared diminutive, its heft far exceeded that of a casting hammer. In an instant, Tang Hao darted forward, seizing Tang San's hand that clutched the hammer, bringing it before himself. Tang Hao's grip was robust, alleviating the burden that the hammer imposed on Tang San's arm. As his father's hand enveloped his, a warm sensation of blood connection surged through Tang San, instilling in him a profound sense of comfort. "Father, is something amiss?" he inquired, gazing at the ebony hammer. The previously vanished spark of excitement returned to Tang Hao's eyes as he beheld the object. Twin martial souls. It is indeed twin martial souls. "Son, my son." With a sudden motion, Tang Hao enveloped Tang San in a powerful embrace, holding him tightly against his chest. Tang Hao's chest was broad, perhaps a result of his long-standing profession as a blacksmith. Despite appearing somewhat languid on the surface, the muscles upon his frame had not diminished with the passage of time, and his embrace radiated warmth. The sense of security derived from paternal love is irreplaceable by anything else. "Father." Tang San found himself momentarily stunned in his memories. This seemed to be the first time Tang Hao had embraced him in such a manner. The small hammer in his hand felt increasingly heavy. And although Tang San cherished the warmth of paternal affection, he was more concerned about the possibility of the hammer slipping from his grasp and striking his father. "Father, I cannot hold on much longer," Tang San could not help but utter. Tang Hao released his arms and withdrew them. As the dark light dissipated, the weight vanished. Tang San found it peculiar that hammer, clearly formed from his Xiantian gong intertwined with a unique force within, was inexplicably beyond his grasp. Even more astonishing was the revelation that summoning that small hammer had drained a staggering 70 to 80% of his inner strength. Chapter 3, Twin Martial Souls, Part 3. Tang San had never witnessed such a vivid display of emotions on his father's face. A myriad of intricate feelings flickered across Tang Hao's countenance. After a prolonged silence, he slowly uttered a profound statement. "Remember, in your future, you must always use the hammer of your left hand to safeguard the grass of your right hand. Forever." Tang San, perplexed, nodded slightly. Tang Hao rose from his seat and, without looking back, returned to the inner chamber. As he prepared lunch, Tang San pondered the martial soul world he had encountered that day. The existence of twin martial souls seemed exceedingly rare in this realm. Otherwise, his father would not have been so astonished. It appeared that his hammer martial soul had profoundly impacted him. However, what weighed more heavily on his mind was the relationship between martial souls and the Xiantian skill. If that soul ring were indeed the key to overcoming the limitations of his Xiantian skill, then he must find a way to acquire a soul ring for experimentation, regardless of the challenges it posed. During lunch, Tang Hao was unusually quiet. Even his appetite seemed diminished compared to usual, as his gaze frequently drifted toward Tang San, as if he were grappling with an inner conflict. After finishing the meal, Tang San instinctively began to clear the dishes, only to be halted by Tang Hao. "Wait a moment, little San. I have a question for you. Do you wish to become a soul master?" Tang San paused for a moment and turned to Tang Hao. Reluctant to deceive his father, he hesitated briefly before finally nodding in agreement. Tang Hao sighed, his countenance appearing even more aged than before. "Ultimately, you must choose to tread this path." After uttering this single statement, he retreated back to his room. Tang San observed that while Tang Hao expressed a sense of disappointment, There was also an undeniable glimmer of satisfaction in his demeanor. It became evident to him that his father harbored many unspoken thoughts. After tidying up the dishes, Tang San retreated to his room to continue his work, the rhythmic clinking of the hammer against the iron resonating in the air. Although he was uncertain when he would be able to forge the block of wrought iron into the size of a fist as requested by Tang Hao, he recognized that this method of casting was significantly beneficial for enhancing his mastery of the Xiantian skill, as well as providing substantial physical conditioning. Tang San had already begun to experiment with wielding the hammer using as little inner strength from the Xiantian skill as possible, allowing him to maintain his strikes for longer durations during each consecutive swing. As the afternoon progressed and he had struck the iron over 300 times, feeling that some impurities had been removed, the door curtain lifted and Tang Hao entered. It seemed that he had not been engaged in crafting farming tools that afternoon, as Tang San had not heard the familiar sounds of hammering. "Father," Tang San called, his hand instinctively pausing the hammer's movement. Tang Hao made a gesture encouraging him to continue, then stepped aside and stood silently, merely observing him. Tang San continued to wield the hammer, his clothes thoroughly soaked in perspiration. With his current internal strength, he was still insufficiently acclimatized to the temperature, not to mention that this was undeniably a laborious task. The rhythmic clang of metal reverberated continuously, and although his diminutive frame seemed disproportionate to the iron hammer he wielded, each swing of the hammer cut through the air with remarkable vigor. Tang Hao silently contemplated, considering the innate divine strength coupled with an inherent full soul power. It was no wonder that he could wield a heavy hammer at such a tender age. Perhaps old Jack's words held truth. He should not allow his own despondency to impede the growth of this child. The path ahead, let him traverse it on his own. Observing Tang San, drenched in sweat, Tang Hao finally resolved firmly. Pause for a moment, he spoke. Tang San set down the iron hammer in his hand, breathing slightly heavier. He quietly activated his Xiantian skill to restore his physical strength. Tang Hao approached Tang San, took the iron hammer from his hand, and observed the glowing red iron block in the forge. "With such strikes as yours, it would take an entire year to shape it into a fist-sized form." Tang San looked up at his towering father and inquired, "What should I do?" Tang Hao coldly inquired, "Tell me, when you wield the forging hammer to strike it, which part of your body exerts force first?" Tang San contemplated for a moment and said, "It should be the waist, I suppose. By engaging the waist, one can then mobilize the back, which in turn allows the arms to swing the forging hammer." Tang Hao neither affirmed nor denied Tang San's statement and continued to inquire, "Apart from the brain, what is the most vital part of the human body?" Without hesitation, Tang San replied, "It is the heart. The heart, like the brain, is a region that can lead to instant death. However, while the brain is shielded by the skull, the heart is merely protected by skin and muscle." As a disciple of the Tang Sect, he possessed a profound understanding of human anatomy. Recognizing that piercing an enemy's heart with a hidden weapon is the most effective and straightforward method of delivering a fatal blow, Tang Hao paused momentarily before responding. "Then tell me, how many hearts does a person possess?" Tang San stared at him in astonishment, somewhat bewildered. "Is it even necessary to state how many hearts a person has?" "Answer me," Tang Hao said, his gaze icy. The pressure of his stature and presence causing Tang San to feel slightly breathless. "One." Tang Hao shook his head and said, "No, you are mistaken. Remember, a person's heart is composed of 3, not just 1. 3? Tang San stared in astonishment at Tang Hao, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Tang Hao inverted the forging hammer in his hand and lightly tapped Tang San's calves. Here, the muscles in a person's calves represent the second and third hearts. To unleash one's full potential, it is essential that all 3 hearts operate in unison. Thus, the initiation of power does not originate from the waist. Rather, it begins with the 3 hearts. When the heart within your chest beats rapidly, you must channel energy from your calves, transferring strength upwards through the thighs, waist, back, and arms, ultimately releasing it. This constitutes a true, full-force strike. The heart generates power, with the waist serving as the axis. Observe. Chapter 3. Twin Martial Souls, Part 4. Tang Hao slightly lifted the forging hammer in his hand, causing Tang San to retreat a few steps. Simultaneously, the hammer was deftly repositioned, and with a low shout, his body turned halfway, his feet firmly anchored to the ground. The 2 exposed calves outside his tattered pant legs instantly tensed, resembling a poised tiger ready to pounce. With a powerful thrust of his legs and a twist of his waist, the forging hammer, now imbued with an invisible force, descended with a resounding clang, striking heavily upon the glowing block of wrought iron. Tang San could distinctly perceive that this was merely a process of exerting bodily strength. Tang Hao lacked inner power, and there was no release of martial soul energy. It was entirely a manifestation of physical strength. The previously incandescent iron block had collapsed nearly one-third of its volume, its deformation exceedingly evident. By channeling the force from his calves, he unified his bodily strength into a singular entity, thereby exerting his full might. The iron hammer, still in Tang Hao's grasp, was now passed to Tang San. Your turn. Very well. Tang San had never contemplated that forging possessed such intricate nuances. This method of exerting force was not limited to forging alone. It could undoubtedly be applied within his own Tang Sect martial arts. Grasping the hammer's handle with both hands, he emulated Tang Hao's earlier stance, his gaze fixated intently on the glowing iron block. As he gradually activated the Xiantian skill, it coursed deeply into his calves, anchoring his feet firmly to the ground. Tang San let out a powerful roar, channeling the strength of his legs in conjunction with the Xiantian skill. The force erupted from his calves, swiftly spreading through his body. As his waist turned, it propelled his back, shoulders, and ultimately his arms. He distinctly felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, as if his body were about to be lifted into the air by this overwhelming force. When the hammer struck the iron block with precision, it produced a resounding crash. As Tang San's entire body was propelled off the ground by the swing of the hammer, he staggered forward a step. The hammer rebounded, although his hands remained unharmed due to the protection of the Xuanyu hand. His arms were jolted by the force of the rebound, leaving them feeling sore and numb. Fortunately, the timely activation of the Xiantian skill gradually alleviated this discomfort. The results were undeniably evident. Despite his youth and the added influence of the Xiantian skill, the impact of this strike was not as pronounced as that of Tang Hao. However, in comparison to his previous strikes, this blow was potent enough to counteract dozens of earlier attempts. Observing Tang San's actions, Tang Hao refrained from offering any commentary. Yet a flicker of surprise in his eyes indicated that Tang San had surpassed his expectations. He had not anticipated that Tang San could master such a method of exertion in such a brief period. Little did he know that Tang San had been diligently practicing the Tang Sect martial arts, possessing not only the foundation of the Xiantian skill, but also the techniques of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, as well as the elusive, ghostly shadows, all of which enhanced his coordination far beyond that of his peers. His innate understanding was also commendable, making the mastery of this exertion technique relatively effortless. Nonetheless, as this was his first attempt, his execution was still not entirely refined. Father, am I doing this correctly? Tang Hao nodded slowly. Do you understand the function of the heart? The muscle most utilized by humans is the calf. It is the very source of all strength. Mastering the power of your calves will significantly enhance your capabilities. With that, Tang Hao approached the bellows and seated himself. Retrieving a cast iron apparatus from beneath it, two objects resembling foot pedals. He connected them to the bellows and grasped the handles firmly. The role of the bellows is paramount during forging, as it ensures the metal burns thoroughly, thereby enhancing its malleability. Every piece of metal, regardless of its impurities, possesses a soul. Should the temperature falter and excessive force during forging cause it to shatter, even if remelted and reforged, it remains nothing but scrap. Thus, when you strike the iron block with all your might, it is imperative to maintain the correct temperature. Operating the bellows also requires calf strength, which not only minimizes energy expenditure, but maximizes the bellows' efficacy. With both feet pressed against the pedals, he exerted sudden force, using his legs as the pivot, causing his entire body to spring backward swiftly. His arms naturally pulled the handles of the bellows, as his legs transitioned from straight to bent before returning the handles to their original position. In this rhythmic back-and-forth motion, the bellows operated at full capacity. Although Tang Hao's movements appeared unhurried, each action optimized the bellows' performance. Under the guidance of his calf muscles, a unique rhythm formed between his body and the bellows, and flames erupted from the furnace, causing the iron block to glow a brilliant red. Now it's your turn to operate the bellows, following my previous motions, Tang Hao instructed, relinquishing his position to Tang San. Drawing upon his earlier experience with the hammer and keen observation, Tang San quickly mastered the technique of working the bellows from his new vantage point. Although still somewhat awkward, he focused intently, ensuring that each exertion began with his calves. Indeed, as Tang Hao had indicated, not only was his strength conserved significantly, but the results were markedly improved. Tang Hao, grasping Tang San's forging hammer, spoke with a calm demeanor. To swing the hammer with utmost force during the forging process allows one's strength to be fully realized. However, it is imperative to note that with each strike, the rebound force can impose significant strain on oneself. Without the appropriate technique to guide this force, one risks not only personal injury, but also a loss of energy that fails to be transferred to the metal. He continued, "Observe my movements closely. They are pivotal to your ability to shape this block of pig iron into the size of a fist in a short span of time." Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao's eyes sharpened with focus. As Tang San worked the bellows, the entire iron block glowed a fiery red, the intense flames surging and rendering the room extraordinarily hot. Chapter 3. Twin Spirit Martial Souls. 5. Tang Hao moved, his actions seemingly indistinguishable from before. With his legs driving his waist guiding his back, and his back steering his arms, he struck with a resounding clang as the iron hammer met the iron block. As the hammer rebounded from the impact, Tang Hao suddenly pivoted, once again channeling power through his calves. The rebounding hammer was effortlessly swung by him, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh before crashing down once more upon the iron block. This strike was not only executed with remarkable speed, but also seemed to possess an even greater force than the first. The hammer soared high into the air, and Tang Hao's movements appeared to achieve a flawless synchronization with the hammer's ascent, neither too early nor too late. At the precise moment the hammer reached its apex, his body propelled it in a graceful spiral before it descended again with tremendous force. Tang San's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He had clearly discovered a method of harnessing power through the art of leveraging force. By utilizing the rebound generated from the collision of the hammer with the metal, he transformed that kinetic energy into strength for his subsequent strike. His movements were executed with flawless precision and harmony, minimizing any potential harm from the rebound while converting that very energy into a relentless assault. From the second strike onward, each blow exceeded Tang Hao's utmost strength, yet remained firmly under his control. Tang Hao's movements became increasingly swift as the forging hammer struck the iron block with precision akin to an artist's brush on canvas. The iron yielded to the relentless blows, transforming under the hammer's rhythm. Remarkably, Tang Hao's strikes were exceptionally accurate. Whenever the iron reached half its original thickness and began to flatten, he would deftly strike the edges, causing it to flip. This technique ensured that the iron absorbed the blows evenly, rather than being merely crushed into a disc. In the blink of an eye, 36 strikes had been delivered. With a flourish, Tang Hao spun the hammer in the air 3 times before dissipating its force, standing tall as he retracted the tool. His complexion remained unflushed, and his breath steady, as if the exertion had been but a fleeting moment. The iron block had visibly shrunk in size, with impurities now almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This was the true artistry of a blacksmith, an exquisite display of hammering technique. Do you understand? Tang Hao gazed at Tang San, who was diligently working the bellows. Tang San pondered for a moment and said, "I comprehend the principle of leveraging strength, yet it appears to be far from straightforward." Tang Hao spoke calmly, stating, "To reach my level, there is but one approach: practice makes perfect. Furthermore, you must remember that when striking an ordinary piece of metal, it is most prone to shatter when it is laden with impurities. During such moments, you should temper your force. As the impurities diminish, you may gradually increase your strength to maintain the effectiveness of your strikes. The control of intensity is paramount. Practice diligently, but do not recklessly amplify your power or speed. Precision is equally critical. At the very least, you must be aware of where your hammer will land. Otherwise, what is the use of sheer strength?" As the forging hammer returned to Tang San's hands, Tang Hao turned and departed. His father had indeed kept his promise, imparting invaluable knowledge of the forging process. Moreover, from what he had shared, it was evident that every profession harbors its own intricacies, far from being simplistic. In the subsequent weeks, Tang San devoted himself to practicing the forging technique of leveraging strength that Tang Hao had taught him. Despite possessing the ability to control his force with the crane capture dragon technique and the purple extreme demon eye to ascertain his striking position, mastering the forging method proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Given that each strike required full force, controlling the strength was inherently difficult. Coupled with the necessity of balancing his body while striking the desired target, the task became increasingly arduous. With each additional strike, the required control intensified, and the continuous rotation of his body not only induced dizziness, but also made it harder to regulate the power of each blow. Fortunately, having hammered the iron or for an extended duration, its impurities had significantly diminished, rendering it less susceptible to breakage. Otherwise, under the erratic control of his forging hammer, it would have likely shattered long ago. Nevertheless, throughout this practice, Tang San experienced subtle yet undeniable progress in applying the Xiantian skill. Alongside the synergy of the Crane Capture Dragon, the Xin Jade Hand, and the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. From the initial struggle of managing just 2 strikes without veering off course, he had advanced to executing 7 consecutive strikes with pinpoint accuracy. The improvement was conspicuous, as the iron block steadily diminished under his exertions, yielding tangible results each day. Of course, this success was intricately linked to his method of generating power through his calves, which significantly reduced the energy expenditure of the Xiantian skill, allowing Tang San more time for operating the bellows and forging. His father had wielded 36 strikes effortlessly, while he could manage only 7. He pondered when he might attain his father's remarkable proficiency. Whenever Tang San contemplated this, his motivation for practice surged remarkably. In recent days, he seemed to have forgotten about his martial soul and soul ranks, even during his morning ascents to the mountaintop to cultivate the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. His thoughts were consumed by the mechanics of wielding a hammer. 3 months swiftly elapsed, and as Tang San mastered the continuous execution of 13 strikes with the hammer, Tang Hao began to instruct him in the art of forging. Tang Hao's teaching approach was straightforward. He would first demonstrate the process, then allow Tang San to replicate it. As long as Tang San showed a semblance of understanding, he would be permitted to practice independently, with minimal verbal guidance. It was only in crucial moments that Tang Hao would offer a few words of advice. Consequently, whenever Tang Hao spoke, Tang San remembered his words with remarkable clarity. Chapter 4. The first hidden weapon of another world. In the early morning, Tang San returned from the mountain, invigorated, to prepare breakfast. During this period, his daily practice with the Purple Extreme Magic Eye had yielded considerable improvement. He could now perceive the subtle movements of insects' wings within a 10-meter radius. Had it not been for the bottleneck in his Xiantian skill, Tang San believed his advancements in other areas would have been even more pronounced. Transforming a 50-centimeter square block of pig iron into a fist-sized piece had seemed an impossible feat, yet he had accomplished it a fortnight prior. Utilizing the forging technique of leveraging power as taught by Tang Hao, he could now strike the hammer 24 times in succession, each blow precise and controlled. Though his father had never offered him praise, the occasional glimmer of approval in Tang Hao's eyes affirmed that Tang San had indeed made some progress. To achieve further improvement, however, he understood that relentless practice was essential. As he approached the threshold of his home, Tang San gently touched his wrist, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He wore upon his wrist his very first creation since arriving in this world, a piece crafted entirely by his own hands. It was a sleeve arrow, an ordinary mechanism in the Tang Sect of yore. The crux of sleeve arrow fabrication lay in the strength of the mechanism and the intricacy of its design. The sleeve arrow Tang San crafted even included a safety mechanism, ensuring no accidental discharge. Typically, a set of sleeve arrows comprised 3 arrows and a sleeve tube, and the one he donned was no exception. The materials for this sleeve arrow were derived from the block of pig iron he had painstakingly forged over nearly 100 days. Upon completing the task assigned by Tang Hao, transforming the pig iron into something merely the size of a fist, he was astonished to discover that the originally impure iron had transformed into a piece of true iron ore. In his previous life, not only he but even the finest master blacksmiths of the Tang Sect would never have fathomed such a method of refining ordinary pig iron into iron ore. Yet in this world, it had become a tangible reality. This alone was an extraordinary marvel. The sleeve arrow that Tang San wore on his wrist was crafted from that piece of mother iron, with the entire production of the sleeve arrow, including the 3 4-inch mini arrows, utilizing the entirety of the mother iron. In terms of casting, Tang San was lacking, far inferior to Tang Hao. However, when it comes to the ingenious creation of concealed weapons, not only could Tang Hao not compare, but it is likely that no one throughout the entirety of Douluo continent could rival this prodigious talent of the Tang Sect's outer sect. Typical sleeve arrows have an effective range of approximately 15 meters, yet the sleeve arrows crafted by Tang San can maintain an effective striking distance exceeding 30 meters. The so-called effective striking distance refers to the straight-line distance after the sleeve arrow is launched, meaning the distance at which it retains its lethal potency. Though Tang San's quiver contains merely 3 sleeve arrows, each is crafted with exquisite precision. Every arrow features 3 blood grooves, and had there been a greater quantity, he would have considered equipping the tips with barbs. The diminutive 4-point stabilizers at the rear ensure remarkably stable flight. The conical arrowheads bear spiral markings, which enhance their penetrating power upon release. In the design and creation of concealed weapons, Tang San perpetually strives for perfection, even if these are but ordinary sleeve arrows. Tang San recognized that he was still quite young, and his Xiantian skill had yet to break through its bottleneck. While he would not fear an ordinary person, encountering a soul master like Pixel Yuntao, who could wield a martial soul, would render his strength insufficient. However, with the addition of this sleeve arrow, the situation was markedly different. Tang San felt a surge of confidence. With it in hand, he believed he could contend with any soul master, provided their power was not overwhelmingly strong. In the Tangent Gate Xiantian treasure record, under the general outline, the second point elucidates the essence of concealed weapons. Concealed weapons are special armaments employed in secrecy to vanquish adversaries. If the enemy is aware of your intention to wield such a weapon, it ceases to be a concealed weapon and is instead classified as an openly used armament. Tang San would certainly not allow his concealed weapon to be revealed, and Tang Hao had never inquired about the purpose of that Iron Mother. Thus, this sleeve arrow remained his solitary secret. Upon entering the house, the aroma of porridge wafted through the air, a daily ritual he had long since grown accustomed to. "Father, it is time for dinner," Tang San called out to the inner room. Strangely, Tang Hao, who would typically emerge at the mere mention of a meal, did not appear today. Tang San's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that his father was ill? He hurriedly dashed into his father's room, taking 2 steps at a time. Tang Hao was not in the room. It seemed to be the first time in years that he had not indulged in a languorous slumber. Just as Tang San was pondering over what Tang Hao might have been up to, Tang Hao returned. "Xiao San, where did you go this morning?" Tang Hao inquired casually. Tang San remarked, "I am going out to engage in physical exercise. Every morning, I take a run." This statement could hardly be deemed a falsehood, for he indeed went to exercise. Tang Hao did not probe further and replied casually, "You need not practice forging today. Pack your belongings, for tomorrow old Jack will escort you to Notting City." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Nottingham? What purpose could that serve? His last visit to Nottingham was approximately a year ago, when old Jack ventured into the city to procure some goods and took him along for an enlightening experience. Tang Hao cast a glance at him and remarked, "Do you not wish to learn the abilities of a soul master? Old Jack will take you to the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy to serve as a working student. There, you shall acquire the knowledge you seek." Upon hearing his father's words, Tang San's heart raced, an indescribable exhilaration enveloping him. The inability to break through the Xiantian skill had long been his greatest source of distress, and the soul rings of a soul master undoubtedly presented an opportunity. "Father, what has prompted this change of heart?" Tang Hao countered. "So, will you go or not?" Tang San remarked, "However, if I go, there will be no one to prepare your meals." At this moment, he had come to realize that the reason his father had risen so early today was indeed to seek out the village chief, Jack. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San from Another World. Part 2. Tang Hao spoke coldly. "Do you still require my care? You may go. This is the path you have chosen for yourself. Every year, Saint Soul Village has one quota, and to let it go to waste would be a pity. The forging techniques I have imparted to you will enable you to find an apprenticeship at any blacksmith shop in the city. The tuition and living expenses should suffice." Despite Tang Hao's indifferent demeanor, Tang San felt his eyes welling up. Over the past few months, although Tang Hao's attitude towards him had not changed, as he taught him the art of forging, this tall, aged man increasingly evoked a paternal sentiment within him. While he certainly wished to delve into the knowledge of soul masters, he found himself reluctant to part with his father. Tang Hao stated, "My request for you to go to Notting is conditional. You must agree to my terms before you can depart." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San replied, "I agree." Tang Hao furrowed his brow. "Are you so quick to acquiesce without even inquiring about my request? As a man, one must fulfill the promises made. Do not be one who offers words lightly." Tang San said naturally, "No matter what my father asks me to do, I will comply. He surely has my best interests at heart." Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Though Tang San spoke with an air of casualness, it was precisely that natural trust that stirred a subtle change in his emotions. "Regardless of how you cultivate your soul power in the future, I need you to promise me that you will not bestow any soul ring upon your hammer martial soul, nor allow anyone to witness its manifestation. Above all, do not let others know that you possess dual martial souls. Can you accomplish this?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "What about the blue-silver grass martial soul?" Tang Hao stated, "The blue-silver grass martial soul may be utilized freely. You can cultivate and apply any soul rings without concern. The existence of twin martial souls does not necessitate that both souls require soul rings to enhance their soul power for further cultivation. As long as one martial soul possesses a soul ring, the bottleneck for soul power enhancement will dissipate. Tang San inquired, "So, henceforth, shall I solely wield the blue-silver grass martial soul?" Tang Hao nodded, stating that unless faced with life-threatening danger, the hammer should not be used. "Very well. I shall comply," Tang San solemnly replied. For him, the matters of cultivating his martial soul or selecting soul rings were of little concern. What truly mattered was discovering a way to break through the bottleneck of his Xiantian Gong. His Tang Sect's hidden weapons did not require the aid of a martial soul. To others, blue-silver grass might seem a useless martial soul, yet Tang San had never felt disheartened by it. The proficiency of Tang Sect's hidden weaponry allowed for the ability to inflict harm with mere petals and leaves, a truth rather than mere rhetoric. The blue-silver grass, formed from soul power or the internal energy of Xiantian Gong, meant that with sufficient internal strength, it could serve as an almost infinite source of hidden weapons. "Let us dine," suggested Tang Hao. Their home, if not entirely destitute, was scarcely better off, leaving Tang San with little to prepare. Merely gathering his patched clothing sufficed. However, on this day, he did not heed Tang Hao's advice to merely tidy up. The sounds of forging continued to resonate within his room. He understood that to craft a variety of hidden weapons in the future, he must rely solely on himself, and the forging techniques imparted by his father necessitated diligent practice. Until the pinnacle of hidden weapon mastery was achieved, the quality of the weapons themselves would play a decisive role, particularly for superlative weapons like the Buddha's Rage-Tang Lotus, where precision to the finest detail was paramount. This day felt exceptionally prolonged, marking the first time since arriving in this world that Tang San experienced a restless spirit, filled with both anticipation and a modicum of trepidation regarding the outside world, whether within the Tang Sect or at Holy Soul Village. He had never ventured into the outside world, rendering him little different from a child. He pondered what wonders the outside world might unveil for him. After dinner, Tang Hao casually mentioned he was going out for drinks, appearing no different from usual. He advised Tang San not to disturb him in the morning when he needed to sleep. At dawn, Tang San perched upon a large stone atop a mountain, delicately holding a leaf. His eyes shimmered with a violet hue, possibly due to his recent increase in physical strength. The progress of his purple extreme magic was rapid, allowing him to discern even the most minute details of the leaf's feints. He realized that his purple extreme magic had begun to reach an intricate level of perception. Unlike the 9 tiers of Xiantian Gong, the purple extreme magic consisted of only 4 levels: overview, intricacy, mustard seed, and vastness. The requirement for inner disciples of the Tang Sect was to attain the intricacy level, which sufficed for the use of hidden weapons. Due to his early cultivation and the residual innate energy that had not yet dissipated since birth, he had, by the tender age of 6, already begun to sense a hint of intricacy. However, he was also aware that nearly every inner disciple of the Tang Sect had achieved the subtle realm of the purple extreme demon eye. Yet, even including the sect leader, Master Tang, none had progressed to the next level. Once one reaches the subtle realm, the cultivation speed of the purple extreme demon eye slows dramatically, and the daily, uninterrupted absorption of the eastern purple qi cannot merely be explained by sheer willpower. Hence, after entering the subtle realm, it is rare for disciples of the Tang Sect to continue their cultivation. Legends speak of an elder within the Tang Sect whose purple extreme demon eye reached the realm of the mustard seed, but this did not yield any remarkable achievements. It merely allowed for a clearer perception than that of the subtle realm. This elder had devoted over 30 years to the cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye. With the internal energy of the Xiantian skill surging forth, it was suddenly infused into a leaf, which, under the influence of this energy, became perfectly straight. Tang San's right index and middle fingers trembled lightly, causing the leaf to spin and slice through the air as it flew forth. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San in a Different World, Part 3. Yet, after only a meter, the leaf could no longer maintain its spinning motion, as it lost its rigidity. Once it departed from Tang San's fingers, the effect of the Xiantian skill's internal energy naturally dissipated. His power was still too weak. With a resigned shake of his head, Tang San stood up. It was time to return. Today, he would leave the village, and he could not predict when he might return to this mountaintop again. With a push off the ground, he exerted force through his calves and employed the ghostly shadow misdirection as he descended the mountain. The familiar aroma of porridge wafted through the air. This was the last time he would prepare a meal for his father before departing, and certainly, he would not be lazy. He glanced at the fire beneath the pot, adding a bit more water to the porridge so that when his father awoke, he would still be able to enjoy it warm. Old Jack had already arrived. Perhaps due to his trip to Nodding City, he was dressed in a new outfit today, appearing even more sprightly than usual. Xiao San, let us go. Your lazy father won't be getting up, Jack called out to Tang San. Tang San made a gesture of silence towards Jack, whispering, Grandfather, please lower your voice. Father detests being disturbed while he sleeps. As he spoke, he withdrew a piece of charred wood from the hearth and inscribed a few lines upon the ground. He then cast a lingering glance at his father's door before shouldering his bundle and quietly departing with Jack. His familiarity with the written word was limited. It stemmed from fleeting glimpses during the village's private school sessions, where children were taught letters. Nevertheless, due to his prior life's foundation, he had acquired a grasp of some basic characters. As the curtain lifted, a tall figure emerged from within. Tang Hao's eyes showed no hint of drowsiness. As he reached the threshold, he could still faintly discern the frail forms of old Jack and Tang San. Tang Hao remained motionless until the silhouettes of Tang San and the village chief, Jack, had completely vanished from sight. He stood there, lost in thought for a while. As if recalling something, he suddenly turned and strode back to the blacksmith shop, glancing at the words that Tang San had left on the ground. They were merely two simple sentences. Father, I have left with Grandpa Jack. Take care of yourself and drink less. The porridge is in the pot. Do not forget to eat. His gaze shifted from the words on the ground to the iron pot beside him. Tang Hao rushed over, swiftly lifting the lid off the pot, and grasped it with both hands, raising it to his lips. Since Tang San had just added water, the porridge had yet to boil again, but Tang Hao disregarded this, pouring the contents into his mouth and swallowing greedily. Unbeknownst to him, a veil of moisture had formed in his eyes. As they walked along the path, Tang San quietly followed old Jack, occasionally glancing back towards the village. Little San, do you miss the village, or is it your drunken father you yearn for? Jack asked with a gentle smile, ruffling Tang San's hair. Both, I suppose. Tang San replied in a hushed tone. Jack smiled slightly and remarked, compared to my unworthy grandsons, you are far more sensible. How wonderful it would be if you were my grandson. That drunken fool of yours is truly fortunate. Do not dwell on it too much. The world outside is vast and full of possibilities. Once you reach the academy, you will meet many friends and acquire a wealth of knowledge. When you earn the title of Soul Master, the country will provide you with a monthly stipend, and your family's circumstances will improve. Tang San, having lived 2 lives, gradually regained his composure while listening to Jack's words. Overwhelmed by an insatiable yearning for the outside world, he inquired, Grandpa Jack, could you enlighten me about the academy? What exactly is that place? Jack smiled gently and replied, the academy, of course, is a place of learning. Although I have never attended one myself, I am quite familiar with it. Our village has an annual quota for a work-study student, but it has been many years since anyone pursued that opportunity. The benefits for work-study students are quite substantial, as they are exempt from tuition and accommodation fees and only need to cover their own meals. You can earn your food by performing simple tasks within the academy, such as cleaning classrooms. Overall, the experience for work-study students is nearly equivalent to a free education. However, for those of us from impoverished backgrounds, paying for tuition is simply beyond our means. Tang San remarked. Father instructed me to seek employment at a blacksmith shop upon my arrival at the academy. You? Working at a blacksmith shop? What sort of jest is this? I truly believe Tang Hao has lost his senses, old Jack retorted with exasperation. You are hardly of an age where you could even reach the height of a forging hammer. Which blacksmith would consider you as an apprentice? Moreover, blacksmithing is not a profession that garners much respect, nor will it yield substantial earnings. Your sole focus should be on excelling in your studies at the academy. However, if you manage to achieve something noteworthy, it would be prudent for your inebriated father to set aside some funds for you. The Intermediate Soul Master Academy does not offer positions for working students, and attending will require a significant financial commitment. Merely relying on the Soul Master stipend will be woefully insufficient. Given that Tang San possessed innate full soul power, old Jack had already begun to regard him as a soul master. Tang San gazed at Jack in perplexity and inquired, is there truly a medium-level Soul Master Academy? What distinguishes it from the primary Soul Master Academy? Both are institutions, and they should impart knowledge related to Soul Masters, shouldn't they? Old Jack, displaying remarkable patience, elucidated, indeed. They are quite different. The primary Soul Master Academy focuses on fundamental teachings and also encompasses various cultural courses. It admits only children whose martial souls have just awakened, with a curriculum spanning 6 years. By the age of 12, if one lacks potential, they may merely become an ordinary soul master. However, those with considerable promise typically opt to further their studies at the medium-level Soul Master Academy, continuing until the age of 18. The curriculum at the medium-level academy is decidedly more advanced, yet the difficulty of learning escalates significantly. Failure to meet the academy's standards will hinder graduation, which sets it apart from the primary academy. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of the Otherworld. Part 4. Tang San inquired. If there are primary and intermediate Soul Master academies, then surely there must be advanced ones as well? Old Jack nodded, a glimmer of envy evident in his eyes. You can forget about entering an advanced Soul Master Academy. It's not a privilege afforded to just anyone. In our Heaven-Do Empire, there are only 2 such institutions, and they collectively admit fewer than 100 students each year. It is truly a cradle of future potential. Graduates from advanced Soul Master Academies are highly sought after by both the nation and the Spirit Hall, often being bestowed with noble titles. Noble? Such exceptional conditions. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Old Jack replied. Being a Soul Master is the most esteemed profession, and advanced Soul Masters are even more so. They are all prodigies. Thus, for commoners like us, aspiring to become an advanced Soul Master is undoubtedly the most favorable shortcut. However, how many ordinary individuals possess such remarkable martial spirits? Even if they do, without the support of a prominent family, graduating from an advanced Soul Master Academy is a formidable challenge. Graduation exams are a personal matter. Why would one require assistance? Tang San pondered, somewhat confused. Old Jack sighed, saying, this illustrates the disparity, the gap between the impoverished and the affluent, the commoners and the nobility. The requirements for graduating from a primary Soul Master Academy are quite simple. One merely needs their martial spirit to reach level 10, and under the guidance of academy instructors, obtain a soul ring to successfully attain the title of Soul Master. This is not particularly difficult, as any child possessing martial spirit power during their awakening can achieve it. It is said that advancing from level 10 to level 20 is the easiest for Soul Masters throughout their lives. However, the situation changes drastically at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. To graduate from here, one must have their martial spirit reach level 20 and acquire a second soul ring to earn the title of Great Soul Master. The leap from level 10 to level 20 is a milestone that many Soul Masters may never achieve. Furthermore, after reaching level 20, obtaining a soul ring necessitates hunting soul beasts using one's own strength, which is exceedingly perilous. For those hailing from noble families, accompanied by family warriors, the dangers are significantly mitigated. Yet, for Soul Masters like us from humble backgrounds, we must rely solely on ourselves. The graduation criteria for advanced Soul Master Academies are even more stringent. One must surpass the level 30 threshold, obtain a 3rd soul ring, and ascend from the title of Great Soul Master to that of Soul Venerable. It is said that level 30 is a critical juncture. Surpassing it allows one to be regarded as a formidable Soul Master and a true noble, whereas failing to do so presents considerable difficulties. Moreover, there appear to be additional restrictions on acquiring soul rings at level 30. You will learn more about these specifics in the academy. In any case, it seems that less than a third of the students from advanced Soul Master Academies actually manage to graduate. After hearing Old Jack's words, Tang San began to form a foundational understanding of the teachings regarding Soul Masters in the Douluo continent. Grandpa Jack, didn't you mention that there are as many as 10 titles for Soul Masters? If graduates of advanced Soul Master Academies are titled Soul Venerables, how does one attain the subsequent titles? Old Jack replied with a rueful smile. How would I know? Surpassing the title of Soul Master, these individuals are truly formidable figures. For instance, there was a soul sage who hailed from our village, supported directly by the state. I have heard it said that the cultivation of a Soul Master becomes increasingly arduous and perilous as one progresses. How many can genuinely attain the pinnacle existence of a titled Douluo? It is even uncertain whether such beings exist in the current realms of the Heaven-Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Old Jack possesses only a rudimentary understanding of Soul Masters, offering no extensive details. Tang San comprehends that this knowledge must be gradually uncovered within the confines of the academy, particularly regarding soul beasts and soul rings. The journey from Holy Soul Village to Nodding City is not extensive, the two traversed for half a day, pausing briefly to partake of some provisions. By afternoon, the city walls were already visible on the horizon. Although Nodding City is not particularly large, Its proximity to the border of the Heaven-Do Empire necessitated robust fortifications. After undergoing inspection like the other travelers, Tang San and Old Jack entered Nodding City. Little San, Old Jack said, I shall escort you to the academy and then return home. While you are at the academy, be sure to heed your teacher's instructions and refrain from wandering outside. When the semester concludes, I will come to retrieve you, and by then, it will be close to the new year. Tang San was, after all, leaving home for the first time. And a sense of unease flickered within him as he instinctively inquired, Grandpa Jack, are you leaving so soon? Old Jack offered a wry smile, responding, The inn is not a place for those of our humble means. You must strive diligently for when I next see you. I hope you will have become a soul master. In that case, our Holy Spirit Village shall take great pride in you. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is situated to the west of Nodding City. After several inquiries with passers-by, Old Jack finally led Tang San to its entrance. From a distance, they beheld a grand archway, spanning 20 meters wide and soaring over 10 meters high, constructed from sturdy stone. Below, 2 iron gates stood ominously dark, crafted from fine iron. Through the gates, one could glimpse a winding path leading into the academy, flanked by towering trees. At the center of the arch, for bold characters proclaimed Nodding Academy. Even from the entrance, the significance of the Soul Master profession in the Douluo continent was evident. This was merely a junior academy. As Old Jack and Tang San approached the gates, a young gatekeeper promptly halted them, questioning, What brings you here? Is this a place for country folk like you? Old Jack, though his attire was considered respectable in Holy Spirit Village, appeared distinctly rustic in Nodding City, eliciting a hint of disdain from the gatekeeper. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San in a Foreign World, Part 5. Old Jack quickly donned a conciliatory smile, saying, Young sir, we come from Holy Spirit Village. This child is one of the work-study students sent by our village this year. Might we inquire about the necessary procedures? The gatekeeper frowned. His tone dripping with sarcasm. Can a straw hut produce a golden phoenix? Does a small village truly have anyone with soul power? The academy hasn't had a work-study student in many years. Surely, you are not imposters? A flicker of anger flashed in Old Jack's eyes. Yet he swallowed his indignation and presented the proof issued by the caretaker, Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall. The gatekeeper accepted the document, scrutinizing it closely. Blue silvergrass. Innate full soul power. How laughable. This is a grand joke. I have served as a gatekeeper here for 4 years and have yet to hear of an applicant with innate full soul power. With a martial spirit like blue silvergrass, it cannot possibly be full soul power. I suspect this proof from the Spirit Hall is a forgery. Even Old Jack, with his typically placid demeanor, found his patience waning. You are deliberately making things difficult for us. Very well, wait here. I shall seek out the esteemed caretaker of the Spirit Branch. Xiao San, let us go. With that, Jack turned and led Tang San back toward the city. The proof from the Spirit Branch was undoubtedly genuine. The gatekeeper was aware of this. However, those who brought new students typically engaged in some form of politeness, especially when representing common folk. The saying the king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are troublesome encapsulates this principle. Old Jack, hailing from humble beginnings in the countryside, may have held the title of village chief, yet he remained oblivious to the intricacies of these matters. The doorman felt a twinge of unease. If the Spirit Hall were indeed to arrive, it was beyond his capacity to handle. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that the representatives from the Spirit Hall would never bother to confront mere country bumpkins like them at the academy. Frustrated, his words naturally turned sour. Holy Soul Village? More like Beggar's Village. What did you say? Old Jack abruptly turned around, for the doorman's words struck at his deepest pride. It was this very matter that had led to his fallout with Tang Hao, and now this doorman, a stranger from beyond the village, provoked his ire even further. He strode back, glaring fiercely at the doorman. The doorman, taken aback by Old Jack's imposing presence, instinctively took a step back, quickly scolding himself. After all, he was just an old man. What was there to fear? What? Are you dissatisfied? I said you come from Beggar's Village. Is that incorrect? Just look at this poor wretch. His clothes are all patched up. I suggest you find a place to beg. Our Nodding Academy is no charitable institution. Now be gone, be gone. As he spoke, the doorman raised his left hand, pushing towards Jack's chest to usher them away. At that moment, just as Old Jack's anger was surging, a slight figure suddenly appeared between them. The newcomer also raised an arm. Their delicate hand barely reached the doorman's, and with a forceful motion to the right, they effectively deflected the doorman's hand. Simultaneously, the small figure stepped forward, their foot precisely landing behind the doorman's left foot, while their right hand lifted to grasp and pull down the doorman's hand. The intention was to strike the crook of the opponent's elbow, rendering them powerless. However, given the stature of the assailant, they could only grasp the doorman's wrist. With remarkable speed, they leaned forward, pushing against the doorman's abdomen as they released his left hand. Despite the modest size of the foot that had appeared behind the doorman, it was sufficient to achieve the desired effect. With a forceful push to the abdomen and a stumble beneath him, the doorman fell to the ground with a thud. Little San. Old Jack stared in astonishment at the figure that had interposed before him. The one who had intervened was none other than Tang San. The technique he employed was not even one of Tang Sect's esteemed skills. Rather, it was the simplest maneuver from his original world. Pushing the window to gaze at the moon. Of course, given his stature, the execution had to be adapted. The intended strike to the opponent's elbow had transformed into a push against the abdomen, yet the outcome remained the same. Though Tang San was not particularly large, his strength was undeniably formidable. The months spent wielding the hammer had not been in vain. Even without employing the Xiantian skill, he effortlessly toppled the doorman. You little brat. You seek death. The doorman, humiliated at being knocked down by a child, scrambled to his feet, ready to charge at Tang San. Just then, a somewhat hoarse voice intervened, halting the doorman's advance. Initially taken aback, the doorman's fury swiftly transformed into obsequiousness, his change in demeanor astonishingly rapid as he bowed and greeted the newcomer, Master. You have returned. Tang San turned to look, only to see a man of medium build, slightly thin, who had somehow arrived beside them. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair styled in a 3/7 split. His features were quite ordinary, and he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a unique aura. His eyes, when they opened and closed, bore a hint of languor and despondency. The master merely cast a sidelong glance at the gatekeeper, disregarding him, and addressed old Jack. Good sir, may I have a look at the proof from the Spirit Hall? Old Jack, being a village head, was adept at reading expressions. From the gatekeeper's demeanor, he could discern that this middle-aged man held considerable status within the academy, especially with the title of master accompanying him. He hastily handed over the proof. The master examined the document before shifting his gaze to Tang San, scrutinizing him from head to toe. For some inexplicable reason, even though the master's gaze was not piercing, Tang San felt as though he was being seen through completely. The proof is indeed authentic. Good sir, I apologize on behalf of the Academy for the earlier incident. I shall take charge of this child. Chapter 5, The Master? The Mentor? Part 1, A Figure. At least a soul master was apologizing to him, greatly satisfying old Jack's vanity. He quickly waved his hands in protest, saying, No need for apologies, no need at all. We were also at fault. Master, then I entrust this child to you. Xiao San, follow the master inside, but be sure to obey him. Tang San nodded slightly, yet chose not to utter a word. Previously, when the esteemed master before him had intervened to halt the doorman's advance, his left hand had already risen, the safety of the hidden dart having been disengaged. Had the master's words been delayed by even a moment longer, it is conceivable that a short arrow would have found its mark in the doorman's throat. The general outline of the Tongmen Xiantian treasure record, Article 3, asserts that one must identify their adversary as an enemy, should they possess the means to bring about one's demise, one it not to show mercy. For leniency will only invite further troubles. In Tang San's perspective, initiating conflict with an elder like the steward, Jack, coupled with his acerbic nature, already paved the way for self-destruction. Simultaneously, he harbored absolute confidence that, including old Jack, no one would discern that the dart was loosed by him. Without evidence, who could accuse him of murder? The silent dart of the Tangmen travels with remarkable speed, leaving merely a fleeting shadow, and certainly, such a steward could not evade it. After Jack imparted a few more admonitions to Tang San, he took his leave. The master cast a cursory glance at the steward. This was the first and final warning. Should he err again, he would no longer be welcome. His voice, hoarse yet calm, bore an undeniable authority. The steward broke into a cold sweat, hastily responding and retreating to the side. The master then lowered his gaze to Tang San, a faint smile gracing his lips, though the rigidity of his facial muscles rendered the smile somewhat unflattering. He grasped Tang San's hand and said, Let us proceed inside. The master's hand was soft and dry, offering a comfortable grip that inadvertently instilled a sense of trust in Tang San. Under his guidance, Tang San finally entered the academy. Thank you, Master, Tang San expressed. Master? I am not a teacher of the academy, the master replied, looking down at Tang San with a mild demeanor. Not a teacher? Did you not just mention representing the academy? The master shook his head. Despite his usual impatience, he exhibited unusual forbearance today, forcing out another of his peculiar smiles. Who decrees that only a teacher of the academy may represent it? Tang San suddenly realized and said, I understand now. You must be the principal or a leader of the academy. The master chuckled and replied, You are quite clever for a 6-year-old child, but alas, you are mistaken. Tang San, filled with perplexity, inquired, Then who might you be? The master replied, I am merely a guest here, indulging in the offerings of this place. Like the others. You may refer to me as master. That is how everyone addresses me. I have even forgotten my own name. The certificate from the Spirit Hall states you are called Tang San, correct? Tang San, you must grasp the profound distinction between master and teacher. Do not confuse the two in the future. Unless, at this juncture, his words trailed off, his eyes shimmering with an intense fervor, unless you genuinely wish for me to be your teacher. Are you going to instruct me in cultivating my martial spirit? Tang San queried. The master halted, turning to face Tang San. Are you willing? Tang San naturally came to a halt, gazing up at the master before him. Observing closely from such a vantage point, he noted that the master possessed a rather large mouth and thick lips. He remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. The master, studying the bewildered gaze in Tang San's eyes, revealed a rigid smile once more. Indeed, you are a clever child, he remarked. The silence bore two significances. 1, a reluctance to refuse hastily, lest he offend the master. 2, an inquiry through action, questioning why he should pledge himself as the master's disciple. The master, resembling old Jack, raised a hand to touzle Tang San's hair, acknowledging his exceptional talent and intelligence. It appears I must be steadfast, he continued. After all, you are the third individual in a century to possess twin martial souls. Taken aback by the master's words, Tang San's expression shifted, and his left wrist subtly lifted, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The master, composed and smiling, observed him. Are you curious as to how I discerned your twin martial souls? As he spoke, he shook the certificate old Jack had given him. It is precisely because of this document. While others may overlook its flaws, if I were to miss them as well, I would be unworthy of the title master. I once investigated 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass martial soul, of which only 16 possessed soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Moreover, none of these 16 had soul power exceeding rank 1. Yet you, on the other hand, possess innate full soul power at rank 10. According to my research on the 10 core competencies of martial souls, the magnitude of innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial soul. Clearly, blue-silver grass cannot suffice. Thus, I am certain that you possess another martial soul, one that is extraordinarily powerful. Tang San's gaze gradually settled into tranquility as he countered, Every rule has its exceptions. Why can I not be one such exception? The master nodded earnestly, replying, Indeed, exceptions do exist, yet your martial soul is blue-silver grass. Thus you are evidently not that exception. In the past century, while the dual martial souls in the Heaven-Do Empire and the Douluo Empire have appeared only twice, there have been 19 individuals endowed with innate full soul power. I have meticulously studied each of their martial souls, and each one possesses formidable strength. The youngest among them has already attained the rank of Great Soul Master. Of the 14 who inherited powerful martial souls through familial lineage, 5 stand as exceptions. Their origins may not be noble, yet they too possess innate full soul power. This anomaly arises from the existence of mutated martial souls. Based on my extensive research over the years concerning mutated martial souls, I can assert with certainty that no martial soul has ever exhibited a mutation akin to that of the blue-silver grass. Moreover, your blue-silver grass is of the ordinary variety, hence I am entirely confident in the accuracy of my assessment. What is a mutated martial soul? Tang San inquired. The master patiently elucidated, to understand this, we must first discuss the inheritance of martial souls. A person's martial soul is intrinsically linked to those of their parents, typically. One inherits the martial soul of either the father or the mother. This represents the conventional familial transmission of martial souls. However, certain anomalies arise, termed mutated martial souls. These also derive from the parents' martial souls, but due to a particular variance between the martial souls of the father and mother, the inheritor's martial soul manifests a mutation, resulting in the emergence of a new martial soul. Mutated martial souls can exhibit considerable strength, even possessing innate full soul power. Yet, The majority of mutated martial souls tend to be diminutive in power. These mutated martial souls are akin to the offspring of consanguineous unions. The likelihood of producing a dullard is substantial, yet there exists the potential for the emergence of an intellect far surpassing that of the ordinary. Tang San nodded slightly. Suddenly, he took a step back, creating distance between himself and the master. Then, he knelt on both knees, respectfully bowing his head 3 times. This time, it was the master who was taken aback. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Master," Tang San replied with utmost reverence, "please accept me as your disciple." The master smiled, a look of satisfaction gracing his face, as he bent down to lift Tang San up. "Silly boy, why must you bow in such a manner to pay your respects? Do you not know that this is a gesture reserved for kings and parents? A simple bow will suffice." The customs of the Douluo continent were evidently different from those of Tang San's previous life, yet he did not perceive his gesture of respect as excessive. He solemnly declared, "Once a teacher, always a father. You deserve my reverence." The Tang Sect's teachings on etiquette are exceedingly stringent, having been raised under such education. The principles have long been indelibly etched in Tang San's heart. The master gazed at Tang San with profound emotion, uttering, "Once a teacher, always a father. Indeed, it appears I have made no erroneous choice." The adage from the minute one perceives the grand rings true. Details determine success or failure. Though the time spent between the master and disciple has been brief, the master has already formed a considerable understanding of this young boy. "Come, I shall escort you to the academic affairs office." Once more, the master grasped Tang San's hand, his originally dry palm now slightly dampened with excitement. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy does not appear as vast as it truly is, being primarily divided into several areas: the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building located to the east of the playground. Despite being merely a junior academy, the standards for students here are remarkably rigorous. Even those residing nearby must reside on campus to receive uniform management. The Academic Affairs Office is situated on the ground floor of the main teaching building, where a teacher who seems to be in his 60s, along with 2 younger instructors under 30, assist him. The master placed the documentation upon the table and addressed the elder teacher, "Director Su, this is the work-study student sent from Holy Soul Village this year. I kindly ask you to assist him with his registration." Director Su beamed with a smile, replying, "Master, what an unexpected visit. Please, have a seat." The master shook his head and instructed Tang San, "You shall register yourself here. These teachers will guide you through the process. I must take my leave, but I shall seek you out later." Tang San nodded respectfully and said, "Goodbye, master." The master smiled gently, patted his head, and turned to leave. Upon hearing Tang San's address to the master, Director Su seemed intrigued, saying, "Young man, do you refer to the master as your teacher?" "He is not one of our academy's instructors," Tang San remarked, "but he is my master." Director Su was taken aback. "You have taken that great master as your teacher?" His expression was somewhat peculiar, a blend of amusement that he struggled to suppress. Tang San inquired, "Is there anything amiss, teacher?" Director Su shook his head repeatedly, smiling as he replied, "No, not at all. I never anticipated that a master would also take on a disciple. However, you remain a student of this institution and must continue to adhere to the rules and regulations of the academy. Do you understand?" Tang San nodded slightly. The 2 young teachers beside Director Su, however, did not possess his poise. One of them took a glance at the certification from the Spirit Hall and remarked with a smile, "So you are Tang San. As a teacher of this academy, I must caution you. A master is not someone to be chosen lightly. Any soul master, regardless of whether they have graduated from this institution, may only acknowledge one master. Otherwise, they shall be scorned by society. Do you truly believe that the Grand Master is a suitable choice for you? But you do possess innate full spirit power. What a pity that your martial spirit is merely the blue silver grass." Upon reading the words denoting innate full spirit power on the certificate, the teachers present displayed expressions of astonishment, yet the mention of blue silver grass transformed their surprise into regret. Tang San gazed curiously at the 3 instructors before him, pondering what could be amiss. Director Su cast a sharp glance at the young teacher beside him and remarked, "Although the master possesses an eccentric personality, from a certain perspective, he is indeed invincible in matters of martial souls. After all, your martial soul is also the blue silver grass. There is no harm in taking him as your mentor." "Well, that settles it. Here is your belonging, provided by the academy at no charge. You will reside in room 7 of the dormitory building. The responsible teacher there will arrange your duties as a work-study student. Off you go." "Thank you, sir." accepting the items handed to him by Director Su. Tang San bowed and exited the academic office. What he received was a standard uniform of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, crafted from pristine white material. As he stepped out of the office, he faintly caught the voice of the young teacher who had spoken earlier. Chapter 5. The Master? The Mentor? 3. The Master is indeed invincible, albeit in theory. Of course, those theories must be realized to hold any weight. Director. I recall the Master's notion of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. That is simply preposterous. Enough. The Master is a friend of the principal. We must not speak ill of him. While no one has validated his theories, neither has anyone disproven them. In the realm of martial souls, the Master is a figure of significant renown. That is rather misleading, Director. He is more akin to a notorious jester. To most, he is merely a figure of mockery. Hearing the conversation within, Tang San's footsteps hesitated for but a moment before he continued onward. A hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, not directed at his newly acknowledged mentor, but at the 3 educators in the academic office. Could one truly be deemed a joke for discerning the existence of dual martial souls from a mere slip of paper, and for asserting the strength of the other? Theoretical invincibility? What Tang San required most at this moment was indeed theory. The Master's strength cannot be imparted to his disciples. What he offers is knowledge. It is a pity that these individuals fail to grasp even this fundamental truth, despite their positions as educators. The dormitory building stood singularly, easily identifiable, housing both students and faculty of the academy. As old Jack had said, the number of individuals capable of becoming soul masters is exceedingly rare, especially in a remote city like Nodding. The total populace of students and teachers at the academy was modest, making a single dormitory building quite sufficient. The student dormitories comprised only 7 rooms, as the academy's attendees were relatively young. To facilitate better management, students of each grade were housed collectively in a large dormitory. Each grade at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy consisted of approximately 40 students. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory accommodated the 7 student dormitories, each overseen by a responsible teacher. Room 7 stood out among the 7 dormitories. It was distinctly unique and the most inadequate, designated specifically for work-study students. After all, the academy is not a charitable institution. Although the tuition fees for work-study students have been waived, their treatment cannot possibly be on par with that of regular students. The 7th dormitory is also the only one that accommodates a diverse age group, where students from all grades reside together. As Tang San approached the entrance of the 7th dormitory, he was met with a cacophony of noise emanating from within. The door stood ajar, and he peered inside. The expansive room spanned nearly 300 square meters, furnished with a total of 50 beds. However, only 11 of them were equipped with bedding. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, was creating a lively uproar. Tang San rapped gently on the door, and the children engaged in conversation immediately turned their gazes toward him. Among them, an older boy, glancing at Tang San's patched attire, approached him. This boy towered over Tang San by nearly 2 heads and had a notably robust physique for his age. Standing before Tang San, he looked down at him with a condescending air and inquired, "Are you the new work-study student?" A faint smile of goodwill appeared on Tang San's face. "Greetings. I am a work-study student from Holy Soul Village. My name is Wang Xing, and my martial soul is the Battle Tiger. I aspire to be a future Battle Soul Master, and I am also the leader here. Young man, what is your name and what is your martial soul?" "My name is Tang San, and my martial soul is the Blue Silvergrass." "Blue Silvergrass? Since when can the Blue Silvergrass martial soul be cultivated?" Wang Xing feigned an expression of utter astonishment, prompting the children in the dormitory to burst into laughter, their gazes towards Tang San akin to that of looking at a fool. Tang San still wore a smile. "Could you please make way?" he asked. Wang Xing disregarded Tang San's words and retorted, "Listen here. I'm the boss around here, and you will heed my commands from now on. Do you understand?" The smile on Tang San's face gradually faded. "I am Tang San, not Xiao Sanzi." While the elders affectionately refer to him as Xiao San, he does not take offense. Such endearing titles bear no malice. However, this so-called leader before him clearly intends to assert his dominance. Wang Xing raised his hand and pushed Tang San on the shoulder, causing him to stumble back a few steps. "I shall call you Xiao Sanzi. So what? Are you dissatisfied?" Tang San smiled gently, shaking his head lightly as he placed his school uniform on a nearby bed. While Wang Xing was puzzled by his actions, he suddenly noticed that Tang San had vanished before him. The other students clearly witnessed Tang San's remarkable speed as he took a single step and appeared behind Wang Sheng. Without turning back, he bent his right arm and struck Wang Xing's waist with an elbow, simultaneously positioning his right foot directly in front of Wang Xing's right foot. Before Wang Sheng could even react, he was already propelled out of the dormitory door, staggering as he stumbled forward. Fortunately, his lower body strength was commendable, preventing him from falling flat, lest he face an embarrassing situation. "You little brat, how dare you hit me?" Wang Xing fumed, turning around and charging at Tang San like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Tang San merely wished for a future at the academy devoid of excessive troubles, hoping that his normal life would remain undisturbed. Thus, he was resolutely convinced that it was imperative to teach this big shot before him a lesson. This was the essence of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. As Wang Sheng lunged at him, throwing a punch towards his chest, Tang San did not retreat but advanced, stepping forward to intercept Wang Sheng. His foot landed precisely in front of Wang Sheng, while his left hand guided and his right hand swept. This executed a simple yet effective maneuver. Wang Sheng felt as though his right fist was being directed by an unseen force, causing it to veer off course. Simultaneously, an immense power surged from Tang San's right hand, and he found himself tripped, sending his body hurtling once more. This time, maintaining his balance proved to be far more challenging. Tang San's seemingly simple movements had employed the Tang Sect's ultimate technique, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, leveraging Wang Sheng's own strength in conjunction with his own. With a thud, Wang Sheng collapsed onto a bed. Chapter 5, Master? Mentor? Part 4. If the first incident could be deemed a mere coincidence, then the subsequent two throws of Wang Sheng were evidently no simple feat. The gazes of the other children towards Tang San began to shift noticeably. A low, guttural roar, one that should not have emanated from a child, emerged from Wang Sheng's throat. Dimly, a faint yellow aura began to emanate from his body, and as he landed on the bed, he sprang back up, his speed and strength markedly superior to before. His martial spirit. He had summoned the power of his martial spirit. This thought flashed through Tang San's mind in an instant. But what of the martial spirit? As Wang Xing's hands reached for his shoulders, Tang San likewise raised his own hands, forming claws that met Wang Xing's grip. With his toes pointed inward and knees slightly bent, he adopted a standard horse stance. When their four hands met, if the previous encounter had been a matter of technique, this moment had transformed into a contest of raw strength. Their hands, though differing in size, were now locked together. Wang Xing was evidently infuriated by Tang San, his face contorting into a snarl. At this point, he had unleashed the power of his martial spirit, the battle tiger. Although he knew he could not genuinely harm Tang San, he was determined to use his strength to subdue this impudent boy who had embarrassed him. With the force of his tiger claws, Wang Xing was fully convinced that, given his rank among the top 5 in strength among the students, overpowering this boy should be a trivial task. But was it truly so? Although Tang San was slender, he was capable of wielding a forging hammer nearly 1,000 times each day, which attested to his extraordinary strength. At the moment when Wang Xing exerted his force, he distinctly felt that the pair of hands, which were evidently a few sizes smaller than his own, were as unyielding as steel. In an instant, Tang San achieved an overwhelming victory in terms of power, with both thumbs pressing firmly. Wang Xing felt a tingling sensation in his palms as his soul power was completely suppressed by his opponent. Following this, Tang San leaped backward, taking Wang Sheng along with him. As Wang Sheng was already descending from the air, Tang San's sudden retreat caused him to lose his balance. He watched in dismay as Tang San's knee loomed larger before him, and he could not help but exclaim in alarm. Tang San's knee was directed towards Wang Xing's nose. Wang Sheng realized that even without considering Tang San's inherent strength, the sheer weight of his own body crashing down would likely spell disaster for his nasal bone. In that fleeting moment, a tinge of regret washed over him. Just as he was poised to deliver a debilitating blow to his opponent, Tang San suddenly relinquished his grip. Possessing the upper hand in power, he effortlessly retreated, while his bent right knee transformed into a striking motion, the instep of his foot colliding forcefully with Wang Sheng's chest. This was a swift kick, its force not derived from an extensive range of motion, yet the instantaneous explosion of power was undeniably formidable. Even though Tang San converted much of the kicking force into ascending motion, its impact remained significant. Observing from the dormitory, the fellow students watched in disbelief as Wang Sheng's body uncontrollably executed a complex backflip in midair, culminating in a thunderous thud as he fell to the ground, sprawled in defeat. Although the Tang Sect is renowned for its expertise in hidden weapons, It possesses formidable grappling techniques that are often overshadowed by the brilliance of its stealthy armaments. The art of controlling the crane and seizing the dragon is not merely a method of exerting force. It is also an exceedingly domineering grappling technique, employing ruthlessly effective methods to manipulate bones and tendons. Naturally, Tang San would refrain from utilizing such methods under these circumstances. On this occasion, Wang Sheng suffered a significant fall, struggling for quite some time before managing to rise from the ground. The expression in his eyes as he gazed at Tang San had transformed into a blend of astonishment and fury. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old child, and in the face of someone more powerful, fear inevitably outweighs impulsiveness. Tang San picked up his school uniform. "Might you step aside now?" As he approached, Wang Sheng instinctively cleared the path. Tang San found a bed not far from the door and placed his uniform upon it. "Oh no, Tang San. Were you just employing a soul skill?" Wang Sheng inquired cautiously. Soul skill? This term was not new to Tang San, but what exactly was a soul skill? Wang Sheng scratched his head and explained, "It refers to techniques utilized through one's martial soul. However, is your martial soul truly the blue silvergrass?" Raising his right hand, a faint azure light emanated from his palm, demonstrating to the dormitory students that he was indeed truthful. Upon hearing the term soul skill, the other students, although intimidated by Tang San's prowess, gathered around. "Is that really a soul skill? How impressive. Even brother Wang Xing is no match for him." Tang San shook his head, clarifying that it was not a soul skill, but merely a technique of combat. "Do we not have any betting here?" A fellow student, only slightly older than Tang San, cast a downcast gaze. "We are merely work-study students. Our tuition has already been waived, so how could we possibly have betting? We all brought what little we have from home. If you wish, you may use mine for the time being." Tang San waved his hand and replied, "No need. Thank you. I will find a way myself." Wang Sheng approached Tang San and inquired, "Why did you show leniency just now?" Having spent 5 years at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, if he could not discern that Tang San's intention in changing his knee strike was to prevent serious injury, then all his learning would have been in vain. Tang San replied calmly, "We are classmates, not adversaries." A complex glimmer passed through Wang Sheng's eyes. "I apologize for my earlier behavior. Every work-study student who arrives here must confront these challenges. We work-study students are often looked down upon by other scholars. Hence, we must unite. I merely hope that you, as a newcomer, can join us in solidarity." Tang San smiled faintly and said, "So, you intend to give me a show of strength?" Wang Xing's face flushed, revealing a hint of endearing sincerity. "In fact, it was you who demonstrated your prowess to me. Nevertheless, you are truly remarkable. You must have only just turned 6, haven't you?" Tang San nodded slightly. Chapter 6. My name is Xiao Wu. The Dance of Dance, Part 1. Wang Sheng pulled aside a student in front of the bed without hesitation and sat down beside Tang San. "Tang San, you have defeated me. From now on, you shall be the leader of our 7th dormitory." Tang San hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I have come to learn." Wang Sheng, with a serious expression, replied, "This is the rule. The one with the strongest fist is the leader. Do you think being a leader is an easy task? I am not being modest with you." As he spoke, he rolled up the sleeves of his uniform. Tang San was taken aback to discover that his arms bore no fewer than 7 or 8 dark purple bruises. Wang Sheng chuckled bitterly, explaining, "I acquired these just yesterday upon arriving at the academy. We, the working students, come from impoverished backgrounds, and the other dormitory members often bully those of us from Dorm 7. As the leader of this dormitory, I must stand up for my brothers. I would gladly transfer this responsibility to you." The other students nodded in agreement, casting hopeful glances at Tang San. A sense of justice is fundamental to a hero, naturally. It encompasses the protection of the weak. The education he received in this regard at Tang Sect was indeed countless. Upon hearing this, he ceased to decline, stating, "Very well. I will not stand by and watch my dorm mates be bullied." Just then, a melodious voice rang out from outside. "Is this Dorm 7? Everyone turned their gaze toward the door, their eyes widening in astonishment. A lively young girl stood at the entrance, appearing to be around Tang San's age and nearly the same height. Her charming face was a delicate pink, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Although her attire was quite simple, it was impeccably neat. Her long black hair was styled into a braid that cascaded down her back. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated curiosity. In her hands, she held a brand new school uniform. The boys in the dormitory, taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a beautiful girl, found themselves momentarily speechless. Tang San could not help but whisper to Wang Xing. Is it permissible for both genders to reside here? Wang Xing nodded, lowering his voice in response. We are all still children. The school does not segregate dormitories by gender. It is said that distinctions will only be made at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. How peculiar. Last year there were no work-study students, yet this year we have two. Come on, show her who's boss. Perhaps that is unnecessary, Tang San replied, surprised to find himself, having just become the so-called leader of Dormitory 7. Confronted with such a dilemma, he simply could not bring himself to intimidate a girl. The girl at the door blinked her large eyes. Noting the lack of attention from those inside, she glanced up at the plaque indicating Dormitory 7 and then beamed a sweet smile. Hello, I am Xiao Wu, the one who dances. Wang Xing jabbed Tang San in the back, signaling him to adhere to the dormitory rules. In a moment of helplessness, Tang San rose to his feet and approached the girl. Hello, my name is Tang San. The title of leader felt somewhat difficult for him to utter. So with a sudden spark of inspiration, he said, you can simply call me the dorm head. May I ask, what is your martial soul? Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes and replied with a smile. My martial soul is a rabbit, a charming little white rabbit. And you? When she smiled, two adorable dimples appeared on her cheeks, rendering her utterly enchanting. Tang San remarked, then, does that not mean you are perfectly suited to counter me? My martial soul is but nourishment for your own, blue silver grass. Having never engaged in conversation with a girl before, and having previously been consumed by the art of hidden weapons during his time at Tang Sect, he now found himself feeling somewhat anxious. Xiao Wu chuckled softly and replied, you are quite amusing. Are you not going to let me in? She continued, you see, we have a rule in room 7. New work-study students must showcase the prowess of their martial souls. Therefore, I wish to spar with you. Tang San silently reassured himself that sparring was not an act of bullying, as long as he remained cautious and did not harm her. He could consider it a preservation of the dormitory's tradition. Xiao Wu regarded Tang San with a peculiar expression. Are you certain? Tang San nodded affirmatively. Xiao Wu set her school uniform aside, her face reflecting a hint of excitement. All right, let's go. Before Tang San could fully comprehend the situation, her right leg bent at the knee, and her toes shot out in a swift kick aimed directly at his chin. Although the force seemed minimal, the speed was astonishing. Catching Tang San off guard, he swiftly sidestepped to the left, evading the incoming strike, while his right hand instinctively reached for Xiao Wu's ankle. He stepped forward with his right foot and leaned his shoulder against her chest, executing a precise Iron Mountain lean. Under normal circumstances, if Xiao Wu, balancing on one leg, were to be met with such a maneuver from Tang San, she would undoubtedly tumble to the ground. However, Tang San was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. He had already resolved that the moment Xiao Wu lost her balance, his speed would allow him to catch her in time, and he exerted minimal force in his approach. As long as they considered it a spar, it would suffice. The other students were intently observing the exchange between Tang San and Xiao Wu, with Wang Sheng watching Tang San's movements, his eyes alight with fascination as he diligently memorized the techniques. He noted that while Tang San's actions were deceptively simple, they were remarkably effective. Yet, events were about to unfold in a manner that deviated from Tang San's anticipated script. As Tang San's right hand grasped Xiao Wu's ankle, he suddenly felt a slip, and his assured capture unexpectedly faltered. In the ensuing moment, Xiao Wu's leg, having missed its target, effortlessly swung across, resting upon his shoulder. In response to Tang San's approaching right shoulder, she gently blocked with both hands, leveraging her right foot against his shoulder, while raising her other leg to ascend to his opposite shoulder. At this juncture, the scene appeared quite peculiar, as Xiao Wu's legs entwined around Tang San's neck. Utilizing the forward momentum from his shoulder, she leaned backward, her palms firmly planted on the ground, and her supple legs, akin to springs, ensnared Tang San's neck, propelling him backward. Fortunately, due to Xiao Wu's youth and her choice of trousers at that moment, the situation was far less precarious than it might have been had she been wearing a skirt. Tang San had never encountered a girl in such close quarters before. As Xiao Wu's leg entwined around his neck, he could have reacted in various ways. However, as her leg ascended, the hem of her pants naturally slipped down a bit, exposing her slender calf against his neck. The delicate texture of her fair skin elicited an unexpected surge of emotion within him, causing his reflexes to falter momentarily. When Xiao Wu propped herself on the ground and exerted force with both legs, it was too late for Tang San to withstand the impact. After all, the human neck is inherently fragile, and he was but a child. Realizing the potential peril of resisting with sheer strength, he had no choice but to allow Xiao Wu to send him tumbling to the ground. Tang San discovered that Xiao Wu's method of exerting force through her legs while supporting herself with her hands allowed her to unleash her full strength most effectively. Surprisingly, it bore some resemblance to the technique his father had taught him, which involved generating power from the calves in a swinging motion. Though he fell backward onto the ground, Xiao Wu's strength was not overwhelming, and with the protection of his Shintian skill, he was naturally unscathed. After throwing Tang San off, Xiao Wu gracefully stood up, turning around to look at him with a playful smile. As Tang San rolled over and got back on his feet, he was not like Wang Xing. Losing was losing, and carelessness was not an excuse. He understood that Xiao Wu had shown mercy when she flung him away. Otherwise, the way her legs had wrapped around his neck would have been more than just a simple throw. This technique was something Tang San had never encountered before, as it seemed absent from the martial arts of his original world. However, he recognized the inherent danger of such a maneuver. Had his reflexes been quicker, attacking Xiao Wu at such close proximity would not have been a difficult task. I lost. Could you please tell me what technique you just used? Tang San asked, his face slightly flushed. He thought to himself that he might be the person who had held the position of dormitory leader for the shortest duration. Xiao Wu replied with a smile, I call this technique soft skill. It harnesses the flexibility and resilience of the body to execute the technique. At that moment, the onlooking dormitory students were left utterly astonished, especially Wang Sheng, having already been astounded by Tang San's earlier victory over him. Witnessing Tang San being decisively defeated by this beautiful girl left him wide-eyed. He thought to himself, how is it that all the work-study students this year are so formidable? Tang San had no particular aspirations regarding the position of the dormitory leader. He stated, according to the rules of the dormitory, if you defeat me, you shall become the dormitory leader, which means you will be the leader of our group. A glimmer of surprise illuminated Xiao Wu's eyes. Her astonishment was fleeting, replaced by a profound delight. Leader? That sounds intriguing. Very well, I shall be your leader from this moment forth. It seemed that this arrangement was rather pleasing. Xiao Wu chose a bed beside Tang San, carefully setting her luggage and school uniform down together. Could someone please enlighten me about the circumstances of our academy? Xiao Wu inquired, gazing at the silent assembly before her. At that moment, the other students gradually emerged from their state of shock. Xiao Wu's earlier display of strength, when she had deftly thrown Tang San, had instilled a sense of trepidation within them. It was Wang Sheng who stepped forward to provide an explanation. We, the work-study students, are primarily responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the academy. Specific tasks are assigned by the teachers in charge of us. The academy comprises 6 grades, each with a single class. Since you and Tang San are newcomers, you must be first-year students. The rest of us are at least in our 3rd year, and I am advancing to the 6th this year. Classes are held every morning, with self-cultivation in the afternoons. Typically, there are 2 classes in the morning, one focused on cultural knowledge and the other on martial souls. Most of us work in the afternoons to earn some income for our meals. Wang Xing briefly introduced the other students. Among the work-study students, he possessed the most exceptional innate martial soul, being not only a beast martial soul but also the king among beasts, with his soul power already at the 9th level. Upon reaching the next level, he would be eligible to participate in soul beast hunts upon graduation, thereby obtaining soul rings to enhance his title. After listening to Wang Xing, Xiao Wu cast a glance at Tang San and asked, Tang San, what level is your soul power? I sensed a remarkable strength from you earlier. Tang San did not conceal his abilities, for his ostensibly feeble martial soul, the blue silver grass, belied the fact that he possessed innate full soul power, rendering him considerably powerful. Innate full soul power? The students gasped in astonishment. Wang Xing felt a sense of equilibrium within himself. It was only natural that Tang San, with a stronger soul power, would triumph over him. In a context where none possessed soul rings, soul power played a decisive role, illuminating the reason behind Tang San's superior strength. Wang Sheng, filled with confidence, mused that his own martial soul was a battle tiger. And once he too obtained a soul ring and ascended to the rank of soul master, Tang San's blue silver grass would undoubtedly falter against his formidable battle tiger. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu blinked her eyes and murmured something softly. At that moment, a teacher in his 30s entered from outside, inquiring, Are there any new work-study students? Please step forward. Tang San and Xiao Wu rose simultaneously from their respective beds. The teacher, possessing an unremarkable appearance with green hair, cradled a blanket in his arms. Which one is Tang San? Tang San quickly stepped forward. The teacher said, I am Mo Hin. You may call me Teacher Mo Tang San. This is the bedding that the master has prepared for you. Tang San accepted the bedding, Although the blanket was not extravagant, a refreshing scent wafted towards him, revealing that it was entirely new. There was also a pillow included. The master had evidently considered everything for him. Chapter 6. My name is Xiaowu. The Dance of the Dance, Part 3. Mo Hin remarked, Tang San, you and Xiaowu are first-year work-study students. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for the cleaning of the garden on the southern side of the playground. You will earn 10 copper soul coins each day. Remember, the cleaning must be done daily, and particularly, all debris must be thoroughly cleared. Failure to do so will result in a deduction from your wages. Should there be any signs of negligence, the Academy reserves the right to expel you. Do you understand clearly? Tang San and Xiaowu nodded in unison, indicating their understanding. Mo Hin remarked, tomorrow marks the commencement ceremony. Classes will officially begin the day after, with the first-year students attending class in room 1 on the ground floor of the teaching building. You need only to attend punctually from the day after. From that point onward, you shall proceed with your regular duties. I will conduct intermittent inspections. Now, you may take your rest. Wang Sheng, as the eldest here, please convey the rules to them. Clutching the bedding in his arms, Tang San felt a warmth envelop his heart, and the somewhat rigid visage of Master surfaced in his mind. Bedding? This appeared to pose a dilemma. Xiaowu stared blankly at the bedding in Tang San's grasp, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. The work-study students, hailing from humble backgrounds, were often more considerate than the offspring of nobility. A few astute students promptly suggested, Boss, you may use my mattress. I can manage with half a quilt. Another chimed in, Boss, take my quilt. I can make do with a mattress. Xiaowu observed the shabby bedding of these work-study students. While it could not be deemed excessively filthy, it was mostly tattered. She frowned and said, Please refrain from calling me boss all the time. It makes me feel old. Wang Xing responded, That is how it must be. It's the rule. Xiaowu countered, If I am indeed the boss, then my words should constitute the rules. From now on, you may refer to me as Sister Xiaowu. As she spoke, her gaze finally settled on the bedding in Tang San's hands. Tang San, shall we discuss this matter? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xiaowu was likely interested in the bedding he held. He was not a miserly individual, yet this bedding had just been gifted to him by his master, and he felt a twinge of reluctance to part with it. However, Xiaowu was a girl. What should they discuss? Xiaowu suggested, Your bedding seems quite ample. It wouldn't be a problem for 2 people to share. Let us push the beds together, and then we can both use it. Share it together? Tang San gazed at Xiaowu. His mind was not that of a mere 6-year-old child. Despite their young age, the notion of sleeping together felt inappropriate. Boys and girls should maintain a certain distance, shouldn't they? Xiaowu huffed and replied, What is wrong with that? I'm not bothered. Why are you afraid? Do you think I would take advantage of you? It was often said that girls mature faster than boys, yet the girl before him was still merely 6 years old. Tang San was rendered speechless, while the other students observed them with a mix of envy and amusement, most wearing smiles yet remaining silent. Hurry up and bring the bed over. Aren't you quite strong? Xiaowu urged with a hint of impatience. Tang San instinctively pushed his bed next to Xiaowu's. Xiaowu took the bedding from his hands and laid it on the bed. This bedding was designed for adults and was indeed quite large. Although it couldn't entirely cover both beds, it could adequately cover more than 70% of them. Xiaowu placed her bundle at the seam where the 2 beds met, and said, You should place your bundle here as well. This will mark our boundary. If you cross it, don't blame me for being impolite. Watching Xiaowu establish the boundary, Tang San felt a sense of relief and quickly nodded, placing his bundle beside hers. Only then did Xiaowu spread the quilt over them, thus forming a simple double bed, albeit with a clear dividing line. Wang Sheng remarked, It's time for lunch. Xiaowu, Tang San, let us go together. Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiaowu immediately jumped up with excitement and asked, What delicious food will we have? Wang Xing and the other work-study students exchanged glances and smiled wryly, responding, What good food can we work-study students expect? We'll just grab some cheap meals at the cafeteria to make do. Tang San shook his head and said, You may go, but I shall remain behind. My family is in dire straits. Even Tang Hao has spent all his money on wine. To stave off hunger, I have prepared some coarse cakes of my own making. They suffice for sustenance. Once I begin work the day after tomorrow, I shall earn a wage. Observing the patches on Tang San's attire, Wang Xing faintly grasped his meaning and did not press further. Sister Xiaowu, let us depart, he suggested. Xiaowu's earlier excitement suddenly faltered. Does eating require spending money? Is it that soul coin thing? If it were not for her considerable strength, Wang Sheng might have lost his temper. Was it necessary to ask if one needed to pay for a meal? Who would offer a free lunch? Nevertheless, he discerned that this newly appointed leader, like Tang San, was likely short on funds as well. Wang Xing declared with a flourish, "Fear not. Allow me to cover your meal expenses for the next couple of days. Tang San. From now on, we shall be dormitory companions. Let us go together. At worst, you can treat me when you have the means." Tang San hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately acquiesced. He had always been somewhat indifferent to monetary matters, and Wang Sheng's straightforwardness resonated well with him. Xiao Wu, too, immediately brightened with delight, casting flirtatious glances towards Wang Sheng. However, recalling her formidable skills, Wang Sheng kept his distance from her. After all, when she had previously thrown Tang San, she had done so with a smile. One could never predict when she might become exuberant and decide to demonstrate her prowess once more. Accompanied by Tang San and Xiao Wu, a group of 11 departed from the dormitory and, under Wang Xing's guidance, made their way to the dining hall. The dining hall was situated within the academic building, necessitating a traverse across the entire playground. At this juncture, the playground had come alive with activity, as numerous students clad in the academy's uniforms were visibly heading towards the building, evidently in pursuit of their meal. The cafeteria of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite spacious, capable of accommodating over 300 individuals, including 6 classes and their instructors. At present, a long queue had formed at the cafeteria's serving window. The establishment was divided into 2 levels, with the first floor alone boasting 300 seats. Chapter 6. I am Xiao Wu, the dancer, Part 4. Isn't that Wang Sheng and his band of misers? As soon as they entered the cafeteria, a discordant voice echoed through the air. Upon hearing the voice of Tang San, they turned to observe a group of senior students stationed on the staircase between the first and second floors, gazing down at them with an air of superiority. The speaker, a seemingly handsome boy of approximately 11 or 12, exhibited a profound disdain in his eyes as he pointed a finger at Wang Sheng, declaring that a pauper would forever remain incapable of dining on the second floor. On their way to the cafeteria, Wang Xing had already informed Xiao Wu about the established rules regarding the senior students' authority over the work-study students, to which she had readily acquiesced. However, upon witnessing the provocation, her temper flared, and she thought to herself, what is so remarkable about the second floor? A work-study student beside Xiao Wu leaned in to whisper. The second floor is an exclusive area for ordering meals. The prices are exorbitant. We indeed cannot afford it. Xiao Wu, whose stature was similar to that of Tang San, had previously been obscured behind Wang Xing. Now, stepping forward, she caught the attention of the students on the staircase. The boy who had spoken was suddenly captivated, exclaiming, "What a beautiful little girl, but alas, she is just a work-study student." Wang Sheng, with a hint of annoyance, stated, "I am going to eat now. Consider yourself fortunate this time." With that, the group ascended the staircase towards the second floor. Xiao Wu, eager to pursue them, was abruptly restrained by Tang San, who advised, "Let it be. We are here to dine." Xiao Wu cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, questioning, "Are you really that afraid of confrontation?" Tang San did not offer any explanation and simply proceeded to the end of the queue to wait for his turn to purchase food. The regulations of the Tang Sect state that disciples must not easily provoke disputes. However, should they be faced with aggression, they are permitted to retaliate with great ferocity. From the perspective of an adult, the students within this academy, regardless of their personalities, are merely a collection of children. Tang San, as a time traveler with a mature mindset, finds no interest in competing with a child barely past the age of 10. Nevertheless, the character displayed by Xiao Wu only deepens Wang Sheng's admiration. At that moment, Tang San spotted a familiar figure and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Teacher, have you come to dine as well?" It was none other than the master. He nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Have all the items been tidied up?" Tang San respectfully nodded and said, "Thank you for the bedding, teacher." The master gently patted his shoulder and replied, "Come with me to the second floor for a meal. Afterwards, I shall show you around my place." Tang San shook his head and replied, "No, teacher, I would prefer to dine with my roommates." He had never desired to be a solitary figure. The master did not insist further. He nodded and said, "Very well, your choice is wise. Go ahead. Wait for me at the cafeteria entrance after your meal." With that, he ascended to the second floor. For some reason, Tang San felt a certain resemblance between the master and his father, though his father's words were few and far between. While the master's were more abundant, they both exuded a unique aura. This was particularly evident in the master, whose demeanor could evoke a sense of solemnity even in moments of laughter. Wang Sheng approached Tang San and inquired, "Do you know the master?" Tang San nodded and said, "He is my teacher." Wang Sheng, appearing somewhat incredulous, remarked, "Really? You have taken him as your master? His abilities are rather unimpressive. In our academy, he is merely a visiting figure. It is said that he remains here due to his good rapport with the dean. To put it bluntly, he is someone living off the academy's resources. Rumor has it that despite nearing 50, he has yet to transcend the realm of a great soul master. With a martial soul only at the 29th level, it seems unlikely that he will ever achieve a breakthrough in his lifetime." Tang San raised his head, gazing sternly at Wang Sheng. "If you wish to refrain from further sparring with me, kindly refrain from presuming to critique my master. This is the first, and I hope the last time. I appreciate your kindness, but I believe I need not trouble you to treat me." With that, he turned and walked towards the exit of the dining hall. Wang Sheng was taken aback by Tang San's intense reaction, momentarily left speechless. Xiaowu and the other students nearby were equally puzzled by his response. To Tang San, the phrase "once a teacher, always a father" was not merely a saying. Having taken the master as his mentor, he felt a profound sense of respect for him. Had it been someone else making such an audacious remark about his master, he might have resorted to violence without hesitation. Wang Sheng muttered in annoyance, "How perplexing. This kid must be unhinged." As Xiaowu observed Tang San's retreating figure, she noted that despite his tattered clothing, his slight frame seemed to radiate an unexpected sense of stature. After consuming some dry rations with just water, Tang San quickly returned to the dining hall, this time standing quietly at the entrance, awaiting the master. Numerous students passing by cast curious glances his way, but he appeared oblivious, his eyelids drooping, not sparing them a glance. After waiting for what felt like half an hour, the master finally emerged from the dining hall, accompanied by a middle-aged man of similar age. The middle-aged man donned a long robe and possessed a handsomeness that slightly eclipsed the master, his chin jutting forward slightly, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Come along, Xiao San," the master called out to Tang San, who stood at the entrance. The man beside the master chuckled. "Is this your new disciple?" The master nodded. The middle-aged man patted the master's shoulder, saying, "Very well, I wish you success. I shall take my leave." With a final glance at Tang San, he departed in another direction. The master's abode was situated in a modest room on the top floor corner of the dormitory, measuring no more than 30 square meters. The furnishings were quite simple, yet a bookshelf occupying 2 walls, filled with an array of books, captured Tang San's attention. Chapter 6. My name is Xiao Wu, Dance of the Spirit, Part 5. The master retrieved a paper package from his pocket and handed it to Tang San. "Go on. Eat this. It's crucial to nourish yourself during this growth period. Poor nutrition is unacceptable." Tang San paused briefly, unwrapping the paper package to reveal 2 chicken legs and a steamed bun, still warm to the touch. "Teacher, please, go ahead and eat. After your meal, I have matters to discuss with you. We must not squander the precious time of youth," the master stated with a calm and serious demeanor. The coarse bun was not particularly filling, yet Tang San possessed a hearty appetite and swiftly consumed all the food the master had provided. The master poured a glass of water for him and took a seat at the desk. "You are 6 years old, with innate full soul power and dual martial souls. Please unleash your other martial soul so that I may observe it." Tang San nodded slightly. Since the master was already aware of his twin martial souls, there was nothing left to conceal. He raised his left hand, and a surge of black light erupted, coalescing once more into a modest hammer. Due to the training he had undergone during his time before arriving at the academy, he had made considerable progress in physical strength and could now grasp the hammer without feeling an overwhelming burden. Upon seeing the hammer in Tang San's hand, the master abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes alight with profound excitement. Fixating intently on the hammer, he murmured, Tang San, of the Tang lineage. "Very well, please retract your martial soul. Do not reveal it easily in front of others. Without my permission, you must never attach a soul ring to this martial soul. This is something you must remember." Tang San looked at his teacher with a hint of surprise, recalling his father's words. Why can't this martial soul be endowed with a soul ring? The excitement in the master's eyes gradually diminished. "What is your father as profession?" Tang San was the village blacksmith. "A blacksmith?" The master's gaze held a peculiar expression as he sighed and shook his head. "A blacksmith and a hammer are indeed a perfect match. It is not yet the time to disclose everything to you. You must understand that the current restrictions on your soul martial arts and the addition of soul rings are merely for the sake of your future plans. It is imperative that you remember this." With his father's words and the master's guidance, Tang San's trust in the master grew even stronger. "I will remember," he replied. The master continued, "Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and the day after, formal classes will commence. However, for you, this is merely a waste of time. The pressing matter at hand is to ensure that your soul martial arts can continue to cultivate. After careful consideration since accepting you as my disciple this morning, I have decided that you shall leave the academy with me first thing tomorrow morning. I will take you to seek a suitable soul ring, allowing you to advance to the level of a soul master." Upon hearing this, Tang San was filled with joy. Only after acquiring the soul ring could he ascertain whether his Xiantian skill was constrained by it. The master's approach aligned perfectly with his intentions, prompting him to readily agree. The master continued, "I will communicate with the academy on your behalf, so there is no need for you to worry. During our journey, I will impart knowledge about your martial soul." "Tang San, what are your thoughts on your blue-silver grass martial soul?" Tang San remarked. "Many proclaim it to be a worthless martial soul. However, I believe that everything possesses its own significance and characteristics, even the most common blue-silver grass." The master nodded in approval and said, "Indeed, every martial soul has its unique attributes. In my research, I have found that low-ranking martial souls constitute a significant portion. I have always maintained that there are no worthless martial souls, only individuals who fail to harness their potential. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a quest to seek out your soul ring. Thus it is imperative for you to determine the developmental trajectory of your martial soul." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "What does the direction of the martial soul's development mean, teacher?" The master replied, "This requires an understanding of the classification of martial souls. Broadly speaking, martial souls can be divided into two primary categories: beast martial souls and tool martial souls. Plant-type martial souls are included within the category of tool martial souls, which means that both of your martial souls fall under this classification. The most significant distinction between beast martial souls and tool martial souls lies in their manifestation. When utilizing a beast martial soul, one harnesses the power of a beast, resulting in a form of spiritual possession. This fusion of human and beast martial souls enhances one's own strength, allowing for a unified attack. In contrast, tool martial souls operate independently. Consequently, tool martial souls offer greater auxiliary support compared to beast martial souls. For instance, if your martial soul were the common rice found in our daily diet, it would serve as sustenance. Moreover, since it is formed from soul energy, its effectiveness would surpass that of ordinary rice." Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. "Can martial souls also be consumed?" The master nodded affirmatively and replied, "Food-type martial souls can indeed be consumed. Consequently, high-ranking food-type weapon soul masters are always highly sought-after talents within the military. The sustenance provided by a food-type weapon soul master of over level 30 is sufficient to nourish 100 warriors, significantly reducing the consumption of resources within the army." Tang San, in a state of confusion, remarked, "I still do not comprehend." The master patiently replied, "The principle is quite simple. Food serves as a source of energy for all living beings, and soul power is indeed a form of energy. When soul power can transform into energy that can be absorbed by individuals, it becomes indistinguishable from actual food, as both provide the essential energy required by the human body." Tang San listened with a sense of partial understanding, yet grasped the general meaning, which implied that weapon spirits primarily serve an auxiliary role. The master remarked, "Nothing is absolute. Some wielders of weapon spirits can indeed become battle spirit masters. For instance, if your weapon spirit is a sword, it can be utilized as a weapon, thereby enabling you to become a battle spirit master. What is often referred to as a divine artifact is essentially when a battle spirit master cultivates their weapon spirit to its zenith, thus earning that title. Although there exists a distinction between weapon masters and battle spirit masters, there are also commonalities between the two. Each spirit master has a developmental pathway, such as food type, reconnaissance type, combat type, healing type, control type, and so forth. Before acquiring a spirit ring, you must first determine the future direction of your weapon spirit's development. The cultivation of a spirit master's weapon spirit must progress toward a singular path. Chapter 7, Shawu Part 1. In essence, when obtaining spirit rings in the future, one should strive to acquire rings with similar capabilities. They need not be identical, but the general direction should align to prevent conflicts that could hinder one's own strength. At this juncture, a faint smirk appeared on the master's face as he noted that many believe blue silver grass to be a worthless weapon spirit. However, through my years of research, I have discovered that blue silver grass possesses its own unique functions. Were it not for the exceedingly feeble soul power generated at its awakening, even becoming a battle spirit master would not be an impossibility. Tang San nodded and said, Master, you are a renowned expert in the study of martial souls. Given your profound knowledge of blue silver grass, I would be grateful for your guidance. The master, recognizing that Tang San was merely a child in his eyes, did not hesitate to share his insights. After all, his inquiry was merely symbolic. Upon the mention of martial souls, the master's demeanor visibly brightened, and he slowly nodded, stating, "Based on my conceptual framework and comprehensive analysis of blue silver grass, I recommend that you pursue a development path in the field of control-type martial souls. Control-type souls can be regarded as spirit masters, and they also embody the essence of weapon souls, straddling the line between the two." Control type? Tang San inquired. What abilities does a control type possess? The master explained, a control type spirit master utilizes their martial soul to restrain opponents, thereby achieving supportive or offensive objectives. For example, consider your blue silver grass. While it may appear inherently weak, it is not without its advantages. The blue silver grass has advantages? After awakening his martial soul, Tang San had meticulously observed the natural form of this grass, yet he found nothing remarkable, only its vigorous vitality and ubiquitous presence. The master raised his right hand, extending a finger, and said, "Firstly, the consumption of soul power when utilizing blue silver grass is remarkably low, even less than that of food-type martial souls. This allows you to extensively wield it using your own soul power." Tang San nodded. The master was indeed correct. The consumption of soul power by the blue silver grass was almost negligible during minimal release. Only when infused with the martial soul would he begin to perceive a slight burden on his soul power, particularly when the blue silver grass reached a length of over 10 meters. The master then extended his second finger, stating, "Furthermore, the blue silver grass is exceedingly common, which enhances its deceptive qualities compared to other martial souls, especially when it comes to ordinary soul beasts with lower intelligence. Even if you summon your martial soul in their presence, they may remain oblivious." He raised a third finger, adding, "Thirdly, the developmental potential of the blue silver grass is vast. Due to its inherent simplicity, it can evolve in multiple directions, and its inherent frailty ensures that it does not reject any attribute of soul rings." Can martial souls actually reject soul rings? Tang San inquired, astonished. The master replied, "Certainly. If the attributes of one's martial soul conflict with those of a soul ring, attaching the soul ring to the martial soul will result in a rejection phenomenon. For instance, beast martial souls find it challenging to attach poisonous soul rings. Although martial souls are energy entities, they are, in a sense, also living beings, another manifestation of the host's life. If a poisonous soul ring is forcibly imposed, the host would likely suffer the consequences first. Rarely do beast martial souls have the ability to absorb toxins without transferring them to the host. However, the blue silver grass is different, being a plant and inherently weak. It can easily absorb toxins. Continuing, he extended a fourth finger. There is yet another advantage in your case: innate full soul power. The primary reason no powerful blue silver grass soul master has emerged in our Douluo continent is that the soul power granted to the host upon the awakening of the blue silver grass martial soul is exceedingly limited. Innate soul power is directly proportional to the speed of postnatal cultivation. With inherently weak soul power, it becomes exceedingly difficult to reach higher levels, making the hunting of soul beasts in the later stages of cultivation even more challenging. However, you are different. You possess innate full soul power. Whether this soul power is derived from the blue silver grass or another martial soul, it will not hinder your ability to utilize it with the blue silver grass. Therefore, cultivating the blue silver grass will be decidedly advantageous for you." Tang San felt a profound admiration within himself. Indeed, it was no surprise that he was called a master, and his decision to take him as a mentor was undoubtedly wise. Such an ostensibly ordinary blue silver grass could reveal so many advantages through his analysis. This clearly illustrated the depth of his research into martial souls. The assertions made by those teachers who dismiss such an erudite martial soul researcher as merely a theoretical eccentric were utterly ludicrous. The master, visibly excited, continued, "After meticulous study, I have concluded that the blue silver grass martial soul is most beneficial when developed towards the control system. The grass is pliable and can be manipulated into various forms. The simplest application is to use it as a rope to bind one's enemies." Tang San inquired, "But the blue silver grass is so frail, it snaps with the slightest struggle. How could it possibly restrain someone?" The master replied, "This indicates your developmental direction. You should focus on the control system. Your choice of spirit rings should center around two aspects: resilience and toxicity. As your spirit power increases, your martial soul will grow stronger, When you infuse more spirit power into the blue-silver grass, it will become significantly sturdier than its natural counterpart. With the subsequent effects of the spirit rings, ensnaring foes will not prove difficult. Moreover, if the blue-silver grass possesses toxic properties, it can naturally also serve an offensive purpose. At this moment, Tang San comprehended fully to restrain foes while incorporating toxins. If the blue-silver grass could indeed achieve this, his hidden weapons would no longer target moving objects but rather stationary ones. Of course, all of this hinged on his understanding of the relationship between spirit power, spirit rings, and his Xiantian skill. After all, his so-called innate full spirit power was cultivated through the Xiantian skill rather than derived from the awakening of his martial soul. Chapter 7, Xiaowu Part 2. Unbeknownst to Tang San, among the two martial souls he possessed, the hammer was meant to bestow him with spirit power. However, due to the nature of the blue-silver grass, there had been some adverse mutations between the two martial souls. Coupled with the integration process of his Xiantian skill with his martial soul, it appeared that no spirit power manifested during the awakening of his martial soul. Even if it were present, it would be impossible to display, as he had already reached the innate full spirit power level prior to acquiring additional spirit rings. His spirit power could not increase further. The master took a sip of water and decided, "You may return for now. I will visit your dormitory early tomorrow morning." "All right," Tang San replied. Exiting the master's chamber, he found it difficult to quell his excitement. The master's explanations were far clearer than any previous discourse he had encountered regarding martial souls. Through the master's elucidation, he gained a foundational understanding of the profession of spirit master. Spirit masters are categorized into two primary classes: battle spirit masters and weapon spirit masters. Beneath these classifications lie subcategories such as food system, control system, combat system, healing system, and others. The strength of a spirit master is intricately linked to their spirit rings and spirit power, representing a symbiotic growth process. This constituted all that Tang San had come to understand thus far. He recognized that to acquire further knowledge about spirit masters, he must continue studying under the master. The master's swift decision to take him to obtain spirit rings was the source of Tang San's greatest joy. Once he acquired his first spirit ring, regardless of the circumstances, he would ascertain the relationship between his Xiantian skill and the martial souls of this world. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found no one else present and was uncertain of their whereabouts. Although evening had gradually set in and he had consumed 2 meals earlier, he felt no hunger. Lying on his bed, he closed his eyes to rest, meticulously recalling the master's teachings to deepen his impressions. The fatigue from the day's journey overtook him, and before he realized it, he had drifted into slumber. "Hey!" Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a sudden sound roused Tang San from his slumber. Although his cultivation level was still modest, his alertness was quite pronounced. Instinctively opening his eyes, he beheld a charming visage before him. Xiaowu gazed at Tang San and remarked, "It is not yet evening, and you are already asleep. Will you still be able to rest tonight?" Tang San hurriedly got up, feeling a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Xiaowu was lying on the dividing line between their 2 beds, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Tang San then realized that the work-study students had all returned. He sat up, pointed at the dividing line in the middle, and said, "You have crossed the boundary." Xiaowu chuckled and replied, "So what if I have crossed it? I am a girl. You should yield to me." "Shouldn't you?" "Of course, you absolutely cannot cross it." Observing her rosy cheeks, Tang San felt an urge to pinch them, yet he ultimately restrained himself. "Do as you wish," he said. "Xiaowu, I might have to go out tomorrow, though I'm uncertain how long it will take for me to return. Just wanted to give you a heads up." "Going out? Where to?" Xiaowu inquired with curiosity. Tang San did not conceal his intentions. His master had informed him that his soul power was already at its peak, and that he should promptly acquire his first soul ring to continue his cultivation. He was preparing to embark on a quest to find a suitable one. Xiaowu, serving as the head of the 7th dormitory, was also in the dark about the duration of his absence, so it was only natural for him to inform her. This was, of course, also related to the conflict with Wang Xing earlier that afternoon. At present, he had no inclination to concern himself with Wang Xing. Upon hearing that Tang San intended to procure a soul ring, the expressions of the other students, save for Xiaowu, immediately transformed into envy. For soul masters, nothing held greater significance than advancement. The difference between a 10th level soul master and an 11th level soul master is merely a single rank in soul power. Yet in terms of strength and status, the disparity is vast. This distinction becomes increasingly pronounced at higher levels. Xiaowu furrowed her brow and remarked, "You intend to leave even before classes have commenced?" Is the soul ring truly so vital? Before Tang San could utter a word, Xiao Wu sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding them. The other work-study students regarded her with eyes filled with astonishment, as if she were a creature from another realm. Were soul rings significant? This was a question that scarcely needed asking. For soul masters, there was scarcely anything more paramount than soul rings. If you must go, then go, she thought. But what will happen to our work-study duties? If you leave, the burden will fall solely upon my shoulders. Xiao Wu cast an indignant glance at Tang San. Tang San, feeling a sense of helplessness, remarked, "How about this? For the time being, I will trouble you a bit. Once I return, I shall take on the remaining tasks for this semester, and you shall receive half of the remuneration as agreed. What do you think?" Given his physical prowess, tending to a garden would be a trivial matter. He was quite astonished by Xiao Wu's delicate skills and hoped to find opportunities to continue their practice together. He was not one to exploit others unfairly. It was only then that a hint of a smile appeared on Xiao Wu's face. "All right then, it is settled." Tang San's evening meal remained the same, coarse flatbread. As twilight descended, all the work-study students settled onto their beds, embarking on their soul power cultivation. Unlike ordinary students, the work-study students faced a far more arduous training regimen. Though their innate talents might be mediocre, cultivating their martial spirits represented their soul path to a brighter future. Through keen observation, Tang San noted that the postures adopted by these students during their cultivation bore a striking resemblance to his own meditative practices, with faint waves of soul power emanating from their bodies, though it remained unclear how they truly engaged in their training. Only Xiao Wu was restless. She eschewed training altogether. As soon as Tang San finished his coarse flatbread, she insisted on going out for a stroll. In the past, he would have dedicated this time to practicing the Xiantian skill, yet now he found himself at an impasse, and the Ziji demon eyes could only be practiced at dawn. Unable to withstand Xiao Wu's persistent urging, he acquiesced and left the dormitory with her. The weather during this season was particularly pleasant, with the air refreshing yet devoid of chill. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. The sky was clear, adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. Chapter 7. Xiao Wu Part 3, Xiao San. "Look, there are so many stars in the sky," Xiao Wu exclaimed with exuberance, her youthful vitality shining through in every leap and bound. She affectionately referred to Tang San as Xiao San, rather than Xiao Sanzi, and given her gender, he felt no inclination to protest. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "You dragged me out here just to gaze at the stars?" At this moment, few students or teachers could be seen outside the dormitory building. Later, Tang San would learn that training in the dark was a time-honored tradition among soul masters. Xiao Wu laughed. "No, of course not. I want to have another match with you. During the day, I struck first, arguably a sneak attack. Winning under such circumstances hardly counts as a true victory. I can see you're not entirely convinced, so I'll give you another chance." Girls as combative as Xiao Wu were a rarity, yet her spirited nature perfectly suited Tang San's tastes. Instantly invigorated, he replied, "All right, let us do this." Xiao Wu playfully scraped her fingers across her face, teasing, "Just don't start crying if I knock you down. Are you ready?" Taken aback by her adorable demeanor, Tang San quickly regained his composure. "Bring it on. Here I come." As she spoke, a mischievous smile danced across her face as she approached Tang San, not with the intent to attack, but with an air of playful challenge. Tang San furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you doing? Weren't we supposed to spar?" At that moment, Xiao Wu had approached to within less than a meter in front of him. Although they were still children with relatively short limbs, Xiao Wu continued to advance, thereby losing the distance necessary for a kick. From the perspective of their martial spirits, Tang San understood that since Xiao Wu's spirit was that of a rabbit, her most powerful attribute would undoubtedly be her legs, which was evident from their earlier bout. Now that she had forfeited the opportunity to strike with her legs, what could she possibly intend to do? Xiao Wu nodded and smiled. "Indeed, I have come here to spar with you." Just as Tang San was engulfed in confusion, Xiao Wu suddenly tossed her head back, and her scorpion braid transformed into a dark shadow, darting towards Tang San's neck. Could such a tactic even work? It was the first time Tang San had witnessed hair being utilized as a weapon. However, he remained vigilant against Xiao Wu's assault. As soon as he saw her scorpion braid swing towards him, he stepped back and raised his left hand to entangle her hair. If he could seize her braid, she would lose her combat effectiveness. Xiao Wu raised her hand in conjunction with her braid. And just as Tang San's hand was about to make contact with her long hair, he suddenly realized that her hand had also been lifted. Before he could grasp her braid, Xiao Wu tilted her head back, allowing the scorpion braid to glide past his palm while her own hand pressed against his. Xiao Wu's hand was soft and smooth, but Tang San was astonished to discover that her arm had strangely twisted, not only wrapping around his hand but also instantly extending to entwine his arm. Simultaneously, her other hand rose as well, ensnaring his other hand, while the elevated scorpion braid descended like a third hand, coiling around Tang San's neck. Although Xiao Wu's arms appeared delicate, they were remarkably resilient, despite Tang San's strength. He found himself unable to break free from her grip. He attempted to leap backward forcefully, but Xiao Wu's body seemed to float alongside him effortlessly. Even the most exquisite of evasive techniques lost their efficacy in such a moment. To evade Xiao Wu's scorpion braid, Tang San abruptly tilted his head back and leaned his torso backward, employing a bridge maneuver to dodge. At that instant, his Xiantian gong could no longer be restrained, and he summoned energy into his arms, fearing he might harm Xiao Wu, thus exerting only 50% of his strength. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as he channeled his energy, Xiao Wu's hand suddenly released him. Instantly, Tang San felt a tremendous force surge from his waist, rendering him unable to maintain his balance and causing him to fall backward. With a thud, Tang San landed on his back, and two small hands, leveraging the force of his fall, pressed down upon the joints of his shoulders, rendering his arms numb and powerless. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu gazed down at him with a triumphant smile. "How about that? Are you convinced?" she asked, her face alight with glee. If Tang San had felt little upon being toppled by Xiao Wu the first time, this occurrence stirred a sense of frustration within him. Though Xiao Wu appeared to be significantly weaker in terms of raw strength, her unconventional methods of combat were undeniably perplexing. Tang San, lacking in extensive combat experience, found himself at a loss. Unwilling to concede, he declared, "Come on." He glanced at Xiao Wu, feeling a surge of defiance within him. Xiao Wu, brimming with confidence, retorted, "Do you still want more? But I shall not grant you the opportunity. If you possess the skill, prove it by breaking free first." With his shoulder joint under restraint, how could he possibly escape? The flow of his Xiantian Kung Fu had been effectively obstructed. "What are you doing? Hurry up." A discordant voice sliced through the air. Both Xiao Wu and Tang San turned in unison to see a female teacher striding towards them, her expression ablaze with anger. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly leapt off Tang San. Seizing the moment, Tang San rolled to his feet. The teacher approached, her voice rising in fury. "You too, what is the meaning of this?" Tang San felt that as a boy, he should step forward to clarify the situation. However, before he could utter a word, Xiao Wu interjected, saying, "Teacher, we are merely engaged in friendly sparring." Chapter 7, Xiao Wu, Part 4, Sparring? Lying on the ground and sparring? What manner of behavior is this? How have your parents raised you? It seems you must be in your first year, yet so young and already indulging in flirtation. What will you become as you grow? The teacher's reprimand echoed in their ears like the popping of beans. Tang San stole a glance at Xiao Wu, who was also looking at him and playfully sticking out her tongue. When the teacher mentioned parents, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher, we are genuinely practicing our soul skills." He had just heard the term soul skills from Wang Sheng earlier in the day, and now he felt it was a fitting application. The female teacher cast him a disdainful glance and replied, "You have only just entered the academy. What soul skills could you possibly possess? If you are to weave a tale, at least make it plausible. Come, accompany me to the academic affairs office." "We won't go." Tang San and Xiao Wu responded in unison. Tang San earnestly proclaimed, "Teacher, we are truly engaged in a sparring of soul skills. How about we demonstrate it for you?" Xiao Wu confidently patted her chest and added, "Allow me to take the lead. If you doubt me, I shall spar with you as well." Before the female teacher could respond, Xiao Wu had already leapt into action. True to her rabbit spirit, she soared impressively high, reaching over a meter above the ground, and swiftly directed her arms toward the teacher's neck. The unexpected height of Xiao Wu's jump caught the female teacher off guard, prompting her to instinctively raise her arms to block Xiao Wu's advance. Tang San secretly chuckled to himself, realizing that this teacher was likely to face a disadvantage. Although he was unaware of all of Xiao Wu's capabilities, he held a clear understanding of his own strength. Even though his Xiantian skill had not advanced, his innate power combined with the pinnacle of the first level of Xiantian skill made him a formidable opponent. Even those slightly stronger than him would find it difficult to contend with the martial arts of the Tang Sect. Xiao Wu had just recently defeated him, and her soul skills were so peculiar and enigmatic that anyone facing them for the first time would surely be at a loss. As anticipated, the female teacher's hands were swiftly ensnared by Xiao Wu's arms, followed closely by her scorpion braid, which expertly wrapped around the teacher's neck. This was, after all, a junior Soul Master Academy where the teachers generally possess strength comparable to that of high-level Soul Masters, mostly around level 25. Typically, Soul Masters below level 30 were unlikely to possess their own soul skills, and these instructors were far inferior in combat prowess compared to Tang San. Faced with two first-year students, this female teacher had no intention of utilizing her martial soul. Being primarily a support-type Soul Master, she was at an immediate disadvantage. Xiaowu's scorpion braid accurately ensnared the teacher's neck while her arms bound the teacher's hands. With a powerful kick propelled by her legs, she struck the teacher squarely in the abdomen. As these movements were executed almost simultaneously, the teacher's upper body suddenly recoiled. And with a forceful pull of her braid and hands, a faint white light appeared around Xiaowu. The teacher, astonished, lost her balance. And Xiaowu took the opportunity to release her grip, executing a backflip. Using her legs to propel the teacher away, she sent the teacher flying a good 3 meters. The impact was substantial, causing the teacher to crash heavily to the ground. Despite being protected by soul power, she found herself disoriented, unable to discern her bearings. Approaching the fallen teacher, Xiaowu blinked her big eyes innocently and asked, "Teacher, are you all right?" The teacher, gradually regaining her composure while subtly channeling her soul power, managed to stand, her gaze towards Xiaowu filled with uncertainty. Soul skills, indeed, it was unmistakable. Otherwise, how could a girl of such tender age possess the strength to send her flying? Moreover, when Xiaowu ensnared her, her hands had suddenly become remarkably supple. A clear indication of the enhancement provided by a martial soul. Who exactly was this girl? The teacher might have dismissed Xiaowu under normal circumstances, believing she could subdue the child with her martial soul, but she could not ignore the implications of Xiaowu's origins. Typically, powerful soul masters on the continent inherited their martial souls from their families. Possessing soul skills at such a young age implied the extraordinary capabilities of her martial soul. A wave of unease washed over the teacher. She was merely a high-level soul master, while this child might be backed by the strength of a soul master sect. Such a humble soul master, hailing from a common background, could hardly provoke her. You all must refrain from sparring on the playground in the future. Ensure a teacher is present to provide protection, understood? The female instructor briefly conveyed her instructions before departing, her face smeared with dust. Determined, she resolved to investigate the origins of the girl the following day. As she observed the teacher's figure gradually recede, Tang San quietly inquired of Xiaowu, "What was that move you executed earlier? It seemed quite formidable." Xiaowu, with a hint of pride, replied, "I held back, or else the consequences could have been dire. That technique is called the rabbit kick eagle, and it is my most cherished skill." At this juncture, she suddenly regarded Tang San with suspicion. "Why are you inquiring so thoroughly? Are you planning to devise a countermeasure for the future?" Tang San shook his head helplessly and said, "You are clearly judging a gentleman's heart with the mind of a petty person." Xiaowu, filled with indignation, retorted, "How dare you label me as a petty individual? Let us continue our sparring then." Tang San gazed at Xiaowu, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed this girl had developed an addiction to teasing him. However, since they were to engage in a friendly spar, he had no reason to fear. He beckoned her with a playful curl of his finger, inviting her to come forth. Xiaowu, positioned beside him, responded with a swift palm strike aimed at him. Having learned from their previous encounters, Tang San was determined not to allow her to ensnare him so easily. He understood that, when facing an opponent like Xiaowu, renowned for her close combat prowess, the wisest strategy was to create distance. In a flash, he swiftly retreated, already several meters away. Chapter 7, Xiaowu Part 5. Xiaowu let out a huff, declaring, "When it comes to speed, do you truly think I would fear you?" With that, she leapt into the air, launching herself towards Tang San with fervor. Tang San offered a faint smile, for this time he was truly well prepared. Should he allow Xiaowu to easily tumble out again, then all his years of training would have been in vain. A subtle glimmer of violet flashed in his eyes, as the purple extreme demon eyes instinctively activated. Under the influence of the purple extreme demon eyes, Xiaowu's movements appeared to slow considerably in his perception. With a footwork technique that resembled a fleeting shadow, he effortlessly evaded her lunge, sliding 2 meters away, beyond the reach of her braids and long legs. Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback, known for her agility. She observed that while Tang San's speed seemed unremarkable, it was precisely sufficient to elude her attack. To employ her most adept soft techniques, she needed to first make contact with her opponent's body, yet this time, Tang San had not afforded her such an opportunity. Naturally, Xiaowu was unwilling to concede defeat. With a nimble somersault, she accelerated her pursuit, her movements fierce and determined as she lunged after Tang San. Tang San took a deep breath, channeling his Xiantian skill down to his legs, and with the technique of Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, he began to maneuver around the open ground of the playground. Engaging in a playful skirmish with Xiaowu, the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps were remarkably exquisite, although Tang San's movements appeared unhurried. Each step he took was imbued with profound significance. No matter how swiftly Xiaowu approached from any direction, he always managed to step in the most opportune direction at the precise moment, denying her any chance to close the distance. This exemplified the true essence of the Tang Sect's martial prowess. The warriors of the Tang Sect were not necessarily adept at direct confrontations. Rather, their expertise lay in hidden weapons. The combination of lightness skill and concealed projectiles constituted the Tang Sect disciples' ultimate advantage. The two danced around each other, and in a short span of time, they had traversed half the playground. Xiaowu began to feel slightly winded, yet she could not seem to catch up with Tang San. "Hey, that's not fair. You're just avoiding me," Xiaowu huffed. Finally giving up the chase and standing there, arms akimbo, her large eyes glaring at Tang San. "This is a spar, not a game of hide and seek. What kind of contest is this? Have the courage to attack me?" Tang San smiled faintly. "Very well, do take care." As he spoke, he casually picked up a few stones from the edge of the playground, clutching them in his palm before launching one at your left shoulder. One stone had already soared into the air. Xiaowu let out a soft grunt, quickly swaying to the right to evade. He then targeted your right shoulder, left calf, and right calf, simultaneously releasing 3 stones from his hand. The first stone was indeed aimed at Xiaowu's left shoulder at that moment. She noticed that the 3 stones seemed to be flying in the same direction and thought to herself, "This guy must be trying to deceive me." Instead of retreating, she surged forward, accelerating towards Tang San, her hands raised defensively before her chest, reasoning that they were merely pebbles that could be swatted away. However, what astonished Xiaowu was an unexpected turn of events. Just as the stones were about to reach her, poised for her to swat away, they suddenly diverged, tracing 3 arcs as they veered off in different directions. With the distance so minimal, there was no time for her to react. Ouch, ouch. The 3 stones landed precisely on her right shoulder, left calf, and right calf. Although Tang San did not infuse the Xiantian skill into the stone upon being struck, Xiaowu still felt a sharp pain. "You dare to hit me with a stone?" Unbeknownst to her, this was Tang San's first genuine encounter with an opponent using concealed weapons since he arrived in this world. The technique he employed was the parting of swallows from the myriad techniques of concealed weapons found in the Xiantian treasure record. It appeared simple, yet the subtlety contained within was extraordinarily intricate. Due to the constraints of the Xiantian skill, Tang San could barely utilize 2 or 3 techniques from the myriad techniques, with parting of swallows being the one in which he was most proficient. "You can throw me, but I can't use stones? This time, you have lost." "Not counted. Not counted. Let's do it again." Xiaowu was convinced that as long as she was prepared, she would not be struck by Tang San again. "Xiaowu, do you still want to continue? Then let us go." The sparring persisted and continued for quite some time. As for the outcome, when Tang San departed from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy with his master the following morning, he was still murmuring, "Hitting a moving target is truly exhilarating." That evening, nothing remarkable transpired between the two who shared the same bed, for they were utterly exhausted from their practice. In the early morning, while most of the faculty and students at Nodding Academy were still ensconced in slumber, 2 figures, one tall and one short, had already exited the academy gates. "Master, where are we going to find soul beasts?" The individuals stepping out were none other than the master and his disciple, Tang San. "We shall venture to the Hunting Soul Forest, located 400 miles northeast of Nodding City. It is a place where soul beasts are raised by the Empire, and we are certain to find one suitable for you." The master, clad in a fitted outfit today, appeared somewhat more spirited, yet his rigid countenance still conveyed a sense of dissonance. "Raised? Can soul beasts really be domesticated? Master, please enlighten me about soul beasts." The master nodded and replied, "Naturally. High-ranking soul beasts cannot be domesticated, but lower-ranking ones can. Soul beasts are creatures endowed with soul power. The longer they exist, the stronger they become. Thus, we typically categorize soul beasts into 5 levels based on their age: 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. As the name implies, a soul beast that is cultivated for over 10 years is classified as a 10-year soul beast, and so forth. The differentiation of soul rings corresponds to that of soul beasts, easily identifiable by their colors. The soul ring of a 10-year soul beast is white, 100-year soul beast is yellow, a 1,000-year soul beast is purple, a 10,000-year soul beast is black, and a 100,000-year soul beast is red. The soul beasts that are fixedly raised by the state for soul masters to hunt are predominantly 10-year and 100-year varieties, with 1,000-year soul beasts being a rare occurrence. Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Devices, The Bright Moon Over 24 Bridges, Part 1. Master, the longer the cultivation time of a soul beast, the stronger its power and the better the effects of the soul ring it generates. In what aspects does this strength manifest? Tang San inquired. A hint of his signature, albeit unattractive, smile emerged on the master's rigid face. That is an excellent question. The distinctions among soul rings produced by various levels of soul beast primarily reside in the enhancement of attributes bestowed upon the soul master and the potency of their skills. For instance, from a quantitative perspective, if your blue-silver grass martial soul aligns with the path of a control-type soul master, acquiring a decade-old soul ring that harmonizes with your attributes would augment your control over the blue-silver grass by 10. Conversely, obtaining a century-old soul ring would elevate your control by 100. This principle continues in a similar manner. Consequently, whenever feasible, all soul masters endeavor to pursue increasingly formidable martial souls. Tang San pondered. Doesn't that imply that those with greater power can acquire superior soul rings? The master's eyes sparkled with approval. Your reasoning reflects careful contemplation. However, the reality is far more intricate. The prerequisites for soul rings are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, the soul beast must be vanquished by the individual seeking the soul ring. Only then can one obtain it. Soul rings exist for a fleeting moment. If not attached within the span of an hour, they become ineffective. Secondly, soul beasts possess an inherent pride. None would willingly submit to captivity. If gravely injured by an adversary, a soul beast would rather self-destruct than be subdued. This fundamentally negates the scenario you described. Even if one were to enlist others to hunt a soul beast, the soul ring would still elude them unless they delivered the final blow. Of course, this is not absolute. Human ingenuity surpasses that of soul beasts. The optimal method for hunting soul beasts is to assemble a team, ensuring that the decisive strike is made by oneself to secure the soul ring. Therefore, the nobility and those possessing influence do indeed hold certain advantages in the pursuit of soul beasts. However, the ease with which they acquire soul rings does not guarantee their superiority over ordinary soul masters. No one can ascertain whether the attributes of the encountered soul beast are the most compatible with their own, while the level of the soul beast is undoubtedly significant. The compatibility of attributes is equally crucial. A soul ring, no matter how exceptional, cannot yield beneficial effects if it clashes with one's own martial spirit. Rather, it may prove detrimental. Most importantly, each soul master faces limitations in absorbing soul rings at various stages. For instance, as a mere 10-level soul master, your current soul power permits the absorption of only a century-old soul beast's soul ring. Should you attempt to absorb a millennium soul ring, the outcome would be dire. Your body could not withstand it, leading to destruction by the soul ring's power. During the absorption process, no external force can assist. It relies solely on oneself. Consider this. Those who require assistance to hunt the soul beast they need are unlikely to possess the resilience requisite for such endeavors. Even the absorption of a soul ring that is suitable and within one's level could deliver catastrophic repercussions. Tang San, remember, this world is equitable. To attain what you desire, you must exert commensurate effort. Seeking shortcuts is the folly of the inept. The martial spirit theory I have studied is merely intended to facilitate this arduous journey, allowing one to grow stronger under equal circumstances. Do you understand? Tang San nodded earnestly. He was not one to rely on shortcuts. Rather, he believed in the steadfast approach of diligent effort towards his goals. His master, instead of hurrying out of the city, led him further inward. Master, aren't we supposed to leave the city? Tang San inquired. The master replied, we must prepare some supplies for hunting soul beasts, and we cannot travel on foot. Although 400 miles isn't excessively far, it is always prudent to manage our time wisely. As the sun gradually ascended in the east, the streets of Nodding City became increasingly bustling. Today marked one of the rare occasions where Tang San did not practice his purple extreme magic eyes, which he usually did with the aid of the auspicious purple energy. The preparations his master spoke of were not complicated. He purchased 2 leather pouches specifically designed for carrying water, each capable of holding a substantial 5 liters of fresh water. Additionally, he acquired some cured meat, flatbread, and fruits, filling 2 large bundles. While Tang San could comprehend these necessities, his master also procured something that baffled him, an astonishing 20 pounds of white radishes. Tang San's current task was to carry them. The weight of 20 pounds was not particularly burdensome for him, however. Walking 400 miles with such a load would indeed pose a challenge. Fortunately, after gathering all these items, his master promptly hired a carriage within the city, offering the driver 5 silver soul coins. In the Douluo continent, the currency exchange operates thus. 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 100 copper soul coins. A single gold soul coin is sufficient to cover the living expenses of a typical 3-member family for several months, equivalent to Tang San's earnings from 3 years of work at Notting Academy. The profession of a soul master is regarded as the most prestigious on the continent, largely due to the substantial income. Even a basic soul master receives a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin, which suffices for a modest living, although extravagance remains unattainable. As a soul master ascends to higher ranks, particularly beyond the great soul master level and into the soul venerable realm, registering with the Spirit Hall grants them a direct noble title from the state, making them a baron of the lowest rank. The higher the power, the greater the noble title, and naturally, the income rises correspondingly. Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Device. Moonlit Night on the 24 Bridges, Part 2. It was Tang San's inaugural experience riding in a horse-drawn carriage. Despite the occasional jolts, the novelty of the journey filled him with delight, prompting him to frequently draw back the curtains and gaze outside, observing the bustling crowd and the myriad of shops. He couldn't help but feel a yearning for the world beyond. In this life, he was destined for a path far more intricate than in his previous existence. He pondered what the future would hold as he ventured into society. Xiao San, this is for you. The master's calm voice jolted Tang San from his reverie. When he turned to look at the master, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the master had acquired a beautiful belt. The belt was entirely black, adorned with subtle dark stripes that were barely discernible without close inspection. Embedded evenly across its length were 24 pieces of milky white jade, each the size of an adult's thumbnail, perfectly circular in shape. The jade exuded a warm luster, unmistakably a rare and exquisite gem. Thank you, master. Tang San accepted it graciously, aware of the tradition that one must not refuse a gift from an elder. Back in the Tang Sect, he had witnessed similar gestures when elders gifted their disciples with a token upon their acceptance. The master's present of this belt bore the same significance. The master continued, "This belt has accompanied me for many years, though it has been long forgotten. I hope it can shine with its true brilliance in your hands." The moment Tang San grasped the belt, he sensed its extraordinary nature. It seemed to harbor subtle currents of energy flowing within, with the belt itself serving as a conduit and the jade as its reservoir. 30 years ago, when I acquired it, I did not know its name. Yet, through my extensive research, I can assert that it is a premier soul guide device designed for storage. By merely infusing your own soul power into it, each piece of jade can provide 1 cubic meter of storage space, making it convenient for holding various items. The notion of a soul guide device was entirely new to Tang San. Though he did not fully grasp its implications, the master's explanation left him profoundly shaken. With 24 pieces of jade, he realized he could have 24 cubic meters of storage, an ideal solution for concealing an array of hidden weapons. His gaze ignited with fervor as his desire to enhance his Shantian skill reached an unparalleled intensity. He longed to possess sufficient inner strength to master the use of various concealed arms. Before Tang San could inquire further, the master preemptively elaborated, a soul guide device, as the name suggests, is an instrument utilized through the power of one's martial soul. Relics of such devices are rare and typically lack offensive capabilities, as soul masters themselves do not require weapons. These devices can be likened to artifacts, and the methods of their creation and origin have long been lost to time. This belt was acquired during an expedition with several friends and was distributed to me as compensation. It holds little significance for me, but you may find it invaluable. Now, give it a name." Gazing upon the 24 lustrous jade stones, Tang San instinctively recalled a famous line from a poem of his past life, "The Moonlit Night at the 24 Bridges." "Let us name it the Moonlit Night at the 24 Bridges." The master paused momentarily, his expressionless visage betraying no emotion, before nodding in agreement and remarking, "It is a beautiful name, albeit somewhat lengthy." Tang San sighed inwardly, contemplating that perhaps this served as a fragment of reminiscence from his past life. The master explained, "It is quite simple to utilize. By channeling your soul power into that jade stone, you will perceive the existence of its space. If your reflexes are sufficiently swift, the items within will seem to materialize from thin air. However, mastering its features will require ample practice. This will also be one of your future endeavors." Without needing to be told, Tang San understood the significance of proficiently retrieving items from the 24 Bridges moonlit night, and he promptly nodded in agreement. Initially perplexed by how the master intended to carry numerous items into the soul-hunting forest for the purpose of hunting soul beasts, Tang San soon realized that with the aid of the 24 Bridges moonlit night, those concerns were rendered obsolete. As they traveled, he began to practice controlling the retrieval of items under the master's guidance, using the white radishes as practice materials. The journey of 400 miles, while not excessively long, was not particularly short either. It wasn't until noon the following day that they finally reached their destination, the soul-hunting forest. As Tang San disembarked from the carriage, he discovered that the forest was entirely different from what he had envisioned. In his mind, a forest should be imbued with the essence of nature, serene and tranquil, with fresh air and sparse human presence. However, the soul-hunting forest, at least on its outskirts, resembled a vast marketplace. Outside the forest, there were extensive constructions, resembling large houses or shops. The cacophony of various vendors calling out their wares filled the air, and a network of rudimentary pathways crisscrossed through the bustling atmosphere, causing Tang San to frown in dismay. By possessing a hand signal, we can form a team to hunt powerful soul beasts, but we are still 2 members short. For hunting agile soul beasts, 7 people are required for the hand signal. 10 gold soul coins. Such proclamations echoed throughout the marketplace, where most shops were dedicated to selling weapons, armor, and various food supplies. The master led Tang San into what could be considered a small town's marketplace, asking, "Do you understand why I procured all these items in Nodding City?" Tang San shook his head. The master pointed to the prices displayed in the shops, noting that here, the prices were at least doubled. You may wonder why such a bustling scene exists outside a forest. The answer is quite simple. Where there are spirit beasts, there are profits. This is especially true in forests where spirit beasts are specifically nurtured by the state. Spirit masters constitute a wealthy demographic, and many seek to profit from them. Teacher, what do those people shouting about forming groups mean? Chapter 8, Spirit Guidance Devices, The Moonlit Night of 24 Bridges, Part 3, the Master explained. Hunting spirit beasts is not as straightforward as it may seem. Some inherently powerful spirit beasts, even if they have not cultivated for long, still possess formidable attack capabilities. This so-called group hunting of spirit beasts involves multiple individuals cooperating to hunt the specific spirit beasts they require in order to obtain spirit rings. With the assistance of others, one only needs to deliver the final blow to the spirit beast. This is the most common and safest method for hunting spirit beasts on the continent. However, is forming a group truly that simple? At this point, the master gazed at the shouting spirit masters with a hint of disdain. A truly exceptional spirit hunting team must consist of at least 5 components. Food-type spirit masters responsible for supplies, recovery-type spirit masters for maintaining condition and restoring spirit power, agility-type battle spirit masters for reconnaissance, strength-type battle spirit masters for defense, and attack-type battle spirit masters for eliminating enemies. Only a team composed of these 5 components can be deemed complete. Moreover, the synergy among team members cannot be formed in just a day or 2. The subtle process of mutual adaptation requires several years of collaboration. Most importantly, the members of the same team must possess absolute trust in one another. Otherwise, in the face of danger, they are likely to collapse in an instant. Tang San inquired with astonishment, "Why did we suffer such a defeat? Was it due to insufficient strength?" The master shook his head and replied calmly, "In the future, you may have the opportunity to join a group of this nature. When selecting a team, you need not concern yourself with the strength of your fellow members. However, one thing you must always remember is that you should be able to lay your back bare before any individual within the group you choose to join." Tang San still found himself perplexed by the master's intent, yet the master offered no further clarification as he led him deeper into the bustling market. Despite the cacophony and disorder that enveloped them, a profound sense of awe washed over Tang San as they emerged from the market and beheld the vast expanse of the ancient forest before them. The towering trees, resplendent in their grandeur, bore testament to their age, while a formidable steel fence encircled the forest perimeter, revealing an array of sharp spikes directed towards the woods. The fence loomed over 10 meters high, appearing exceedingly robust. Moreover, beyond the fence, a battalion of soldiers stood vigilant, clad in gleaming iron armor and wielding long spears, their military presence exuding an air of stern authority. The master spoke in hushed tones. The soul-hunting forest, enclosed for preservation, is not accessible to all. Only those soul masters who possess a command issued by the Spirit Hall may venture into the forest to hunt soul beasts. Although there are trespassers, their fates are often dire. These soldiers serve merely as the outer defense. Within the soul-hunting forest, there exists a specialized enforcement unit from the Spirit Hall, constantly inspecting the issued commands. Those enforcers are devoid of mercy. Tang San inquired, "Master, does the soul-hunting forest belong to the Spirit Hall or the nation?" The master's expression shifted slightly as he gestured for silence to Tang San, signaling him to refrain from posing similar questions in public. "I shall disclose the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the nation at a later time. Obtaining the command token is not overly difficult. It first requires the acknowledgement of the Spirit Hall, confirming that you have indeed reached the pinnacle of a certain stage and strength, necessitating soul rings for advancement. Furthermore, at least 3 noble guarantees are required." As he spoke, the master produced a token from his hand, a dark and mysterious object of indeterminate material. The token bore a design composed of 3 distinct shapes. At its center, a downward-pointing sword, flanked by a hammer and a monstrous creature that Tang San had never encountered before. Noticing the curiosity in Tang San's eyes, the master handed the token to him. "Remember this emblem. It is a unique mark of the Spirit Hall. Within the Spirit Hall, there are 6 types of markers. The differentiation among these tokens is quite straightforward, based solely on the designs they feature. The lowest tier of token displays only a sword, representing the martial spirit of a former chief executive officer of the hall. A higher tier token is distinguished by the addition of a hammer beside the sword, symbolizing a once powerful elder of the Spirit Hall. Tang San's ability to draw inferences and make connections is commendable, dear teacher. The statuses of these 2 individuals within the Spirit Hall must be exceedingly significant. However, I have previously heard that beast spirits are deemed superior to weapon spirits, and it stands to reason that both of these soul masters possess weapon spirits." The master gently patted Tang San's head and smiled, saying, "Those who assert that weapon spirits surpass beast spirits clearly lack a profound understanding of the essence of spirits. The strength of any spirit is contingent upon 2 pivotal factors: the amount of soul power endowed at the moment of awakening and the methods and processes of post-awakening cultivation. Perhaps, prior to reaching the 30th level, beast spirits appear somewhat stronger due to their ability to be integrated with the user. Yet, once one attains higher levels, there exists no distinction between the 2. Strength merely reflects individual cultivation. This token I possess is a 3rd-tier insignia from the Spirit Hall. With it, I can gain access to most of the soul-hunting forests within the Tiando Empire, provided that these forests do not harbor soul beasts that have existed for over 10,000 years. Furthermore, unlike the first 2 types of tokens, which must be returned to the Spirit Hall upon the completion of soul beast hunts, this one may be retained for a lifetime. Adorned on this token is the image of a blue lightning tyrant dragon, which is considered to be a paramount existence among beast spirits. Although its owner does not belong to the Spirit Hall, the family it represents is held in high esteem by the Spirit Hall." Strangely, when the master spoke of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, a hint of indescribable melancholy flickered in his eyes. Tang San inquired, "Do the 3 advanced tokens signify an additional type of martial soul?" The master nodded and replied, "Indeed, they do. These 6 martial soul tokens represent 6 formidable soul masters, each corresponding to 6 powerful families. 3 of these families reside in our Tiando Empire, while the other 3 are located in the Xinglua Empire." Chapter 8, Soul Guidance Devices. The bright moonlit night over 24 bridges, Part 4. As they spoke, the master led Tang San to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Upon seeing the 3 symbols on the token, the captain of the soldiers responsible for inspecting the tokens immediately displayed a look of reverence, promptly commanding his soldiers to clear a path for the master and Tang San to enter. He did not even question why such a young child as Tang San was permitted to enter the soul-hunting forest. Upon passing through the iron gate into the depths of the forest, all noise seemed to dissipate, and the air finally transformed into the refreshing quality Tang San had envisioned, providing a sense of tranquility. Once inside the forest, the master did not rush forward, but instead took a moment to observe his surroundings in silence. Tang San seemed to suddenly recall something. "Master, may I inquire about the titles of those 6 esteemed individuals honored by the Spirit Hall? Whose names are inscribed on the tokens? Are they soul saints, Douluo, or perhaps titled Douluo?" The master gazed deeply at Tang San and replied, "They are titled Douluo. And indeed, among the 6, the most powerful title Douluo." "Most powerful?" A flicker of excitement flashed in Tang San's eyes. The master sighed softly, explaining, "Though they share the same rank, their soul rings and martial spirits differ, resulting in vastly different strengths. These 6 titled Douluo are undoubtedly among the mightiest. Even if other soul masters reach levels above 90 and enter the realm of titled Douluo, their status remains unshaken. Such matters are still too distant for you. Now, we must prepare to enter the forest. From this moment on, do not stray a single step from my side. Yes, master. The master's previously despondent gaze suddenly brightened, and with his hands clasped before his chest, he swiftly spread them apart. Come forth, Luo Sanpao. With a soft puff, a faint purplish soul power emanated from the master's palms, and Tang San felt a surge of soul energy ripple through the air, revealing a creature before him. Indeed, it resembled a creature akin to a dog, yet its size was more akin to that of a pig, measuring over 1.5 meters in length. With a waistline of similar proportions, its body was cloaked in soft purplish fur, with drooping ears and large, deep blue eyes that blinked gently, emanating a tender gaze. Its rotund body wobbled slightly, causing its ample hindquarters to sway. The creature had short, stout legs, making its movements appear sluggish. Atop its head was a round bulge, the nature of which was uncertain. Upon its appearance, it dashed toward the master, nuzzling its large head against the master's leg. Two radiant rings of light emerged beneath the master's feet, swirling around him, both manifesting in a golden hue, indicative of century-old soul rings. Little San, were you not curious about my martial spirit? Behold, this is my martial spirit. You may call it Luo Sanpao or simply Sanpao. Luo Sanpao seemed to comprehend the master's words, casting a glance at Tang San with its large eyes, which bore a hint of endearment. Master, is this truly your martial spirit? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, but isn't the manifestation of beast martial spirits typically through possession? Why? Without delving into what kind of creature Luo Sanpao was, it was evident that the master's martial spirit transcended the confines of a typical beast martial spirit. Luo Sanpao appeared slightly displeased, letting out a couple of plaintive sounds directed at Tang San. The master revealed a hint of bitterness on his face, saying, Indeed, my martial spirit is an aberrant one. Do you recall our discussion on martial spirit mutations? Sanpao is one such case. However, its mutation has evidently taken a negative turn. When it first awakened, my soul power was merely at the half-level standard. Otherwise, how could it have manifested as it is now? No matter how hard I strive, I shall never surpass the 30th level in my lifetime, and ultimately, I can only engage in theoretical research on martial spirits. As early as when Tang San first heard the rumors about the master, he recognized the master's unwavering dedication, akin to his own passion for hidden weapons. This unwavering commitment is precisely why Tang San never regretted taking the master as his mentor. Perhaps this is what it means to resonate with kindred spirits. My apologies, master, for bringing up your sorrowful memories. The master shook his head with self-deprecating humor. It's nothing. I have long grown accustomed to it. Come, let me introduce you to Sanpao. The name Sanpao derives from the creature's distinctive call, a chattering sound, and its capability to attack only 3 times, hence the name. Sanpao, lead the way. With a jovial demeanor, the rotund Sanpao ambled ahead. Although somewhat portly, its movements were surprisingly nimble, as it sniffed the air curiously. The master, his spirit rings shimmering with radiant light, guided Tang San to follow Sanpao deeper into the soul-hunting forest. Sanpao possessed an acute sense of smell, adept at detecting the presence and strength of soul beasts. Although diminished in size due to its mutation, its consumption of soul power was minimal, allowing me to keep it out for extended periods. This is for you. The final strike against the soul beast must be executed by your own hand. The master retrieved a splendid short sword from his robe and presented it to Tang San. The sword's sheath was a brilliant azure, adorned with 7 sapphires, and a piece of milky white jade was embedded in the hilt. Measuring 1 foot and 2 inches, the blade, though still sheathed, emanated a chilling aura when held. Not long after, Sanpao suddenly halted, its large eyes fixed on a particular direction, emitting 2 chattering calls. A creature resembling a cat appeared within its line of sight, perched on a tree, watching the master and Tang San with caution. The master smiled serenely and remarked, It is a 10-year-old spotted cat. Sanpao, do not disturb it. Let us proceed. The master consistently imparted wisdom to Tang San as they continued walking. The spotted cat belongs to the feline family of soul beasts. It possesses considerable aggression. However, as long as you do not provoke it, it will not attack readily. If a soul master were to choose a feline soul beast as their first spirit ring, it would be a commendable choice. Do not be misled by the small stature of that spotted cat. If it were over 1,000 years old, even if we had 10 times its number, we would still be insufficient to withstand its onslaught. Chapter 8, Soul Guidance Devices. The bright moon on the 24 bridges. 5. Tang San pondered an essential question. Master, how can one discern the strength of a soul beast or its age? The master replied, it is not difficult to identify the potency of a soul beast. Observe that solitary bamboo ahead. It is a type of soul beast, belonging to the plant category. It may not appear formidable, but its resilience is commendable, and while its offensive capabilities are limited, its defense is quite robust. This particular bamboo is 10 years old, as its height does not exceed 10 meters. Only those exceeding 10 meters are deemed to be a century old. Generally speaking, the assessment of soul beasts primarily hinges on their size and the color of the soul power they exhibit during an attack. The hue of the soul power corresponds to their strength. For instance, a 10-year soul beast emanates white soul power, while a century-old beast radiates yellow, and so forth. However, when confronting an unknown soul beast, it is prudent to refrain from gauging its soul power. If it exceeds your capacity, you may face catastrophic peril. Master, shall we hunt this bamboo? Tang San inquired. The bamboo appeared unremarkable, easily overlooked amidst the towering trees rather than a bamboo grove. Its slender body swayed gently, with the stalks dancing in the breeze. The master advised, let us hold off for now. If no more suitable options present themselves, we may ultimately resort to it. The selection of a soul ring must be approached with caution, as each soul ring is irrevocable. A soul master can absorb the soul rings of beasts aged up to 100 years, or more precisely, those below 423 years in age. I have meticulously studied the paths and failures of many soul masters. 423 years appears to be the upper limit for the first soul ring. Therefore, I hope your inaugural soul ring will strive to approach this threshold. The master's meticulous research on martial souls was a source of immense fortune for Tang San, who felt grateful for such a mentor. Even among soul rings derived from century-old beasts, the attributes bestowed upon those from 900-year beasts differ significantly, despite sharing the same hue. Pursuing the limits of soul rings under the safest conditions is an essential lesson for every distinguished soul master. As they continued onward, the master imparted a vivid practical lesson to Tang San. With the keen sense of smell from the martial soul, Luo San Pao, even the concealed soul beasts were identified one by one, perhaps due to their predominantly 10-year classification and lack of aggressive intent. The master patiently introduced Tang San to the names, characteristics, and methods for discerning the cultivation age of these soul beasts. Glancing up at the sky, the master remarked, "It seems we shall be spending the night within the soul-hunting forest. Let us find a suitable camping spot." After searching for some time, though numerous qualifying soul beasts appeared, the master took his time, showing remarkable patience in his quest. The chosen campsite was a hollow surrounded by a complex terrain, encircled by towering trees. The master retrieved a large glass bottle from a wrist-mounted soul guide device and handed it to Tang San, instructing him to distribute its contents evenly around their vicinity. "Very well," Tang San replied. Tang San took the vial, which contained a powdery substance with a rather pungent odor. He wrinkled his nose and quickly discerned that it resembled a type of medicine akin to realgar from his past life, renowned for their expertise in hidden weapons and toxins. The Tang clan had instilled in him a considerable knowledge of poison, even as an outer disciple. During his prior quest for soul beasts, he had identified numerous poisonous plants within the soul-hunting forest and had placed them in the 24 Bridges bright moonlight. Although the master possessed unparalleled knowledge of martial spirits, his ability to identify these soulless toxic plants paled in comparison to Tang San, who had the advantage of 2 lifetimes of experience. Many of these toxic plants required specific combinations to unleash their venomous properties. After scattering the powder, Tang San returned the vial to the master. "Do you understand why I asked you to disperse this around the perimeter?" The master inquired, his expression grave, embodying the role of an instructor testing his pupil. Given that Tang San could identify the nature of the powder, it was not difficult for him to infer the master's intentions. Without hesitation, he replied, "It serves 2 purposes. One is to mask our own scent, and the other is to repel creatures such as snakes, insects, and rodents." The master nodded in approval, affirming, "Precisely. This is called snake-repelling powder, and essential for any adventurer. Remember, in the forest, especially one inhabited by soul beasts, avoid using fire whenever possible. While most wild beasts and soul beasts fear flames, some particularly formidable soul beasts are attracted to them. Should you encounter such creatures, unless your cultivation is sufficiently powerful, your demise is inevitable." As twilight descended, the forest was anything but tranquil, filled with the sounds of chirping insects, singing birds, and the occasional roar of wild beasts. Without a fire, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Tang San and the master shared a simple evening meal before resting against a large tree. The master proved to be a dedicated teacher, placing great emphasis on Tang San's learning. Even as they prepared to rest, He diligently reviewed the soul beasts he had introduced to Tang San throughout the day, reinforcing the knowledge in his disciple's mind. Tang San possessed a commendable memory, and the novelty of encountering soul beasts for the first time further enriched his recollection. Any occasional inaccuracies in his responses were meticulously corrected by the master. Little San, do you understand why I emphasize the significance of cultivating as a soul master during one's youth? The master's deep, hoarse voice carried a hint of melancholy. Tang San shook his head, awaiting his teacher's elucidation. Chapter 9, The First Soul Ring of Blue Silver Grass, Part 1. The cultivation of a soul master is an exceptionally crucial process before the age of 20. It can be said that accomplishments prior to this age will dictate future successes. Reaching the 30th level represents a pivotal threshold. If one can surpass this threshold before turning 20, their future prospects become boundless. Conversely, failing to do so before this age means an insurmountable barrier for the years to come. Youth is an advantage, a reservoir of potential. Thus, you must not squander even a single minute. For your first and second soul rings, the teacher can still assist you. But when the time comes for you to acquire your third soul ring, you may find the teacher's capacity to help has waned, and you will have to rely solely on yourself. The cultivation of soul power cannot be circumvented. It can only be augmented through meditation to harness one's own soul energy. Although you possess the inherent advantage of full soul power, you must not become complacent. Otherwise, you shall not be worthy to be my disciple. At that moment, the peculiar martial spirit, Luo San Pao, let out a sudden call. The martial spirit is one with its host, and the master immediately sensed something amiss. Springing into action and gazing in a particular direction, the sky had completely darkened, and in the dim light, more than 10 ghostly green points were moving towards them. It is the Nether Wolf. The master's voice was somewhat grave, but devoid of panic. Xiao San, do not move here. Luo San Pao continued to emit its threatening calls, seemingly warning the approaching entities. The master, however, did not notice the flicker of purple light in Tang San's eyes, which allowed him to perceive the dark surroundings with clarity. There were a total of 6 wolf-like soul beasts, each approximately 1.6 meters in length, their bodies cloaked in a steely gray hue, the ghostly green glow emanating from their eyes. They were cautiously advancing towards Luo San Pao, their demeanor suggesting unease in the presence of its aura, maintaining a semicircular formation as they approached. The master scoffed, "A pack of level 10 pups dares to disturb me." Luo San Pao let out a low growl, akin to the howling of a fierce tempest, as its already plump belly expanded at an astonishing rate, resembling a balloon inflating. The master raised his hand, summoning a yellow halo that enveloped Luo San Pao. With a stern command, he proclaimed, "Thunderous fart of Luo San Pao." In an instant, Luo San Pao's bright blue eyes blazed with intensity, and the yellow halo surrounding it transformed into a luminous barrier. Its rotund body suddenly leaped skyward, soaring to an impressive height of 5 meters, twisting midair before unleashing a thunderous explosion. Unbeknownst to the master, he had already procured 2 masks, promptly handing one to Tang San while donning the other himself. Tang San instinctively donned a mask, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Luo San Pao's actions. With a resounding boom, a yellow barrier suddenly erupted, enveloping 6 10-year-old spectral wolves within its fierce grasp. The bodies of the 6 wolves were hurled as if they were mere burlap sacks, crashing over 10 meters away, with 2 of them colliding against a tree trunk, emitting mournful cries yet unable to rise again. The remaining wolves rolled on the ground, and through the clarity afforded by his purple extreme demon eyes, Tang San observed blood oozing from their mouths and noses, a testament to the ferocity of the earlier shockwave. Amidst a chorus of whimpers, apart from the 2 incapacitated wolves, the others fled rapidly. At this moment, Master continued to impart wisdom to Tang San, explaining that the anatomical structure of wolves closely resembles that of dogs, often described as having a copper head, iron bones, and a tofu waist, with their midsection being their most vulnerable point. While speaking, Master strode forward, brandishing a short knife that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, swiftly slitting the throats of the 2 immobile spectral wolves before sprinkling them with a powder to mask the scent of blood. As he watched, the soul rings began to materialize. Under Master's guidance, Tang San noticed that with the demise of the 2 10-year-old spectral wolves, a faint white light gradually ascended from their bodies, shimmering ethereally in the air, seemingly on the verge of dissipating at any moment. This was the soul ring. They were slain by my hand, and should my soul power meet the advancement criteria, I could absorb these soul rings to facilitate my evolution. The method entailed guiding the soul rings toward oneself using one's own soul power, followed by immediate meditation to harness the energy of the rings. A soft purple light emanated from Master's hand as he beckoned to one of the soul rings produced by a spectral wolf, and it floated toward him, encircling his form but not penetrating it. My current soul power is insufficient for advancement, hence the soul ring cannot be absorbed. Within an hour, it will disperse on its own. Xiao San, fetch me 2 white radishes. Oh, Tang San rummaged at his waist, retrieving 2 white radishes from the 24 Bridges moonlit night and handing them to Master. Master casually tossed them to Luo Sanpao, who, with a series of excited sounds, swiftly devoured the radishes. The characteristics of the mutated martial spirit transcend the understanding provided by ordinary martial spirit theory. Sanpao can reduce my soul power consumption through its consumption of food, yet it possesses only a trifold attack strength, necessitating immediate replenishment after each use. Does Sanpao only eat white radishes? Tang San inquired. Master cast him a bittersweet glance and replied, as you have observed, Sanpao's method of attack involves flatulence. Without a mask, you would likely be overwhelmed by the stench. Soul beasts are equally affected, which explains why those spectral wolves fled so swiftly. In terms of inducing flatulence, few foods can compare to white radishes. With the 2 radishes as replenishment, approximately half an hour later, the attack expended by Sanpao will be restored. Chapter 9, The First Soul Ring of Blue Silvergrass, Part 2. Is this truly acceptable? Tang San felt a hint of amusement, yet, upon noticing the flicker of bitterness in his teacher's eyes, he refrained from expressing his laughter. He could only imagine how awkward it must be to possess a martial soul that employs flatulence as its means of attack among soul masters. Given the master's proud disposition, it was evident that he must be feeling quite distressed. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent calls erupted, and the bitterness in the master's gaze was instantly replaced by a chilling glint as he grasped Tang San's hand firmly. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, and a faint rustling sound distinctly reached Tang San's ears. In the air, there seemed to be a subtle scent of blood, not overwhelming, but rather laced with a hint of sweetness and a trace of tea fragrance. Tang San's nose twitched, and he instinctively blurted out, "There's poison." The master waved his right hand, casting both of his auras onto Luo Sanpao, cautiously directing his gaze toward the source of the rustling sound. The night was proving unusually tumultuous. The rustling ceased, and Tang San activated the Xiantian skill, pushing the purple extreme demon eye to its limits as he peered into the darkness. In the dimness, he discerned a dark green serpent head rising amidst the underbrush, its small, ruby-like eyes fixated upon them. Perhaps deterred by the presence of the yellow powder, it refrained from advancing further. "Master, over there." Tang San pointed toward the direction of the serpent's head. At that moment, the master had no time to ponder how Tang San could perceive what he himself could not. Swiftly, he retrieved a firecracker from his wrist soul tool and hurled it toward the direction. The firecracker ignited in the wind, illuminating the area as it rolled, allowing the master to finally see the serpent's presence. He inhaled sharply. It was a mandala serpent. How could such a ferocious creature appear at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? One could only hope it was merely a decade old. The serpent seemed agitated by the firecracker, slowly raising its head and emitting a hissing sound towards Luo Sanpao. Yet, the deterrent effect of the yellow powder lingered, preventing it from advancing. The master spoke gravely. "The venom of the mandala serpent is exceedingly potent, causing paralysis and inflicting severe damage to the nervous system. It is one of the most terrifying beings among poisonous soul beasts. Its body is incredibly resilient, resistant to ordinary blades, with only the mouth and eyes as its vulnerabilities. However, the mandala serpent is adept at guarding these 2 spots and possesses astonishing speed. Most frightening of all is its aggressiveness. It almost always attacks upon encountering humans. The yellow powder may not restrain it for long. It is merely waiting for an opportunity." Tang San did not feel any trepidation due to the master's introduction. In his previous life, within the Tang Sect of Bashu, he had encountered a myriad of serpentine species, although he had not come across the mandala serpent. He was far from inexperienced in dealing with snakes. The serpent's pointed head indicated its lethal venom, while its robust neck revealed that its vulnerability was not located at the 7-inch mark. However, the nature of this soul-powered serpent's attack remained uncertain. The master pulled Tang San behind him and said, "Little San, allow me to impart a theory to you. When the rings are abundant and the bones numerous, unleash your skills with vigor. But when the rings are sparse and the bones few, flee without hesitation." Here, rings refer to soul rings and bones to soul bones. I shall explain the concept of soul bones to you later. Essentially, when your number of soul rings and soul bones significantly surpasses that of your opponent, you must unleash your soul skills and soul power to mount a full assault. utterly vanquishing the enemy. Conversely, if your soul rings and soul bones are markedly fewer than those of your adversary, do not hesitate, flee at once. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Face and pride pale in comparison to one's existence. If this mandala serpent is a 10-year soul beast, we may stand a chance. If it is a 100-year beast, we must flee immediately. With a crackling shout, the master ordered Luo Sanpao to commence the attack. The yellow light ring shimmered once more as Luo Sanpao, in a frenzy of inhalation, leapt into action, though he had consumed a white radish. The energy spent in his prior attack against the underworld wolf had yet to be replenished, leaving him with the strength for only 2 strikes. Amidst a thunderous roar, Luo Sanpao unleashed a tremendous thunderous blast. Despite the mandala serpent's swiftness, Luo Sanpao's attack was of a wide radius, making escape impossible. A massive serpent was hurled from the ground, flung far away. Run! The master cast a glance at the mandala serpent, now airborne, and had no further thoughts. The serpent's cultivation age was also correlated with its body size. Before evolving into a 1,000-year soul beast for every additional year of cultivation, its body length would increase by 1 centimeter. The length of the serpent that had been tossed into the air certainly exceeded 3 meters, nearing 4, indicating that its cultivation approached 400 years. The master did not believe that, with his strength as a 29th level Great Soul Master, he could contend with such a soul beast, especially given that his own martial spirit was not particularly formidable. A chilling cry echoed, and as Tang San was being pulled forward by the master, he glanced back to see that the mandala serpent, seemingly unscathed, was already launching itself back toward them. As soon as its body touched the ground, it sprang back into the air like a spring, moving with an astonishing speed, relentlessly closing in on Tang San and the master. Luo Sanpao, running at a swift pace, kept close by their side, his large eyes filled with panic. Released the thunderous blast like smoke, lulling Luo Sanpao into a deep slumber. The master unleashed yet another impressive move. Luo Sanpao executed a graceful maneuver in midair, and with a sudden puff, a burst of yellow gas erupted from its plump rear, spreading throughout the atmosphere. The 2 soul rings of the master, which could bestow the effects of thunderstrike and hypnosis upon Luo Sanpao, had been fully utilized. In the 9th chapter, The First Soul Ring of Blue Silver Grass, Part 3, the mandala serpent swiftly darted through the yellow mist. However, it was not ensnared by the effects of hypnosis. Being a paragon among poisons, it possessed a resistance to toxins far superior to that of ordinary soul beasts, resulting in only a slight deceleration of its speed. Having unleashed all 3 of its attacks, Luo Sanpao noticeably diminished in size, leaving no time to replenish its energy with carrots. The 2 soul rings returned to the master, his entire being shimmering with soul power as he reached his maximum speed, grasping Tang San's hand and propelling them forward like a shooting star. Hoping to evade the mandala serpent's relentless pursuit, the master was well aware of the mandala serpent's traits. This ferocious soul beast had one notable flaw: its impatience. If it could not capture its target within a certain time frame, it would easily abandon the chase. Yet today, the mandala serpent displayed an unusual persistence. Perhaps incensed by Luo Sanpao's emissions and the yellow powder, relentlessly pursuing the master and Tang San with astonishing speed, closing the distance between them. Sanpao obstructed. At the master's command, Luo Sanpao, with its rotund form, lunged towards the mandala serpent in an attempt to block its advance. However, the serpent not only possessed remarkable speed but also exhibited extraordinary reflexes. It swiftly maneuvered to evade Luo Sanpao's collision and bit down upon it. With a pained cry, Luo Sanpao plummeted towards the ground. The master waved his hands, and in an instant, Luo Sanpao transformed into a beam of purple light, reintegrating into his body. At that moment, the master's heart was filled with despair, as memories of his life echoed relentlessly in his mind. He longed to question the heavens about the misfortunes he had endured throughout his existence. Why? Why was it so? Why must this child, Tang San, also suffer? Just as the master neared the brink of hopelessness, feeling the chilling aura of the mandala serpent's venomous fangs, he suddenly noticed Tang San stir beside him. Turning his head, he saw Tang San's left hand swiftly reach for the 24 bridges on a moonlit night at his waist, and without looking back, he flung it behind him. A robust white radish flew forth, striking the mandala serpent with a resounding thud, causing the soul beast, which had been poised to attack, to momentarily halt and create a greater distance between them. The ability to discern sound and position was merely a rudimentary skill of the Tang Sect. Yet Tang San had mastered it. The subsequent scene filled the master's heart with profound astonishment. Tang San's left hand swept across his waist with deft precision, launching one white radish after another. although lacking the force to harm the mandala snake. Each radish effectively impeded its pursuit just as it was about to close in on them. What remarkable skill! The master observed that with each toss. Tang San's left thumb was tucked inward, palm facing down, while the other 4 fingers extended forward, executing the movement with simplicity and efficiency. Despite a hint of panic on his youthful face, he displayed no semblance of fear. In his previous life, any martial artist would recognize this technique. Known as the whip arrow, a fundamental maneuver within the Tang Sect's arsenal of hidden weapons. It employed the inertia of the arm swing to launch concealed projectiles. This approach, while not intricate, proved exceedingly effective in the current predicament, although 20 pounds of white radishes was no small amount. Tang San's speed in executing the whip arrow was commendable. In a short span, the stock he had gathered under the moonlit bridges had been entirely depleted. At this critical juncture of life and death, Tang San was acutely aware of the dire consequences of being ensnared by such a formidable soul beast. Characterized by its imposing size, strength, speed, and lethal venom, it was no longer a time for concealing one's capabilities. Suddenly, he released the master's hand. Twisting his body in midair, and with a swift raise of his left hand, a streak of black light shot forth silently. The meticulously crafted sleeve arrow had finally made its debut. At this moment, Tang San's eyes had completely transformed into a deep purple hue. Thanks to the effect of the purple extreme demon eye, he could perceive every movement of the mandala snake with remarkable clarity. The creature's reflexes surpassed Tang San's expectations. The dart he had launched aimed at the left eye of the mandala snake. In a swift motion, its body twisted midair, and with a sudden lowering of its head, it narrowly evaded a fatal strike. However, the speed of the dart was simply too swift, and it still struck the creature with a sharp sound. A cascade of sparks erupted from the mandala snake's resilient scales. The intense pain elicited a shrill cry from it, echoing sharply in the air. Tang San inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. The hidden darts, propelled by a mechanical trigger, possessed both speed and power. However, they lacked finesse, merely allowing for a straightforward assault on his adversary. This was a common flaw among mechanisms of this nature. Nevertheless, he was taken aback by the formidable defense of the mandala snake. It is worth noting that although he possessed only 3 darts, they were forged from iron and delivered with formidable force, yet they still failed to inflict any genuine harm upon the soul beast before him. The mandala snake, thoroughly incensed, illuminated its scales, which shimmered with a faint golden light against their deep green hue. In an instant, its speed surged, and it lunged at Tang San with breathtaking swiftness. Tang San suddenly released his grip, yet the master, driven by instinct, had already dashed several meters ahead. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no time to rescue Tang San. In this critical moment, however, Tang San's heart became remarkably composed. Channeling his Xiantian skill, an authentic and superior Taoist internal technique, he entered a state of tranquility akin to still water. As the mandala snake opened its wide maw, he displayed not a hint of panic. With a deft motion of his right hand, the short sword bestowed by the master slipped into his palm. Chapter 9, The First Soul Ring of Blue-Silver Grass, Part 4, The mandala snake, in both speed and strength, far surpassed what Tang San could contend with. As the snake's head lunged towards him, Tang San executed the ghost shadow mirage technique, his body swaying slightly as he shifted sideways by 3 feet. He understood that this was a singular opportunity. Should he fail, the mandala snake would never be deceived again. In that crucial moment, he made a swift decision, channeling nearly all his Xiantian energy into his hands. A blue luminescence flickered in his palms, and with a swift inhalation and exhalation, his body repositioned under the influence of the ghost shadow mirage. The mandala snake felt an unexpected force pulling from its side, causing its head to turn uncontrollably. At that instant, with its mouth agape from its attempt to strike at Tang San, a blue radiance seemed to emerge from thin air, waiting calmly. Just as the mandala snake's head pivoted, and before its jaws could snap shut, with an audible thud, the nearly 4-meter-long snake momentarily stiffened as the short sword fully penetrated its mouth. In the next moment, the mandala snake's body convulsed violently, sending dust and debris flying across the ground. Its solid form swept through the surroundings, reducing bushes and small trees to mere remnants, as if ravaged by a tornado. After delivering that powerful thrust, Tang San, employing the ghost shadow mirage, swiftly retreated, barely evading the sweeping tail of the mandala snake. The saying goes that a centipede, even when dead, does not become stiff. Tang San, well versed in the nature of snakes, knew that the mandala snake would not perish immediately. Xiao San, The master's urgent call jolted Tang San back to reality. He realized that everything he had just done was now irrevocably laid bare before the master. His soul did not belong to this world, and this truth could not be known by anyone. What should he do? Silence the master to safeguard his secret? Tang San believed that, given the silent dart's lethality and uniqueness, he had a 70% chance of succeeding, especially since Luo San Pao was currently incapacitated. But how could he possibly do such a thing? The master was his teacher, although they had only spent a few days together. He had already earned Tang San's genuine respect. With no other option, he resorted to deception. Intentionally stumbling, Tang San fell to the ground. The master reached out to catch him. After all, he was a level 29 soul master. Although his martial spirit was lacking, his soul power remained intact. And he managed to support Tang San. Xiao San, are you all right? Teacher, you scared me to death. Why didn't the snake pursue us? The master gazed intently at the mandala serpent, which was wreaking havoc in a terrifying manner, and reproached, why did you suddenly loosen your grip just now? Do you have any notion of how perilous this situation is? In truth, the master's perception was not as extensive as Tang San had envisioned, after all. It was the dead of night, and he lacked the visual prowess of the purple extreme demon eye. In the darkness, the master could only faintly discern Tang San's body recoiling, along with the glimmering light emanating from the blue short sword. He was oblivious to the sharp sound of the crossbow bolt striking the sand serpent. I'm not sure what happened. My hands were sweaty, and it seemed to slip suddenly. Master, I was flailing the short sword you gave me, and it appears I may have struck the serpent, Tang San said, raising his hand, which was indeed clammy with cold sweat. The master could surmise that Tang San had indeed pierced the mandala serpent, most likely striking a vital point. For how could such a fierce and vengeful soul suddenly cease its pursuit? Do not approach. Let us observe for a moment. Serpentine soul beasts possess an exceptionally resilient vitality. They are not easily vanquished. Tang San gasped heavily, not as a feigned display, but due to his genuine exhaustion. Confronted by the formidable century-old mandala serpent, he had exerted every ounce of his strength in that fleeting moment. Had his technique, controlling the crane to catch the dragon, failed to draw the serpent's head towards him, the outcome would have been drastically different. After this harrowing encounter, Tang San resolved to arm himself as thoroughly as possible upon his return. Until he perfected his Xiantian skill, various mechanical traps and hidden weapons were evidently the optimal choice, particularly as they were his forte. The master and disciple stood at a distance, cautiously observing as the mandala serpent's frantic struggles gradually subsided, its body twisting upon the ground, shattering the surrounding vegetation and exposing the soil beneath. The master presented Tang San with a precious sword, though it measured merely 1 foot and 2 inches. It was sufficient to penetrate the serpent's brain, a fatal wound indeed. As the serpent's thrashing weakened, the master finally exhaled in relief, though his expression soon transformed from alarm to elation. This is splendid news, Xiao San. Your soul ring is assured. Teacher, what do you mean? Are you referring to the serpent? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. The master nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed, it is. The mandala serpent, before reaching a millennium in cultivation, grows 1 centimeter for each year of its life. This serpent measures nearly 4 meters in length, indicating it has close to 400 years of cultivation, just shy of the threshold for a soul master to absorb their first soul ring. Given your innate full spirit power, absorbing its soul ring poses no issue. But, teacher, Tang San replied, puzzled, my martial soul is a plant, while this mandala serpent is a beast-type soul beast. Can I truly convert it into a soul ring? Wouldn't there be a conflict? At this moment, the master had relaxed, his eyes gleaming with confidence. One of the 10 core competencies I have researched in the realm of martial souls is the theory of martial soul mimicry. A plant martial soul need not exclusively absorb soul rings from plant soul beasts, nor are beast martial souls incapable of absorbing plant soul rings. Under certain conditions, these two can indeed interchangeably absorb one another. As I previously mentioned, one of the significant advantages of the blue-silver grass is its non-exclusivity, due to its inherent weakness. It does not repel any attributes added by the soul rings, but rather passively integrates them. Therefore, absorbing the mandala serpent's soul ring will pose no problem. Do you remember what type of soul ring we were seeking? Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement as he contemplated the addition of a resilient effect, preferably one imbued with toxicity. Indeed, both of these attributes were possessed by the mandala serpent. The master gazed deeply at his disciple and spoke. Whether they be ordinary soul masters or those from the Spirit Hall, my theory of the 10 core competencies has been met with ridicule, and no one believes in it. In the past, no soul master was willing to absorb soul rings of different types to enhance themselves. Xiao San, would you be willing to try? Although I possess absolute confidence in the theory, it has never been attempted. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The reason my 10 core competencies remain mere theory and not truth is that no one has dared to put them into practice. In the master's eyes, Tang San perceived fervor. Due to the mutation of martial souls, the master would never become a formidable soul master, yet he remained steadfast, dedicating his entire life to the study of martial souls. For such a person, Tang San felt a profound respect, both for the master himself and for his research achievements. Master, allow me to be the one to assist you in this endeavor. I believe your research will prove to be correct. The mandala serpent's body began to grow still, its vital point pierced by a sharp blade. Even with its tenacious life force, it could not escape the fate of death. Faint yellow light spots began to coalesce above the mandala serpent, and unlike the 10-year ghost wolf soul ring Tang San had previously encountered, the yellow halo produced by the mandala serpent was strikingly clear, radiating brilliance far surpassing that of the ghost wolf's ring. Even without direct contact, one could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the master's eyes were filled with gratitude. Xiao San, let us begin. Tang San nodded slightly, lifting his right hand with great effort, suppressing the weakness that threatened to overwhelm him. He began to gather the remnants of his soul power into the palm of his hand. A soft azure glow emerged as the blue-silver grass sprouted from his palm, exuding a gentle aura of life that swayed delicately in harmony with the fluctuations of his soul power. Come forth, my first soul ring. You shall determine whether I can master the profound skills of the Tang Sect and whether I can fulfill the hopes of my mentor. Under the gentle pull of the pale blue radiance, the century-old mandala serpent soul ring slowly made its way towards Tang San. The master fixed his gaze intently on the approaching soul ring and commanded in a deep voice, sit cross-legged and focus on your martial spirit. Tang San, seated in a meditative posture, directed his focus towards the martial spirit residing in his right hand. At that moment, as the century-old mandala serpent soul ring drew near, he felt an unprecedented surge of pressure, causing a faint sound to emanate from his bones. Soon, the yellow ring hovered above his head, offering him no opportunity for reaction. Suddenly, this yellow ring constricted, transforming into a solid golden band, no larger than a bracelet, which descended directly onto the blue-silver grass martial spirit nestled in the palm of his right hand. Tang San felt as though his right hand had plunged into molten lava, an intense surge of searing energy flooding in, a violent torrent of heat coursing through his body, igniting every fiber of his being in an instant. He could not help but tremble violently, regardless of how the power of the soul ring assailed his body. He reminded himself to remain lucid. Only by doing so could he harness the power of the soul ring to its fullest potential in the future. This was the final statement he had heard from the master. In the next moment, with his eyes closed, his consciousness was completely engulfed in that scalding ocean. The internal energy of his Xiantian skill seemed to be ignited by this sudden force, the heat radiating swiftly throughout every part of his body. And Tang San felt as if he could breathe fire if he opened his mouth. What an overwhelming power! The surging force of the soul ring baptized Tang San's body in an instant. Yet he found it peculiar that such a torrid energy did not obliterate his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Suddenly, a clarity emerged in his consciousness. He seemed to see himself immersed in a sea of flames, and at the very center of this inferno, a solitary blue-silver grass swayed gently amidst the flames, impervious to destruction despite the ferocity of the fire. Tang San felt a surge of joy within. It seemed he had entered the realm of inner vision, an experience he had never encountered in his previous life due to his advanced age when cultivating the Xiantian treasure record. To his astonishment, this phenomenon manifested while absorbing his first soul ring. Under the fiery embrace, the blue-silver grass began to transform. The originally slender blades elongated and widened, their pale blue hue deepening into an abyssal shade. The deep blue leaves spread across the ocean of flames, dancing with a life of their own, resembling countless serpents of fire weaving through the inferno. The pale blue blades metamorphosed into a profound blue, adorned with faint black patterns, identical to those on the body of the mandala serpent. With a thunderous roar, torrents of heat surged forth, and Tang San felt as though the searing energy threatened to meld his very being. In the next instant, he perceived a crisp, shattering sound, followed by a frenzied dispersion of that heat, which then coalesced into a milky white stream. The once meandering brook transformed into a flowing river, where the agonizing heat dissipated, leaving only a soothing comfort in its wake. Triumph surged once more. He was intimately familiar with that sensation of fragmentation, akin to breaking through the first bottleneck of the Xiantian art. The power of his inner strength fused seamlessly with that of the soul ring, amalgamating into a force of greater potency. In a fleeting moment, this energy spiraled rapidly around his meridians, gradually flowing into his dantian, as Tang San had surmised. Upon arriving in this world, his Xiantian art had formed an uncanny synergy with the soul power of soul masters. Each level of the Xiantian art corresponded to a title of a soul master. By acquiring this first soul ring, he had finally shattered the first bottleneck of the Xiantian art. Of course, his current strength transcended merely advancing to the second level of the Xiantian art. He also possessed the unparalleled martial soul power, along with the skills bestowed by the first soul ring. The euphoric sensation following the absorption of the soul ring was ineffable, akin to floating on clouds, free from the burdens of gravity, or reaching the pinnacle of bliss. Every pore of his body, 36,000 in total, opened wide, greedily inhaling the exquisite air, as a transformative quality began to manifest within Tang San's being. Tang San endeavored to calm the excitement surging within him. The breakthrough facilitated by the soul ring in his Xiantian skill illuminated the path for his future development. He understood that, regardless of the circumstances, his life in this realm was inextricably linked to martial souls. Soul power was synonymous with the inner strength of Xiantian skill, and inner strength was, in turn, soul power. It was destined that he would tread the path of a soul master, and indeed, he was a soul master of the Tang Sect. As Tang San gradually opened his eyes, the sky was already brightly lit, and the vibrant vitality of the new day seemed to beckon to his very being. Tang San lowered his gaze to examine himself and discovered that his physique had seemingly undergone some transformation due to the acquisition of the soul ring. His formerly slender stature appeared to have gained a slight height, his shoulders broadened a few inches, and his skin now possessed a lustrous sheen. With each movement, he felt a delightful lightness imbued with strength, effortlessly aware that he had not only transcended the limits of his inner power, but that every aspect of his physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced under the influence of the century-old mandala snake soul ring. His first thought upon regaining consciousness was of his master. He was eager to convey the success of the master's theory on soul-beast manifestation. Throughout the fusion process, despite enduring considerable pain, he experienced no sense of conflict. However, when his gaze fell upon his master, he was taken aback. The master lay on the ground, his body seemingly stiffened, utterly motionless. Around him, a circle of sulfur powder was drawn, akin to the previous camp circumstances. "Master, what has happened to you?" A surge of anxiety gripped Tang San as he hurriedly rolled over to support his master's body. Upon seeing the master's face, he instinctively exclaimed, "Poison." Dark energy swirled around the master's once stiff visage, his breath shallow, as he seemed to be losing vitality, his body rigid and devoid of sensation. How could the master have been poisoned? Tang San, filled with questions, suddenly sensed something amiss with his master's body and quickly pulled back the sleeve of his right arm. To his horror, the master's right arm had swollen to 3 times its normal size, the skin stretched to a bright purple hue. Fortunately, a cloth band tightly bound the root of the upper arm, evidently a desperate measure taken by the master upon realizing his poisoning. Despite this, the majority of the toxin had not spread, yet he remained unconscious, illustrating the potency of the poison. A flash of insight struck Tang San as he comprehended the cause of his master's poisoning. Previously, while fleeing from the mandala snake, the master's martial soul, the 3-headed cannon, had been bitten on the right foreleg. The master had swiftly retracted it at that moment. The bond between a beast martial soul and its host is inseparable. Even if the master's martial soul were mutated, the same principle applies. A poisoned martial soul equates to a poisoned host. The master had devoted himself entirely to assisting Tang San in absorbing the soul ring, disregarding his own safety. Once Tang San entered a meditative state, his soul power was insufficient to contain the toxin, leading to its manifestation. In contrast, weapon martial souls possess a certain advantage in this regard. Toxins that taint weapon souls do not affect the host. Thankfully, the master had managed to halt the toxin's spread. Otherwise, Tang San would have been at a loss. After feeling the pulse in his master's left hand, he quietly sighed in relief. The toxin had not yet reached the heart, and there was still time for salvation. Having emerged from the Tang Sect, Tang San was well-versed in handling poison-related injuries. At this moment, he no longer cared whether the flames would summon soul beasts. Swiftly, he gathered dry twigs and leaves from his surroundings, igniting a small fire with a torch. He then tore off the sleeve of the master's right arm and, using the dagger bestowed upon him by the master, he excavated a small pit in the ground. After retrieving some clean water, he meticulously washed the blade. As the campfire began to blaze more brightly, Tang San repeatedly heated the dagger over the flames before dragging the master's body beside the pit, allowing his right hand to dangle into it. Taking a deep breath, Tang San flicked his wrist, executing 3 swift slashes with the dagger at the master's pulse point, elbow crease, and armpit. Instantly, 3 streams of purplish-black blood, exuding a rich metallic scent and faint hints of tea fragrance, gushed forth, flowing like 3 small rivers into the pit he had prepared in advance. Chapter 10, The First Soul Ring Skill, Part 2. Tang San placed one hand upon the master's chest, channeling the recently enhanced power of the Xiantian art. With his left hand, he deftly pressed down, sealing 4 meridians at the master's chest to prevent the spread of poison, while simultaneously, his right hand began to gently knead the area, using his internal energy to facilitate the circulation of the master's vital essence and blood, slowly guiding the toxins towards a singular location. As the pinnacle martial arts technique of the Tang Sect, the Xiantian art possesses remarkable detoxifying properties. It is neither brute force nor sheer intensity, but rather an exquisitely refined energy that penetrates the master's body like fine threads, ensuring no lingering repercussions. As he unfastened the master's garments, Tang San meticulously observed the dark aura enveloping him. Under the influence of the Xiantian art, the malevolent energy gradually coalesced and flowed towards the master's right arm. At this moment, Tang San refrained from unbinding the cloth that encircled the master's arm. As the toxic blood flowed out, the master's swollen arm began to shrink, and its skin tone gradually returned to normal. However, a look of agony crossed the master's face, and he began to emit soft groans. With the purging of the dark purple blood, vibrant red blood started to emerge, and the master's arm appeared somewhat pallid. Only then did Tang San carefully unwrap the cloth from the master's arm, swiftly utilizing his internal energy to expel the remaining poison all at once, and quickly sealing the blood vessels in the master's arm, tearing strips of cloth from his own attire to bind the wound. His earlier hesitation to remove the cloth from the master's arm stemmed from a concern over excessive blood loss, as the master had already been poisoned for a considerable duration. With the toxins eradicated, Tang San was now drenched in sweat. Although he had entered the second level of the Xiantian art, his strength was not yet formidable. Employing internal energy in such a manner to assist in detoxification was the most draining in terms of both energy and vitality. The sense of power derived from the absorption of soul rings had also begun to wane. Tang San carefully cleaned the master's arm with pure water, and then buried the small pit filled with poisonous blood with soil, thus completing the task at hand. Following this, the master remained in a state of unconsciousness for 3 full days, during which he suffered from a persistent fever. Each day, Tang San could only administer small amounts of water to him, and in an effort to provide the master with some nourishment, he even fashioned a small pot from a piece of tree trunk to boil some dried meat into broth. Given their location in the soul-hunting forest, Tang San dared not stray far from the master. Fortunately, luck was somewhat on their side, although the occasional soul beast passed by. They were mostly 10-year-old beasts with low aggression, causing no significant trouble for Tang San. What has happened to me? When the master finally regained consciousness, it was already midday on the 4th day. His frail body lacked the strength to exert even the slightest effort. The world around him appeared hazy, and the dizzying sensations made it difficult to find his bearings. Even lifting a hand proved to be a daunting task. "Master, you're awake," Tang San exclaimed, rushing to the master's side and channeling a stream of pure internal energy into him. With the assistance of the Xiantian skill, the master felt a surge of vitality, and his gaze gradually began to focus. "Little San, am I still alive?" The master looked at Tang San with a mixture of surprise and relief. Tang San nodded and said, "Teacher, you have lived well. However, it seems you will need to rest for a considerable duration this time." The master awkwardly tilted his head to glance at his right arm and remarked, "It was you who saved me, wasn't it?" Tang San scratched his head and said, "When I was a child, my father taught me a simple method for treating poison injuries. Seeing you in a state of unconsciousness, I could only give it a try. There's always a chance in attempting something. After all, one must treat a dead horse as if it were alive." With a hint of jest, he added, "Is it inappropriate to refer to a teacher in such a manner?" The master managed to force a smile, yet his already rigid features, now rendered pale, made his smile appear more sorrowful than a frown. Life, indeed, is always a precious gift, even for a master who has devoted his entire existence to the study of martial spirits filled with pride and ambition. Tang San chuckled softly and said, "Master, please take a moment to rest. I shall prepare a warm meat broth for you. Once you awaken, you can rest for a few more hours before having some sustenance. It would also allow us to depart from the soul-hunting forest sooner, as the environment here is quite harsh, and the humid air is not conducive to your recovery. The master seemed to suddenly recall something and asked, Xiao-san, have you succeeded? For him, the theories he had researched held greater significance than life itself. Tang San smiled and said, Teacher, rest assured. I have succeeded. Look. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a faint white light shimmered upon his skin. Subsequently, deep blue silver grass surged forth from his palm. A distinct yellow halo ascended from beneath his feet, swirling gracefully around his form, a hallmark of a first-ring spirit master. Previously, the silver grass had a width of less than half a finger, but now it had expanded to 3 fingers wide, with leaves that were several times thicker than before, adorned with peculiar patterns. Dozens of strands of silver grass rapidly spread outward, the tips of their leaves raised as if they were a dozen mandala snakes foraging in the surroundings. The silver grass bore no trace of the mandala snake's odor, only a subtle fragrance of tea, intoxicating yet laced with danger. The master's eyes sparkled with immense excitement, and he restrained his enthusiasm, asking, How's the resilience? Witnessing this firsthand, Tang San responded with action. One of the strands of silver grass that had detached from his palm suddenly soared, coiling around a tree trunk the thickness of an arm, while another returned to his hand. With a firm tug of his right hand, the tree's trunk bent downwards, causing the silver grass to stretch taut, yet showing no signs of breaking. Excellent. This is truly remarkable. It seems my judgment was entirely correct. The silver grass has become resilient after absorbing the mandala snake's spirit ring. If I am not mistaken, it should also possess some of the mandala snake's venom. However, what is its current skill? Chapter 10, The First Soul Ring Skill. 3. Upon acquiring a soul ring, a spirit's skills undergo a process of mutation before manifesting. Different spirits will produce entirely distinct skills from the same soul ring and vice versa. Even variations in the age of the soul ring can lead to significant differences in skills. Thus, despite the master's extensive research into spirits, he could not definitively ascertain the effects of the first soul ring acquired by Tang San. Tang San said, Teacher, over the past few days, I have experimented with some weaker tenure soul beasts. You were indeed correct. The blue silver grass has inherited certain toxic qualities from the mandala snake. However, it lacks lethal toxicity and instead possesses a paralyzing effect. This effect requires direct contact to be effective. While not exceedingly potent, its restraining capabilities are distinctly evident. The skill of the blue silver grass is entanglement. By harnessing my soul power, I can ensnare the enemy's body, rendering them immobile. As he spoke, Tang San utilized his soul power to demonstrate the skill of the blue silver grass he had summoned. Suddenly, over a dozen deep blue blades of grass erupted from the underbrush, swiftly entwining around a robust tree trunk. The leaves spiraled outward, enveloping an area of approximately 10 square meters. Within this expanse, evasion was utterly impossible. In an instant, the numerous blue silver grasses had firmly ensnared the great tree. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in the master's eyes. Indeed, it was as he had surmised, the hallmark of a control-type soul master. If you could collaborate with a powerful attacker, the efficacy of your martial soul would be greatly amplified. A control-type soul master aims to manipulate the opponent's movements, imposing constraints to the fullest extent possible. This entanglement skill serves precisely that purpose. Furthermore, with its added paralyzing effect, unless the enemy possesses a soul ring that surpasses yours by 2 levels, it would be nearly impossible for them to break free from this entanglement. Little San, we have succeeded. When discussing martial souls, the master appeared anything but a grievously injured individual. His eyes sparkled with vigor, and his voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. The most significant characteristic of the blue-silver grass's entanglement skill lies in its unexpectedness. Tang San had tested it, within a 50-meter radius. He could command the blue-silver grass to launch an attack from any position. It was utterly unpredictable, especially within the densely vegetated forest, where the blue-silver grass found superior concealment. Tang San once again prepared a pot of meat soup and carefully diced the well-cooked dried meat to feed to the master. With sustenance in his stomach, the master's recovery accelerated. However, they were compelled to prepare for departure from the soul-hunting forest, as the provisions and water gathered during their journey had been nearly depleted over the past few days, despite Tang San's efforts to conserve them. The master had yet to regain his mobility. Thus he was carried out of the martial soul forest on Tang San's back. Due to the significant disparity in their sizes, the master's legs dangled limply along the ground. With exceptional strength and inner power, Tang San, guided by the master's instructions, steadily made his way out of the soul-hunting forest and returned to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy by horse-drawn carriage. Throughout the journey, whether while caring for the master or carrying him from the forest, the master never uttered a word of thanks. Yet, the gaze he cast upon Tang San seemed to reflect something beyond mere gratitude. It resembled the emotions that should be present in Tang Hao's eyes. The adage, once a teacher, always a father, resonated deeply within the master's heart. After several days of recuperation and Tang San's meticulous care, by the time they returned to the academy, the master was able to walk, albeit with difficulty, supported by Tang San. However, in Tang San's estimation, the poison he had suffered had severely depleted the master's vitality, and full recovery would require at least a month. The master held a position as a guest lecturer at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and enjoyed a good relationship with the principal, yet he had no family. Thus, during this period, Tang San naturally took it upon himself to care for his teacher, a responsibility he had long contemplated. He had even meticulously planned how to attend to the master's needs each day during their journey. At that moment, it was the morning class time for the students. The academy was enveloped in a serene quietude. Tang San assisted the master directly to his room, helping him lie down on the bed. "We are finally back. You can take a good rest now, teacher. During this time, you must focus on your recovery and avoid overexertion. If you need anything, just instruct me." The master nodded silently, saying, "I did not expect to survive this ordeal. My recovery is of little concern, but your training must not be interrupted. Additionally, there is something you must do. Xiao-san, fetch the second book from the left on the third shelf of the left bookcase for me." "Understood." Tang San complied with the master's request, retrieving a substantial tome, which he found curious as it bore no title. The master did not take the book from his hands but remarked, "This book contains my research on cultivating soul power. Although soul power is refined through meditation and the circulation of one's own energy, there are numerous techniques involved. It details the most effective routes for enhancing strength and the optimal conditions for cultivating various martial souls. During this period, I cannot guide you in person, but you must not become complacent." "Yes," Tang San respectfully acknowledged, though he had yet to peruse the book. An inexplicable shock resonated within him. Following this breakthrough in his spirit ring, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of his martial soul. In his interpretation, this so-called soul power was essentially a form of internal energy, yet the majority of practitioners merely operated it in a simplistic manner, devoid of any systematic approach. Chapter 10, The First Soul Ring Skill, Part 4. Tang San possesses the cultivation method of the Xiantian skill, which will undoubtedly enhance his training speed in the future, surpassing that of most soul masters. According to the master, the methodology he has been researching is akin to a similar pathway for cultivating internal energy. To reach such a level of understanding, one must ponder the immense effort the master has invested. It is important to recognize that the Xiantian skill is the culmination of countless generations of hard-earned wisdom from the Tang Sect. The master, however, is but a solitary figure. Furthermore, you are to make your way to the Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City. A casual inquiry along the way will lead you to its location, situated in the central part of the city. There, you will undergo a soul master assessment to evaluate your soul power and, in doing so, formally register with the Wuhuan Hall. This will allow you to receive a monthly subsidy, thus relieving you from the need to continue as a work-study student. Tang San carefully stored the book given to him by the master within the exquisite belt known as the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night. The very essence of this belt, crafted from an unknown material, possessed remarkable flexibility and elasticity. It could be shrunk to a minimal size, allowing even a child like Tang San to wear it around his waist, yet when fully extended, it could comfortably fit even a robust man with a waist exceeding 4 feet, all while maintaining a constant width. At that moment, clad in the uniform of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, with the master's belt cinched at his waist, Tang San's demeanor had transformed entirely from the time he first arrived at the academy. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Though he might not be conventionally handsome, he exuded a sense of cleanliness and freshness. "Master, please rest for a while. I shall return with food at noon." After leaving the master's room, Tang San heard the bell signaling the end of class. The lessons at Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy were relatively brief, allowing for a half-hour break before lunch. With the class now dismissed, he decided to return to the dormitory to greet his roommates and inform them of his return before venturing out again. However, upon arriving at the dormitory, he was astonished to find it entirely empty, devoid of any presence. His bedding remained undisturbed, placed alongside Xiao Wu's, separated only by a bundle. "Has no one returned after class?" Tang San wondered silently. He turned and exited the dormitory, making his way to the playground. As he approached, he noticed the last few students emerging from the teaching building, making their way toward the dormitory in small groups. Just as Tang San was about to head to the Soul Hall to fulfill the master's instructions for Soul Master certification, he faintly overheard some older students mention the term work-study students. He quickly focused, using his inner strength to enhance his hearing and discern their conversation. Those work-study students really overestimate themselves. They dare to challenge the formidable Xiao Laoda from the 6th grade. I doubt we will see any of them in class tomorrow. That is not entirely fair. The work-study students have some merit in their boldness. They recently welcomed a first-year student, a girl who is quite formidable. All the work-study students call her sister Xiaowu. It seems she instigated this challenge. The stakes are quite high. If Xiao Laoda wins, all the work-study students will become his pets. But if the work-study students prevail, Sister Xiaowu will be regarded as our academy Sister Xiaowu. Those work-study students are clearly courting disaster. How powerful can a first-year girl possibly be? Xiao Laoda is among the few 6th graders who have attained the Soul Master realm. It seems he will soon have a new entourage. Hearing the conversation between the two upperclassmen, Tang San felt a tightening in his chest. Although his acquaintance with Xiaowu had been brief, he had gained some insight into her character. This seemingly delicate girl possessed a temperament far from gentle. In fact, she had a bit of a fiery spirit. Moreover, coupled with Wang Sheng's previous remarks regarding the mistreatment of work-study students, he could be certain that the statements made by these two senior students were indeed true. Tang San was also one of the work-study students, and he could not stand idly by while his roommate was bullied. Excuse me, seniors, where can I find Xiaoda and those work-study students? Tang San approached the two seniors engaged in conversation. The two seniors were momentarily taken aback. The taller one on the left replied, "What do you want? Are you also looking to get involved, little junior? Xiaoda has enough manpower already. Judging by your appearance, you should be in your 2nd or 3rd year. I advise you to stay out of it. Being caught in the crossfire wouldn't be pleasant." From Tang San's neat attire and the quality belt adorning his waist, the seniors evidently could not deduce his identity as a work-study student. "Seniors, I merely wish to observe from a distance." Tang San naturally refrained from disclosing his status. They must be dueling in the woods behind the academy. Upon receiving this accurate information, Tang San took off running towards the back of the academy. The so-called back mountain of the academy was not within the confines of Nodding Academy, but rather a small hill just outside the back gate. Noticing the surroundings were deserted except for the academy, Tang San immediately activated his ghostly shadow agility and sprinted up the hill. The forest was eerily silent, yet it did not signify tranquility. Rather, it was charged with an atmosphere of tension. All the work-study students, except for Tang San, stood behind Xiaowu, who faced off against a group of over 20 upperclassmen. At the forefront was a tall figure clad in the uniform of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Although he still bore a youthful visage, he exhibited a semblance of maturity. He appeared to tower at least half a head over Xiaowu, and his looks could be deemed handsome, yet his expression of disdain marred the harmony of his features. "Little girl, you still have time to regret this. However, I wouldn't mind adding another pet rabbit to my collection. Your martial soul is a rabbit, isn't it?" Chapter 10, The First Soul Ring Skill, 5 Xiaowu. Undeterred, matched his disdainful expression with one of her own, her youthful visage adding a hint of cuteness to her defiance. She pointed at him and declared, "Xiaoda, are you afraid? If you are, you can become my little brother." Haha, Xiaoda feigned a carefree laugh. "Am I afraid? I must say, Wang Sheng, have all you work-study students lost your minds to bring such a little girl to challenge me? It's truly laughable. Little girl, you should inquire about who I, Xiaoda, am. Within this nodding city, even if I walked sideways, no one would dare to stop me, let alone within the academy." Xiaowu, clearly growing impatient, interjected, "Enough of the chatter, let us get started. What are the rules?" Xiaoda's eyes glinted mischievously as he replied, "Rest assured, I won't bully you. Since there are 10 of you here, we shall field 10 of our own. We will take turns. Each participant who wins may continue to face the next opponent until one side is completely defeated." To have risen to the position of leader amongst the students, Xiaoda was not a reckless individual. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Although outwardly, Xiaowu seemed to pose little threat. However, it is evident that the formidable Xiao Laoda has been clashing with Wang Sheng for quite some time. He possesses a profound understanding of Wang Sheng's character. If this young girl lacked any remarkable abilities, Wang Sheng would hardly concede to her representation as a work-study student. Even if this girl is exceptionally talented, what difference does it make? His side is comprised entirely of upperclassmen, each possessing considerable strength, while the work-study side has only Wang Sheng, who is somewhat capable. And this girl, at most, makes two. Allowing his subordinates to exhaust them completely, he need not lift a finger. This battle would already be a victory. Is this seemingly fair duel truly equitable? Wang Sheng, of course, discerned Xiao Laoda's intentions, but before he could voice his thoughts, Xiao Wu had already spiritedly declared, "All right. It's settled. Who will be the first to step forward?" At this juncture, it was too late for Wang Sheng to dissuade Xiao Wu from her agreement. Xiao Laoda gestured to his subordinates behind him, and a tall upperclassman immediately stepped forward. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth. "Sister Xiao Wu, allow me to take the lead." He recognized this upperclassman, having faced him in one-on-one duels numerous times, each ending in dismal defeat. This student's martial spirit was a staff, not just any staff, but a formidable one. Xiao Wu, embodying the essence of a big sister, nodded in assent to Wang Sheng's request. Taking a deep breath, he stepped to the forefront, calling out, "Lu Long, let us begin." Lu Long illuminated with a yellow glow, and a staff over 2 meters long materialized in his grasp, declaring, "Wang Sheng, if I don't leave you lying down for days today, I shall not bear the surname Lu." Before Wang Sheng could respond, Xiao Wu chimed in with a smile. "Then if you lose, you shall henceforth be known as Crumpled Flower, Fallen Willow." Lu Long's expression darkened, and without a word, he swiftly advanced, swinging his staff down upon Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, too, radiated with spirit energy, letting out a tiger's roar. He stood firm, crossing his arms to meet the approaching staff. The impact resonated with a dull thud. Wang Sheng grunted, stumbling back 2 steps. Despite the protective spirit energy, the initial contact left a blood mark on his arm from the staff's strike. Bruising was inevitable. Lu Long smirked. "You never learn, do you? This is my martial spirit." With a flash of light, the end of the staff that Wang Sheng grasped suddenly vanished, and in a swift motion, the staff lunged forward, piercing through Wang Sheng's arm and slamming against his chest, propelling him backward. Wang Sheng's fighting spirit was indomitable, and his strength evidently surpassed that of his opponent. However, his disadvantage lay in his lack of spirit rings, preventing him from utilizing his martial spirit. Although his strength was significantly enhanced by his spirit energy, his agility fell short. Faced with an adversary wielding a long staff, Wang Sheng found himself utterly powerless against the opponent's advantage of an inch longer, an inch stronger. He sprang into the air, a fierce roar echoing once more, yet swiftly, his body was again struck away by the staff. However, Wang Sheng possessed a robust physique, having endured numerous beatings, which endowed him with a resilience far superior to that of ordinary students. Although he was undeniably at a disadvantage, it was no simple task for his opponent to render him incapable of fighting. Before Xiao Wu and Tang San arrived at the Nodding Academy, all the work-study students relied solely on his protection. Without some capability, they would have long been bullied into submission. Wang Sheng was indeed too impulsive, engaging head-on. He found it impossible to close the distance, and only at close quarters did he stand a chance of overcoming his foe. Just as Xiao Wu furrowed her brow in concern, a low voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Turning her head, she could not help but reveal a glimmer of joy in her beautiful eyes. "Tang San, you're back." It was indeed Tang San, who, after traversing the back mountain of the academy, had witnessed the scene unfolding in the woods and, without uttering a word, quietly approached Xiao Wu. His stature was modest, and the members of Xiao Laoda's faction were oblivious to his presence. Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu, his thoughts poised on the brink of expression. Yet he refrained from uttering a word. Xiao Wu discerned his hesitation and inquired, "What is it? Are you about to chide me for my impulsiveness?" Tang San shook his head and remarked, "As work-study students, we cannot always be subjected to bullying. Engaging in a duel with the leader of the academy can indeed prove to be a definitive solution. You are right to take this step. However, it would be prudent for you to wait for my return before issuing any challenges. This would enhance our chances of success." Chapter 11. Xiao Wu. It turns out you were truly a rabbit. Part 1. Xiao Wu shot Tang San a glare, in the memory of her last encounter, where she was struck mercilessly by a rock, ignited her frustration. "Wait for what?" she fumed. "How can one predict when you will return? They are already encroaching upon us. That scoundrel, Xiao, has audaciously declared that I should become his pet rabbit. If I endure this, I shall no longer be called Xiao Wu." Tang San furrowed his brow, pondering to himself how such a young child could harbor such vile thoughts. It seemed imperative to teach them a lesson, to make them aware that the working students were not to be trifled with. With this in mind, he brushed his fingers against his waist and shifted his gaze to the battlefield. At that moment, Wang Xing bore multiple bruises, and amidst his continuous roars, his soul power was rapidly dwindling, while his opponent remained unscathed, toying with him like a cat with a mouse. Wang Xing's attack style was still too simplistic. Seizing the opportunity before his soul power was entirely expended, he launched one final assault, taking a few steps back before pouncing again towards Lu Long. This time, he was resolute. No matter how badly he was beaten, he was determined to leave a mark on his adversary. Lu Long, having dealt with Wang Xing for quite some time, was well aware of his intentions. As Wang Xing lunged forward, Lu Long's expression grew serious. He brandished his long staff, striking 3 precise blows aimed at Wang Xing's head and shoulders, knowing that if he could repel Wang Xing at this critical moment, the latter would be unable to mount another significant offense. However, just then, Lu Long felt as if a mosquito had bitten his hands gripping the staff, causing his attack to falter momentarily. This brief hesitation exposed a flaw in his otherwise calculated assault. Although the first strike connected with Wang Xing's head, Wang Xing pressed on defiantly, causing the subsequent 2 strikes to miss entirely. For a soul master wielding a long weapon, being cornered by a beast spirit master proved to be a devastating predicament. Even with Lu Long's superior strength over Wang Xing, the outcome remained unchanged. With a resounding thud, Wang Xing's claw struck Lu Long's head, sending him soaring through the air. Following that, Wang Xing executed a swift maneuver, his right leg delivering a powerful whip-like strike against Lu Long's back, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Lu Long lacked the exceptional resilience of Wang Xing. Most of his soul power was concentrated in his staff, leaving his personal defense lacking. When Wang Xing unleashed those 2 powerful blows, Lu Long was immediately rendered unconscious upon crashing onto the ground. Wang Xing let out a triumphant roar, as if exorcising the grievances he had harbored over the years. Xiao Laoda, who had been watching calmly as Lu Long toyed with Wang Xing, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. It was important to note that Lu Long ranked among the top 3 in strength among his subordinates. If it weren't for the fact that he had already acquired his first soul ring, he could not be certain of overcoming Lu Long. Xiao teased. The wilted flower truly is a wilted flower, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. What do you have to say, Xiao Laoda? Xiao Laoda waved his hand, instructing his other subordinates to carry Lu Long away for urgent medical attention. They were merely students from a junior soul master academy, and with their limited soul power, fatalities were unlikely. We concede this first match. Ling Feng, you are next. The second combatant dispatched by Xiao Laoda was a slender, older student, with a petite nose and small eyes, his frail physique hardly betraying his 12 years of age. Instead, it feels as if he is of the same age as Xiao Wu and Tang San. Call Wang Xing back. I will go. Tang San whispered into Xiao Wu's ear. Xiao Wu, possessing keen insight, easily discerned that the second opponent was an agile soul master, perfectly capable of countering Wang Xing. Given Wang Xing's previous exhaustion of soul power, defeat was inevitable. Wang Xing, return now. Allow Xiao San to take the stage. You may rest. At this moment, Wang Xing had yet to fully recover from the exhilaration of his victory over Lu Long. Only upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice did he realize that Tang San had returned unnoticed. He was acutely aware of his own condition. Although he had triumphed over Lu Long, he was indeed devoid of the strength to continue. Little did he know that, had it not been for Tang San discreetly flicking 3 small stones to restrain Lu Long's attacks, he would not have achieved his earlier victory. Are you a work-study student? Ling Feng gazed at Tang San, his eyes betraying a hint of uncertainty. Tang San merely nodded to him, urging him to make his move. Though Ling Feng was slight of stature, he stood somewhat taller than the first-year Tang San. This duel was pivotal in determining who would rise as the leader among the students, and he cast aside any lingering thoughts. After a final glance at Tang San's belt, he sprang into action, executing a nimble somersault in midair, arms outstretched, gliding 2 meters towards the crown of Tang San's head. With a discerning eye, Tang San quickly identified his opponent's martial spirit. The teachings of the master over the past few days had not been in vain. This student, known as Ling Feng, was an agile battle spirit master, possessing a beast spirit likely akin to a flying creature. Given his unassuming appearance and style of attack, it was clear that he did not embody the might of an eagle. Rather, it seemed more akin to that of a swallow or a crow. As Ling Feng lunged towards him, Tang San remained utterly still, as if his opponent were mere phantasm. Ling Feng, hailed as the fastest among the 6th-grade students and a close ally of Xiao, was remarkably nimble. Just as he was about to reach Tang San, he executed another somersault, altering his trajectory with a sudden flourish of his arms, positioning himself behind Tang San, ready to strike at both sides of his neck. Even as Ling Feng soared above him, Tang San remained unmoved. Confronted by an adversary of unknown capabilities, maintaining his composure was the wisest course of action. Chapter 11. Little Wu, it turns out you are truly a rabbit. Part 2. Had he not yet acquired his first spirit ring, perhaps Tang San would not have been so audacious. However, since obtaining it, he experienced a qualitative leap in speed, strength, and reflexes. The disciples of the Tang Sect were renowned for their acute senses and reactions, with speed being one of their greatest advantages. Who could he possibly fear in terms of swiftness? Ling Feng, shifting his form in midair, sought the element of surprise. Observing Tang San as merely a first or second-year student, he harbored a degree of disdain, preparing for a decisive strike to compel Xiao Wu into action. Yet, just as his palms converged to strike at Tang San's neck, the latter made his move. With a swift motion akin to a phoenix nodding, Tang San deftly evaded Ling Feng's hands. As his upper body leaned forward, his right leg shot back with an explosive force, as if it were breaking free from its confines, all while he never turned to look. As still as a maiden and as swift as a startled hare, Tang San executed this principle to perfection. The instantaneous speed of his actions left even the onlookers struggling to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. Tang San's heel made intimate contact with Ling Feng's chin. In midair, Ling Feng executed a third somersault, performing a series of consecutive backflips. With a resounding thud, he was forcefully propelled several meters away, following in Lu Long's footsteps, and lost consciousness. His jaw had been dislocated by Tang San's kick. This was without Tang San exerting his internal power. Otherwise, that kick would have shattered Ling Feng's jaw. The reversal single-leg kick, a fundamental technique in martial arts, combined with Tang San's keen reflexes, achieved the effect of instantaneously incapacitating his opponent. The senior students on Xiao Laoda's side widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality of the scene unfolding before them. Among the group, Ling Feng was second only to Xiao Laoda in strength. Yet he had been knocked out by a student who appeared to be merely in their first or second year, without even having the chance to unleash his signature attack. Xiao Laoda murmured, "Damn, is the world changing? How can the younger generation be so formidable?" Upon hearing Ling Feng's thud as he hit the ground, Tang San slowly retracted his right leg, which had been raised high, and calmly remarked, "Next." Xiao Laoda was taken aback, and the work-study student Xiao Wu was equally astonished. Having sparred with Tang San on multiple occasions, she now noted a significant improvement in his abilities. Moreover, she discerned that Tang San in combat was markedly different from his usual self. Typically, he appeared as a gentle child, but in battle, his strikes became incredibly fierce. Wang Sheng, disregarding his own injuries, erupted into laughter upon witnessing Ling Feng being sent flying by Tang San's kick. "How about it, Xiao Laoda? Are you convinced now? Our Tang San didn't even use his soul power. I suggest you concede to avoid further humiliation." With a sullen expression, Xiao Laoda stepped forward. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, he realized he had no choice but to enter the fray himself. He questioned whether anyone in his ranks was stronger than Ling Feng, and if he could not restore the morale of his team promptly, there was no point in continuing the remaining duels. Only by decisively defeating the young man before him, and subsequently overcoming Xiao Wu could he salvage his reputation. Xiao Laoda regarded Tang San with a cold stare, the disdain and contempt that once graced his features now replaced with a grave demeanor. Xiao Qinyu, 6th grade student. Martial Spirit, Wolf. Level 11, One-Ring Soul Master. Announcing his martial spirit and rank was a gesture of respect towards his opponent. As he spoke, a layer of azure light emanated from his body. Amidst the flickering glow, his muscles began to swell, his eyes gradually transformed into a pale green, and his arms slowly raised, claws extending forward as his nails sharpened. A ring of white soul rings rose from beneath his feet, signifying his martial spirit's manifestation. As the leader of the students, Xiao Qinyu demonstrated his astuteness at that moment. While his martial spirit was well known throughout the Nodding Academy, Tang San remained an enigma to him, shrouded in mystery. The initial revelation of one's martial soul serves to ascertain the nature of Tang San's martial soul before any confrontation ensues, thereby allowing for a degree of preparation. Tang San had heard from his master that the custom of declaring one's martial soul is typically observed unless one regards their opponent with disdain, unperturbed by the prospect of an everlasting enmity. Generally, when facing an opponent who declares their martial soul, one must reciprocate with their own, as a gesture of mutual respect and a means of honing skills. "I am Tang San, a first-year work-study student, with a martial soul of blue-silver grass. I am a rank 11, one-ring soul master. The moment Tang San announced his martial soul, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the senior students behind Xiao Qinyu, their previous tension dissipating instantaneously. They even failed to catch the rank that Tang San had declared following his martial soul. Blue-silver grass is widely regarded as a worthless martial soul, a sentiment recognized across the continent. Despite Tang San's considerable prowess, the disparity in martial souls rendered any concerns regarding a potential loss to the higher-ranking Xiao Qinyu utterly unfounded. What level did you just say? Xiao Qinyu was not as careless as his subordinates, having been unable to clearly hear Tang San's rank amidst the raucous laughter. Rank 11, one-ring soul master. As he spoke, a faint white light emanated from Tang San, and he raised his right hand, with the ethereal blue-silver grass sprouting from his palm. As he waved his right hand, the blue-silver grass danced beneath his feet. A brilliant circle of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath Tang San, swirling rhythmically around his form. The emergence of the yellow soul rings struck the senior students like a resounding slap, their laughter abruptly freezing in place, with some gaping at Tang San as if he were a creature of myth. A century-old soul ring. Xiao Qinyu inhaled sharply. The white rings represent 10-year soul rings, while the yellow signifies those of 100 years. The significance of a soul ring differing by just one level is monumental, particularly under conditions where both parties possess equal soul power. How can this be possible? The appearance of soul rings on Tang San's body shattered the senior students' preconceived notions of martial souls. Being a first-year student typically denotes an age of merely 6 to 7 years, and achieving the rank of Soul Master at such a young age had never been recorded in the annals of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Moreover, his martial soul was one deemed as worthless, blue-silver grass. Boss, just eliminate him. He is merely a blue-silver grass. What does it matter if his soul rings are formidable? One senior student could not restrain his words. Fool, be silent. Xiao Qinyu bellowed, interrupting his subordinate. Merely a blue-silver grass? Xiao Qinyu mused, knowing it was far from that simple. While blue-silver grass is indeed considered a worthless martial soul, once it reaches the realm of a soul master, it takes on a different significance. Furthermore, possessing a century-old soul ring is not something one could easily achieve alone. If someone assisted him in acquiring such a soul ring and aided him in reaching the realm of a soul master, what immense power must lie behind this first-year lad? Xiao Qinyu's father was the mayor of Notting City. Otherwise, he would not be so brazen within the academy, with even the teachers rarely daring to intervene. Having observed his father's various behaviors in the realm of politics since childhood, he inevitably absorbed a certain essence of the political world, which led him to initially contemplate Tang San's background. His father had repeatedly cautioned him that in this world, there are certain prominent families that one must never offend. They can be far more terrifying than the imperial royal family. The royals are often concerned about their reputation, but these distinguished families are utterly unconcerned. To provoke them invites catastrophic consequences. Are you truly a work-study student? Xiao Qinyu could not help but inquire. Tang San nodded faintly, and upon activating his soul ring, a surge of power coursed through him, igniting a fervor within his veins. He yearned for a worthy opponent to engage in a fierce contest, eager to ascertain the extent of his prowess after this transformative experience. It was time to make a move. At this moment, the tension was palpable, and Xiao Qinyu remained cautious. Even if he triumphed over this first-year student, he was resolute in ensuring no harm befell him. If Ling Feng's assault was characterized by agility, then Xiao Qinyu's was explosively domineering. With the acquisition of a soul ring, his strength vastly surpassed that of Wang Xing, whose martial spirit, but that of the Beast Kings, paled in comparison when faced with the disparity in their martial levels. As Xiao Qinyu lunged forward, Tang San could no longer afford the leisure he had shown against Ling Feng. The presence of a soul ring represented an entirely different realm of capability. The moment Xiao Qinyu's body surged forth, the soul power radiating from him enveloped a 3-square-meter area around Tang San, signifying a raw, overwhelming force devoid of any finesse, merely a clash of might. A clash of strength, you say? Very well, let it commence. Though power was not the forte of the Tang Sect disciples, Tang San was equally eager to discover the extent of his Shantian skill. In response, he gathered his energy into both palms, slowly pushing them forward to meet Xiao Qinyu's claw-like attack. Xiao Qinyu's subordinates wore triumphant smiles, dismissing the significance of a century-old soul ring. They believed this fool had chosen to confront their leader's claws with his bare hands, a decision tantamount to courting death. They had witnessed Xiao Chenyu, empowered by his martial spirit, shatter stones with his dual claws. Xiao Chenyu's hands were considerably larger than Tang San's, and internally he hesitated, contemplating whether to unleash his claw power. He was confident that such an act would allow him to crush Tang San's palms, thereby concluding this contest. Yet, he pondered the potential repercussions from those he represented. The speed of the assault was astonishing. Before Xiao Chenyu could fully contemplate his next move, his claws collided with Tang San's palms. A resounding thud echoed as azure and white lights blazed forth simultaneously, unleashing a wave of force that sent ripples through the onlookers, causing them to stagger on unsteady ground. Tang San stood there, rooted in place, while Xiao Chenyu staggered backward. Shaken by the impact, almost instinctively, Xiao Chenyu's claw-like hand lunged toward Tang San's. Overcome with a mix of anger and astonishment at being outmatched in soul power, he cast aside all caution. Yet, an even more astonishing revelation awaited him. As his claw clasped around Tang San's hands, he distinctly sensed their iron-like hardness. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not budge them even slightly. Then, with a sudden motion, Tang San forcefully withdrew his hands from Xiao Chenyu's grasp, swiftly seizing his wrist to prevent him from being knocked back. With a deft motion, he pulled backward, his body lunging forward, and his right shoulder collided directly with Xiao Chenyu's abdomen. Xiao Chenyu's imposing figure was sent hurtling through the air, landing a full 3 meters away. Just as his subordinates were about to cheer, they witnessed their leader being thrown out, their perception of Tang San irrevocably altered. Was this individual even human? The lustrous jade hue slowly faded from Tang San's hands as he assessed that his Xiantian skill was indeed superior to his opponent's soul power by a staggering 11 levels. He calmly stated, "I have matters to attend to. I cannot afford to play with you any longer. Let us conclude this." With that, thick strands of blue-silver grass erupted unexpectedly from beneath Xiao Chenyu's feet, spiraling upwards. Before he could react, they had ensnared his legs with an unyielding grip. "What is this?" Xiao Chenyu's eyes widened in alarm. He struggled with all his might, but the upgraded blue-silver grass proved exceptionally resilient, no matter how he thrashed. He could not break free. Chapter 11. Xiao Wu, so you truly are a rabbit. Tang San gradually approached Xiao Chenyu, asserting, "There is no need for further attempts. You cannot escape. My first spirit ring is that of the mandala snake, which grants my blue-silver grass its resilience. Naturally, it also bears a hint of the mandala snake's venom. Should you believe you possess the strength to continue, I would be more than willing to let you experience the taste of its poison. Oh, and by the way, I shall not provide an antidote." From behind Tang San, several strands of blue-silver grass emerged, their leaves floating ominously, reminiscent of numerous mandala snakes poised to strike. A palpable sense of fear began to seep into the hearts of the senior students, and Xiao Chenyu's subordinates retreated uncontrollably. Even if they had never encountered a mandala snake, they had certainly heard tales of its terrifying venom. Do not unleash the snake's poison, I concede. Although Xiao Chenyu was regarded as the leader among the students, he was still merely 12 years old, susceptible to the fears characteristic of a child, and in that moment, he was utterly flustered. In truth, while Tang San's blue-silver grass did possess toxicity, being merely from the first spirit ring and not derived from a more potent mandala snake, the poison only induced paralysis and was not lethal. Yet, how could Xiao Chenyu dare to test this with his own body? The blue-silver grass silently vanished beneath Xiao Chenyu's feet, and a gentle smile, familiar to the students, graced Tang San's face. "Since you have surrendered, let us proceed as you had previously agreed with Xiao Wu." Xiao Chenyu stared blankly at Tang San, pondering, should I acknowledge you as my leader or her? He could hardly fathom that Xiao Wu's abilities could surpass those of Tang San. A 6-year-old spirit master was beyond his comprehension. Tang San smiled and said, "Of course. Xiao Wu is your leader. I cannot surpass her. Otherwise, I would be the head of the 7th dormitory, not her." Xiao Chenyu's mouth fell open in astonishment, pondering how someone as formidable as Tang San could be outshone by Xiao Wu. Are they truly just 6 years old, despite their extraordinary prowess? Xiao Wu slowly approached Tang San, patting him on the shoulder and adopting an air of a big sister. "You performed admirably, Xiao San. You've worked hard." Tang San chuckled softly and said, "The teacher has asked me to attend to some matters. You shall handle the rest yourself. From henceforth, you shall be the formidable leader of the academy." Xiao Wu playfully struck Tang San's shoulder and replied, "All right, off you go. I will take care of the remainder." Upon saying this, her gaze shifted towards Xiao Chenyu. "What is the matter? Are you still unconvinced? Very well, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student. My martial spirit is the rabbit, and I am a level 12 one-ring battle spirit master. Even Xiao Qinyu, as well as Tang San, who had yet to depart, were taken aback. It was only now that Tang San realized Xiao Wu was also a spirit master, and moreover, ranked higher than him. Given their similar ages, could it be that she too possessed innate full spirit power? A radiant red glow enveloped Xiao Wu, and under the gentle crimson light, her eyes began to shift to red, her ears gradually elongated, adorned with soft white fur that stood upright at the sides of her head. Her stature appeared to rise slightly, as a gentle aura of spirit power pulsated around her. The spirit ring that emerged beneath her feet was, astonishingly, identical to Tang San's, a yellow 100-year spirit ring. Xiao Qinyu struck his forehead with force, exclaiming, "Sister Xiao Wu, I concede. From now on, you shall be the esteemed leader of our Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy. Everyone, come forth and pay your respects to Sister Xiao Wu." A level 11 spirit master of blue silver grass was indeed formidable, yet here stood a level 12 one-ring battle spirit master, also bearing a 100-year spirit ring. Xiao Qinyu, without needing to engage in combat, understood that he was no match for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, with a touch of pride, observed the senior students bowing in deference before her. She cast a sidelong glance at the dazed Tang San and remarked, "Didn't you have matters to attend to? Why are you still here? Just because you possess innate full spirit power, does that mean I cannot as well?" Tang San awoke from his reverie and took a careful glance at Xiao Wu. He raised his hand and gently stroked her soft, long ears, nodding thoughtfully. "Xiao Wu, it turns out you truly are a rabbit," he mused. The sensitivity of her ears, transformed into a martial soul, had a noticeable effect on her. The young girl's charming face flushed with a rosy hue, and she instinctively raised her hand to strike, but Tang San fled like the wind. Leaving Xiao Wu to her own devices, Tang San emerged from the academy, his heart lightened. Aside from his concern for his teacher, who had been poisoned, everything else exceeded his expectations. The challenges regarding the cultivation of the Xiantian skill had finally been resolved, and he had acquired the skill of blue-silver grass entanglement, significantly enhancing his strength. Tang San was confident that with relentless effort in his training, the Xiantian skill would surely advance rapidly. Within a decade, if he could reach the 5th level of the Xiantian skill, he would have achieved a modest accomplishment. At that point, he would be able to utilize most of the hidden weapons recorded in the Xiantian treasure record. Had not his teacher mentioned that there were many martial soul families and sects in this world? What would prevent him from establishing a new Tang Sect in this foreign realm? On the Douluo continent, whether in the Heaven Do Empire or the Luo Empire, the Martial Soul Hall in any city stood as its iconic structure. By casually inquiring with a passerby, Tang San successfully located the Martial Soul Hall. Having already delayed time by assisting the work-study students with their duel, he was eager to return with lunch for his teacher. Thus he hastened to the Martial Soul Hall, wishing to avoid any further delays. "Stop, young lad. This is the Martial Soul Hall. You cannot wander in uninvited." The guards at the entrance stopped him. The Martial Soul Hall in Notting City was a grand structure with a domed ceiling. The front alone spanned over 100 meters in width and reached a height of 20 meters, comprising 3 levels. The entire edifice was brown, with the emblem of the Martial Soul Hall featuring only a single sword. From the explanation provided by his master, Tang San understood that the singular emblem indicated that the Martial Soul Hall in Notting City was of the most basic level. Chapter 12. The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique. Part 1. The 2 guards at the entrance appeared to be around 20 years old, their soul power fluctuations barely perceptible, suggesting they had not yet reached the status of soul masters. It was evident that Notting City was indeed remote, as reflected in the level of the Martial Soul Hall, underscoring the city's insignificance within the Heaven Do Empire. "Greetings, sir. I am a first-year student from the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, and my teacher has sent me here for a martial soul evaluation." Tang San indicated his academy uniform to the guards. Upon noticing the emblem of Notting Academy on Tang San's attire, both guards instinctively revealed glimmers of envy in their eyes. The guard who had spoken earlier remarked, "So that is the case. You may enter. Go to the reception area on the 1st floor and seek Master Matthew. He will assist you." "Thank you." Tang San responded with a nod and hurried into the Hall of Souls. The envious gazes of 2 guards followed him as he entered. One remarked, "If only I had been able to attend Notting Academy back then, perhaps I too could have become a soul master by now." "Oh, Notting Academy must possess its own soul power testing tools. They only come here for advancement." Why would this child come to our Hall of Souls? The other replied, Who knows? He is still quite young. Perhaps his teacher sent him here with a message, though they cannot state it openly. As Tang San stepped into the grand hall of the Hall of Souls, he was immediately enveloped by the majestic atmosphere created by the 20-meter-high dome. The ceiling was adorned with murals, each small square depicting various soul spirit designs. The background shimmered in brilliant gold, imparting an impression of resplendent opulence intertwined with an air of antiquity. Surrounding the Hall of Souls were immense crystal windows, through which sunlight refracted, casting a dazzling golden light upon the murals, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Where is the reception hall? Tang San pondered, absorbing the ambience of the grand hall as he began his search for his destination. The Hall of Souls was sparsely populated, with only a few servants tidying up the space. Just as he was uncertain about how to locate the reception hall and was contemplating asking someone for directions, he spotted a familiar figure, the great soul master Su Yuntao, who had assisted him in awakening his soul spirit. Tang San approached swiftly, and at that moment, he noticed that Su Yuntao was accompanied by a female spirit master, tall and voluptuous, with a countenance that could be described as above average. The two were engaged in lively conversation, entirely oblivious to the diminutive figure of Tang San approaching them. Master Su Yuntao, Tang San called out. It was only then that Su Yuntao became aware of his presence. The female spirit master exclaimed in surprise. How is it that we have such a small child at the spirit hall? Is he perhaps another young noble come to undergo spirit awakening? Su Yuntao did not recognize Tang San at first. After all, he had encountered countless children awakening their spirits. And Tang San's current attire was a far cry from his previous shabby appearance. Who are you? Su Yuntao inquired, his expression one of confusion. In response to Su Yuntao's puzzled gaze, Tang San quickly clarified, Master Su Yuntao, I am Tang San, the one who awakened the blue silver grass spirit during your last visit to Holy Soul Village, the one with innate full spirit power. Ah, it is you. What brings you here? Recognizing the significance of innate full spirit power, Su Yuntao immediately recalled Tang San. Tang San said, My teacher has sent me to the Spirit Hall for an advancement assessment, as well as to test my spirit power. Su Yuntao was taken aback. Have you already acquired your first spirit ring? So soon. This uniform belongs to Notting Academy, doesn't it? Truly, it is the finest institution in Notting City. Your teacher is indeed quite responsible. Su Yuntao's female companion seemed slightly displeased at being overlooked. Yuntao, aren't you going to introduce me? Noticing the discontent on his companion's face, Su Yuntao hurriedly appeased her. Cici, this is the child with innate full spirit power that I mentioned to you. Unfortunately, his spirit is blue silver grass. Otherwise, his future would be boundless. He has already acquired a spirit ring, so he is now considered a part of the spirit masters. Please wait for me here. I will escort him to Master Masayuno in the reception hall. Upon hearing that Tang San possessed innate full spirit power, Cici's eyes sparkled with interest. However, upon learning that this power was linked to the blue silver grass spirit, her expression shifted from delight to a hint of disdain. She nodded and replied, You go ahead. I will wait for you here. Thank you. Su Yuntao left a good impression on Tang San, being a responsible steward of the Spirit Hall. Su Yuntao guided Tang San up the staircase to the second floor of the Spirit Hall, and as they reached the corridor, Tang San beheld a series of rooms, from which the grand hall on the first floor was visible. Undoubtedly, this was where the Spirit Hall conducted its affairs. Eager to return to Cici, Su Yuntao hastily approached a door, not bothering to knock, and pushed it open. Who is this, barging in? An elderly voice echoed from within the room. It was a brightly lit office, with a spacious desk behind which sat an elder, donned in a neatly kept spirit master's attire, adorned with the standard emblem of 3 swords, signifying his status as a grand spirit master. Ah, it's you, Yuntao. You're still as reckless as ever. A spirit master's cultivation requires utmost focus. A steadier temperament is essential. Otherwise, you may end up like me, never able to cross the threshold of level 30. The elder lamented. Su Yuntao responded with a hint of exasperation. Master Masayuno, please spare me the lecture. This child is here for an advancement assessment. I appreciate your assistance. Clearly, Su Yuntao had a good rapport with the elder. Master Masayuno chuckled, but his gaze fell upon Tang San with a hint of surprise. Yuntao, are you certain this child is here for an advancement assessment and not for spirit awakening? Su Yuntao replied with a wry smile. I am quite certain. This child's spirit was awakened by me. He is indeed the one I mentioned, possessing innate full spirit power, albeit with the blue-silver grass spirit. He has already obtained a spirit ring, so I am entrusting him to you. Cici is still waiting for me. I must take my leave." After patting Tang San on the shoulder, he hurriedly exited the room. Watching Su Yuntao's departing figure, Master Masuno shook his head in resignation, recognizing yet another young person blinded by love. Unfortunately, Cici was not the right match for him. That girl possesses a heart so vast. How could it ever be confined by you? Tang San stood before Master Masuno's desk, his heart racing slightly as he listened to Masuno's murmurs. "Greetings, Master Masuno." Masuno smiled warmly at Tang San and replied, "Child, there is no need to call me master. I am hardly deserving of such a title. You may address me as Grandpa Masuno. At 81 years of age, I could certainly be your grandfather." The old man's kind and amiable tone instantly endeared him to Tang San, who promptly responded, "Hello, Grandpa Masuno." Masuno smiled gently and said, "Come now. I shall take you for your advanced assessment. You are a very polite child. It is a pity, however, that your martial soul is merely blue-silver grass." As he spoke, Masuno took Tang San's hand as if leading his own grandson, guiding him out of his office and along the corridor towards the inner sanctum of the Martial Soul Hall. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, 3 grand archways appeared before Tang San. Masuno remarked with a smile, "This is the Martial Soul Laboratory where the advanced assessments are conducted. Come, child." With that, he opened the leftmost door and led Tang San inside. As soon as they entered the room, Tang San was enveloped by a peculiar sensation. The internal energy of his Xiantian Kung seemed to pulse gently in rhythm with an unseen cadence. The room was spacious and lofty, spanning nearly 200 square meters, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window providing ample illumination. Tang San immediately discerned the source of the disturbance affecting his inner strength. Embedded in the surrounding walls were 5 black stones, each the size of a fist, seemingly composed of the same material that Su Yuntao had once utilized to awaken his martial soul. On the ground was a massive emblem shaped like a token, with a long sword descending directly towards the entrance. This emblem bore a striking resemblance to the one suspended outside the Martial Soul Hall. Master Matthew, the Grand Soul Master, observed Tang San's attention to the intricate patterns on the floor and smiled, saying, "We are situated in the most basic Martial Soul Hall, also known as a Martial Soul Branch Hall. Even in the smallest cities across the continent, establishments akin to ours exist. Above the branch hall lies the Martial Soul Subhall, and 1 tier higher is the Martial Soul Main Hall. Only large cities can host a Martial Soul Main Hall. The capitals of the 2 great empires are home to the 4th tier, the Martial Soul Sanctum. The 5th tier is the Hall of the Pope, which represents the most esteemed location within our Martial Soul Hall. Beyond the Hall of the Pope exists the legendary Douluo Offering Hall. Only soul masters who attain the Douluo level are granted access, and it serves as the ultimate destination for all soul masters registered with the Martial Soul Hall who have reached the Douluo rank or higher. It is a place of aspiration for all soul masters." Matthew's description of the 6 tiers of the Martial Soul Hall corresponded precisely with the 6 symbols mentioned by the master, and Tang San understood this clearly. "Thank you for sharing this with me, Grandpa Matthew. Shall we commence?" Matthew smiled gently and replied, "Ah, the youth of today are ever so impatient. Very well. Let us begin. Manifest your martial soul and release your soul rings." Tang San stepped firmly into the center of the intricate floral pattern on the ground. Raising his right hand, he focused his mind and spirit, allowing the inner strength of Xiantian Gong to harmonize with the warm flow emanating from his blue-silver grass martial spirit, which began to gently surge from his palm. The robust leaves of the blue-silver grass surged forth, swiftly cascading down to the ground. A brilliant century-old mandala serpent soul ring rose from beneath Tang San's feet, oscillating around his body. Matthew, who had initially worn a gentle smile, was taken aback upon witnessing the blue-silver grass flowing from Tang San's palm, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. Could this truly be the blue-silver grass? In Tang San's eyes flickered a faint blue light, a unique effect characteristic of the blue-silver grass martial soul. "Is there a problem, Master Matthew?" Matthew rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. At that moment, his attention shifted to the yellow soul ring encircling Tang San, a century-old soul ring. No wonder there was such a significant transformation in the blue-silver grass. "Child, I have yet to learn your name." "I am Tang San." Matthew exhaled, calming the excitement within him. "I am certain you have an excellent mentor at the Nuoding Academy. Nevertheless, it is already quite a feat for a mentor at Nuoding Academy to assist you in slaying a century-old soul beast. It is a pity that the potential of the blue-silver grass is rather limited. Otherwise, you might truly become a remarkable soul master. Especially since your martial soul has only recently awakened a few months ago. Matthew picked up a yellow crystal ball from a nearby table and approached Tang San. Infuse your soul power into this, and let me see what level you have attained. Theoretically, you should be at level 11. Before Matthew could utter the final word, the crystal ball in Tang San's hands emitted a soft yellow glow. The brilliance was not particularly intense, yet it was exceedingly clear. This is 13th level soul power. Matthew gazed at Tang San as if observing a peculiar creature. Could it be that the potency of the soul ring itself enhanced the soul power? However, it shouldn't have surged by 2 levels. Child, could you enlighten me as to which soul beast you hunted to obtain this soul ring? Chapter 12. The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Part 3. Tang San did not conceal the truth, stating, "It is the mandala snake." Matthew was taken aback, realizing the significance. Indeed, it was the most troublesome among low-level soul beasts, the mandala snake, no less than a century old. No wonder it had such an effect. However, a perplexity arose. Your martial spirit is clearly of the plant category, so how could you possibly utilize a soul ring from the animal category? My child, you must be mistaken. Previously, the group led by Xiao was merely children, lacking a profound understanding of martial spirits. Yet, this Matthew, having served in the Spirit Hall for decades, was all too familiar with the fundamental principles governing soul rings, and he promptly grasped the crux of the matter. Tang San shook his head and said, "Grandfather Matthew, I did not speak amiss. Why can't a plant-based martial soul utilize the soul rings of an animal type? Under certain conditions, this can indeed be achieved. My mentor refers to it as the theory of martial soul mimicry." Matthew's expression changed drastically, and he inquired, "May I ask, who is your mentor?" Tang San remarked, "Everyone refers to him as the master." The master? Is he not the one who once articulated the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, only to later be expelled from the Spirit Hall? He is actually here in Nanning City? Upon hearing Matthew's words, Tang San was taken aback to learn that the master hailed from the Spirit Hall, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Matthew's expression turned grave. "Tang San, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall?" Tang San paused for a moment and said, "Grandfather Matthew, did I not come to register at the Spirit Hall?" Matthew shook his head and replied, "No, it is not the same. Registering at the Spirit Hall is a task that the majority of soul masters must undertake in order to receive the subsidies allocated by the state. However, joining the Spirit Hall signifies becoming a soul master exclusive to the Spirit Hall. The training of soul masters will then be conducted directly in the specialized schools established by the Spirit Hall." Tang San shook his head and replied, "I fear that is not feasible. I have already commenced my studies at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy." Matthew sighed and remarked, "Indeed, it is a step too late. Even our Spirit Hall has no justification for forcibly recruiting individuals from the academy. Let it be. This is all the fault of that rascal Su Yu Tao. He should have brought you directly to the Spirit Hall. I suspect even Master would not consent to your joining the Spirit Hall. After all." Tang San smiled faintly and said, "It cannot be said that way. If I were to arrive at the Spirit Hall, I might not receive such a splendid spirit ring. Would you agree, Grandfather Matthew?" Matthew was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, "You make a valid point. Well then, your advancement assessment is now complete. From this moment onward, you shall be a proud spirit master of the Heavendo Empire. Welcome to the ranks of spirit masters. In the future, you may receive a subsidy from the Spirit Hall each month using the badge I will present to you shortly. The monthly subsidy for spirit masters is 1 gold spirit coin. Once you reach the Great Spirit Master level, the subsidy will increase to 10 gold spirit coins. I will report the matter regarding animal spirit rings being utilized on plant spirits as soon as possible. Thank you." As Tang San departed from the Spirit Hall, he found that his 24 bridges on a moonlit night had been adorned with a specially crafted badge from the Spirit Hall. The badge was circular, engraved with his name on the reverse, while the front displayed 2 intertwining thorns, symbolizing the rank of a spirit master. Even Tang San, who hailed from a blacksmithing background, could not discern the metal from which the badge was fashioned. Upon exiting the Spirit Hall, Tang San hurriedly made his way towards the Nodding Academy. Guided by Matthew's directions, he chose a shortcut that would save him at least half the time. Just as he approached the academy, he suddenly heard a familiar sound, causing him to halt involuntarily. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hammers echoed from a blacksmith shop, characterized by its tall, yet somewhat rough exterior, where rhythmic striking resonated within. From the outside, This blacksmith shop was significantly larger than the one belonging to Tang San's family, bustling with numerous patrons. The blacksmith shop reminded Tang San of his father's words. Tang Hao had once advised him to seek work in a blacksmith shop to supplement his living expenses. However, with his obligations as a work-study student, did he truly have time for such employment? Having grown up in the blacksmith shop, Tang San held an emotional connection to the profession. He gazed longingly at the shop before continuing on his way to the academy. Master's health was steadily improving, and Tang San used the funds provided by him to purchase some food from the cafeteria to share with the master. The master was now able to walk and assured Tang San that he need not attend to him, encouraging him instead to attend classes as usual and to study the book the master had given him. After leaving the master's room, Tang San returned to the work-study dormitory, which was no longer empty. The other students were present, animatedly discussing various topics. "Xiao San, you're back," Xiao Wu called out, lounging against her bed, her back propped against the shared quilt with Tang San. "Xiao Wu, take me to the place we need to clean," he replied. "A promise is a promise. From today onward, the cleaning duties are mine." Tang San had always been diligent in keeping his word. Xiao Wu shot him a glance and said, "What cleaning? You're in luck. You won't have to clean anymore." Tang San was taken aback and asked, "Why?" Xiao Wu, with a hint of pride, replied, "Do you think I, your little sister Xiao Wu, achieved this effortlessly? That fellow Xiao Qinyu has arranged for someone to handle all the work for us work-study students. From now on, we won't have to do anything and will still receive our salaries. You've also contributed significantly, so I'll let you benefit this time." Although Tang San is unwavering in his commitment, he is by no means a pedantic individual. With a chuckle, he remarked, "That sounds quite splendid. From now on, you shall be the sister Xiao Wu of the entire Nodding Academy." Xiao Wu propped herself up, hugging her knees, her rosy cheeks radiating curiosity as she gazed at Tang San and inquired, "What was the outcome of your assessment at the Spirit Hall?" Tang San remarked, "It is done. I am now a soul master." In Chapter 12, The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Part 4, the gazes of the surrounding students were filled with envy. Though it remained merely envy, the scene of Tang San's decisive victory over Xiao Qinyu was deeply etched in their minds. Even Wang Sheng could not help but admire him. He pondered that even if he were to acquire a soul ring, he might still fall short of defeating him. Curiously, Xiao Wu inquired, "What advantages does becoming a soul master confer? Surely, it cannot be merely a title." Tang San chuckled softly and remarked, "There are certainly some benefits. At least I can enjoy better meals in the future. Soul masters receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin? Such a considerable amount." Xiao Wu has now grasped the significance of money. Although Xiao Qinyu has mentioned that he would cover the expenses for the working students' meals, possessing money in hand is undoubtedly preferable to relying on others. As she spoke, Xiao Wu leaped off the bed, brimming with excitement as she rushed outside. "Xiao Wu, where are you going?" "I'm going to register as a soul master. Just think of how many delicious treats 1 gold soul coin can buy. Is there really a need to rush? How can I not be urgent? Have you forgotten that today is the end of the month? If I go now, I might even receive 2 gold soul coins for next month. But could you at least put on your shoes first?" Ultimately, Xiao Wu dashed off to the Spirit Hall in her usual fervent manner. Tang San couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking that Grandpa Matthew would likely be astonished once more, especially since Xiao Wu is a genuine beast spirit battle master, far superior in innate talent compared to his own pseudo-full soul power, no longer needing to work as a student. Tang San's mind immediately recalled the crisp sound of metal striking metal. Village Chief Jack had once mentioned that attending the Intermediate Soul Master Academy would entail significant expenses, and many items at home would need replacing. Naturally, earning extra money would be advantageous, and it was also his father's wish. More importantly, only in the blacksmith shop could he arm himself, through the process of crafting hidden weapons with his own hands. Tang San discovered that when a concealed weapon is entirely fashioned by oneself, the familiarity and connection to it become significantly stronger. "Tang San, I apologize for what happened that day. You aren't still upset, are you?" As Tang San pondered these thoughts, Wang Sheng approached him with a sincere expression. Observing Wang Sheng's honest smile, Tang San shook his head and replied with a smile, "How could I? I've already forgotten all about it. Brother Wang Sheng, I need to step out for a while and may not return until evening." Wang Sheng nodded and said, "Go ahead. By the way, congratulations on becoming a soul master." Tang San smiled and said, "It won't be long before you also break through." Stepping out of Nodding Academy once more, he felt a twinge of fatigue. After returning with the master, he had yet to rest properly and had engaged in several bouts with Xiao Qinyu and his companions. Although his Xiantian art had ascended to the second level, the weariness still lingered. Nevertheless, he knew he had to visit the blacksmith shop, if necessary. He could begin his work tomorrow. What he feared most was being rejected as a mere blacksmith. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, he was immediately greeted by a wave of heat, a common characteristic of such establishments. Of course, the temperature in his family's dilapidated forge was considerably lower. Inside was a spacious hall, where an array of crafted iron tools hung on the right side. Here, one could find not only farming implements but also an impressive assortment of armor and weapons. After all, in this world, soul masters were a rarity, making weaponry essential. Naturally, the price of weapons far exceeded that of agricultural tools. As he gazed upon the weapons, Tang San was reminded of his previous life's profession. Back then, the concealed mechanisms crafted by the Tang Sect served as the backbone of its income. The sect had many rules, while they sold non-lethal and ordinary contraptions. The truly secret techniques were never made available to outsiders. Despite this, the demand for the Tang Sect's hidden weapons remained insatiable. He pondered, if he were to establish a factory for crafting concealed weapons in this world, what would be the potential earnings? Young lad, what brings you here? If you wish to purchase something, fetch an adult. Quickly, leave, it's dangerous here. As Tang San was lost in thought, a resonant voice interrupted his musings. Looking up, he saw a burly man with a bare torso, his dark skin taut over well-defined muscles, wielding a large forging hammer, sweat glistening on his forehead. Greetings, sir. I came to inquire if you require an apprentice, Tang San replied, his youthful voice ringing clear despite the cacophony of metal striking metal within the blacksmith shop. Most of the blacksmiths paused their work, turning to regard Tang San with friendly smiles. Blacksmithing was considered one of the more humble professions, often filled by those of modest means who relied on strength and skill for their livelihood. Though their appearances might be rugged, they were generally kind-hearted. The man who had spoken to Tang San sized him up and said, "Youngster, don't be foolish. It's time for you to leave. Do you truly look like someone who belongs in a forge? Besides, we do not take in apprentices as young as you. You likely can't even lift a forging hammer yet." Haha. Tang San then realized that he was still clad in a tidy school uniform. Indeed, how could he possibly become a blacksmith dressed in such a manner? My apologies, sir. I shall return shortly. With that, he turned and dashed outside. The blacksmith shop was in close proximity to Notting Academy. Upon his return, Tang San had changed into his original attire, which was a patchwork of large and small patches. With this outfit, he surely required no embellishment, even if dining at 100 households. As he entered, he sought out the same burly man from before. "Sir, do you think I am ready to become an apprentice?" The burly man, upon seeing Tang San's motley garb, was momentarily taken aback. "Child, are you jesting with me?" Tang San replied earnestly, "Of course not, uncle. Allow me to explain. I am a work-study student at Notting Academy, with free time every afternoon. My father is the village blacksmith. I have learned the art of forging from him since childhood, and I hope to find work here to sustain myself." Upon hearing Tang San's words, the burly man's expression softened. Being of humble origins himself, he felt a wave of sympathy for the boy. Moreover, the fact that this child attended Notting Academy only deepened his compassion. The man finally said, "Very well. If you are willing to come, then do so. You can help us with minor tasks, serving tea and water, I presume. However, the pay will not be substantial, but there will be plenty of food." "What do you say? That sounds excellent. I accept," Tang San exclaimed with delight. The blacksmiths exchanged friendly smiles with him. But the burly man shot a glare at them and said, "What are you staring at? Don't you have work to do? Get back to it. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to some ale." With the man's words, the blacksmiths were instantly invigorated, each one lifting their hammers to resume their tasks. The burly man raised his own forging hammer, working the molten iron before him, and addressed Tang San. "My name is Sher San, San meaning 3. You may call me Uncle San. This blacksmith shop has been passed down in my family. From now on, as you work here, I will provide your lunch and dinner each day. And I will also give you 10 copper soul coins, which amounts to 1 silver soul coin. If business goes well, I may give you a bit more." "Oh, by the way, what is your name?" "Uncle San. I am called Tang San." "Tang San. Haha, splendid. Our names both contain the character for 3. It seems we are indeed fated to meet. Which village do you hail from?" Tang San said, "I hail from the Holy Soul village." Sher San replied, "You just mentioned that you learned the art of blacksmithing from your father since childhood. Given your tender age, what could your father possibly teach you?" Tang San said, "Of course I can forge, Uncle San. Do not underestimate my stature. I possess strength, and forging cast iron poses no challenge for me. San erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Brothers, our new lad claims he can forge as well. Do you believe him?" The blacksmiths around them joined in the mirth. As Tang San appeared no older than 6 or 7, having only recently grown a bit taller after acquiring his first spirit ring. At first glance, who would believe he could forge? Feeling the sting of being underestimated, Tang San insisted, "Uncle San, I truly can forge. If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate." San paused in his work, propping the forging hammer against the ground. "Very well, if you can lift this hammer, I shall believe you," he said, handing the handle to Tang San. With the hammer's head resting on the ground, he was unperturbed by the prospect of Tang San being unable to lift it. "Uncle San, you are removing impurities from this piece of cast iron, correct? Allow me to assist you," Tang San declared as he grasped the handle of the forging hammer. San was naturally strong, and this hammer was clearly larger than those used by others, towering over Tang San by about half a foot. At that moment, he became the center of attention in the entire blacksmith shop, with all the smiths watching him, their expressions a mix of amusement. However, their laughter soon faded. For Tang San had lifted the hammer with ease, raising it from a horizontal position before him. It was approximately 30% heavier than an ordinary forging hammer. Once the hammer left the ground, Tang San assessed its weight. Although it was somewhat heavy, he could manage it even before acquiring his spirit ring, let alone now. As he gradually raised the hammer, San's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "What incredible strength! Truly, he is the son of a blacksmith." Tang San fixed his blazing gaze upon the molten iron in the furnace, exhaling deeply before seizing San's casting hammer with fervor. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he summoned the strength of his calves, his body pivoting as the colossal hammer arced gracefully through the air, striking the iron with a resounding crash. The startling sound transformed the smiles of the surrounding blacksmiths into expressions of astonishment. In the wake of the hammer's rebound, Tang San executed a swift turn, raising the hammer once more, delivering an even mightier blow upon the glowing iron. "Uncle San, please assist me with the bellows. The temperature is insufficient," Tang San articulated rapidly, as he prepared for his third strike. This time, the hammer descended with greater urgency, accompanied by a whistling wind. San, seasoned in his craft, comprehended the dire consequences of inadequate heat and promptly crouched beside the bellows to pump them vigorously. What unfolded next was an indelible spectacle for all present. The heavy casting hammer appeared to possess a life of its own in Tang San's grasp, drawing rhythmic circles in the air, each strike resonating like a symphony within the forge. Unbeknownst to them, Tang San's hands had transformed to a lustrous white, and with each metallic clang, the piece of iron danced beneath the relentless hammering. As San exerted all his strength to operate the bellows, his gaze remained fixated on Tang San, his astonishment transcending mere surprise. The other blacksmiths were acutely aware of the weight of San's hammer, recognizing the arduousness of such continuous strikes, especially when each blow surpassed the last in weight. Finally, with a triumphant clang, Tang San completed the last strike, spinning in place twice to dissipate the hammer's momentum before allowing the heavy head to rest upon the ground, shaking the forge and its craftsmen to their very cores. 27 strikes, an uninterrupted sequence of 27 blows. While the shape of the iron forged by San remained unchanged, it had nonetheless diminished in size, a testament to the relentless endeavor. What Tang San accomplished, San believed he could also achieve, albeit requiring a whole day to do so. It is worth noting that San had officially been a blacksmith for 15 years. Observing Tang San, who was slightly out of breath and sweating profusely, San stammered, Could it be the chaos storm hammering technique? The most formidable technique in forging? Chaos storm hammering technique? What is that? Tang San inquired, puzzled. San, flushed with excitement, explained, the chaos storm hammering technique is a method of continuous striking and forging, utilizing force to its fullest potential, thereby perfectly manifesting the strength of us blacksmiths. It is said that the most skilled blacksmiths can deliver 81 consecutive strikes, shaping a piece of raw iron into their desired form. Most importantly, it is the most potent technique for eliminating metallic impurities in casting. I thought it had long been lost, yet here I see it in your hands today. Chapter 13, A Father's Message, Part 1. Is it truly the chaos storm hammering technique? Tang San's mind conjured the image of his father in a state of despair. Could it be that his father was, in fact, an exceptional blacksmith? Third uncle, I cannot say for certain if this is the chaos storm hammering technique. It is what my father taught me. San exhaled deeply and laughed heartily. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. The previous employment terms are null and void. For now, you will receive a silver coin per month, just like everyone else. If business flourishes, we shall discuss commissions later. Thus, Tang San officially became a member of Shi San's blacksmith shop, embarking on a fulfilling life. The courses at the academy held little significance for him, as the master's teachings proved far more beneficial than the foundational theories imparted by the academy's instructors. He diligently studied the book the master had given him, and as he had anticipated, the soul power cultivation methods proposed closely resembled the pathways of internal energy cultivation. Of course, this was merely the master's theoretical design, and there remained a considerable gap between it and the true methods of internal cultivation, not to mention the rigorous Xiantian skill of the Tang Sect. Xiao Wu successfully earned the title of Soul Master and, after being recognized as Sister Xiao Wu by the Academy, her life as a work-study student became significantly more relaxed. Each morning, Tang San would rise with the dawn to practice his purple extreme magic eye, attend classes in the morning, work at the blacksmith shop in the afternoon, and listen to the master's guidance in the evening. At night, he would cultivate the Xiantian skill. Each day was undeniably fulfilling for him. In Shi San's blacksmith shop, Tang San quickly gained the respect of his peers. Shi San entrusted him with the task of refining metals, and during his leisure, Tang San began to utilize some discarded scraps to initiate his venture into crafting concealed weapons. Of course, he only manufactured components at the blacksmith shop. The true assembly would take place back at the academy. With her formidable strength and the assistance of Xiao Qinyu, Xiao Wu swiftly became recognized as the leader among all students at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Her life was considerably more leisurely than Tang San's. At times, she even skipped classes. Tang San hardly witnessed her training regimen. However, Xiao Wu's strength has been steadily improving. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy operates on a semester system, which spans an entire year, during which students are not permitted to return home, although family members are allowed to visit. Tang San has eagerly awaited his father's arrival on numerous occasions, yet as the semester drew to a close, he had not caught a glimpse of Tang Hao. Fortunately, his life has been sufficiently fulfilling, leaving him little time for longing. As for the Spirit Hall, shortly after Tang San underwent the Soul Master assessment, representatives from the Spirit Hall arrived at Notting Academy to seek out the master. The master did not disclose the details of their conversation to Tang San, nor did he inquire. However, noticing the increased smiles on the master's face, Tang San speculated that the relationship between the master and the Spirit Hall had significantly improved. Xiao Wu, tomorrow marks the start of our holiday. Are you planning to return home? Tang San inquired while packing his belongings. A year has passed, and he is finally able to visit his father. This afternoon, he had already requested time off from Shi San at the blacksmith shop and had purchased a brand new forging hammer, intending to present it to his father. Since Tang San joined Shi San's blacksmith shop, the quality of the weapons and equipment produced has risen to a new level, and business has thrived. Now, Tang San's salary has reached 5 silver soul coins per month, which is equivalent to half of the Soul Master's subsidy. Xiao Wu leaned against her bed, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes, starkly contrasting with her usual vibrant demeanor. I want to return home. Perhaps I will remain at the academy. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. It has been a year. Haven't you thought of returning home for a visit? Suddenly, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she suggested, Little San, isn't your home quite close to the academy? How about I accompany you back for some fun? After all, Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu have all gone to participate in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy examinations, leaving me without anyone to play with. Tang San smiled gently. After a year of companionship, he had come to understand Xiao Wu quite well. This lively girl was always brimming with energy, exuding a sense of mischief as if she thrived on chaos. When she feigned gentleness, she resembled an adorable doll, yet when she unleashed her temper, the title Sister Xiao Wu was certainly well earned. Countless students within the academy had already experienced her wrath. My family is quite impoverished and has little to offer in terms of hospitality, Xiao Wu declared, hands on her hips, her large eyes glaring at Tang San. You save every penny of your monthly allowance and are reluctant to spend, yet you fear hosting me? With a smile gracing his face, Tang San extended his right hand and remarked, speaking of subsidies, it suddenly dawns on me that someone seems to owe me 6 silver coins. Xiao Wu paused momentarily, a hint of embarrassment blossoming on her delicate, rosy visage. The monthly stipend of a gold coin was certainly not insignificant. However, her spending habits were rather extravagant. She would purchase anything that caught her eye without a thought for its utility. Now, having acquired her own bedding, she no longer shared with Tang San. Her lack of financial prudence had led to a habitual reliance on borrowing from Tang San whenever her funds ran low. It's just 6 silver coins, after all. Once I receive my stipend, I shall repay you. But you haven't yet mentioned whether you are willing to let me accompany you. Tang San smiled and said, You may go if you wish. However, my father has quite a temper. Ma Hongjun, unfazed, retorted, With such charm, your father is bound to adore me. As she spoke, she playfully winked at Tang San, adopting a gentle demeanor, while others might be deceived by her appearance. Tang San had witnessed her volcanic eruptions far too often to be swayed. He merely shook his head in resignation, unaffected by her antics. There is no need to employ your beauty strategy on me. Thankfully, you are but 7 years old. If you were any older, you might indeed possess the qualities of a seductress. Chapter 13, Father's Message, Part 2. What is a seductress? Ma Hongjun inquired curiously. Tang San chuckled. It's a type of spirit beast that has attained sentience, specifically designed to entice men. Xiao Wu paused for a moment, her gaze towards Tang San suddenly taking on a peculiar quality, and in an instant, her emotion surged. Go to hell. How dare you call me a vixen? I challenge you to a duel. As she spoke, she leaped from her bed, claws extended, lunging towards Tang San. The other students, accustomed to such antics, regarded this scene with indifference. The playful skirmishes between Xiao Wu and Tang San had become a familiar sight. And on the rare days when they refrained from their playful bickering, it was the others who felt uneasy. The following morning, as Tang San set off, he was accompanied by a lively young girl clad in the attire of Nodding Academy, departing from Nodding City en route to Spirit Village. The past year had been remarkably fulfilling for Tang San, who had experienced a profound sense of satisfaction as he broke through the first barrier of the Xiantian skill. Through diligent effort, he had made significant progress in his cultivation. According to his own calculations, he had likely reached a level between the mid to upper tier of the second stage, with his soul power estimated to be around level 16 to 17. In the academy, the only one capable of matching his soul power was Xiao Wu. Despite not having observed her training extensively, their soul power comparisons always revealed a narrow margin, with Tang San occasionally gaining the upper hand, only to be surpassed by Xiao Wu at other times. Though they were still children, neither was willing to concede, and their sparring was inevitable. Initially, senior students like Xiao Qinyu and Wang Sheng would occasionally partake. But as Tang San and Xiao Wu's soul power ascended rapidly, they ceased to interfere. After all, who would wish to become a mere punching bag? Thus, while Xiao Wu was officially regarded as the leader of all students at Nodding in practice, Xiao Qinyu and the others would refer to Tang San affectionately as Little San Ge. Tang San and Xiao Wu engaged in friendly sparring, with Tang San often finding himself at a disadvantage. Xiao Wu's myriad of attacking techniques, especially her agile maneuvers, evoked a sensation akin to that of glutinous rice cakes. In a scenario devoid of the aid of spirit rings, Tang San would almost certainly face defeat, even when employing spirit rings. His reliance on the entangling and paralyzing effects of blue-silver grass would merely result in a stalemate with Xiao Wu. The concealed weaponry that Tang San had been secretly honing was not utilized in their practice. This was partly due to the potential lethality of such weapons, which could easily cause injury, and partly because he sought to refine his close combat skills through their exchanges. Perhaps due to their role as sparring partners, they experienced mutual enhancement in their combat prowess, progressing in tandem. The instructors at the academy had grown indifferent to their antics, although still first-year students at Nodding Academy. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already garnered a reputation as prodigies. How much further? Xiao Wu inquired, glancing about. Not far now. Do you see that mountain over there? Our holy soul village lies at its foot. We are almost home, Tang San replied, his excitement palpable. Were it not for the academy's strict rules mandating nightly returns and the nightly inspections by teachers, he might have already visited his father. It's been a year. Father, how have you been? Perhaps due to his previous life as an orphan, Tang San cherished this familial bond all the more in this life. He touched the pouch at his waist, containing the 24-bridge Bright Moon Night, which held a forging hammer for his father, a new set of clothes, and even a few bottles of fine wine. The small village where he had lived for 6 years was now in sight, and for some inexplicable reason, a wave of sentiment surged within him. If he were to encapsulate this feeling in a single phrase, he would say, there is nothing quite like the feeling of home. Even if that home consisted solely of himself and his father. Before long, they arrived at Holy Soul Village, and Tang San's home was just at the village's entrance. He raised his hand to point at the dilapidated sign atop the roof and smiled at Xiao Wu. Look, that is my home, with home now in view. Tang San's excitement grew uncontrollably, and he quickened his pace, taking 2 steps at a time to reach the front door. As always, the door was left ajar. A habit of Tang House, since there was little of value in the blacksmith shop to be stolen. "Father, I'm back," Tang San shouted exuberantly. Xiaowu had never witnessed such emotion from Tang San and stood curiously behind him. In her perception, he was a gentle friend, often quiet yet perpetually busy with various tasks. It was only during their sparring sessions that she glimpsed his serious side, and even when bested by her, he had never displayed anger or excitement. As he called out, Tang San hurried inside. Everything seemed unchanged. The blacksmith shop was as chaotic as ever, perhaps even more so than before, with a haphazard assortment of items strewn about. Yet this disorder only deepened his sense of familiarity. "Oh, San, you've returned." A gentle voice resonated. A figure emerged from the inner chamber. Upon seeing him, Tang San momentarily froze. "Grandpa Jack, you are here too. Where is my father?" The one who stepped out was none other than Jack, the venerable elder of Holy Spirit Village. A faint smile of bittersweetness adorned his face as he extended a piece of paper to Tang San. "Take a look at this. It was left by your father. I came to find him this morning, intending to invite him to join me in welcoming you back, but to my surprise, you had already returned." A wave of anxiety washed over Tang San as he hastily accepted the paper from Elder Jack and lowered his gaze to read. The page bore only a few simple lines, the handwriting somewhat hasty yet unmistakably imbued with a rugged and bold spirit. Chapter 13. A Father's Message. 3. Little San. By the time you read this letter, I will have departed. Do not seek me. It is futile. Though you are still young, you possess the ability to fend for yourself. A fledgling eagle must spread its wings alone to soar high. Do not worry about me. Within your character, you have inherited much of your mother's delicacy. Your father is but a useless man. As you mature, I need to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. One day, we shall reunite as father and son. I wish for you to grow strong, yet I also wish for you to remain humble. Your path is yours to choose. Should you ever find the profession of a soul master unsatisfactory, return to Holy Spirit Village and, like me, become a blacksmith. Do not fret. Tang Hao. Gazing at the paper in his hands, Tang San was rendered motionless, his heart brimming with joy suddenly transformed into helpless despondency. "Father has departed. Father, why must you leave?" Old Jack, observing Tang San's dazed expression, sighed with a bittersweet smile. "This fellow, Tang Hao, left without a hint of forewarning. Just the day before, I had asked him to forge some farming tools. With his departure, we shall need to seek out another blacksmith. This man truly is so irresponsible." Tang San gradually came to his senses. "Grandpa Jack, are you saying that father just left in the past couple of days?" Old Jack nodded. "It should have been just these past few days. Little San, do not be disheartened. Such a father is not worth your sorrow. Come with me. Let us go to my home." Tang San silently shook his head, meticulously folding the paper in his hands and placing it within his bosom. "Thank you, Grandpa Jack. But given the disarray at home, I must decline your invitation to stay. I still have some tidying up to do." Old Jack was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the young Tang San would issue a dismissal. With a sigh, he replied, "Very well. However, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." With a resigned shake of his head, he turned and walked outside. Once Old Jack departed, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained in the blacksmith shop. Tang San kept silent, beginning to organize the chaotic room, methodically arranging each item. Curiously, the usually lively Xiao Wu maintained her silence as well, approaching Tang San's side to quietly assist him in placing things in order, fetching fresh water from the outdoor tank to help wipe away the dust that had settled within the room. At the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, the master was engrossed in his reading within his quarters, feeling a hollow emptiness as he realized that Xiao San had returned home after a year of companionship. Though he never voiced it, his feelings for this disciple had deepened significantly. Even this morning, as Tang San departed, he had hesitated, contemplating whether to visit his home, only to ultimately dismiss the notion for reasons that eluded even him. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. The master furrowed his brow, typically. Aside from Tang San, no one would come to visit him. "Come in," he said, setting his book aside with a calm demeanor. The door opened, revealing a tall figure stepping inside. Clad in a simple gray robe, his disheveled black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his weathered face bore the marks of time, while his murky eyes seemed to reflect a life nearing its twilight, incongruent with the appearance of a man in his 50s. "Greetings, master," the newcomer spoke in a deep, somewhat hoarse voice. For reasons unknown, the moment this individual entered, The master instinctively tensed, his soul power unconsciously radiating throughout his being. "Who are you?" he asked slowly, rising with a hint of confusion in his eyes. The gray-clad figure replied, "It has been nearly 20 years since we last met. Given my current appearance, it is no wonder you do not recognize me. My name is Tang Hao." Tang Hao? The master's typically stoic demeanor suddenly shifted, his eyes widening in recognition as they intensely focused on the man before him. His hands gripped the table, fingers turning a shade of pale blue. You are Hao." Tang Hao waved his hand to halt the master's words, coldly stating, "There is no need to mention past titles. In those days, we did share a few encounters. While others may perceive you as merely a madman, I recognize you as a person of unwavering dedication." The master's demeanor gradually calmed, and his rigid face flickered with a slight movement. "It seems I was not mistaken. You are indeed the father of the third child. He has returned home. What brings you here?" Tang Hao nodded slightly and said with a hint of detachment, "It is precisely because he has returned home that I find myself here. I am aware that you have taken him as your disciple. As a father, I should have come to meet you long ago. I must take my leave now. My only concern lies with him. Therefore, I hope to entrust Tang San to your care." "You are leaving? Where to?" "He is your son." The master fixed a penetrating gaze upon Tang Hao, his eyes reflecting a trace of intensity. Tang Hao maintained his frigid demeanor. "He is also your disciple. I must take my leave, for there are numerous matters that require my attention. His companionship with me will not bring him joy. I hold no further desires. His life is his own to shape. It has been a decade since I departed from this world, and now he has matured. There are certain obligations I must fulfill." The master inhaled deeply, stating, "I am unaware of the trials you have endured, yet it is evident that the young one harbors a profound attachment to you. Do you not think that leaving in such a manner would be exceedingly cruel to him?" Tang Hao spoke softly. "He has chosen to embark on an extraordinary path. To remain with me would be a cruelty towards him. I have expressed all I wish to say. No matter the time, please remember, he is my son." With that, Tang Hao raised his hand, and a dark black token clattered onto the table before the master. The token bore a striking resemblance to the one the master had presented to Tang San when they first entered the soul-hunting forest, though this one displayed a total of 6 distinct patterns. Chapter 13, A Father's Message, Part 4. With a thud, the door closed, and Tang Hao's imposing figure vanished. The master stood motionless before the door for a long moment. Eventually, he slowly lowered his head, his gaze fixating on the token, a bittersweet smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. He never anticipated that my idol would become this way. As the sun began its descent, 2 petite figures sat side by side in front of the blacksmith shop, dressed in identical attire, quietly sharing the moment. The sun's waning rays, tinged with a soft crimson hue, seemed to brand their forms with a golden-red glow. The girl on the left turned her head to glance at the boy, resting her chin on her hands, wishing to speak, yet ultimately refraining. Instead, it was the boy who broke the silence, gripping a brand new forging hammer in his hand. "Xiao Wu, thank you." "For what?" Xiao Wu inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. "Thank you for always being by my side." Tang San lowered his gaze to the ground, his eyes reflecting a sense of disorientation and wistfulness, yet no tears fell. Xiao Wu chuckled softly, playfully nudging Tang San's shoulder with considerable force, nearly toppling him over. "Don't be so downcast. Your father has merely departed temporarily. One day, you will see each other again. Perhaps his absence is meant to foster your growth, to make you stronger. If you continue in this manner, wouldn't you be undermining his heartfelt intentions?" A faint smile of bitterness flickered across Tang San's face. Perhaps it was true, but why had he denied me the chance for one last meeting? "Xiao Wu, do you understand? My father was my soul kin. Without him, our home has ceased to be a home." Xiao Wu shook her head and tossed her long, scorpion braid in front of her. "Without a father, you still have me as a friend. If you truly seek a relative, I would not mind being your sister. Come on, call me Sister Xiao Wu and let me hear it. Everyone else does, and you are the only exception." Gazing at Xiao Wu's charming demeanor and the rosy glow of her cheeks illuminated by the setting sun, Tang San couldn't help but smile. It is indeed a beautiful thing to have someone by your side during moments of vulnerability. If you are willing to be my sister, I have no objections. If my memory serves me right, although we are of the same age, you seem to be a few months younger than I. I was born in January, while you arrived in August, correct? Not a chance. I shall only be an older sister, not a younger one. Xiao Wu playfully raised her hand and tapped Tang San lightly on the head. Tang San's figure flickered as he darted forward, positioning himself 3 meters in front of Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, come with me up the mountain. I wish to show you something." Tang San's expression was earnest, as if he had made a significant decision. Xiao Wu ceased her playful antics, her delicate face revealing a hint of obedience as she nodded in agreement. Tang San gently took Xiao Wu's tender hand and ran towards the hills beyond the village. Their shadows, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, gradually elongated on the ground. Tang San and Xiao Wu ran tirelessly until they reached the summit, where they finally paused to catch their breath. Even as he exerted himself to the utmost in practicing the Xiantian skill, standing atop the mountain, he faced the setting sun, his eyes tinged with a shade of purple. Xiao Wu, he said, this is where I used to train. I have a serious question for you, and I hope you can answer it earnestly. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and replied, do you realize that you now resemble those old men back at the academy? Tang San slowly turned around, gazing earnestly at Xiao Wu. Would you be willing to be my sister? I truly wish to have another family member. Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, Tang San interrupted her, insisting, please allow me to finish. I possess nothing. You have witnessed the circumstances of my family. I am merely a destitute commoner. I cannot offer you wealth or power. You, too, are endowed with innate soul power, yet your background is unlike mine. I can discern that your story harbors depth. However, I have never inquired about it, for I fear that the disparity in our origins would prevent us from even becoming friends. Nevertheless, I genuinely wish to have a sister like you. Although I cannot bestow upon you the privileges of nobility, I can offer you my unwavering promise. I will forever protect my sister, ensuring that no harm befalls her. As Tang San's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, Xiao Wu felt her own eyes gradually redden. But what if one day many wish to take my life, and those adversaries are beyond your capacity to confront? What then? A faint smile suddenly graced Tang San's face. Let them first tread over my corpse, he said. Xiao Wu fell silent, and Tang San did not speak further. The crimson hues of the setting sun gradually faded, and the stars in the sky began to emerge quietly. Brother, Xiao Wu broke the tranquility that enveloped them with a single word. The tears she had long suppressed finally cascaded down her cheeks at that moment. Tang San, trembling, grasped Xiao Wu's hand and said, thank you, my sister. Although their father had departed, he had gained a sister. Tang San tilted his head toward the heavens, silently vowing to the stars above for a lifetime. As night descended, the two children sat atop the mountain, feeling the gentle breeze caress them, gazing at the stars and the moon. The serene atmosphere and the fresh air enveloped them in a comforting embrace. May I not call you brother? Xiao Wu turned to look at Tang San beside her. Tang San was taken aback. Why? A faint blush appeared on Xiao Wu's face. After all, I am the leader of all the students at Notting Academy. How will they perceive me now that I have suddenly gained multiple older brothers? Tang San smiled and said, very well, you may continue to call me Xiao San. As long as I know in my heart that you're my sister, what does the form of address matter? As he spoke, Tang San raised his hand, rolled up his sleeve, and removed the hidden weapon from his left wrist. We are now bound as siblings, and I possess little of value. Thus, I offer you this for your protection. It is my very first creation. Xiao Wu gazed curiously at the wrist-mounted dart that Tang San presented to her. What is this? Chapter 14. The Malevolent Gaze of the White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai, Part 1. Tang San smiled faintly and said, I call it the sleeve arrow, or it may also be referred to as the silent sleeve arrow. By merely activating the switch, the 3 small arrows within can be discharged at your command. You may choose to release one or all 3 simultaneously. Due to the minimal sound produced upon activation, it is difficult for opponents to detect, thus proving to be quite effective when facing adversaries of comparable strength. Xiao Wu, astonished, inquired, when we practiced together in the past, why have I never seen you employ such a device? Tang San smiled faintly and said, fool, we are classmates and friends. How could I possibly wield such a lethal weapon? Do you remember the time I struck you with a stone? Did you think that was merely a coincidence? Look, there is a mosquito. Following the direction of Tang San's finger, Xiao Wu gazed 3 meters away, where indeed a mosquito buzzed by, barely visible in the moonlight. If I told you that I could hit its left wing without taking its life, would you believe me? Xiao Wu stared at him and replied, are you joking? A glimmer of violet light flickered in Tang San's eyes as his right hand suddenly rose. A faint shadow slipped away silently, and the mosquito vanished into thin air. Grasping Xiao Wu's hand, Tang San urged, follow me. He led her to a large tree nearby, coming to a halt. Without the need for Tang San to point it out deliberately, Xiao Wu could clearly see a 3-inch-long steel needle gleaming under the starlight, embedded in the trunk. It appeared that something was struggling desperately against it. As Xiao Wu leaned down for a closer look, she was taken aback, nearly gasping in surprise. The needle was piercing through a mosquito's left wing, pinning it firmly to the tree, yet the mosquito was still lively and seemingly unharmed. "How did you do that?" Xiaowu exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Tang San. If it weren't for the fact that she had been with him all along, she might have thought this was a premeditated setup. Tang San withdrew the steel needle, and when he opened his palm once more, the needle had vanished. "This is my secret," he declared, "which I refer to as a hidden weapon. Even my father is unaware of it. I merely wish to convey that I possess the ability to protect my sister." Ever curious about new experiences, Xiaowu eagerly shook Tang San's hand and exclaimed, "Good brother, could you possibly teach me?" Tang San smiled wryly and remarked, "With your propensity for violence, if you were to master concealed weapons, countless individuals would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Moreover, the cultivation of such skills is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. The sleeve arrow I provided you is a form of concealed weapon. First, you should learn to wield it effectively. Mastering the hidden weapons of the Tang clan is no simple feat. The foremost requirement is a foundation in the Xiantian skill. Given that Xiaowu's soul power is already formidable, it is evidently impossible for her to recultivate the Xiantian skill. Tang San silently resolved to craft a few mechanical concealed weapons to equip her in the future. That should suffice. Tang San personally adorned Xiao Wu's left arm with a concealed crossbow, meticulously adjusting its size until it fits seamlessly against her slender arm. He then elucidated the method of using the silent crossbow in great detail, allowing her to practice several times. Xiao Wu instantly developed a fondness for this treasured item. As she stepped aside to test her aim with the crossbow, Tang San slowly raised his gaze to the stars above, murmuring to himself, "Father, do you truly fear that I will not grow strong by your side? Rest assured, I shall diligently cultivate my strength and become a true man. One day, I will make you proud." Having been away from the Tang Sect for 6 long years, he affirmed, "I am forever a part of the Tang Sect. In this Douluo continent, I shall strive to elevate the Tang Sect to new heights." Suddenly, his alabaster hands flung outward, releasing a multitude of silvery threads that soared into the sky, his eyes shimmering with a purple glow. 5 years later, in the Balak Kingdom, situated to the south of the Tiando Empire and bordering the Fasno province, what is termed a kingdom is, in reality, merely 3/4 the size of the Fasno province. It is one of the 4 major kingdoms under the Tiando Empire. The king of Balak, Kandera, is a cousin of the current emperor, Okura, of the Tiando Empire. To the south of the Balak Kingdom lies the Star Luo Empire, making Balak's military might the most formidable among the 4 kingdoms of the Tiando Empire, serving as the empire's gateway. Originally, the Tiando Empire comprised 10 provinces, but with the division into 4 kingdoms, 6 factions emerged. The empire directly governs 5 provinces, while each of the 4 kingdoms controls one, alongside a duchy that occupies the smallest province in the eastern part of the empire. On the surface, the 4 kingdoms and the duchy appear to be under the dominion of the Tiando Empire. Yet, in reality, these 5 nations have become states within a state, enjoying autonomy apart from necessary tributes. Were it not for the Tiando royal family holding a significant military presence, civil unrest might have already erupted. The Star Luo Empire faces a similar situation. Thus, while both empires seem powerful, they are, in truth, on a decline. It is unpredictable when the entire landscape of the continent might suddenly shift. Within the Balak Kingdom, 2 cities hold paramount importance. The capital, Balak City, where King Kandera resides, serving as the political and economic heart of the kingdom, and Soto City, located in the fertile center of the Limai Plain, known as the Granary of Balak. Both cities are heavily garrisoned, being of utmost significance to the kingdom. Soto City is a major urban center, evidenced by its 3rd-tier Spirit Hall configuration. At this moment, just past noon, under the blazing sun, 2 young men entered through the western gate of Soto City. They appeared to be merely teenagers, devoid of any luggage. A boy and a girl. In Chapter 14, The Malevolent Gaze of the White Tiger, the boy, dressed in simple attire, looked around 12 or 13 years of age. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, he was clad in a light blue outfit that was both practical and stylish. A belt adorned with 24 gemstones encircled his waist, and his shoulder-length black hair hung loosely. Though not conventionally handsome, he exuded an approachable aura, with a subtle smile perpetually gracing his lips. If the boy seemed calm and ordinary, the girl beside him was anything but. Her silky black hair was neatly braided into a long scorpion braid, cascading past her calves. She stood slightly taller than the boy, dressed in a snug pink top that accentuated her developing figure. Her slender waist, delicate to the touch, evoked envy among countless women. With naturally arched brows and large, glistening eyes set against a slightly rounded, rosy face, she was not only beautiful but also exuded a charming playfulness. The term adorable seemed tailor-made for her. The boy, standing beside her, was overshadowed by her intangible radiance. The girl raised her hand to brush away the slight moisture from her forehead and complained, "We've finally arrived in this Soto city. I can't fathom what Master was thinking." Several intermediate Soul Master Academies expressed their willingness to admit us unconditionally, yet he insisted we come to this dilapidated academy that doesn't even have a proper ranking. The boy smiled slightly and replied, "Master instructed me to take the exam, not you. Who told you to insist on coming along? Fortunately, the Balik Kingdom borders the Fasno province. Otherwise, you'd have even more to complain about." The girl shot him a glare. "How ungrateful. I came for you. After all, who told you to be my brother?" She continued, "Regardless, the exam is in 2 days. You must accompany me in Soto City for 2 days to make amends for the distress inflicted upon my tender heart." The boy chuckled. "The illustrious leader of the Nodding Academy for 6 consecutive years, yet you speak of a tender heart? Just imagine how your little followers would react if they heard that." The boy and girl were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had just graduated from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy after 5 years. Given their exceptional talents, the Academy had intended to recommend them directly to intermediate Soul Master Academies, with several prestigious institutions extending invitations, providing ample opportunities for selection. However, Master insisted that Tang San decline all offers and take the entrance exam at an academy named Shrek located south of Soto City. After 6 years of guidance, Tang San held a fatherly respect for Master, fully understanding that Master's insistence was for his own benefit. Thus, he readily agreed without hesitation. 6 years have passed, and the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu has grown as intimate as that of siblings. Tang San chose this place, and naturally, Xiao Wu followed. Upon leaving the academy, the master informed Tang San that he would be heading to the imperial capital and would return to find them. The 6 years in Nodding were incredibly fulfilling for Tang San. His days were filled with classes in the morning, work in the afternoon, and cultivation in the evenings, leaving him with scarcely any free time. At 12 years old, he no longer appeared as frail as he once did. His daily labor in the blacksmith shop had endowed him with a robust physique, while he may not seem particularly imposing at first glance. Beneath his fitted attire lay a body brimming with explosive strength. Xiao Wu pouted and said, "Regardless, will you agree or not?" Tang San chuckled softly and replied, "If that is your wish, so be it. However, after such a long journey, are you not weary? Perhaps we should first find a place to rest. It is nearing noon. Let us have a meal before continuing." Xiao Wu smiled and said, "Now that sounds reasonable." Tang San seldom contradicted her. Ever since they established their sibling bond, he had consistently cared for her like an older brother, though he was often preoccupied. The unintentional displays of his concern brought Xiao Wu immense comfort. Soto City was significantly larger and more vibrant than Nodding City, bustling with life. Soldiers patrolled the streets, and throngs of people moved about in a constant flow. The two of them quickly had a light meal before embarking on the search for accommodations. Not long after, Xiao Wu spotted a uniquely charming hotel. The establishment boasted 3 stories. While it was not overly large, its exterior was adorned in a brilliant rose-red hue, and the architectural style resembled a magnificent rose blossom, instantly captivating the eye. "Rose Hotel," she exclaimed, pointing. "Let us stay here." Tang San nonchalantly remarked, "I shall heed your words." Over the past few years of labor, combined with the subsidies from the Spirit Hall, he has managed to accumulate a modest savings. Xiao Wu, indifferent to the amount of money, spends liberally. To avoid frequently overextending herself financially, she decided to entrust all her earnings to Tang San, allowing him to manage them. With Tang San exercising control over her finances, she is able to save a little. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, one is immediately enveloped by the intoxicating scent of roses, a fragrant aroma that carries a hint of flirtation, refreshing both body and soul. The hotel's interior is adorned in a triad of colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm, unique, and elegant atmosphere that easily endears itself to its visitors. Tang San approached the counter and requested, "Please, could we have 2 rooms?" The attendant behind the desk promptly stood up, casting a glance at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu, with a hint of envy gleaming in his eyes. "Sir, are you truly certain you wish to reserve 2 rooms?" Tang San nodded slightly, questioning if there was anything amiss. The waiter's eyes glimmered with a hint of ambiguity as he replied, "I'm afraid we have only 1 room left." Chapter 14. The Sinister Gaze of the White Tiger, Dai Mubai, 3, 1 room? Tang San furrowed his brows. In his 2 lifetimes, he had shared a bed with Xiao Wu during their childhood without much thought, yet now, as they had both matured into adulthood, he was acutely aware of the propriety of the situation. The waiter emphasized, "Indeed, there is only 1 room. But fret not, our accommodations are quite spacious and well-appointed. Ample enough for 2 guests." As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Tang San, a silent communication that Tang San could not decipher. Xiao Wu, unabashedly, chimed in. "Then let us take that room. We have always shared a dormitory back in Notting, so what is the difference? We could even save some money for beautiful clothes." Tang San helplessly shook his head. He was not a stubborn individual. If necessary, he could simply sleep on the floor, as he usually practiced in the evenings, which constituted the finest form of rest. "Very well, then, could you please arrange this room for me?" Just as the attendant was preparing to assist Tang San with the formalities, an unexpected voice interrupted the proceedings. "I believe this room rightfully belongs to me." Tang San and Xiao Wu simultaneously turned to look back, only to discover 3 individuals approaching them from behind, heading towards the counter. Among these 3, a man and 2 women. The 2 young ladies were adorned in vibrant attire, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with tall and graceful figures that exceeded Xiao Wu's height by a slight margin. Most astonishingly, their features were strikingly identical, revealing them to be a pair of twins. However, Tang San's gaze did not linger upon the 2 exquisite beauties. Rather, it was captivated by the young man who walked at the center. Standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, he towered over Tang San by half a head, exuding a youthful aura that even suggested he might be younger than the 2 girls behind him. His broad shoulders and handsome visage bore an air of resolve, while his long golden hair cascaded down his back, reaching nearly to his waist. The hair was not curled but fell straight and smooth. Most striking were his eyes, an otherworldly pair, both possessing dual pupils. The deep blue irises held a chilling gaze, emanating an intrinsic coldness that seemed to slice through the air like a blade. A mere glance from him could leave one feeling as though they had been cut by a sharp edge. Such a remarkably handsome appearance, coupled with those extraordinary eyes, ensured that he would be the focus of attention wherever he went. Tang San's first thought upon seeing him was that he was formidable. The twin girls each clung to one of the young man's arms, and he paid no heed to Tang San, his gaze sweeping past Xiao Wu and momentarily flashing with a peculiar light, though it was fleeting. Upon reaching the counter, he addressed the server, saying, "You must be new here. I trust you are aware that a room must always be reserved for me?" The server, taken aback, cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The young man with the dual pupils responded with slight impatience, "Call your manager out." Feeling a chill run down her spine under his penetrating gaze, the server hurriedly rushed to the back to summon her superior. Tang San replied nonchalantly, "It appears that we arrived here first, my friend." The man with the double pupils did not even bother to turn his head. He simply responded coldly, "What of it?" He had never been one to offer explanations to others. Tang San's temperament could be considered mild, but Xiao Wu was not someone to be easily intimidated. In a swift motion, she appeared beside Tang San and asserted, "Enough. You should leave." The man with dual pupils finally turned around, his icy and sinister gaze fixating on Xiao Wu. He nodded slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Very well. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You possess a fluctuation of soul power, indicating you are soul masters, correct? Then let us engage together. If you can defeat me, I shall depart immediately. Otherwise, I kindly request you demonstrate how to roll." Upon hearing the man's words, the twin sisters beside him could not suppress their laughter, exhibiting no signs of concern. The obedient sister released her hold on the man with dual pupils and stepped aside. At that moment, the earlier waiter emerged from behind, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman. It was evident that he had overheard the conversation between the dual pupil man and Tang San. His expression filled with urgency. "Let us discuss this amicably. Please do not resort to violence." The dual pupil man cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Manager Wang, it seems your business acumen has improved." Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled apologetically. "Young Master Dai, please do not say that. It is the fault of my subordinate. This lad just arrived yesterday and is unaware of the rules. My sincerest apologies. I will arrange a room for you at once." Turning to Tang San and Xiao Wu, he added with a face full of regret, "I apologize, esteemed guests. That room was reserved by young Master Dai. I kindly ask you to select another establishment." If it were up to Tang San, he would have easily yielded, as there were numerous hotels available, and he did not mind changing venues. However, Xiao Wu possessed a temperament that thrived on chaos. She would not concede so readily. We refuse to leave. And what of it? Do not underestimate us due to our youth. Young Master Dai scoffed. Even if you wish to leave, it will not be that simple. You insulted me. There will be consequences. Manager Wang, distressed, interjected, Young Master Dai, please. His face was a portrait of desperation. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Dai's eyes. Let's talk. I will bear all losses. Having been the leader at Notting Academy, Xiao Wu could not tolerate the arrogance reflected in his gaze and prepared to charge forward. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's shoulders firmly and said, allow me to handle this. Xiao Wu, with a hint of dissatisfaction, retorted, why? I can manage it myself. Even his mother wouldn't recognize him when I am done. Tang San furrowed his brow and remarked, as a young lady, you ought to speak more respectfully. Have you forgotten my earlier promise? I shall always protect you. This matter is one for men. He refrained from allowing Xiao Wu to intervene, not only due to the formidable strength of their opponent, which raised concerns for her safety, but also because, should defeat be inevitable, he would rather endure humiliation himself than allow Xiao Wu to be disrespected. Chapter 14. The malevolent gaze of the white tiger upon hearing the words, I will always protect you. The fury on Xiao Wu's face began to subside. She cast a glance at Tang San and said, then you must be cautious. There is no need for contention. I have already stated that both of you should engage together, Dai Xiao said impatiently. Tang San advanced 2 steps forward with a calm and composed demeanor, seeking guidance. A glint of malice flickered in Dai Xiao's eyes as he abruptly raised his right fist, lunging forward with a powerful strike aimed directly at Tang San's chest. His movement was remarkably straightforward, devoid of any embellishments, yet Tang San's expression shifted. The force and speed of his opponent's punch surged to its zenith in an instant. How could one achieve such prowess without extensive combat experience? At this critical moment, retreat was not an option for Tang San. To falter would only exacerbate his opponent's momentum, amplifying the punch's potency. Thus, he did not withdraw but instead surged forward. With a swift step, he closed the distance by 3 meters, aiming to disrupt the rhythm of his adversary's attack. In a similar fashion, he unleashed his right fist, which transformed into a lustrous pearlescent hue. With a resounding thud, Dai Xiao's forward momentum abruptly halted, while Tang San found himself unable to maintain his balance, staggering back 4 or 5 steps before regaining his footing. A flicker of surprise appeared in Dai Xiao's eyes. He clearly had not anticipated that this youth, seemingly several years his junior, could withstand his formidable punch. Most astonishing to Dai Xiao was the pain radiating from his own hand. Despite having the upper hand in terms of offensive power, his right hand throbbed as if it were shattering, while Tang San's fist felt as unyielding as if it were forged from bronze and iron. How could Tang San not be astonished? It is essential to recognize that his fist not only embodies the inner strength of the Xiantian skill, but also possesses a power that belies his age. Years spent in the forge have endowed him with strength that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, coupled with the distinctive characteristics of the Xian Jade hand. These 3 advantages combined still resulted in his defeat. His opponent's strength was formidable, yet it was not a crude force. Rather, it was a concentrated might, as if all the power had coalesced into a fist-sized core. The explosive shockwave unleashed had caused Tang San's internal vital energy to surge tumultuously. Well, to withstand a punch from me, you have earned the right to be my adversary, Dai Xiao declared with a sharp voice, his figure soaring once more. This time, his attack was far from simplistic. He leaped from the ground, instantly positioning himself above Tang San, his limbs extending in an unusual manner. Although his entire body appeared to be rife with openings, his limbs were subtly in motion, suggesting an endless array of follow-up moves. Tang San's countenance had transformed into one of grave intensity, his knees slightly bent, toes inward, and calves momentarily tensed. His left arm circled inward while his right arm pushed outward, striking a most peculiar pose. This particular strike from Dai Xiao could be deemed a signature technique. Regardless of how his opponent attempted to block or counterattack, he possessed a myriad of responses. What appeared to be a flawed maneuver concealed profound offensive strategies, with all limbs capable of becoming lethal weapons. However, just as he prepared to unleash his assault, an unseen force surged from below. This power, thick and viscous rather than forceful, proved remarkably resilient. Dai Xiao, suspended in midair, found himself lacking a point of leverage, feeling as though his body was being forcibly diverted from its intended trajectory, causing him to veer off to the side, rendering his attack aimless. What force is this? A fleeting sense of astonishment flickered across Dai Xiao's mind. Yet, his extensive combat experience shone through. He twisted his waist mid-air, executing a horizontal rotation and landing firmly on the ground. At that precise moment, Tang San initiated his assault. He chose the perfect timing, just as Dai Xiao's feet touched the ground, a moment when it was most difficult to generate power. With the ghost shadow steps, Tang San appeared at Dai Xiao's side, executing simultaneous strikes aimed at his shoulders. A flash of malevolence ignited in Dai Xiao's eyes, his four pupils gleaming as he exhaled forcefully. He retracted his shoulders and retaliated, his fist striking upward to target Tang San's elbow. The fierce energy of his punches reverberated through the air, a testament to the immense power contained within them. Concurrently, Dai Xiao's right leg sprang up, aiming a direct kick at Tang San's chin from such close proximity, showcasing his remarkable flexibility, should either his fists or leg land a blow. With his superior strength over Tang San, it would inevitably incapacitate him. But could Tang San allow this to transpire? Let us not forget, this was Tang San's primary offensive. As his hands aimed at Dai Xiao's shoulders lost their target due to the latter's retreat, Tang San did not withdraw his hands. Instead, he swept downward. In doing so, the pliable force previously felt by Dai Xiao reemerged, compelling his arms to splay outward. Dai Xiao's punches, aimed at Tang San, who deftly evaded them, missed their mark. Simultaneously, Tang San stepped forward with his left foot, angling his body as his shoulder charged directly toward Dai Xiao's chest. This side maneuver flawlessly evaded Dai Xiao's kicking leg, as if meticulously calculated. At this juncture, with Dai Xiao's foot firmly planted, he had no room to evade. His attack was thwarted by Tang San's deft hand movements, placing him at a disadvantage. With a resounding thud, Tang San's shoulder collided with Dai Xiao's chest. Amid the gasps of the observing twin sisters, Dai Xiao's body was sent hurtling backward, arching mid-air as he executed a backflip, soaring 5 meters before finally descending. Tang San did not pursue, instead quietly observing Dai Xiao as he fell to the ground. From the contact with his opponent's chest, he realized that he had not gained a significant advantage. Chapter 14. The Malevolent Gaze of the White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai, Part 5. In the instant of impact, Dai Xiao's pectoral muscles suddenly hardened like iron. Although his superior strength sent Dai Xiao flying, Tang San felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Dai Xiao's expression turned grim. He had to concede that he had underestimated his opponent. The youth before him, seemingly a few years his junior, possessed far greater prowess than he had anticipated. Shall we continue? Tang San inquired calmly. Dai Xiao's eyes gleamed with a wicked light, of course. Very well. You have compelled me to utilize my soul power. This match, I must admit, has already been lost on my part. However, I cannot rest easy without engaging in a proper contest with you. Regardless of the outcome of the ensuing battles, this room is yours for today. The light in Dai Xiao's eyes was not one of anger or hatred, but rather a peculiar radiance. If one were to articulate it, the phrase "a thrill at the sight of the hunt" would perhaps be the most fitting. His gaze resembled that of a connoisseur admiring a stunning beauty, his shoulders quivering slightly as his arms lifted. Tang San's eyes gradually brightened as he observed the transformation of Dai Xiao before him. Whereas previously he exuded an air of icy disdain, now he radiated an intense fervor for battle. The white tiger manifested, a brilliant pale light erupting from his being. Dai Xiao extended his arms outward, his chest thrust forward, and a cacophony of cracking bones resonated throughout his body as his muscles swelled, straining against his attire. Each muscle became distinctly defined beneath the fabric, and even the air around him seemed to surge with a wild energy. His once golden hair morphed into a striking blend of black and white, predominantly white, with several dark strands standing out. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. His hands underwent the most dramatic transformation, doubling in size, entirely enveloped in white fur. As his fingers twitched, razor-sharp claws, resembling daggers, emerged and retracted from his palms, each claw glinting with a chilling light and measuring a formidable 8 inches in length. Dai Xiao leaned forward, his eyes transforming into a deep, profound azure, evoking the image of a relentless killing machine. Beneath him, 3 radiant soul rings ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The swirling energy of the soul rings unleashed a tidal wave of soul power that pressed heavily upon the surroundings. A millennium soul ring. Xiao Wu gasped, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. She attempted to move forward to fight alongside Tang San, only to be halted by him. The white ring represented 10 years. The yellow indicated a century, and the purple denoted a millennium. The youth before them, known as Dai Xiao, astonishingly possessed 3 soul rings, one of which was a millennium in age. It was remarkable, considering he appeared to be only 3 or 4 years older than Tang San and Xiao Wu. The presence of 3 soul rings indicated that Dai Xiao's level had surpassed 30, marking him as a soul master. Specifically a battle soul master with a powerful beast martial soul. Daimubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 37 Battle Soul Master. I seek your guidance, he declared. His voice imbued with an imposing authority, signifying a formal challenge. Faced with immense pressure, Tang San began to undergo his own transformation. The latent violent impulses within him began to surface, and a faint violet hue enveloped his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. A surge of deep blue light erupted forth, and a cluster of deep blue grass sprouted from his palm. Each blade appeared slender yet bore intricate serpent-like patterns. The grass no longer retained its former flat shape. It had evolved into a cylindrical form, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the multitude of tiny thorns adorning each blade. A milky white radiance emanated from Tang San, and as if stimulated, the deep blue grass rapidly expanded, transforming in an instant to the thickness of a human arm, resembling a vine-like entity. The black serpentine pattern shimmered with a faint glow, moving with the grace of dozens of great serpents as they coiled around Tang San's body. 2 circles of yellow soul rings simultaneously rose from beneath his feet, swirling above him. Tang San, the master of the blue-silver grass martial soul, stood at the esteemed rank of a level 29 weapon soul master. Pray, enlighten me. Daimubai's eyebrows, as white as his hair, arched slightly. Is your martial soul merely blue-silver grass? Tang San recounted the master's original words. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Daimubai was the second strongest martial soul Tang San encountered since entering the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. The only time he had witnessed the strength of a 42-level weapon soul sect was when the Academy's dean, invited by the master, assisted him in obtaining his second spirit ring. However, that dean had long surpassed the age of 50, while the person before him, Daimubai, was likely only 16 or 17 years of age. It was no wonder that he had suffered during their first clash, despite relying on his strength, inner power, and the Xianyu hand. The absolute disparity in power was evident. This individual was, without a doubt, the most formidable opponent Tang San had ever encountered. He was acutely aware of the significance of the soul ring difference, especially with the opponent's third soul ring being of 1,000-year caliber, endowing him with attributes and skills that Tang San's 2 rings could not withstand. In this battle, Tang San harbored no confidence. Perhaps only by unleashing his most concealed abilities could he hope to contend. Indeed, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Let me experience for myself the peculiarities of your blue-silver grass martial soul. Daimubai moved. Once his martial soul was manifested, he seemed to transform entirely into another being. As his white hair began to flutter, his explosively powerful physique approached Tang San in an instant. The sharp claws extending from his fingertips lunged toward Tang San's body. Chapter 14. The Evil-Eyed White Tiger, Daimubai 6. Tang San swiftly retreated without a moment's hesitation, his feet dancing with ghostly agility as he narrowly evaded Daimubai's assault. Simultaneously, the blue-silver grass spirit he summoned sprang to life, thick, dark blue tendrils spiraling outward from all directions towards Daimubai's figure. Meanwhile, Tang San himself seemed to meld seamlessly into the foliage, vanishing from sight. Daimubai's piercing gaze flickered as his entire being surged with overwhelming soul power. With vigorous sweeps of his hands, he attempted to dispel the encroaching tendrils. Initially, he intended to sever the thick vines formed from the blue-silver grass directly. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that these vines possessed remarkable resilience. Even with the force of his 37th-level soul power infused into his tiger claws, he could only penetrate halfway through the vines and could not cleave them entirely. Once the tendrils escaped the reach of his claws, they rapidly began to mend themselves. A faintly sweet aroma of tea wafted through the tendrils, which appeared to be endless, continuously surging from every direction. Despite Daimubai's augmented power and speed under the influence of his martial spirit, he found himself ensnared within the grasp of the vines. Is this the blue-silver grass? Daimubai felt a surge of astonishment. He had never anticipated such formidable prowess from it. His opponent, possessing 1 less soul ring than himself, could temporarily entangle him with the blue-silver grass. If their soul rings were equal, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain. Daimubai had never been a patient individual, yet his competitive spirit burned fiercely. A brilliant white light erupted, transforming his eyes into a radiant white hue. The first soul ring on his body blazed with intensity, forming a protective barrier of white light that kept the surrounding tendrils at bay. Almost immediately, the second soul ring illuminated, and massive white light coalesced. With a fierce roar, Daimubai unleashed a milky white orb of energy from his mouth. The abilities bestowed by his first 2 soul rings, namely the White Tiger's protective barrier and the White Tiger's radiant wave, activated simultaneously, revealing their terrifying might. From an external perspective, Dai Mubai's form was ensnared by the immense tendrils. Just as Xiao Wu began to breathe a sigh of relief, an explosion of blinding white light erupted from the gaps in the vines, followed by a resounding, thunderous detonation. The tendrils composed of blue-silver grass shattered and scattered, while a powerful shockwave wreaked havoc in the lobby of the Rose Hotel. The bond between a martial spirit and its host is profound, and Tang San's countenance turned pale as he staggered backward to regain his footing. As the white light gradually receded, it revealed Dai Mubai's imposing figure, while the shattered blue-silver grass began to coalesce around Tang San once more, though in diminished quantity. Tang San. The assault power of beast martial spirits is invariably greater than that of weapon martial spirits. Though your blue-silver grass has exceeded my expectations, it ultimately cannot restrain me. Tang San smiled calmly and said, that is not necessarily the case. Suddenly, the second soul ring around him radiated with an intense light, causing Dai Mubai to momentarily freeze. A dense network of vines had inexplicably appeared on his body, and as the brilliance of Tang San's second soul ring surged forth, the vines rapidly grew, ensnaring Dai Mubai firmly within their grasp. Although the thorns on the vines measured merely an inch in length, their relentless constriction inflicted excruciating pain upon Dai Mubai, who soon realized that his body was beginning to grow numb. Long before Tang San reached the age of 20, the master had already devised a plan for the type of soul beast that would become his second soul ring. Tang San's second soul ring was derived from a plant-type soul beast known as Ghost Vine, with a maximum absorption age of 764 years. The Ghost Vine soul ring that Tang San acquired possessed at least 600 years of cultivation. This formidable plant-type soul beast harbors an exceptionally potent neurotoxin. Upon being pierced by its sharp thorns, the toxin is released instantly, eventually transforming into pus to nourish the Ghost Vine. Most dreadfully, however, is the parasitic ability of the Ghost Vine. When it attacks, it emits countless minuscule seeds that directly invade the enemy. Provided the Ghost Vine receives sufficient energy, or the seeds absorb enough nutrients, they will flourish within the host, and once the neurotoxin spreads, the effects remain devastating. To obtain this over 600-year-old Ghost Vine soul ring, even the esteemed director of Notting Academy, a rank 42 tool spirit master, exerted tremendous effort. Utilizing his own martial spirit, which countered the Ghost Vine, he eventually subdued it, allowing Tang San to deliver the final blow. Upon acquiring the Ghost Vine soul ring, Tang San experienced a significant enhancement in all his attributes. His blue-silver grass became more resilient and adopted an appearance reminiscent of the Ghost Vine, albeit retaining its original color and patterns. Additionally, his toxin transformed into a neuroparalytic substance, its efficacy greatly amplified, with even the scent in the air having a discernible effect. The soul ring skill bestowed upon Tang San by the Ghost Vine was parasitism, through the infusion of soul power. The parasitic capability of the Ghost Vine exceeded that of the original entity. Under the influence of soul power, the parasitic seeds would grow instantaneously, ensnaring the target with alarming swiftness, rendering them defenseless. It is undoubtedly a particularly insidious control skill. The resilience of the dual ring blue-silver grass was evident when even Dai Mubai, at rank 37 wielding the white tiger dagger, could not completely sever it. He ultimately underestimated Tang San in the blue-silver grass, leading to his downfall. Observing the astonishment in Dai Mubai's eyes, Tang San remarked, "My blue-silver grass is poisonous. You must have inhaled some earlier, when you unleashed your soul power to execute a powerful attack that broke my blue-silver grass's entanglement. It accelerated the circulation of your blood, causing the toxin to manifest more rapidly. Thus, although you may not feel it, your skin has begun to numb, making it impossible for you to detect the parasitic blue-silver grass seeds. Therefore, you have lost." Dai Mubai gazed at Tang San, now ensnared in the embrace of the blue-silver grass, his body paralyzed except for his head. An ominous glint flickered in his eyes as he acknowledged, "What a remarkable blue-silver grass. If I were like you with only 2 rings, I would indeed have lost. My body is paralyzed, making it arduous to escape the blue-silver grass. However, I possess 1 additional ring than you. It is time for you to witness the power of my 3rd soul ring." The purple aura suddenly illuminated, causing the air surrounding Dai Mubai to twist and contort. His sinister eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, and almost instantaneously, the blue-silver grass entwined around him began to swell. With a resounding explosion, all the blue-silver grass that coiled around him, including the parasitic seeds, disintegrated into fine powder. Remarkably, Dai Mubai's body underwent a second transformation. Tang San inhaled sharply. Was this the power of a Millennium Soul Ring? Chapter 15. The Art of the Millennium Soul Ring, the transformation of the White Tiger. As Dai Mubai found himself ensnared by Tang San's second skill of the blue silver grass, he finally unleashed the ability granted by his third soul ring. Before Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai underwent a remarkable transformation. His already formidable physique, enhanced by the White Tiger martial spirit, swelled further, muscles bulging grotesquely. His upper garments bursting apart to reveal a terrifying muscular silhouette. Strangely, black horizontal stripes appeared on his skin. Devoid of fur, he resembled a tiger pelt. His tiger paws grew larger, the emerging blades gleaming in bright silver. Most astonishingly, he was enveloped in a resplendent golden light, as if gilded. His blood-red eyes glinted with a savage ferocity, exuding the majesty of a king of beasts. Though Tang San was uncertain what this transformation signified, he recognized that. Being a third soul ring and a millennium soul ring skill, its effects would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiao Wu promptly activated her own soul ring. Much like Tang San, 2 yellow rings materialized around her. Her adorable white ears perked up. The already beautiful contours of her form seemed to soften at that moment. The effects of beast martial spirits varied. For Dai Mubai, the white tiger spirit made him more formidable and domineering, while Xiao Wu's rabbit spirit granted her a more delicate elegance, elongating her legs in a manner befitting her nature. Neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu knew the exact nature of her soul ring. During their third-grade break, with the assistance of Master and Dean Nodding, Tang San acquired his second soul ring, while Xiao Wu had returned home. Upon her return, she had already obtained her second soul ring, a century soul ring. The dark blue silver grass erupted from around Tang San, as the martial spirit need not emerge solely from his palms. Thorny vines surged through the air, obscuring Dai Mubai's vision as they coiled around his limbs and neck. With the impetus of his soul power, the entangling skill of his first soul ring was now pushed to its limits. As he launched his attack, Tang San grasped Xiao Wu, who sought to rush forward, shaking his head at her. A man's battle should not involve interference from others. Otherwise, it would only invite scorn from the opponent. Tang San's mental age belied his outward appearance of merely 12. He understood this truth deeply. Moreover, while he sensed Dai Mubai's icy and domineering aura, he felt no hostility emanating from him. Just as Tang San held Xiao Wu, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he emitted a low, muffled groan. 10 silver streaks flashed through the air, and the rapidly entwining blue-silver grass abruptly halted mid-flight. Immediately, the remarkably resilient blue-silver grass disintegrated into powder, dissipating into the air. Dai Mubai's formidable figure advanced step by step towards Tang San, his tiger claws exuding silver blades that continuously flickered, releasing an astonishing pressure. Your blue-silver grass is indeed impressive, far more tenacious than I anticipated. Even my standard soul power cannot sever them in a single strike. However, what I am currently employing is the skill from my third soul ring, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. To acquire this soul ring, I faced numerous perils and ultimately hunted down a millennium-level Diamond Tiger Spirit Beast. It not only significantly enhances my strength, attack, and defense, but also bestows upon me the ability of the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai halted his steps 10 meters away from Tang San and Xiao Wu, refraining from launching another attack. My White Tiger Diamond Transformation can sustain itself for half an hour. During this period, my resistance to abnormal states, as well as my attack power, defensive abilities, and strength, are all doubled. With my 37th level of soul power, under such augmentation, your toxins will not be sufficient to harm me. Even though your soul skills are exquisite and your control-type martial spirit is impressive, ultimately, you are no match for me. This illustrates the absolute disparity in power. A flicker of red light danced in Dai Mubai's sinister eyes as suddenly, the robust muscles of his body began to contract, and the crimson glow in his eyes quietly dissipated. The effects of the White Tiger martial spirit receded. At that moment, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat amusing. His attire was tattered, his shirt completely torn, and his pants severely damaged from being ensnared by the spiked blue-silver grass. As his sinister gaze returned to normal, Dai Mubai cast a deep glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu, proclaiming, "I believe we will meet again soon. At Shrek Academy, should anyone trouble you, invoke the name of the sinister-eyed White Tiger, Dai Mubai." With that, he waved to the pair of twin beauties and exited the hotel first. Xiao Wu could not help but call after Dai Mubai's retreating figure. "How did you know we were heading to Shrek Academy?" Dai Mubai paused, coldly responding, "You must be around 12 years old, right? At such an age, possessing soul power exceeding level 20. What else could you possibly be doing at this time if not enrolling at Shrek Academy?" 12 years old? Ha, 12 years old. I'm already 15. Tang San. I will await you at Shrek Academy. As the final word faded, Daimubai had already left the hotel. Watching him depart, Xiaowu huffed in discontent. This person is truly enigmatic. It's clear he isn't a good person. Tang San. Even when we reach Shrek Academy, let us avoid any dealings with him. Chapter 15, The Skill of the Millennium Soul Ring, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Part 2, Tang San smiled faintly. His gaze fixed upon the direction in which Daimubai had departed. Why, one might wonder. I find this individual rather commendable. Though he may appear somewhat aloof at first glance, his candor is quite refreshing. Xiaowu retorted with exasperation, commendable? I believe it is nothing short of a grave mistake. Pray tell, what noble intentions could he possibly have while escorting two young women to a hotel room, engaging in lewd acts in broad daylight? And yet you still consider him a good person? As for his so-called evil eye white tiger, I would argue he resembles more of a debauched tiger. Tang San furrowed his brow and remarked, Xiaowu, I have noticed that your understanding is growing ever more profound. Xiaowu, oblivious to the subtle dissatisfaction in Tang San's gaze, replied with a sense of pride, of course. Let us not forget that I am the leader of the students at Nodding Academy. With a resigned shake of his head, Tang San continued, I shall refrain from commenting on Daimubai's personal preferences. However, based on our recent encounter, it is evident that he possesses commendable qualities. His strength surpasses ours. Yet he does not wield it to intimidate the weak. Not only did he graciously offer us his room, but his parting words suggested a willingness to watch over us within the academy. Xiaowu, perplexed, inquired, by the way. He repeatedly mentioned that we are 12 years old while he is 15. Additionally, he stated that he is already lost. What do these remarks signify? Tang San remarked. Before employing his martial soul, he conceded defeat, attributing it to my superior skill and, perhaps, our age difference. After both of us manifested our martial souls, he reiterated his earlier statement, placing particular emphasis on the disparity in our ages. If my conjecture holds true, at the age of 12, his abilities likely paled in comparison to ours in the present. Thus, he perceived himself as defeated. My mentor once stated that a gifted soul master experiences significant growth before the age of 20. A mere year can yield considerable differences in strength. Although we are 3 years his senior, the gap in our abilities is not as pronounced as our age difference, leading him to perceive his loss. A testament to his competitive nature. Xiaowu, retracting her martial soul transformation, suddenly whispered, Brother, if he had truly bested you, would we have had to leave? She had not forgotten Daimubai's earlier boastful remarks. Tang San, with a calm demeanor, remarked, Even if I were to roll away, it would only be myself. This is precisely why I refrained from allowing you to take action. He spoke the truth. The disparity created by a single soul ring was indeed colossal. Regardless of soul power, the attributes endowed by the soul ring, or the abilities granted by his Millennium Soul Ring, all surpassed our own. After employing the White Tiger's Vajra transformation, even if the two of us joined forces, we might not stand a chance against him. Could it be that I truly wish to see you leave in such a manner? If he were to insist on that course of action, I would have no choice but to fight to the death alongside him. In terms of power, I fall short, yet should it come to a desperate struggle, I possess a 70% certainty of ensuring that we both perish together. Having uttered these words, Tang San proceeded towards the counter. Fortunately, his confrontation with Daimubai had not endured for an extended duration. After utilizing the White Tiger's Vajra transformation, Daimubai had not unleashed his full might. Otherwise, the Rose Hotel would not merely have incurred superficial damage to its decor. As Xiaowu observed Tang San's approach to the counter, she lowered her head, softly repeating his earlier words, to fight to the death. For the sake of dignity. Manager Wang, peering inquisitively from behind the counter, quickly donned a smile upon seeing Tang San approach. Young man, you are truly impressive. Even Dai Xiao has relinquished his room for you. Thankfully, you seem unscathed. Otherwise, we would have had quite the predicament on our hands. The disarray in the hall prompted Tang San to wryly inquire, Manager, how much will it cost to restore this place? Manager Wang hastily shook his head and replied, No, it has nothing to do with you. Mr. Dai previously stated that all of this will be charged to him. He is a valued VIP client of ours, and it merely requires a signed account. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to you both, and for nearly bringing harm to you. As a gesture of goodwill, I have decided to waive 3 days' rent for you. If your stay does not exceed 3 days, there will be no charge. As he spoke, he handed Tang San a resplendent golden key, his face adorned with a contrite smile. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He was unconcerned about the hotel's losses, as Dai Mubai was evidently a man of wealth. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed about the waiver of the room charges, for he too bore some responsibility for the damage to the lobby. It seemed rather inappropriate. "Let us pay the full price," he suggested. Manager Wang quickly shook his head, insisting that is out of the question. "We have already caused you both considerable inconvenience. In the future, your frequent visits to our establishment will be the greatest assistance to us. The rooms for both gentlemen are located on the top floor, and the room numbers are marked with a vibrant red ocean theme." Tang San, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded and expressed his gratitude. After enduring a series of trials, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, prompting him to turn and ascend the stairs with Xiaowu. Upon their arrival in Soto City, he engaged in a match with Dai Mubai, and the mental strain, coupled with the depletion of his inner strength, left him in dire need of rest. After all, the repeated destruction of his blue-silver grasp by Dai Mubai had significantly drained his energy. Once the two had made their way upstairs, Manager Wang finally exhaled in relief, murmuring to himself that the matter had been resolved at last. He then turned to the innocent-looking waiter beside him and sighed, saying, "It is entirely my fault for forgetting to inform you. While other rooms are manageable, the Red Ocean cannot be casually occupied by others. It has been exclusively reserved by young Master Dai." The waiter replied, "Manager, the daily rate for our Red Ocean room is 10 gold soul coins. Are you truly allowing those two children to stay for free? The youth of today are quite audacious. They are merely 12 or 13 years old. Enough with your prattle. Be wary of the repercussions of your words," Manager Wang retorted, his irritation rising. "Do you comprehend the nobility of a soul master? Did you not see that those two children already possess 2 soul rings? At such a tender age, they are already formidable soul masters, with boundless potential ahead of them. They may well be descendants of some illustrious family, not someone we can afford to offend." Chapter 15. The 1,000-Year Soul Ring Technique. White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, Part 3. The decor of the Rose Hotel is instantly endearing, with a simple yet comfortable color scheme and a subtle fragrance of roses wafting through the air, promoting a sense of ease and tranquility. At the innermost part of the top floor, Tang San discovered the door plate of the Red Ocean. There were only a few rooms on the top floor, each uniquely named: Blue Enchantress, Pink Tenderness, Yellow Sincerity, White Innocence, Green Parting, and so forth. At the very end lay the Red Ocean. It was later that he learned the names of the door plates corresponded to various shades of roses. The door itself, matching the name of the plate, was a striking crimson, adorned with exquisite dark red crystal rose decorations. Beside the crimson rose, there was an inscription in small vertical letters: Red Ocean, the Ocean of Love. Even Tang San, usually oblivious, sensed an oddity in the atmosphere. Turning to Xiaowu, he noticed her gaze fixed on him, and she awkwardly remarked, "Surely this hotel isn't solely a rendezvous for couples?" Xiaowu blinked her large eyes and snatched the key from Tang San's hand, dismissing her concerns. "What does it matter, as long as we have a place to stay?" With that, she boldly opened the grand door and stepped inside. Tang San followed closely behind Xiaowu as they entered the room. However, to his surprise, Xiaowu suddenly came to a halt, causing Tang San to inadvertently bump into her soft form. "Why have you stopped?" he inquired, quickly stepping back to create some distance between them. As he posed the question, he had already discerned the underlying reason. Despite his mental preparation, the moment he laid eyes upon the room's interior, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. The room was spacious, with the living area alone exceeding 50 square meters. Every piece of furniture was adorned in silver, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. The vibrant red carpet was embellished with raised motifs of crimson roses. What astounded them the most was the massive heart shape in the center of the hall, crafted from countless rose petals. This heart, nearly 2 square meters in size, must have required at least 1,000 roses to create. Draped elegantly above it was a delicate satin ribbon inscribed with the words, 1001, you are my only one. In addition to the 1001 roses, elegant vases filled with fiery red roses were strategically placed throughout the room, their intoxicating fragrance wafting through every corner, creating an enchanting and dizzying atmosphere. Tang San smiled wryly and said, "It seems I was right. No wonder Dai Mubai wanted to bring a girl here. Xiaowu, if you dislike this scent, I can ask the waiter to remove these flowers." At this moment, Xiaowu had already come to her senses from the shock. She turned her head and shot Tang San an exasperated glance, yet her beautiful eyes were filled with enchantment. "Brother, you truly are foolish. Is there any girl who does not adore roses? With such a lack of insight, how will you ever find a wife in the future?" Tang San gently touched his nose and remarked, I am merely 12 years old. Isn't it a tad premature to be discussing such matters? Xiao Wu stepped forward, picked up a rose, and brought it closer to her nose to inhale its fragrance. The room was adorned so beautifully that I realized I had begun to develop a fondness for this place. Brother, shall we come here often in the future? Tang San furrowed his brow and remarked, what is so good about this? We are siblings. What does it mean for us to be in such a place? After a brief pause, he added, well, we have been traveling for a while. Let us take a moment to rest. As Tang San made his way towards the bedroom, Xiao Wu playfully stuck her tongue out at him from behind before following suit. Upon entering the bedroom, both were once again taken aback. As anticipated, the room contained only a single bed, yet this bed, which occupied nearly half of the entire space, was shaped like a heart. Delicate, pink curtains cascaded from the ceiling, veiling the area above the heart-shaped bed and imparting an ethereal, dreamlike beauty to the surroundings. Tang San turned to Xiao Wu and remarked, I have come to realize that it was indeed a mistake to accompany you here. You may rest, while I shall take my leave to the sofa outside. Xiao Wu, unperturbed, let out a cheer and leaped onto the bouncy heart-shaped bed, joyfully tumbling and frolicking upon its surface, overflowing with excitement. Observing her exuberance, a faint smile involuntarily graced Tang San's face. After all, she was still just a little girl. Gently closing the bedroom door behind him, he settled cross-legged on the sofa outside and promptly began to cultivate his inner energy. Over the past few years, although Tang San's life had been rather monotonous, it had fostered within him commendable habits, not only enhancing his strength, but also instilling a sense of calmness in his spirit. Despite being merely 12 years old, he exhibited a certain maturity in his demeanor. Of course, in Xiao Wu's words, he was somewhat prematurely aged. The pure essence of his Xiantian skill flowed steadily within him as Tang San began to replay the details of his battle against Dai Mubai in his mind. Reiterating the scenes of combat and discerning the gains and losses therein was an essential quality that Master had instilled in him, a requisite for one aspiring to be a battle spirit master. Typically, he engaged in practice matches with Xiao Wu, but this time he faced a different opponent, one who was indeed more formidable than himself. Although the encounter was brief, it nonetheless provided significant benefit to Tang San's combat experience. With the myriad of martial souls in existence, it was crucial to engage with soul masters possessing diverse abilities. His recollection gradually shifted to the moment when Dai Mubai unleashed his White Tiger Vajra transformation. Tang San pondered the extent to which the attack power of the transformation could escalate. However, the defensive enhancement, imbued with golden light, likely resembled a protective barrier akin to the chi of the body. Among his hidden weapons, several were specifically designed to counter such protective energies. Though he was uncertain of their efficacy against Dai Mubai, blue-silver grass was not Tang San's greatest asset. Rather, it was his hidden weapons. Over the years, as his internal power grew, so too did his proficiency with these concealed arms. Within the myriad of hidden weapons, he had mastered the use of many. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in adhering to the teachings of the Xiantian treasure record, never employing them lightly unless faced with dire circumstances. This constituted his secret, one that even Xiao Wu could only grasp in part. Chapter 15, The Technique of the Millennium Soul Ring. White Tiger Vajra Transformation, Part 4. Tang San's cultivation this time has endured for an extended period, during which he only ventured out for a casual dinner with Xiao Wu. The prolonged duration of his training can be attributed to two primary reasons. Firstly, his Xiantian skill has progressed to a level equivalent to the late stages of soul power rank 29, nearing the threshold of rank 30. Thus, he diligently strives for a breakthrough to 30, so that he may seek his third soul ring. Secondly, this endeavor is closely linked to his encounter with Dai Mubai, who has reminded Tang San that no matter how refined one's techniques may be, they must be underpinned by formidable strength. In their initial skirmish, when neither had summoned their martial souls, Tang San managed to gain a slight advantage through the exquisite control of his crane-catching dragon technique and the unique characteristics of his mystic jade hand. However, once Dai Mubai invoked his White Tiger martial soul, Tang San found it increasingly challenging to leverage his skills effectively. This exemplifies the disparity in their strengths. Upon meticulously analyzing Dai Mubai's prowess, Tang San recognized that to fundamentally overcome him, the most effective strategy would be to elevate his own soul power swiftly, bringing it closer to Dai Mubai's level. At the very least, he must possess a third soul ring skill to compete on equal footing. Even his concealed weapons, when supported by a higher tier of Xiantian skill, would significantly amplify their potency. Little San, brother, will you accompany me for a little outing? Don't you feel stifled staying cooped up in this room all the time? In the early morning, Xiao Wu seized the moment while Tang San was having breakfast. Unable to suppress her complaints, Tang San smiled and said, I am quite unlike you. Your extraordinary talent allows you to continually enhance your strength with minimal effort. Whereas I am but a slow bird that must take flight early. As you have observed, Dai Mubai is also a student of Shrek Academy, and his prowess is formidable. If there is one such individual, there may very well be a second or a third. This Shrek Academy is fundamentally different from our former Nodding Academy. It will no longer be a realm governed solely by your decree. If I do not strive to elevate my own abilities, how shall I fulfill my promise to protect you in the future? Xiao Wu pouted in discontent, remaining silent as she grasped Tang San's arm. Her large eyes filled with a poignant longing as she gazed at him, clearly conveying the sentiment that unless he agreed to accompany her outside, she would not release her hold. Tang San found himself utterly at a loss with her, reluctantly nodding as he said, All right. We won't be registering at Shrek Academy until tomorrow anyway. I shall accompany you for a stroll shortly, but we must return by noon. I cannot allow any distractions during my afternoon training. Very well. Xiao Wu's melodious voice brimmed with delight, her previous melancholy vanishing as if by magic. Her theatrical skills had already reached a remarkable level of mastery. The service at the Rose Hotel was exceptional, as Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped outside. They chanced upon a server wheeling in a cart laden with fresh roses. Upon inquiry, they learned that the crimson roses adorning the Red Ocean Room were replaced daily. While roses may not hold significant monetary value, their cumulative worth was not insignificant. Tang San cautiously inquired about the room rate, only to realize how astute his decision was to accept Manager Wang's offer of complimentary accommodation for the next few days. Once outside the Rose Hotel, Tang San asked Xiao Wu, Where would you like to go? Xiao Wu adopted a nonchalant expression, responding, Anywhere is fine. As long as we aren't cooped up in the room. Previously in nodding, she had always been surrounded by a large entourage, akin to a little tyrant. Although the former leader of her group, Xiao Qinyu, had long since graduated to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, his family's influence in nodding was substantial. He held an earnest admiration for Xiao Wu and ensured that his family looked after her, making her life in nodding quite enjoyable. Accustomed to the bustle, she now felt somewhat unaccustomed with only Tang San by her side. The two strolled leisurely into the city, and Soto City, as a major city, showcased an impressive vibrancy, even in the morning. The pace of life was markedly faster than the relaxed atmosphere of nodding, with passers-by often appearing hurried. A myriad of shops lined the streets, and after being dragged into several clothing stores by Xiao Wu, Tang San felt a bit dizzy. Fortunately, Xiao Wu adeptly embraced the art of window shopping, sparing their shared purse from depletion. Prices in Soto City were at least 30% higher than in nodding, particularly for goods, although their quality was noticeably superior. This disparity was partly due to nodding's status as a border city. If they were in a smaller inland town, the difference would be even more pronounced. Hey, Xiao San, look over there, Xiao Wu exclaimed with surprise. When they were out, she typically referred to Tang San as Xiao San, reserving the title of brother for moments when they were alone, claiming it was a secret between them. Tang San was indifferent to such nuances and allowed her this whim. Is that yet another clothing store? Miss, shouldn't we find a place for lunch and then head back? Tang San pointed toward the sun, which was nearing its zenith. Xiao Wu tugged at his hand, bouncing with excitement as she exclaimed, Look, look. That seems to be related to Soul Masters. Tang San followed the direction of her finger and beheld a modest shop not far away, although the storefront was unassuming. The sign hanging above it was anything but ordinary. It bore a circular emblem adorned with several distinctive symbols, while the average person might not comprehend their significance. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu were well aware of their meaning, for the symbols closely resembled those found on the tokens of the Spirit Hall. The emblems depicted a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. When combined, these three marks mirrored the distinctive token belonging to the master. It was perplexing as to why such symbols would be displayed on a shop's sign. Chapter 15. The Technique of the Millennium Soul Ring. The transformation of the White Tiger. V. Let us investigate, Tang San proposed as he and Xiao Wu approached the shop. The door was ajar, and upon entering, they were greeted by a dimly lit interior. A peculiar wave of energy immediately captivated their attention. This energy was reminiscent of that found within the Spirit Hall, albeit weaker in intensity. Thanks to the master's teachings, Tang San recognized this phenomenon as a consequence of soul-guiding devices. These devices were imbued with soul power fluctuations. If not bound to an individual's soul power, they would emit such energy externally. Typically, soul-guiding devices lacked offensive capabilities, serving only simple auxiliary functions, yet they were exceedingly rare. The soul-guiding devices that had survived the ages could be considered antiques, as their methods of creation had long been forgotten. Inside the shop, there was but a single individual present, and there were no counters in sight. The walls were adorned with various items, all appearing quite antiquated and lacking any semblance of value. The solitary figure sat reclined in a wooden lounge chair, eyes closed as the chair swayed gently. He appeared to be in his 50s. Despite his age, he possessed a robust physique. The chair creaked under his weight, emitting a rhythmic sound. The man's face was quite distinctive, with a protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat visage, and a slightly hooked nose. If one were to liken his face to an object, it might be compared to the sole of a shoe. Though his eyes were shut, there was an air of cunning about him. He sported a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, the rigid square frames lending an odd impression to his countenance. Tang San and Xiao Wu entered the shop. Yet they did not manage to rouse him. He continued to breathe steadily while swaying in the reclining chair. Xiao Wu curiously glanced around and asked Tang San, "Are these all spirit guiding devices?" Tang San's gaze shifted from the middle-aged man to the objects adorning the wall. "To be candid," he remarked, "I cannot ascertain this unless each item is subjected to a test of spiritual power. Mere observation is insufficient." As he spoke, he approached the wall, his attention fixating on a crystal the size of a human head. His gaze momentarily became entranced. The crystal appeared rather unremarkable, being transparent with large patches of dark yellow impurities within. It was hung in the most prominent position near the door. Yet, it was this very crystal that caused Tang San's heart to race, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He could hardly fathom encountering such a crystal in the shop, in such a location. Tang San's transformation did not escape Xiao Wu's notice. "Xiao San, what are you doing with this worthless crystal? It would be difficult to find one that's even inferior to this. This piece lacks luster, has poor transparency, and is devoid of color. Amethyst is far more precious. You can't possibly intend to purchase such a thing, can you?" To Xiao Wu's surprise, Tang San nodded affirmatively. "I wish to buy this crystal. I just don't know how much it costs." "It's not expensive, 100 gold soul coins," came a languid, slightly magnetic voice, perhaps due to the speaker's slight speech impediment. His words were somewhat unclear. Fortunately, it was only Tang San and Xiao Wu present, and the shop was quiet, allowing them to discern his words clearly. Tang San said nothing, but Xiao Wu abruptly turned her head, exclaiming, "For this worthless crystal, you demand 100 gold soul coins? You might as well resort to theft." The middle-aged man lounging in the chair opened his eyes, yet remained seated. 100 gold soul coins is already the most affordable price here. If you wish to purchase, pay up. If not, kindly leave. With that, he closed his eyes once more. Enraged, Xiao Wu moved forward to argue, but Tang San restrained her, stating, "Very well. I shall buy it." Over the years, Tang San had amassed a considerable savings. His daily expenses were minimal, and most of his earnings were diligently set aside. Particularly after reaching the Great Soul Master level, his monthly subsidy from the Spirit Hall had increased to 10 gold soul coins. Now, combined with Xiao Wu's assets, they possessed over 700 gold soul coins. "San, are you all right?" Xiao Wu inquired, raising her hand to touch Tang San's forehead, ensuring he did not have a fever. Tang San exchanged a subtle glance with Xiao Wu, gently shook his head, and with a delicate motion of his right hand along the waist of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, a pouch containing exactly 100 gold soul coins materialized in his grasp. He turned and handed it to the middle-aged man, who, with eyes wide shut, responded, "Your funds are insufficient." Tang San remarked, "This is indeed 100 gold soul coins." The middle-aged man's indistinct voice responded coolly, however, "My crystal is priced at 200 gold soul coins." At this moment, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming, "You are attempting to swindle us. Just a moment ago, you stated it was 100, and now it has transformed into 200. No wonder you have no business." Turning to Tang San, she declared, "We shall not make a purchase. Let us depart." Tang San shook his head at Xiao Wu and inquired of the middle-aged man, "Are you certain you will not amend this further?" That crystal, though seemingly insignificant to others, held unparalleled value for him, surpassing even the most precious treasures. He would certainly procure it, even if it cost 200 gold soul coins, or even 1,000, should he possess the means. The middle-aged man, in a languid manner, replied, "Very well, 500 gold soul coins, no further negotiations. Pay up and take it, or kindly leave." The transition from 100 to 200, and then from 200 to 500, was beginning to test Tang San's patience. He stowed away his coin pouch and said to Xiaowu, "Let us depart." Xiaowu shot a fierce glare at the middle-aged man, thinking it was high time to leave. Dealing with such a cunning individual was an affront to their intelligence. Chapter 16. The Golden Dragon Beard Needle of the Crystal, Part 1. Though Tang San could produce 500 gold soul coins, he and Xiaowu were on the verge of applying to Shrek Academy. Once accepted, they would require funds for various expenses, and the tuition fees were still unknown. He could not allow his personal desires to impede their application to the academy, especially since they were no longer students entitled to fee waivers. Casting a reluctant glance at the murky crystal, Tang San sighed inwardly, acknowledging that he would have to seek another opportunity in the future. With that, he turned to leave. "If it is a matter of insufficient funds that compels you to depart, I can accept 200 gold coins now and allow you to pay the remainder gradually. A mere 10 coins each month would suffice, albeit with a 10% interest." Xiaowu found herself utterly repulsed by the man's glib tongue, thinking, what a shameless merchant. Why not just perish? He is like a hand reaching out from the grave, greedily seeking money. While Xiaowu was prone to impulsiveness, Tang San was not one to act rashly. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's proposition, he was momentarily taken aback. 10 coins a month? How does he know my income as a great soul master? He pondered, perplexed by the uncanny accuracy of the man's assessment. Tang San was certain that throughout the preceding interactions, the middle-aged man had not exuded even a trace of soul power, making it impossible for him to ascertain the strength of his and Xiaowu's soul energies. If, under such circumstances, he could deduce the martial soul ranks of both himself and Xiaowu, then this individual would be truly formidable. While Dai Mubai emanated an aura of brilliance, this seemingly shrewd merchant possessed an unfathomable depth. Tang San grasped Xiaowu's shoulders, shaking his head gently to signal her not to act impulsively. He then turned back and re-entered the shop, approaching the middle-aged man before him to finalize the transaction. Xiao San and Xiaowu expressed their dissatisfaction with the call, but Tang San raised his right hand behind him, indicating for her to remain silent. The middle-aged man's eyes finally opened once more, and he caught a close glimpse of Tang San. His gaze fell upon the belt at Tang San's waist, and he inquired, where did you acquire that belt?" Tang San's heart stirred. "This was a gift from my teacher. Are you familiar with this belt?" The middle-aged man sat up from his recliner, gazing at the 24 bridges under the moonlight adorning Tang San's waist, with a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. He remained silent for a moment. "You're not thinking of altering the price again, are you?" Xiaowu's voice chimed in with irritation as she peered over Tang San's shoulder. The oddity in the middle-aged man's eyes gradually faded. "So, you are indeed his disciple. You may take the crystal with you." Tang San secretly exhaled in relief, his right hand gliding over the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, retrieving 2 bags of gold coins which he extended to the middle-aged man. "From now on, I shall deliver 10 gold coins to you each week." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, reclining once more in his chair. "No need. Consider the crystal a gift. It was never of any real value. You may leave now. Do not disturb my slumber." "Gift?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Astonished by the stark contrast in the man's demeanor, previously demanding exorbitant sums, he now offered a present. Subconsciously, Tang San had come to understand that this seemingly cunning middle-aged man was likely acquainted with the master. While Tang San pondered this revelation, Xiaowu unceremoniously cradled the crystal in her arms. "Tang San, let us depart, lest certain individuals experience regret once more." Tang San looked at her with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, saying, "How can we simply take someone else's belongings? Good sir, perhaps you could kindly propose a price." The middle-aged man, reclining in his chair, began to sway once more, this time offering no response at all, utterly disregarding him. Tang San glanced at the crystal nestled in Xiaowu's arms, then at the middle-aged man. Typically, adhering to his usual temperament, he would dismiss the crystal entirely. However, this particular piece held immense significance for him. Should he miss this opportunity and allow another to acquire it, he would likely regret it for a lifetime. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and ultimately, he discreetly placed the 2 bags of gold soul coins on the ground before departing the shop with Xiaowu. It was only after their exit that the middle-aged man reopened his eyes, the cunning expression fading from his face as he murmured to himself, "His disciple has unexpectedly arrived in Soto City at this time, with such soul power. It appears they are headed for Shrek Academy. Oh master, will you not evade me this time?" Once outside the peculiar shop, Xiaowu could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Tang San, why is this crystal so essential to you? I have never seen you so eager to possess something. Its quality is so poor. How can it possibly benefit you?" Tang San took the crystal from Xiao Wu's hand, swiftly concealing it within his 24 bridge Mingwen night while ensuring no one was observing. He grasped Xiao Wu's hand and urged, "Let us depart. We shall discuss matters further at the hotel." They hadn't even partaken in lunch, as Tang San hurriedly led Xiao Wu back to the hotel. At that moment, his heart brimmed with exhilaration, and his palm grew slick with sweat from holding Xiao Wu's hand. Although Xiao Wu was typically spirited, she became remarkably obedient when Tang San took on a serious demeanor, accompanying him back to the Rose Hotel. Once inside, Tang San promptly secured the door and drew the curtains tightly shut. "Come, follow me to the bedroom," he instructed. Xiao Wu, feeling a bit bewildered, complied and entered the bedroom with him. Tang San closed the curtains and locked the door, his excitement becoming increasingly evident. A look of infatuation crossed his face, and a faint blush appeared upon his cheeks. Xiao Wu instinctively adjusted her attire, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. Could he be influenced by the hotel's ambience, succumbing to primal urges? No, that cannot be. He is merely 12 years old. What am I thinking? He is my brother. How could I entertain such indecent notions? Chapter 16. The Golden Dragon Whisker Needle of Banjing. Part 2. Tang San was entirely unaware that Xiao Wu was lost in her thoughts due to his peculiar actions. With great reverence, she retrieved the crystal, the size of a human head, from the enchanting scene of the moonlit night at the 24 bridges and placed it gently upon the bed. She caressed the uneven surface of the crystal as one would tenderly cherish a beloved treasure. Knowing that Tang San was not one to act impulsively, Xiao Wu anticipated that his profound regard for this crystal must conceal some secret. She crouched beside him, patiently awaiting his explanation. It was not merely the amethyst that held the most value within the crystal, Tang San finally uttered after a while. Curiously, Xiao Wu inquired, "What kind of crystal is truly precious?" Tang San spoke solemnly. "This is a type of hair crystal." "High crystal? What is that?" Xiao Wu gazed at him in astonishment, for this term was entirely unfamiliar to her. It was no surprise that she was unaware of it, as the concept did not belong to this world, but was instead brought by Tang San from the Tang Sect. During his time at the Tang Sect, in addition to being responsible for the creation of mechanical concealed weapons, Tang San had also assisted inner disciples in forging various hidden weapons, thus acquiring extensive knowledge about the materials used in these weapons and various precious substances. The so-called hair crystal refers to a phenomenon where certain natural crystals, under specific conditions and influenced by external factors, develop golden thread-like structures within them. This golden thread is known as crystal hair or golden hair, resembling the hair of the crystal itself. Regardless of the color of the crystal, if a single strand of crystal hair appears, its value surpasses that of even the finest natural crystal. Crystals that possess this hair are referred to as hair crystals. Although Xiao Wu was often impulsive, she was also quite astute. Looking at the large crystal stone in Tang San's hand, she remarked, "You cannot be telling me that this is a hair crystal. I see no golden threads, and I have never heard anyone mention such a thing. Even if it is, it would be useless if no one recognizes it. The 200 gold coins you spent on this are hardly justified." Tang San smiled and said, "No, this is not a piece of luminous crystal, but rather a rare specimen of bored crystal, a superior variant of luminous crystal." Xiao Wu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is bored crystal?" Tang San patiently elucidated that the golden threads within the crystal are typically sparse and chaotic. However, certain crystals that have existed for an exceptionally long time may present an opportunity for an increase in the number of golden threads. When the quantity of these threads reaches a certain threshold and congregates within the crystal, resembling a golden plate, such a crystal is referred to as a plate crystal. Due to the abundance and regularity of the golden threads within, plate crystals are regarded as the finest specimens among golden-threaded crystals. Although this particular crystal appears murky on the surface, a closer inspection reveals glimmers of golden light within. The golden plate inside is obscured by impurities on the exterior of the crystal, yet I am nearly certain that it contains at least tens of thousands of golden threads. Such a phenomenon is a miracle that can only occur in plate crystals that have existed for no less than 100,000 years. To say nothing of 200 gold soul coins, as long as I possess it, even if it costs 20,000 gold soul coins, it would undoubtedly be worth it. My desire for it is not motivated by the intention to resell for profit, but rather it holds a special significance for me." Tang San did not directly articulate the significance of this peculiar moment. Instead, he withdrew his forging hammer from the enchanting scene of the 24 bridges beneath the moonlit night. His hammer, grander than those wielded by ordinary blacksmiths, had remained unchanged since its inaugural use at San's forge. "Xiao Wu, step aside," he commanded in a low tone. Xiaowu complied, moving to the side. Placing the crystalline slab upon the ground, a faint white light began to emanate. Gradually infusing his hammer as he channeled his energy into it, his expression turned grave, and in an instant, he had pushed the limits of his Xiantian skill to its utmost. Little San, what are you doing? Xiaowu gazed at him in astonishment, sensing his intent yet unable to comprehend the rationale behind his actions. With a sudden surge of strength, he pivoted slightly, unleashing the first strike of the chaotic hammer technique. A blow imbued with all his inner strength. The hammer radiated a brilliant white light, and a series of explosive sounds echoed through the air. The immense hammer had descended mightily upon the crystalline slab. Xiaowu instinctively covered her ears. With a resounding crash, the entire Rose Hotel trembled. The crisp sound of shattering resonating beneath the impact of the hammer as the crystalline slab was reduced to dust. However, as the crystal disintegrated, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Countless golden specks erupted from the remnants, swirling throughout the bedroom adorned with a heart-shaped bed, casting a golden sheen that enveloped the entire room. Xiaowu, startled, hastily summoned her soul power to shield herself from the golden particles. Fortunately, the force of their ejection was mild, causing her no harm. The dazzling display of golden light created a mesmerizing atmosphere, accompanied by the melodious tinkling of the specks as they collided with the walls, doors, and windows. While some landed directly upon the heart-shaped bed, the entire room was cloaked in a radiant golden glow. Although the crystal had become a mere powder, as the golden light gradually descended, Xiaowu noticed that the floor and bed were now sprinkled with a layer of golden particles, or rather, golden grains. Each grain was remarkably uniform in size, akin to a rice grain, perfectly round and shimmering with a soft golden luster. Instinctively, Xiaowu picked one up, squeezing it gently, only to find it slightly soft yet remarkably resilient. Even with her soul power, she could not flatten it. Brother, these can't possibly be pure gold, can they? Even if they are, they wouldn't surpass the value of your 200 gold soul coins. Tang San was exhilarated, truly exhilarated, upon arriving in this world. This was the first time his emotions soared to such a heightened state, even surpassing the excitement he felt when he first obtained the soul ring that allowed Xiantian Gong to break through its limitations. Chapter 16. The Golden Needle of the Crystal Board at last. He was on the brink of acquiring an enigmatic artifact ranked among the top 10 within the esteemed Xiantian treasure record, and of such exceptional quality. Even during his time in the Tang Sect, no one possessed a crystal of such high caliber to forge this dark weapon. Little Wu, quickly, help me gather all these golden particles. Do not let a single one escape. I will explain everything to you shortly. As he spoke, Tang San took the initiative, harnessing his inner power to employ the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. As he swept across the floor of the room, the golden particles adhered to his palms one by one, before being placed into an empty space within the 24 bridges under the bright moon. Before long, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Esteemed guest, pardon the interruption. Tang San understood that the impact of his previous strike had been significant, fortunately. He had directed his force upon the crystalline board, employing a shockwave technique that left the ground unscathed. What is the matter? Inquired the waiter from outside. A peculiar sound emanated from within the hotel moments ago. Esteemed guest, did you happen to hear it? The waiter had been dispatched by Manager Wang to inquire, as such a commotion could not possibly have been produced by an ordinary individual. Tang San, with a calm demeanor, replied, We have heard, but we are uncertain about the circumstances. To protect the treasure at hand, he felt compelled to utter this small deception. The waiter refrained from further comment. After all, he could not inspect without permission. The quantity of golden particles exceeded Tang San's expectations. He meticulously examined every nook and cranny, leaving no trace of these golden grains overlooked. Carefully, he gathered them all into his 24-bridge Mingwanite, and based on his conservative estimation, this harvest amounted to no fewer than 20,000 golden particles. Brother, what on earth is this that has you so anxious? Xiaowu inquired, holding the final golden grain in her palm, gazing at Tang San. With all treasures secured, Tang San finally exhaled in relief. He picked up the golden particle from Xiaowu's hand and recalled, Do you remember the hidden weapon I mentioned? The golden strands within this crystal can be crafted into an extraordinarily formidable concealed weapon, and it occurs naturally. The abundant quantity of golden strands within this crystal has solidified my collection of such a weapon. Behold, he said, extending his palm. As he placed the golden particles within it, the energy of his Xiantian Gong surged forth, manifesting a milky white glow upon his palm's surface. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Under the infusion of Xiantian Gong's energy, the golden particles gradually elongated, transforming into a fine golden thread as delicate as a hair. It appeared several times thinner than a strand of hair, measuring over 3 inches in length. Fortunately, its golden hue made it easily discernible in Tang San's palm. "This is the golden thread you spoke of, isn't it?" Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Tang San nodded and said, "Indeed, this is the golden silk. Once it departs from the protective embrace of the crystal, it will instinctively curl up, forming a granule. Only through the infusion of soul power can it revert to its original form. Should the infusion cease, it will once again revert to its curled state." Xiao inquired with a hint of confusion, "What significance does this hold?" Tang San smiled faintly, continuously channeling his inner power as he grasped the golden needle. With a swift motion, he pricked his fingertip, and a single droplet of blood gradually emerged. The needle, being so slender, possessed a point far sharper than that of an ordinary pin, its piercing ability significantly enhanced after infusing it with soul power. Given its diminutive size, one could only imagine the effect it would have if it penetrated the human body. As he spoke, Tang San retracted his inner strength, causing the golden needle to revert to its previous form of tiny golden particles. With a flick of his hand, the particles vanished into thin air. Where did it go? Xiao Wu, observing from such close proximity, was unable to discern how Tang San had made the golden needle disappear. Tang San smiled faintly, raising his right hand, his middle finger suddenly protruding. A subtle beam of golden light flickered silently, vanishing into the quilt upon the bed. An eerie phenomenon unfolded. As the golden thread penetrated, the quilt began to twist rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a prominent bulge emerged. The golden thread was remarkably resilient, possessing astounding elasticity. Once it was devoid of soul power's support, it would instinctively retract. Xiao Wu suddenly comprehended the situation. She lunged onto the bed, grasping the distorted bulge of the quilt. With a firm squeeze, a glimmer of golden light revealed itself. Pinching the golden light with her nails, she concentrated, infusing it with her soul power, and gradually pulled it out. With a soft chime, golden particles reappeared in her palm. "If this were to strike a person," Tang San spoke softly, "one can easily imagine. Furthermore, I am certain that once it penetrates the human body, you will be utterly unable to locate the source from which it can be extracted. The only way to remove it would be to excise the entire mass of contorted muscle." Xiao Wu finally understood why Tang San coveted this particular crystal so fervently. Such a sinister and terrifying concealed weapon was beyond anything she had ever seen or even heard of before. "Brother, this weapon is exceedingly malevolent," she remarked, her voice trembling slightly as her mind began to conjure the horrific consequences of its insertion into the human form. Tang San lifted the golden particle from Xiao Wu's hand and proclaimed, "I shall name it the Dragon Whisker Needle." In this world, the malevolence of a weapon is not determined by the weapon itself, but rather by the intentions of its wielder. Wielded for righteous purposes, it serves justice. Wielded for nefarious ends, it embodies wickedness. If employed to punish the wicked, would it not be most fitting? What he did not disclose was that the Dragon Whisker Needle ranked 8th in the Compendium of Hidden Weapons, the Xiantian Treasure Record. And it was not even the most insidious among needle-like weaponry. After all, the Dragon Whisker Needle would not claim a life unless it struck a vital point. In Chapter 16, the Dragon Whisker Needle is described in the annotations of the compendium as specifically designed to disrupt internal energy, necessitating substantial inner strength for activation. It strikes when the enemy is unprepared, inflicting tremendous agony. However, its acquisition is arduous, and it demands considerable inner power, requiring sufficient reserves for sustained use. With Tang San's current inner strength, he could only ensure that the Dragon Whisker Needle would maintain its formidable power within a 3-meter radius. Beyond that distance, it would retract before reaching the enemy due to insufficient inner energy. Moreover, as the distance of the attack increased, the demands on inner strength escalated correspondingly. Such a powerful and domineering concealed weapon is not so easily wielded. At last, he possessed a top 10 Inner Sect concealed weapon. Tang San felt a surge of confidence. Within a certain range, even Dai Mubai's White Tiger transformation would stand no chance against the piercing force of the Dragon Whisker Needle. Tang San's nails may not be long, yet each one conceals a hidden Dragon Whisker Needle, rendering him a formidable assassin in close combat. However, the Dragon Whisker Needle is not the hidden weapon he yearns for the most. The top 3 concealed weapons in the realm of hidden armaments require the mastery of the Xiantian skill at the 7th level or above for usage, necessitating a prolonged commitment to arduous training. "Little San, do you know what I'm thinking?" Xiao Wu's large eyes blinked mischievously. causing Tang San to feel a twinge of anxiety. "What are you pondering?" With a playful smile, Xiaowu replied, "I'm contemplating whether I should forfeit my soul power to learn these intriguing hidden weapons from you. Your collection is truly fascinating and delightfully eccentric." Tang San found himself momentarily speechless, pondering the playful yet lethal nature of the hidden weapons from the Tang Sect. Such instruments of death could hardly be described merely as amusing. Observing the exasperated expression on Tang San's face, Xiaowu chuckled and said, "Brother, to put away that long face, I was merely jesting. I would never part with the soul power I've diligently cultivated." "Struggling? You?" Tang San gazed at Xiaowu as if he had discovered a new world, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Xiaowu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, retorted, "What are you staring at? Do you think I don't train hard? It's just that you haven't noticed." Seeing her adorable demeanor, Tang San couldn't help but burst into laughter. Having obtained a precious crystal board, he now possessed his first inner sect-level hidden weapon, which greatly elevated his spirits. The following morning, the two departed from the Rose Hotel, where they had stayed for 2 days, exiting Soto City through the southern gate, en route to their destination. The Rose Hotel had left a favorable impression on Tang San, though the prices were rather exorbitant. By the time he and Xiaowu left, the damaged areas in the hotel lobby had been fully repaired. Regarding Shrek Academy, both Tang San and Xiaowu had little knowledge. The master had simply instructed Tang San to continue his studies there, revealing nothing more. However, from the master's demeanor, Tang San sensed an unusual connection between the academy and the master. Given their ages, Tang San and Xiaowu were expected to attend a mid-level Soul Master Academy. Yet, with their current capabilities, they were not far from graduating even from a high-level academy. If Shrek Academy were merely a mid-level institution, was there truly a need for them to come here? Tang San was convinced that Master would never act without purpose if he had summoned him to this place. There must be a profound reason behind it. "Little San, do you know where Shrek Academy is located?" "Beyond Soto City, if you follow the road southward, you will find vast expanses of farmland flanking both sides of the main thoroughfare. Soto City is rightfully dubbed the granary of the Barak Kingdom. However, aside from the extensive fields, there was no sign of any academic edifices within sight." The address Master had provided to Tang San indicated that Shrek Academy would be visible not far from the southern gate of Soto City. "I am not entirely certain of the details, but let us continue southward. We are bound to discover it eventually. Since Dai Mubai is a student of Shrek Academy, it undoubtedly exists." "Brother," Xiaowu suddenly called out in a sweet voice. Tang San seemed to comprehend her intentions quite well, and with a hint of helplessness, he remarked, "You are no longer a child. It's not as if you cannot walk." Xiaowu chuckled playfully in response, "Regardless, you are my brother." As she spoke, she took a running leap and suddenly lunged towards Tang San. Tang San had long grown accustomed to her actions. With a gentle lift of his hands, he leaned slightly forward, effortlessly hoisting Xiaowu onto his back. Her frame was remarkably light, presenting no burden to him whatsoever. Xiaowu's cultivation was not inferior to Tang San's, so she felt no fatigue from their journey. Yet, she took delight in having him carry her. Joyfully, she pointed out various sights around them, her laughter like the chiming of silver bells, echoing in the air. In these moments, a warmth surged within Tang San's heart, a sensation akin to the comfort of home. The physical closeness imparted a sense of intimacy that filled him with contentment, reassuring him that he was not alone. 6 years had passed since he first departed from Holy Spirit Village to attend the Nodding Academy of Junior Soul Masters, and in all that time, Tang San had not seen his father. Tang Hao had been gone for 6 years, not returning nor sending any word. In the stillness of the night, thoughts of his father would bring a pang of sorrow to Tang San's heart. Despite having lived 2 lives, his yearning for familial bonds remained profound. In this regard, Xiaowu filled the void left by Tang Hao's absence. Tang San cherished her as if she were his own sister. During his time in Nodding, his sole respite came from watching Xiaowu. Whatever she did, he silently observed, basking in the warmth she brought to his heart. Xiaowu's sunlit smile, radiating genuine joy, continually uplifted Tang San's spirits. Even amidst the tedium of cultivation, the sight of her beaming face would instantly dissolve any irritations he harbored. Chapter 16, The Golden Dragon Beard Needle, Part 5. "Brother, look over there. There's a small village." When carried by Tang San, Xiaowi's sweetness reached its zenith. In such moments, she would affectionately call him brother rather than merely Tang San. Tang San followed Xiaowu's and beheld a small village approximately a mile ahead. With the keen vision afforded by his purple extreme magic eye, he discerned that the village comprised around 100 households, slightly smaller in scale than Holy Soul Village. Enclosing the village was a wooden fence, seemingly erected as a safeguard against wild beasts. At the entrance of the village, a considerable number of individuals appeared to be gathered, their purpose shrouded in mystery. Tang San smiled and said, "Let us inquire within. Perhaps the villagers possess knowledge of the whereabouts of Shrek Academy. It should indeed be quite renowned for a soul master institution." Xiao Wu playfully pointed ahead and chimed, "Brother, let us hasten." Tang San, somewhat exasperated, delivered a light slap to her pert Dairy Ri and, with a slight exertion of his feet, swiftly made his way toward the village. Upon approaching, both Tang San and Xiao Wu sensed an unusual atmosphere. Indeed, a considerable number of individuals had gathered at the village entrance, predominantly youths of a similar age to themselves, most accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. To their astonishment, an old, somewhat tattered plaque hung from a wooden archway at the entrance, inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. What caught their attention further was a peculiar green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature, which appeared rather endearing. The elderly man at the table also wore a similar green circular badge, presumably the emblem of Shrek Academy. Could it be? Xiao leaped down from Tang San's back, wide-eyed as she gazed at the plaque, then turned to look at Tang San, both of them struck with disbelief. Even the scale of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy far surpassed this place, and it was evident that this resembled an ordinary small village. The wooden archway was not only diminutive but also less than a third the size of the nodding academy. Could this truly be considered a Soul Master Academy? Brother, has Master perhaps made a mistake? This hardly seems like an academy to me. Surely, it cannot be a deception. Tang San smiled wryly and said, "Since we are here, let us observe further." At this moment, in front of them stood approximately 100 registrants, many of whom wore frowns, clearly harboring sentiments akin to those of Xiao Wu. Among those ahead of Tang San and Xiao Wu, a young boy was accompanied by his parents. The boy's mother exclaimed, "Is this truly the so-called Soul Master Academy? The one that claims graduates will become Viscounts of the Empire?" The father, somewhat uncertain, replied, "This is what the people from the Spirit Hall asserted. It should be accurate. Yet, this academy appears quite dilapidated." The boy interjected, "Father, I do not wish to study here. It is too embarrassing. I would rather attend the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a genius in the elementary academy." The father frowned and said, "Since we have already arrived, let us wait a while longer. Perhaps this is a test. The true academy may not be here." Such dialogues were undoubtedly prevalent among the crowd, as most youths and their parents displayed unmistakable expressions of disappointment. Tang San's gaze did not linger on the applicants for long. Instead, it was fixed on the front of the line, where the registration took place. Under the influence of his Xiantian Kung Fu, both his sight and hearing were heightened, allowing him to faintly perceive the conversations occurring there. The elderly man seated behind the desk, responsible for accepting registrations, appeared lethargic. His attire, if one were to describe it kindly, was plain, resembling that of a village elder, and even less spirited than old Jack from Holy Soul Village. At this moment, a young lad approached the desk to register. The elder, still exuding an air of indifference, stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in the box over there." The boy's father quickly produced 10 gold soul coins and placed them into a box made of wooden planks beside him. Extending a hand, the boy followed the elder's instructions, but after the elder squeezed his hand twice and shook his head, he said, "Your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave." The boy stood momentarily stunned, glancing back at his father, realizing that not many adolescents of his age possessed the maturity of Tang San. His father, anxious to appease, interjected, "Sir, my son has just turned 13. Surely, you can make an exception?" The elder, now displaying signs of impatience, retorted, "Do not disrupt those behind you. Are you not aware of the academy's rules? We only accept children under 13. Anyone over that age is not permitted. You may leave." The boy's father protested, "But what about our registration fee?" The elder, unabashed, replied, "Once registered, it is non-refundable. Even a clay figurine has some semblance of dignity." The boy's father could no longer contain his anger, exclaiming, "You are clearly deceiving us for money. Return our registration fee, or we shall not leave. Had we known that this so-called Shrek Academy was such a shambles, we would never have come." The elder cast a glance at him and coolly instructed, "Move by. Someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Handle it." From the ground, a figure sprang up suddenly. "If you want your registration fee back, you must first deal with me," said Dai Mu Bai, who had previously been obscured by the crowd, unnoticed by Tang San. Unlike the day when Tang San and Xiao Wu first encountered him, his expression now bore an air of reluctant resolve. Without further ado, Dai Mu Bai summoned his soul power, manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 of 100 years and 1 of 1,000. The overwhelming surge of soul power generated an invisible pressure in the air, and his cold gaze flashed menacingly at the father and son. Chapter 17. The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 1, Among Soul Masters. Soul rings are the ultimate currency of authority. Witnessing the 3 soul rings on Dai Mu Bai, including 1 of 1,000 years, the boy's father turned pale and muttered a curse, hastily pulling his son away. Dai Mu Bai returned to his previous spot, casting a cold glance at the other applicants and their parents, a clear threat lingering in the air. The oppressive aura emanating from the 3 soul rings was not something an ordinary person could withstand. At this moment, he no longer resembled a debauched young master, but rather appeared as a brutish enforcer. Following the conclusion of this scene, the queue diminished by 1/3, as no one wished to squander their money, especially in light of the rather unflattering exterior of the Shrek Academy. Another young applicant approached the elder, accompanied by his parents. The mother, brimming with confidence, placed 10 gold coins into the wooden box, while the boy obediently extended his hand. The elder grasped the boy's hand, casting a dim gaze upon him, and remarked, "You are precisely 12 years old. Unleash your martial soul for me to observe." The boy nodded, releasing a pale green soul power from within, as a 100-year yellow soul ring pulsated rhythmically around his body. The aura of the 100-year soul ring was notably formidable. As his martial soul materialized, a thick, elongated vine spiraled around his form. This martial soul bore resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass, yet it was not grass, but a direct manifestation of a vine. Akin to Tang San's second soul ring, the ghost vine, albeit devoid of its toxic properties. The elder shook his head and declared, unsatisfactory. "You may leave." The parents, who had previously worn expressions of unwavering confidence, found their countenance frozen in shock at the elder's verdict. The mother could not suppress her inquiry. "Why?" "My son is an exceptional student at the junior academy. Did you not observe his 100-year soul ring? Few soul masters possess such a ring." The elder replied nonchalantly. While the first soul ring being 100 years is indeed commendable, he is merely an ordinary individual. The boy's father furrowed his brow and retorted, "I do not comprehend your meaning." The elder, growing somewhat impatient, rose from behind the desk, addressing not only the boy's parents but also the other applicants waiting in line. "If you wish to enroll in Shrek Academy, you should first understand the rules. Coming here without clarity is merely a waste of your registration fee. There is still time to reconsider. Do you know the significance of the name Shrek?" Most applicants displayed a look of confusion upon hearing the elder's words. The elder continued with a cold demeanor. "Shrek refers to a type of monster, an exceedingly peculiar existence even among soul beasts. The essence of Shrek Academy is that it is a school for monsters. In other words, we only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Those over the age of 13, or whose soul power does not exceed level 21, should not waste their time here." Tang San originally shared Xiao Wu's sentiments of disappointment towards Shrek Academy. However, upon hearing the elder's words, a spark of intrigue ignited within him. An academy that exclusively admits monsters? In another sense, does monsters not also refer to geniuses? As he pondered this, the elder suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura, causing both Tang San and Xiao Wu to tremble involuntarily. A brilliant crimson light burst forth from the elder, and a long staff adorned with intricate patterns materialized in his right hand. Most astonishingly, 6 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, their resplendent glow instantly captivating the attention of all present. The colors of the 6 rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, representing a 10-year soul ring, a 100-year soul ring, 3,000-year soul rings, and a 10,000-year soul ring. This elder, who appeared as an ordinary farmer, was, in truth, a formidable soul emperor exceeding level 60. 60, what an extraordinary level. Even within the entirety of the Balak Kingdom, soul masters of such caliber were exceedingly rare. As the elder's staff struck the ground, a resonant thud echoed, causing nearly everyone to stumble momentarily. He waved dismissively at the astonished family before him, signaling for the next. The radiance of the soul rings dimmed, and all traces of soul power vanished in an instant, returning the elder to his previous languid demeanor, as if the aura of a soul emperor had never been his to command. If there had been parents who felt disgruntled by the elder's earlier remarks, they now stood in awed silence. For who would dare to offend a soul emperor, particularly one with a 10,000-year soul ring? It is essential to recognize that. In times of war, a soul emperor's might could equate to that of 1,000 exceptional warriors. The disdain and contempt that had flickered in the eyes of the parents and enrolling students dissipated in an instant. If a teacher responsible for admissions possessed strength exceeding level 60, one could only imagine the formidable caliber of Shrek Academy's faculty. Yet, soon, a look of resignation washed over the faces of most parents as they silently led their children away, achieving a soul power level above 20 by the age of 12. As the elder had stated, truly seemed a feat reserved for extraordinary individuals. The line that had once exceeded 100 applicants dwindled to a mere dozen or so hopefuls. The elder appeared unfazed by the number of students remaining, continuing his registration process. Clearly, those who remained were confident in their ability to pass the elder's scrutiny. The next few applicants boasted soul power levels exceeding 20, each possessing 2 soul rings. After paying a registration fee of 10 gold coins, the elder informed them that they had successfully surpassed the first stage of the entrance examination and could proceed to the second stage within the academy. Parents were not permitted to accompany the candidates into the institution. As she observed the applicants ahead, Xiao Wu's excitement grew palpable. She leaned closer to Tang San and whispered, "This academy seems truly intriguing, especially that line about only admitting monsters and not ordinary people. It's simply magnificent." Tang San smiled and remarked, "Now, you surely have no doubts about the Teachers' Council. This Shrek Academy is truly extraordinary." Having advanced to the front, they were able to observe Daimubai, who sat behind the elder. Daimubai was not only responsible for overseeing the proceedings, but also for ushering the qualified candidates into the academy. At that moment, he finally spotted Tang San and his companion, a faint smile breaking through his cold demeanor as he nodded at them, gesturing towards the elder with outstretched hands, conveying a look of helplessness. It was evident he was indicating that their admission depended solely on their own efforts, and he could offer no assistance. As they exchanged glances, a soft gasp suddenly drew Tang San's attention back. The elder in charge of the admissions displayed a look of uncertainty, standing before a young girl who had just withdrawn her outstretched hand. This girl was alone, without parental accompaniment, dressed in a simple white gown that exuded an air of cleanliness. Her neatly cropped hair framed her face, and she stood about half a head shorter than Xiao Wu. With her back turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, her features remained unseen, yet the skin visible at her neck revealed a remarkable fairness and smoothness. "May I inquire if I have passed the preliminary examination?" The girl's voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a hint of bravado. Yet it resonated with a delicate softness that evoked a sense of tenderness. Tang San could discern from Dai Mubai's gaze directed at the girl that she must possess extraordinary beauty. For the glint in Dai Mubai's eyes had transformed from mere coldness to a wolfish gleam, reminiscent of a creature of vibrant hues. The astonishment etched on the old man's face gradually subsided as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are your family members aware of your presence here?" The girl did not respond directly to his question. Instead, she smiled and remarked, "It is said that education knows no boundaries. As long as I meet the academy's criteria, you have no grounds to reject me, do you?" The elder seemed to hesitate for a moment before gesturing to Dai Mubai, saying, "Take her inside." The wolfish light in Dai Mubai's eyes swiftly vanished, reverting to his usual frigid demeanor as he led the girl into the academy. The remaining candidates quickly passed the elder's initial assessment, and at last, it was time for Tang San and Xiao Wu to take their turn. At this moment, Dai Mubai had returned to the elder's side after escorting several applicants. Tang San suddenly realized that Dai Mubai's gaze had shifted, fixed intently on a point behind him. As if he had witnessed something truly extraordinary, Tang San instinctively turned around. Though he did not lose his composure like Dai Mubai, his heart still trembled subtly. Behind him and Xiao Wu, there remained only one examinee, seemingly a newcomer, a girl, who appeared even younger than both him and Xiao Wu. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her face was slightly lowered. She stood at a height comparable to that of the girl in the white dress, her skin similarly fair. However, this girl exuded a distinctly unique aura. In stark contrast to her striking physique, her expression was remarkably indifferent, a chill emanating from within, pure and unadulterated. Her black eyes bore no hint of warmth, a stark contradiction to her otherwise beautiful features. Her limbs were long and proportionate, her hands naturally hanging by her sides, and the palpable coldness she radiated was difficult to endure. "Are you registering or not? If not, please do not block the way." An elder's voice jolted Tang San back to reality. He felt a sharp pain in his hand and turned to see Xiao Wu glaring at him fiercely. "We'll register together," Tang San said, suppressing the pain in his hand as he placed the 20 gold soul coins he had prepared into the wooden box. He extended his hand alongside Xiao Wu's. The elder first squeezed Xiao Wu's hand, nodding in approval. Your age is appropriate. When the elder's hand moved to Tang San's, an involuntary sound of surprise escaped his lips once more. The elder seemed skeptical, pressing down on Tang San's hand a few more times, his expression turning increasingly peculiar. He looked up at Tang San and inquired, have you practiced any soul skills? The reason the elder examined the applicant's hands was to ascertain their true age through the structure of their bones, a measure that could not be faked. Yet, Tang San's hand felt remarkably supple, making it impossible for the elder to discern the condition of his bones. Tang San felt a shiver run through him. He nodded and replied, indeed. The elderly man furrowed his brow and instructed, lift your calf. Tang San, as instructed, lifted his calf and placed it upon the table. The elder, through the fabric of his trousers, pinched his leg a few times, prompting Tang San to feel a sudden wave of soreness and tingling. The elder nodded in approval and remarked, your muscle development is commendable, and your bone age is appropriate. Now, release your martial spirits, both of you. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, simultaneously channeling their soul power. A radiant display of blue and red light erupted as the century-old soul ring spiraled upward. Rabbit ears emerged, and soft, white fur adorned Xiao Wu's hands, her physique becoming more elongated. The martial soul, the jade rabbit, manifested in Tang San's palm. The most ordinary blue-silver grass began to sprout, rapidly transforming, under the infusion of the spirit ring's effect, into the same vine he had used during his battle with Dai Mubai. The elder cast a casual glance at Xiao Wu before his gaze settled upon Tang San. Astonished to see the blue-silver grass, could it truly cultivate at such an astonishing pace? Tang San smiled faintly and said, Teacher, is it not true that you only accept monsters here? Would I qualify as one? Chapter 17. The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 3. The elder's face rarely revealed a hint of a smile. Indeed, you are quite the little monster. Mubai, please take them inside. Of course, Dai Mubai replied, approaching Tang San with a smile, though his gaze seemed to linger behind him. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, Tang San and Xiao Wu entered Shrek Academy, the very village itself. Dai Mubai remarked, I knew you would pass smoothly. The subsequent examinations should pose no problem. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance back toward the academy entrance. Xiao Wu, slightly annoyed, said, What are you looking at? Are you hoping to cause trouble for those girls? Dai Mubai frowned and replied, You don't understand. I sensed a resonance between that girl's aura and mine. It's not merely similar, there exists a complementary feeling. In the realm of martial souls, encountering a complementary martial soul is exceedingly rare. Yet, when it occurs, the strength of one's own martial soul can multiply when combined. This is what is referred to as martial soul fusion technique. Xiao Wu laughed aloud. So, are you suggesting that the girl's martial soul is that of a tigress? A hint of embarrassment crossed Dai Mubai's face as he said, That is a possibility. Upon entering the village, one could see nothing but wooden structures, aptly described by the words simple and unadorned. After a short distance, Dai Mubai led them to an open space, surrounded by wooden houses. This clearing spanned approximately 500 square meters, situated right at the heart of Shrek Academy. The candidates who had previously passed the preliminary exam were lined up ahead, their evident soul power fluctuations causing the air to tremble irregularly. Dai Mubai pointed to the line of candidates and said, You will conduct your second examination here. The teachers will instruct you on what to do. I must step out for a moment. If that girl's martial soul truly resonates with mine, I shall make every effort to win her over. With that, Dai Mubai hurried away, while Tang San and Xiao Wu followed his instructions, joining the queue behind the other candidates. At that moment, a soft voice rang out. Hot sausages. Hot sausages. Come one, come all, don't miss out. Oscar's sausages, delicious and fragrant. Priced reasonably and generously portioned. Only 5 copper coins each. Enjoy an Oscar sausage, and I assure you, you will find it easier to pass the entrance examination. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their heads to see. Not far away, a person pushing a cart and calling out to sell his wares. A delightful aroma of meat wafted from the cart, attracting a few students who had already begun to queue up for purchases. Behind the cart stood a man clad in simple gray attire, with neatly cropped hair and a face adorned with a thick beard. Yet, he possessed a pair of large, captivating peach blossom eyes, which roamed with particular interest towards the girls in the line of candidates. Naturally, Xiao was not immune to his scrutinizing gaze. It was hard to believe that such a soft and delicate voice could emanate from the lips of a man with such a rugged appearance. Tang San said to Xiao Wu, there are still a few people ahead. You didn't eat much for breakfast. Would you like to have a sausage? Xiao Wu tilted her head and replied, it smells quite good. Let's give it a try. Tang San nodded slightly, instructing Xiao Wu to wait in line while he approached the direction of the food cart. As he drew nearer, he discerned that the vendor selling sausages was of similar height to himself, and affixed to the cart was a wooden board inscribed with the word sausage specialty. Upon noticing a customer approaching, the vendor immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Would you like a sausage? Oscar brand sausages, honest and reliable for all ages. The flavor is guaranteed to delight. Tang San smiled and said, Uncle, could you please give me 2? The vendor's expression suddenly stiffened. What did you just call me? Tang San was taken aback. I addressed you as uncle. Is there a problem? The seller replied with a wry smile. Indeed, there is a problem, and it is quite significant. My dear brother, I am merely 14 years old. How could you refer to me as uncle? Ah, you are only 14? Tang San exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the individual before him. The seller affirmed, Indeed, I am Oscar, 14 years of age, a budding student at Shrek Academy. You must not label me uncle simply because my hair is somewhat abundant. Tang San was momentarily speechless, gazing at Oscar's thick, bushy beard. In his heart, he mused, Your hair cannot merely signify abundance. Are you truly only 14? Tang San could not help but inquire. Oscar nodded affirmatively and replied, Of course. I am a student of the academy. Anyone you ask will confirm that I am 14 years old. Tang San silently marveled at the peculiarities of the Monster Academy. Indeed, it was remarkable that a 14-year-old youth could possess such a degree of facial hair, truly a unique anomaly. Oscar retrieved 2 bamboo skewers from his cart, skewering 2 sausages, each measuring a substantial 10 centimeters in length. For Tang San, the sausages had been roasting over the charcoal grill atop the cart, emanating a rich and enticing aroma. Tang San took out a silver coin and handed it to him, saying, Senior, I truly apologize for my earlier rudeness. Oscar replied in a soft tone, No worries. Just make sure to visit my sausage shop more often. Tang San replied with enthusiasm, No problem. Just then, Dai Mubai approached with the last registered student, the icy girl he had been observing earlier. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Oscar's face contorted in despair. Boss Dai, would you care for a sausage? Get lost. Dai Mubai shot him a glare, his irritation palpable. You are truly bringing shame to the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once against selling sausages within the premises. Do you wish to make everyone nauseous? Tang San, this sausage is inedible. Tang San, filled with confusion, inquired, Why? Dai Mubai's expression took on a peculiar quality. Xiao Ao, conjure another sausage, he commanded. Oscar's demeanor abruptly turned awkward. Boss Dai, is that really necessary? After all, we have been classmates for several years. Your actions may instill resentment in the new junior. Chapter 17, The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 4, Dai Mubai snorted dismissively. I merely offered Tang San a word of caution. He is my brother, and I shall not allow him to be deceived. Hurry, do not compel me to take action. Oscar, clearly intimidated by Dai Mubai, reluctantly extended his right hand, awkwardly uttering, I have. A sudden burst of yellow light coalesced in his palm, and 2 yellow rings rose from beneath his feet. Almost instantly, a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's hand materialized in his grasp. Upon hearing Oscar's phrase, I have, Tang San momentarily froze. The statement was laden with ambiguity. Setting aside the quality of the sausage and its edibility, he found himself hesitant to partake, particularly since this sausage was intended for Xiao Wu. Sensing the growing ire in Tang San's gaze, Oscar hastily clarified, I had no other choice. When using a food-type martial soul, one must accompany the transformation of the food with different soul incantations. That phrase was merely the incantation, not my intention to exclaim. Moreover, the quality of my sausages is beyond reproach. Indeed, a monster is a monster. Tang San couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Fortunately, he had not consumed that sausage, or he would have lost face considerably. The cold girl brought in by Dai Mubai cast a dispassionate glance at Oscar before striding toward the line. Oscar, appearing innocent, shrugged at Tang San, lamenting, Such a delicious sausage, yet no one wishes to partake. Alas, Dai Mubai shot him a glare. Be cautious. If you wish to sell sausages, do so outside the academy. Tang San, I shall assist you in passing the examination. As they returned to the queue, Xiao noticed Tang San's empty hands. Where is my sausage? Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, unable to contain themselves any longer, and burst into hearty laughter. The frigid girl stood behind Xiao Wu. a fleeting glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes as she softly remarked, "Boring." Xiaowu, perplexed by their laughter, wondered what was amiss. Could it be that the sausage was unpalatable? Tang San gently covered Xiaowu's mouth and drew her closer, whispering the events of earlier into her ear. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiaowu's charming face instantly flushed a deep crimson. "You boys are truly incorrigible. How can there be such peculiar martial souls?" Dai Mubai chuckled. "We are, after all, at a monster academy, where martial souls are indeed as varied as they come. However, Oscar is quite a unique specimen within our ranks. His martial soul possesses no offensive capabilities, yet it is regarded as exceptional among food-type martial souls, primarily because it produces meat. Unfortunately, the incantations he utters when manifesting his soul are rather repulsive. Anyone familiar with him would certainly think twice before indulging in the sausages he creates. Perhaps due to his food martial soul, his hair is considerably more abundant than that of an average person, and if he skips shaving for a day, it ends up looking like this. Thus, he has earned the nickname Uncle Sausage within the academy, while he refers to himself as the sausage specialist this time. Even Xiaowu could not help but chuckle. Uncle Sausage, what a delightful martial soul. Dai Mubai patted Tang San's shoulder and said, "Come on. Let me guide you through the examination. There's no need to stand in line." Tang San remarked, "This seems rather unfair." Dai Mubai replied, "Worry not. My intentions are not biased. This is the treatment you rightfully deserve." As he spoke, he led the two towards the front of the line. The instructor responsible for the second round of examinations was an elderly teacher. Previously, when he had gone to procure sausages, Tang San had yet to grasp the nature of the examination content. Dai Mubai approached the instructor, whispered a few words in his ear, and gestured towards Tang San and Xiaowu. The teacher nodded and said, "Very well, you may take them directly to the fourth challenge. Should they succeed, they will be admitted." Dai Mubai returned to Tang San and Xiaowu, preparing to guide them deeper into the academy. However, the candidates waiting in line expressed their discontent. A male candidate questioned, "Teacher, what is the meaning of this? Why are they allowed to bypass the trials to enter the fourth challenge while we must face each stage?" The elderly instructor replied calmly, "If your soul power exceeds level 25, you too may proceed directly to the fourth challenge without wasting time here. However, your current assessment reveals your soul power to be only at level 21. Thus you must progress through each trial." The male candidate, perplexed, responded, "Do they truly possess soul power above level 25? That seems implausible. We are merely 12 years old. How could such high levels of soul power exist among us?" Those standing in line all boasted soul power exceeding level 21 and were no older than 13. In the context of their original junior academy, individuals like them were undoubtedly regarded as shining stars. Yet, upon arriving at Shrek Academy, they faced continuous setbacks, leading to inevitable shifts in their emotions. Dai Mubai snorted disdainfully. "Just because you are lacking does not imply others share the same fate. When I entered the academy, my soul power was already at level 25. Tang San, demonstrate your soul power to them." As he spoke, he retrieved a white crystal from the table and tossed it to Tang San. The testing crystal varied in color depending on the level. This particular white crystal was designated for testing soul powers below level 30. Should the soul power exceed 30, the crystal would shatter under the strain. Tang San finally understood why Dai Mubai had mentioned that passing this examination was a well-deserved reward for them. Clearly, this stage was designed to assess the precise amount of soul power possessed by the candidates. At that moment, he remained silent, accepting the white crystal and directly infusing it with his internal energy from the Xiantian skill. Chapter 17, The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 5. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted from Tang San's hand, transforming the white crystal into a dazzling gem akin to a diamond. The intense radiance illuminated every facet of the crystal, unmistakably signifying an imminent ascension to level 30. A hint of amusement flickered across the face of the teacher overseeing the test. It seemed that Shrek Academy was once again on the verge of welcoming another remarkable little monster this year. With a gentle smile, Tang San extended the crystal in his hand to Xiaowu, wishing to shield her from any unkind remarks. He held unwavering confidence in her abilities. Once again, a brilliant white light flashed, silencing the murmurs of the other candidates, their gazes towards Tang San and Xiaowu becoming peculiarly awestruck. Level 29 at the tender age of 12, could such a feat truly be achieved by mere mortals? Yet, the moniker of monster was not solely applicable to Tang San and Xiaowu. A melodious voice chimed in, "Teacher, I believe I too should be exempt from the second and third rounds." The speaker was a young girl who had previously passed the registration test. eliciting surprise from the instructor during the first round. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu finally beheld her visage. With short hair that grazed her ears and a complexion as fair as porcelain, her figure, though not as strikingly fiery as the icy girl, exuded a harmonious elegance, imparting an ethereal quality to her presence. She resembled a well-educated noblewoman. If the last girl to enter was akin to a towering iceberg, then this one was a gentle spring breeze, her soft smile warming everyone around her. Approaching Xiao Wu with a friendly nod, Xiao Wu instinctively offered her the crystal. Once more, a radiant white light emerged, though not as intense as that of Tang San and Xiao Wu. It certainly surpassed the 25-level threshold, appearing to hover around level 26. Just as she was about to inquire with the testing teacher about proceeding directly to the fourth round, she suddenly realized the crystal in her hand had vanished. An unfamiliar figure had silently appeared beside her, and shortly after, a brilliant white light flashed once more. The luminosity was even more potent than when she infused her soul power, reaching the level of 27. The newcomer was none other than the cold girl who had followed Dai Mubai to this location. A look of undeniable astonishment crossed the face of the testing teacher. Such extraordinary talents were rare indeed, this year presenting an unusual abundance of them, for in total. Very well, it seems I may have a chance for a raise, he mused. Mubai, please escort these four to the fourth round. Yes, Dai Mubai replied respectfully, casting a complex glance at the cold girl before turning to lead them into the academy. This time, no other candidates voiced objections. Their strength had spoken for itself. Among the four examinees, only Tang San maintained a reasonably amicable relationship with Dai Mubai. As they walked together, he inquired, Brother Dai, are there only 4 rounds in the entrance examination? Dai Mubai nodded, explaining, Indeed, there are 4 rounds in total. You have already experienced the first, which serves to eliminate candidates with soul power below level 21 or those over the age of 13. This round sees the most candidates filtered out. The second round involves soul power assessment and martial soul evaluation. Merely possessing formidable soul power does not suffice to demonstrate future potential. This round primarily tests the martial soul. Only those whose martial souls exhibit considerable developmental potential and have followed the correct training trajectory may progress to the third round. Of course, if a martial soul is exceptionally unique or peculiar, it may also qualify. It was in a similar manner that Xiao Ao initially qualified. Regarding Dai Mubai's words, Tang San found them quite comprehensible, as Master had instilled a wealth of knowledge in him on this matter. The same martial soul, when directed towards different developmental paths, can yield vastly divergent achievements in the future. This second round primarily serves to assess the inherent strength of the candidates' martial souls, as well as to determine whether any conflicts exist between the first 2 soul rings that could potentially hinder future cultivation. Brother Dai. But my martial soul is blue silver grass, which is considered to have the least potential for development. Why is that? Dai Mubai replied with a hearty laugh. There is no need for such modesty. Am I not aware of your capabilities? The Academy has a stipulation. If an applicant's soul power exceeds level 25, then regardless of the martial soul, they can directly pass through the second and third rounds of assessment, just as a single force can overcome 10 techniques. Even if the quality of your martial soul is somewhat inferior, your superior soul power can still establish you as a formidable soul master. Little Wu could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, what does the third round entail? Dai Mubai explained, the third round evaluates the candidate's proficiency in utilizing their martial souls. Mere soul power and developmental potential are insufficient. One must also possess a degree of control over their martial soul. The higher the level of the martial soul, the more challenging it is to manage, leading to potential complications. Should a candidate fail to demonstrate adequate control over their martial soul, it indicates a lack of diligence on their part. Such students are not admitted into our ranks. Tang San immediately comprehended his meaning. Dai Mubai was indeed correct. Certain martial souls were exceedingly difficult to control, much like his second martial soul, the peculiar hammer, which possessed an immense weight. Moreover, as his soul power increased, the weight of the hammer augmented correspondingly. Tang San pondered, even employing the chaotic cloak hammer method, in his prime condition, he could only wield that hammer 3 times. Before Xiao Wu could inquire further, Dai Mubai directly presented the challenge of the 4th trial, which assessed practical combat experience. Some students boasted commendable martial souls and exhibited proficient control over them. However, having grown up in noble families, sheltered in a cocoon of comfort, they possessed little understanding of the outside world, let alone combat. Such students were not accepted by the Academy. The esteemed dean had proclaimed that pampered individuals were to be excluded. Chapter 18. The Immutable King, Zhao Wujin, Part 1. upon hearing Dai Mubai's words. The four companions fell into a momentary silence, yet it was Xiaowu who could not restrain herself from speaking first. Are you selecting students or prospective wives? This is rather stringent. No wonder the teacher at the entrance remarked that only monsters are admitted here. It seems that only extraordinary individuals could possibly pass these 4 trials. I am quite curious, how many students does Shrek Academy currently have? How many can be enrolled each year? This time, a wry smile appeared on Dai Mubai's face. Since its establishment, Shrek Academy has admitted a total of 42 students over the past 20 years. That averages to just a little over 2 each year. If you 4 are accepted this year, it would indeed set a record. Prior to this, the Academy had not enrolled any students for 2 years. Currently, including myself, there are only 3 students studying at the Academy. 3? Aside from the cold girl, Tang San, Xiaowu, and the gentle maiden gasped in unison. Dai Mubai chuckled self-deprecatingly. Across the entirety of the Douluo continent, we might as well be the only academy where the number of teachers exceeds that of the students, even after admitting you. The total number of students in our academy will never surpass that of the teachers. Tang San remarked, how can the academy possibly survive under such circumstances? Without students, there would be no income. Dai Mubai responded, do you not wonder why the academy is situated in such a small village? It is precisely due to a lack of funding. If not for my family's sponsorship, the academy might have shuttered its doors last year. Should we fail to enroll new students this year, the 3 of us currently in attendance would become the last cohort of Shrek Academy. Why doesn't the academy relax its admission requirements then? Inquired the delicate young maiden, her brow furrowed in confusion. Dai Mubai's expression softened with a hint of reverence as he recalled the words of the esteemed principal. Better to have none than to accept the unworthy. No matter the circumstances, even if Shrek Academy were to close, we shall never admit the inept, only the exceptional. Do you know what the graduation criteria of the academy entail? We are neither a mid-level Soul Master Academy nor a high-level one, for our standards differ greatly. We only accept students under the age of 13, and they must possess extraordinary talent. The graduation requirement is to surpass level 40 before the age of 20, achieving the rank of Soul Master to be eligible for graduation. The Academy has admitted a total of 62 students, yet only 14 have truly graduated. Each of these 14 has emerged as a figure of great prominence in the world. Among them, the most distinguished has now risen to become the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, holding authority second only to the Pope. The others who did not graduate either failed to reach level 40 by 20 or met their demise while hunting soul beasts. The principal has stated, if you cannot reach level 40, do not disgrace yourself by venturing outside. As he spoke, Dai Mubai's emotions visibly intensified, revealing the profound respect he held for the principal of Shrek Academy. Tang San smiled and said to Dai Mubai, I am truly fortunate to have arrived here. Dai Mubai sighed and replied, the royal family of the Barak Kingdom initially intended to sponsor the academy, but they insisted that the graduates must pledge their allegiance to the royal family, which was unequivocally rejected by our esteemed principal. Our Shrek Academy has always been at odds with other institutions, facing significant exclusion, which has led us to our current predicament. Tang San suddenly realized his deep desire to meet the dean spoken of by Dai Mubai. He longed to understand the character of one who had persistently dedicated 2 decades to the establishment of this academy. They arrived at a new clearing, smaller than the previous arena, measuring only around 200 square meters. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was dozing in a chair. Teacher Zhao, I have brought candidates for the 4th assessment, Dai Mubai announced. We actually have participants for the 4th round this year? And 4 of them, no less. The middle-aged man awoke, his bleary eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the 4 young individuals, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Dai Mubai continued. Not only have these 4 reached the 4th round, but they have also been exempted from the 2nd and 3rd assessments. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled with interest as he stood from his chair. Though his stature was modest, he appeared exceptionally robust, even shorter than 12-year-old Tang San. He nonetheless exuded a formidable presence. His broad shoulders resembled fortress walls, and his attire could scarcely conceal the impressive musculature akin to forged steel. Despite the amiable expression on his face, his imposing physique imparted an undeniable sense of pressure. All 4 have surpassed level 25. Excellent. It seems this year's prodigies are plentiful. This will be your final trial. If you succeed in my assessment, you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, I must warn you, my test is not easily surmountable. Practical experience is essential for every soul master, and it is your capabilities in this regard that I shall evaluate. His warm gaze swept over Tang San and the others as he continued, I am Zhao Wuji. Since you four have been granted exemptions from the second and third tests, I will personally engage with you. You have the duration of a jaw stick to familiarize yourselves and strategize. After this time, the test will commence. The challenge is to withstand my assaults for the duration of a jaw stick. If even one of you can endure until the end, you will pass. I hope you understand that attempting to evade is futile. No one can escape this range. I must also caution you that relying solely on individual strength will not suffice to withstand my attacks. Coordination and teamwork are your only avenues to success. Teacher Zhao. Isn't this a bit excessive? Dai Mubai hesitated. Zhao Wuji shot him a stern look, saying, what is wrong with it? The dean is absent. I am the highest authority here. What I say goes. Now, I will light the incense. You don't have much time. Prepare yourselves. Xiaobai. Feel free to inform them of my strengths to better equip them for this challenge. Upon uttering these words, it is uncertain from where he procured an incense stick. With a deft pinch of his fingers at the tip, he ignited it with remarkable ease. In a mere flick of his wrist, the incense was firmly embedded into the ground, unwavering and steady. Having accomplished this, Zhao Wuji returned to his chair, closed his eyes, and resumed his slumber. Tang San and his companions did not harbor any particular feelings regarding the testing method proposed by Teacher Zhao. Instead, Dai Mubai wore a grave expression and said to the four of them, come closer. They gathered around him. With a serious demeanor, Dai Mubai continued. I cannot assist you this time. I never anticipated that Teacher Zhao would take matters into his own hands. Xiao chuckled. Could it be that this Teacher Zhao is a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse, just like the teacher at the entrance? Dai Mubai shook his head and replied, not quite. Xiao smiled. Then we have nothing to fear. After all, the four of us are nearing level 30 in strength, with 4 against 1. As long as the disparity in power isn't too great, we should be able to hold out for at least the duration of an incense stick, right? Dai Mubai shot her a glance that seemed to convey disbelief, as if he were looking at a fool. If you think Teacher Zhao's attacks can be easily withstood, you are gravely mistaken. Indeed, Teacher Zhao is not a Soul Emperor at level 60, he is a Soul Sage at level 76. Wielding a beast martial soul and a battle soul, he serves as the vice president of the academy, with comprehensive strength second only to that of the esteemed president. The pupils of Tang San and his companions almost simultaneously constricted. 76th rank? In their recollection, even in the face of a formidable army, a soul sage could navigate with ease, let alone their own meager levels, which had yet to reach 30. Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, he is at the 76th rank? Yet he appears significantly younger than the teacher at the entrance. Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly, age has never been a reliable indicator of capability. Time is of the essence. I shall succinctly inform you of the abilities that Teacher Zhao excels in. You must then promptly devise a strategy to counter him, otherwise. It would be fortunate if you can withstand even the initial wave of his attack, let alone a stick of incense. The expressions of Tang San and his companions grew serious. Confronting a formidable soul sage of level 76 was no trivial matter. In the legend of the Holy Spirit Village, from which Tang San hails, there once existed a soul sage. However, that was merely a tale. The soul sage before them now was all too real and would serve as their examiner. Dai Mubai let out a wry smile, stating that originally, Teacher Zhao was only responsible for overseeing the 4th trial, and their opponent should have been him. As long as they could withstand his attacks for the duration of a single incense stick, they would pass. Yet, who would have thought that today, for some inexplicable reason, he would personally intervene? Teacher Zhao's martial spirit was the mighty Diamond Bear, a formidable beast martial spirit. His body bore no vulnerabilities, and his defensive capabilities were exceedingly terrifying. Even soul masters of the same rank found it challenging to breach his defenses and inflict damage upon him. Although speed was not Zhao's forte, the disparity in soul power between him and the students rendered it impossible for them to outpace him. His greatest strengths lay in his offensive might and defensive prowess, earning him the moniker Immovable King within the academy. Not to mention the 4 of them. Even with his own addition, they would scarcely be able to withstand a single incense stick's worth of his onslaught. At this moment, he could only hope that Teacher Zhao would not be overly serious in his attacks against them. The phrase without weaknesses succinctly encapsulated Zhao Wuji's formidable nature. A short-haired maiden suddenly gasped in astonishment, realizing that he was indeed the immovable King Zhao Wuji, who had been missing from the continent for a decade, only to reappear as a teacher at Shrek Academy. Once, Zhao Wuji had had a conflict with the Spirit Hall, which sought to punish him. Yet he had brazenly escaped from the siege of 16 bishops. Subsequently, that incident faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Spirit Hall were all formidable soul emperors, at least at level 60 or above, and at that time, Zhao Wujie had likely only been in his 60s as well. Now, he must be even more powerful. Daimu Bai silently nodded, expressing, at the very least, I have never witnessed Teacher Zhao unleash his full power. So, I suggest you all prepare yourselves. Among Teacher Zhao's 7 soul rings, the first 2 were of 100 years, the third and fourth were of 1,000 years. And the remaining 3 were all 10,000 years old. Furthermore, all 7 rings augmented his attack and defense capabilities. They could surely imagine the terror he embodied. Now, they should take a moment to introduce themselves, stating their names and abilities, in order to determine how best to cooperate to withstand Teacher Zhao's examination. Tang San was the first to speak, introducing himself. I am Tang San, wielding the weapon Spirit Blue-Silver Grass, a level 29 control-type Soul Master. Xiao Wu. Noticing Tang San had spoken, followed suit. I am Xiao Wu, with the beast spirit of a rabbit, a level 29 Assault-type Soul Master. The girl with short hair hesitated before introducing herself. I am Ning Rongrong, possessing the weapon Spirit 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, a level 26 Support-type Soul Master. The last to speak, a cold girl, remained indifferent as she stated, I am Zhu Xing, with the beast spirit of a nether cat, a level 27 Agility-type Soul Master. Once the 4 had introduced themselves, all eyes, including Daimu Bai's, were drawn to one individual, the short-haired girl, Ning Rongrong, who had captured the attention of the others. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, Your martial soul is the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. That implies you hail from the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect? The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. A martial soul passed down through generations is a rarity that only direct descendants of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect might possess throughout the Douluo continent. In Chapter 18, The Unmovable King Zhao Wujie, Part 3, the Master offered a succinct evaluation of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, stating simply, across the continent. It is the most formidable support martial soul, the best companion for all battle-type soul masters. Among the 6 insignias of the Spirit Hall, one of the 3 absent from the Master-S token is indeed the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, underscoring the sect's significant prestige within the realm of martial souls. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue and said, Don't stare too much. I am no different from ordinary people. I sneaked out of my house. Let us first overcome the test before us. My martial soul is the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, with 2 spirit rings. Capable of enhancing both speed and strength attributes for everyone, approximately by 30%. It can sustain this enhancement for the duration of an incense stick. A 30% increase is already a commendable figure. Yet Tang San understood that the reason this martial soul is revered as the strongest among support types is due to its unique property, with every additional spirit ring. It not only provides an enhancement in a new attribute, but also amplifies all previously enhanced attributes by an additional 10%. Therefore, should Ning Rongrong's spirit power reach above level 30, not only could she enhance an additional attribute, but all increases would then rise to 40%. This pattern continues, culminating in the potential to elevate 7 attributes by 80% at level 70. The implications of such an enhancement are staggering. With a soul master possessing the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, one's strength could nearly double in an instant. The greater the soul master, the more profound the effects of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower's enhancements. In either of the 2 great empires, the appearance of a soul master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect would instantly make them the focal point of all soul master organizations, drawing widespread attention. Fortunately, the enhancement effects of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower do not stack. Thus, if 2 soul masters of this type are present, the effect is determined solely by the one with the higher spirit power. The primary weakness of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul lies in its lack of offensive capabilities, necessitating protection from battle soul masters. However, many willingly take on the role of protectors for the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, including at least 2 top-tier soul masters known as Title Douluo. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 sects on the continent. As for the enhancement effects of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower at levels 80 and 90, only the core members of their sect are privy to such secrets, which remain the sect's greatest mystery. Daimu Bai took a deep breath and remarked, Your combination of 4 is indeed commendable, with no overlapping martial souls. How you choose to withstand Teacher Zhao's assault is entirely up to you. Tang San pondered for a moment and said, Ning Rongrong shall be responsible for supporting the 3 of us, while Xiao Wu will take the lead in offense. I will focus on controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks, striving to limit him as much as possible, while simultaneously assisting Xiao Wu in her frontal assault. Zhu Xing, I kindly ask you to engage from the flank, utilizing your speed to create distractions. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. And Zhu Shiqing glanced at Tang San before also giving a slight nod to indicate her consent to his strategy. Given the brevity of their preparation time, they could only employ such a straightforward tactic. The effectiveness of their plan would only be revealed through actual combat. After all, they had never encountered an adversary of such formidable strength. Only through battle could they ascertain the true extent of their opponent's power. Have you concluded your discussion? Zhao Wujin's resonant voice echoed, prompting the four to turn and observe as the incense on the ground had burned down to its end. Teacher, we are ready to begin, Dai Mubai affirmed, giving Zhao Wujin a nod before swiftly retreating to the sidelines to observe. Although this was an uneven battle, witnessing Zhao Wujin in action was an invaluable learning opportunity for a soul master of similar strength. Zhao Wujin rose once more, interlocking his hands and flexing his wrists, producing a series of alarming cracking sounds from his bones, which intensified the invisible pressure in the air. He conjured another stick of incense, but before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the initiative. The seven-treasure glazed tile emerged as she spun gracefully in place, an enchanting array of colorful light emanating from her form. At the focal point of this radiant glow, a colorful pagoda, over a foot tall, materialized in the palm of her right hand. The brilliance of the pagoda shimmered, exuding an air of nobility, while Ning Rongrong wore a serene smile, appearing almost ethereal. 2 rings of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, swirling around her in a gentle dance. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is power. As the first soul ring ascended and enveloped the colorful pagoda, 3 streams of colorful light were simultaneously released under Ning Rongrong's direction, each enveloping Tang San and his companions. Instantly, a warm surge of energy rushed through their limbs, and they felt invigorated, as if their very soul power were bubbling forth. Zhao Wujin observed Ning Rongrong with a hint of astonishment, realizing that among this year's candidates, one hailed from the esteemed 7-treasure glazed tile family. Impressive, very impressive. Old Flanders will surely be thrilled by this. He mused as he lit the incense in his hand and casually tossed it to the ground, where it lodged itself firmly. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second is speed. Another 3 streams of colorful light gracefully emerged as Ning Rongrong's second soul ring activated. The lightness of her body made Tang San feel as if he had shed all weight, prompting him to silently commend the 7-treasure glazed tile, which truly lived up to its reputation as the foremost support-type martial soul. The simultaneous increase of 30% in both speed and strength instantly made him feel a significant enhancement in his capabilities. At that moment, Zhao Wujia moved, not charging towards Tang San and his companions, but rather crouching slightly with his legs and simultaneously striking his fists down towards the ground. Chapter 18. The Unmoving King Zhao Wujia. Part 4. This is not good, Tang San whispered in alarm. The instant Zhao Wujia initiated his attack, he understood the opponent's intentions. The master once said that if he ever encountered an opponent possessing a soul master from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the first priority must be to eliminate the 7-treasure glazed tile soul master without delay. Zhao Wujia's assault was evidently not directed solely at Ning Rongrong. Yet his actions unmistakably aimed to unleash a wide-area attack, intending to interrupt Ning Rongrong's supportive effects from the 7-treasure glazed tower. A dark blue-black vine suddenly lashed out. The vine bore no spikes, as it merely embodied the effect of Tang San's first spirit ring. The long vine swiftly coiled around Ning Rongrong's waist, and as Tang San leapt into the air, he also lifted Ning Rongrong along with him. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently, and a wave of earthy yellow ripples surged towards Tang San and his companions. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reacted swiftly. Xiao Wu leaped directly upwards while Zhu Zhuqing darted out from the side, evading the shockwave. Tang San leaped almost simultaneously with Xiao Wu, their heights nearly identical. Xiao Wu, now, Tang San called out, raising his hands in front of him. Xiao Wu did not need to see. She intuitively knew where Tang San's hands were positioned. Having spent 6 years together, they had already developed an unspoken understanding. With the tips of her toes pressing against Tang San's palms, she was propelled forward like an arrow, shooting towards Zhao Wujia below. Offense is the best defense. Passively enduring the onslaught would allow Zhao Wujia to fully unleash his strength, leaving them with no chance. It was better to attack in lieu of defense, possibly buying them some time. Seeing that his strikes against the ground had yielded no results, Zhao Wujia's expression brightened with a hint of amusement. As Xiao Wu lunged at him, he made no effort to evade, instead placing his hands behind his back, adopting a demeanor of allowing her to strike. Xiao Wu, naturally, would not let such an opportunity slip by. As she dove down, her body curled into a ball before rolling forward. Just as she was about to reach Zhao Wujie, her form unfurled. In a brief moment, she had completed the process of spirit possession in midair, her feet aiming for either side of Zhao Wujie's neck. Two muffled thuds echoed simultaneously as Xiao Wu's feet landed precisely on Zhao Wujie's shoulders, yet he did not budge at all. Instead, he grinned, as if to mockingly suggest that the petite girl had exerted no force. Xiao Wu huffed disdainfully. No strength, was it? Then let him witness true power. Her delicate feet seemed to be glued to Zhao Wujie's shoulders, the toes suddenly curling inward, delicately pressing against the carotid arteries on either side of his neck. With all her might, she twisted her slender form, causing it to spin midair. If it were solely the strength of Xiao Wu, it would appear insufficient to move Zhao Wujie's imposing physique. However, at this moment, she was not alone in her endeavor. Zhao Wujie abruptly felt his entire body tighten, as thorny vines began to frantically entwine around him, ensnaring his arms and legs securely. The vines constricted with extreme intensity, releasing a potent paralyzing toxin. Simultaneously, the vines surging from the ground propelled his body upwards, lifting his feet off the earth. Regardless of an individual's strength, without a solid foundation, one cannot stabilize their form. Consequently, Zhao Wujie found his body spinning in the air, guided by Xiao Wu's feet. At that moment, his form was enveloped by Tang San's blue-silver grass, resembling a large blue-black dumpling. With the assistance of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glaze tile, both Tang San and Xiao Wu now wielded soul power that surpassed the 30th level. In a rapid spin, Xiao Wu executed a backward flip, forcefully propelling Zhao Wujie's body upward. She extended her hands towards the ground, performing a scissor kick maneuver. Had this been an ordinary person, their neck would have been instantly snapped by Xiao Wu's feet, culminating in a headfirst impact. With a significant backward flip, Xiao Wu exerted her full strength into this strike. Spinning around is rather enjoyable. Zhao Wujie's voice resonated in the air, causing Xiao Wu, who was spinning rapidly, to suddenly feel her body stiffen, her feet unable to coax her opponent beneath her. A powerful force surged forth, abruptly yanking her backward. With a resounding crash, the vines that had enveloped Zhao Wujie shattered simultaneously, scattering in all directions, as his feet firmly reclaimed their stance on the ground. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted slightly. With a low growl, his body swelled dramatically. His already formidable muscles nearly doubled in size, and in an instant, he grew a full meter taller, transforming into an imposing figure. 7 dazzling soul rings emerged around him, precisely as Dai Mubai had described. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, each a testament to his terrifying power. A series of crisp sounds echoed from behind Zhao Wujie. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu lightly tapped her toes on his shoulder, her supple form gliding down his back, her scorpion-like tail snaking down to ensnare his left ankle like a serpent. With all her strength, she exerted force. The series of sharp sounds heralded Zhu Zhuqing's assault. The moment she darted forward, her speed was fully displayed. Indeed, she was a soul master of the agility type, her velocity astonishing even Dai Mubai. Most terrifyingly, Zhu Zhuqing's every movement was utterly silent. She slipped out quietly and launched her attack without a trace of energy emanating from her, nor the sound of soul power piercing the air. After manifesting her martial spirit, Dai Mubai's fingers transformed into razor-sharp tiger claws, while Zhu Zhuqing, upon her own martial spirit's manifestation, bore cat claws that were pointed like daggers. In Chapter 18, The Unmoving King Zhao Wujie, Part 5, following her transformation, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes changed hue simultaneously. Her left eye became a deep green while her right turned a clear blue. Her long hair naturally cascaded down her back, and as she moved, she left behind a faint illusion, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to pinpoint her exact location. Her attacks were strikingly fierce, aiming directly for vital points, compelling Zhao Wujie to unleash his own martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing's timing was impeccable, coinciding precisely with the moment Zhao Wujie exerted force to shatter Tang San's blue-silver grass and momentarily relaxed after retrieving Xiao Wu's body. Otherwise, her offensive power would have been insufficient to breach Zhao Wujie's defenses. However, once Zhao Wujie completed his martial spirit manifestation, Zhu Zhuqing's strikes became far less effective. His body was as if forged from steel, and even under the full force of her cat claws, she could only pierce his clothing. For the first time, Xiao Wu's agility faced a setback. No matter how she exerted herself, she could not budge Zhao Wujie even slightly. Even when she executed a backflip and struck at the joint of his leg, it proved ineffective. Panic surged within her, yet she found herself utterly powerless against her opponent. In truth, it was not that Xiao Wu's techniques were weak, but rather that they were entirely countered by Xiao Wujie. The skill attached to her first soul ring required her to control her opponent with her body's flexibility to unleash its lethal potential. At this moment, the disparity in strength between her and Xiao Wujie was insurmountable. Even with Tang San's assistance, it was impossible to restrain Xiao Wujie. Unless her soul power could reach a level comparable to his, her techniques would remain ineffective against a soul master so focused on brute strength. As the blue-silver grass was shattered, Tang San's face turned pale, yet he hesitated not for a moment. With a swift stride, he surged forward. Thick vines reappearing around Xiao Wujie, momentarily hindering his preparations to strike. This was the effect of the second soul ring's skill, birth, coming into play. Seizing this fleeting moment, Tang San positioned himself before Xiao Wujie, while Zhu Shiqing silently emerged behind him, her cat claws targeting his throat and the area behind his ears, both of which are among the human body's most vulnerable spots. Before Xiao Wujie could extricate himself from the blue-silver grass, Tang San suddenly unleashed a punch towards his chest. Xiao Wujie laughed heartily, showing no urgency to break free from the vines, his chest puffed out, clearly eager to gauge the extent of Tang San's strength. A glimmer of light flickered in Tang San's eyes, and Xiao Wujie's laughter abruptly ceased. For he was astonished to discover that the seemingly formidable punch from Tang San, which struck his chest, felt as light as a feather. This was due to his soul power being concentrated at the forefront of his chest, leaving him with an unexpected sensation of misapplied force. Undoubtedly, the combined strength of Tang San and Xiao Wu was insufficient to move Xiao Wujie's body. However, the scenario would be quite different if it were his own strength at play. Tang San's right fist suddenly transformed into an open palm. With a swift retraction, he executed the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon at the precise moment when Xiao Wujie's strength faltered. This maneuver caused Xiao Wujie's body to lurch forward unexpectedly. Simultaneously, Tang San thrust his right foot forward, striking at the tip of Xiao Wujie's toe. Even with Xiao Wujie's formidable soul power, he could not maintain his balance under such circumstances. Tang San's timing was no less remarkable than Zhu Shiqing's. With his skillful control akin to capturing the crane and snaring the dragon, he effectively harnessed both his own strength and that of Xiao Wujie to lift the latter's body. With a powerful shout, Tang San exerted himself, abruptly raising Xiao Wujie's form into the air. For the first time, Xiao Wujie found himself completely off the ground, providing the perfect opportunity for Xiao Wu to unleash her abilities. Her long legs swiftly entwined around Xiao Wujie's waist, while her hands grasped his ankles. The first soul ring on her body radiated a brilliant light, and together with Xiao Wujie's form, she spun violently 3 times in the air, positioning his head downward for a heavy impact against the ground. Although Zhu Shiqing's prior attack had failed to deal any significant damage, it inadvertently disrupted Xiao Wujie's reactions. The combined efforts of the trio culminated in this decisive strike, just as Xiao Wu was about to slam Xiao Wujie's body into the earth. A thick vine formed from blue-silver grass entwined around her waist, lifting her up while Xiao Wujie, head downwards, crashed forcefully onto the ground. Xiao Wu, however, was suddenly elevated by Tang San's blue-silver grass, executing a graceful turn before descending softly. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Wujie's massive form struck the ground, his head sinking deeply into the soil. Xiao Wu floated down, landing delicately on Tang San's shoulder. Balancing on one foot upon his right shoulder while extending her arms to maintain equilibrium, breathing heavily, she had exerted herself to the fullest in that attack. Without Tang San's ingenious control, she would not have been able to execute her lethal technique that combined the powers of 2 soul rings. Xiao San, do you think we were too forceful? Xiao Wu inquired nervously. Tang San shook his head, realizing that teacher Zhao had yet to employ his soul abilities. He cast a glance at the incense on the ground, which had only burned down 1/3 of its length. Previously, during their collaborative assault, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shiqing had exerted themselves to the utmost, deploying all their skills. The blue-silver grass that had latched onto Xiao Wujie's body was swiftly retracted by Tang San. He did not wish for his blue-silver grass to be destroyed again by the opponent, although the energy consumed by the blue-silver grass was minimal. The damage inflicted upon Tang San's own soul power from its destruction was significant. Xiao Wujie propped himself up from the ground, pulling his head out with a grunt. Earlier, Tang San and his companions had not observed closely, but now they could clearly see the transformation brought about by his martial spirit. Xiao Wujie was covered in a thick layer of brown fur, towering over 2.5 meters in height, his muscles bulging, and his brownish-yellow eyes emanating an imposing aura. 7 soul rings rhythmically encircled his form. Chapter 19. Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 1. Zhao Wujie's hands had grown immensely robust, resembling oversized fans. As Tang San had noted, he had not yet utilized his soul power. Before Zhu Shiqing could identify his weakest point for an attack, he had not even considered activating his martial spirit. For a soul sage of level 76, the few soul masters in their 20s appeared exceedingly feeble. He merely intended to play with these children and stretch his limbs. However, overconfidence often exacts a toll. It was precisely due to his underestimation, coupled with Tang San and his companions, who, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure-glazed Tao Pagoda, had surpassed the 30-level threshold, alongside their seamless cooperation achieved without prior practice. That led to the formidable immovable king suffering a setback. Zhao Wujie brushed the dirt from his head, exclaiming with irritation, "Truly, at 80 years old, I'm still outmatched by children. It seems I must take you all more seriously. Xiaobai, why are you laughing? Come see me for a practical class tomorrow." Daimu Bai, who had been secretly chuckling at Zhao Wujie's disheveled appearance, found his amusement swiftly evaporating upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words. "Children, come forth. Let us continue," Zhao Wujie declared, striding purposefully towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, whose previous synchronized performance had left a profound impression on him. "Xiao Wu, meteor hammer," Tang San called out sharply. Xiao Wu sprang from Tang San's shoulder, launching herself once again, but this time her feet led the charge, aimed directly at Zhao Wujie's head. Simultaneously, dozens of strands of blue-silver grass erupted from around Tang San, twisting and coiling towards Zhao Wujie from various angles. Zhao Wujie raised his hand to strike at Xiao Wu, yet to his surprise, just as she approached, she suddenly altered her trajectory, causing his palm to swipe through empty air. Xiao Wu darted past him, delivering a kick to his shoulder. It turned out that the so-called meteor hammer was a variation of the hidden weapon, employing the entangling blue-silver grass to allow Tang San to manipulate Xiao Wu's movements in the air, launching an assault. Regrettably, they found themselves facing Zhao Wujie's formidable defenses. Although he lacked distinctive evasion skills, penetrating his physical form proved to be a formidable challenge. Ordinary concealed weapons are categorized into 4 main types: thrown, propelled, tethered, and sprayed. Weapons such as the meteor hammer, the red rope lasso, and the flying claws fall into the tethered category. While they may lack the intricate deceptions of other types, their offensive power and unique effects are unparalleled. Zhao Wujie's was momentarily taken aback by a kick, and a flicker of seriousness finally appeared in his hazel eyes. These children were destined to become his students, and if he allowed them to continue in this manner, he would lose face, making it difficult to guide them in the future. Zhu Shiqing was not idle. Upon witnessing Zhao Wujie's charge towards Tang San and the others, her 2 yellow spirit rings simultaneously illuminated. Her blue and green eyes narrowed, and she accelerated forward silently. In an instant, her body soared into the air, enveloped in spirit power, twisting and turning rapidly toward Zhao Wujie's. Within her spiraling form, claw shadows danced, the manifestation of her second spirit ring ability, the ethereal 100 claws. Through her swift rotation and the penetrating sharpness of her claws, she unleashed a barrage of over 100 strikes upon the enemy in a remarkably brief span of time, all aimed at the same target, rendering her attack immensely powerful. Just as Zhao Wujie's was struck by Xiao Wu's kick, Zhu Shiqing's ethereal 100 claws collided with his back. The ethereal 100 claws resembled a swiftly rotating serrated gear, cutting through Zhao Wujie's back with rapid precision. A furious roar erupted, and a fierce light flashed in Zhao Wujie's eyes as his fists clenched tightly. Among the 7 spirit rings adorning him, the first yellow ring shone brightly in an instant. A brilliant golden light erupted almost instantaneously, sending Zhu Shiqing, who had just executed the ethereal 100 claws, hurtling through the air, emitting a pained gasp. Daimu Bai swiftly appeared beneath her, catching her in his arms, only to find that Zhu Shiqing had been rendered unconscious, her arms dislocated. Xiao Wu also suffered. After kicking Zhao Wujie's, as her body was lifted by Tang San's blue-silver grass, Zhao Wujie's retaliated. The blue-silver grass that had surged from Tang San ensnared Zhao Wujie's just as his counterattack commenced. In that blinding golden light, all efforts became futile. The Xiao Wu had not engaged at such close proximity as Zhu Shiqing. She too was sent flying, and any strands of blue-silver grass, whether near or far, within a 3-meter radius of Zhao Wujie's were repelled, with those closest shattering entirely. 3 muffled grunts resonated simultaneously. Zhu Shiqing sustained the most grievous injuries, followed closely by Xiao Wu. The violent shockwave forced Xiao Wu to cough up blood midair. her body succumbing to a wave of numbness as she fell into Tang San's embrace, cradled by the blue-silver grass. Though Tang San bore the lightest of injuries, merely shaken to his core by the pull of the blue-silver grass, the sight of Xiao Wu's wounds shattered his composure. Zhao Wujia's attack unleashed his first soul ring skill, the immutable king body. Despite being merely a century-old soul ring, the efficacy of the same soul skill can vary significantly with different levels of soul power. With his formidable soul power at level 76, this century-old soul ring granted a skill that proved remarkably effective, seamlessly breaching the combined efforts of Tang San and his companions. This exemplified true strength, the authentic prowess of a soul sage. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of urgency. The incense had only burned halfway at this moment. And although her 7-treasure glazed tile provided various supportive attributes, it did not encompass healing. With merely 2 soul rings, the enhancements she could offer were limited, rendering her frantic efforts futile. Chapter 19, Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 2. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia's speed intensified, as if he had traversed the distance to Tang San in a single stride. His colossal hand rose, his second soul ring glowing simultaneously. With a booming laugh, his palm transformed into a golden hue, its size doubling, and it descended upon Tang San with tremendous force. At that moment, Xiao Wu remained cradled in Tang San's arms, and he could not allow her to absorb this blow on his behalf. He hastily pulled her aside, yet this simple action cost him the opportunity to evade. Just then, Xiao Wu's second soul ring illuminated, and her eyes turned a vivid crimson, fixated intently on Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and in his astonishment, his descending palm slowed, its soul power diminished by more than half. A golden light blazed in his eyes. What a surprise, a soul skill of confusion. The red light in Xiao Wu's eyes clashed with the golden gleam in Zhao Wujia's, and with nary a sound, he collapsed, unconscious in Tang San's embrace. Blood oozing from his mouth and nose, Tang San instinctively seized the opportunity presented by the lull in the battle, employing the ghostly shadow stepping technique to evade Zhao Wujia's range of attack. Zhao Wujia's palm did not descend upon them. He had no desire to harm these children. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out anxiously, promptly channeling his Xiantian skills and her energy into Xiao Wu's body. Yet, Xiao Wu remained utterly unresponsive. Zhao Wujia refrained from pursuing further, standing firm as he remarked, "She is unharmed. The effects of the confusion-type soul skill are significant, but her soul power is vastly inferior to mine. The backlash from her own soul power has led to this outcome. Much like the toxicity of your blue-silver grass that holds no effect on me. Allow her to rest for a night. She will awaken rejuvenated by morning." Turning his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, Zhao Wujia added with a smile, "I trust one need not intervene further. Little girl from the 7-treasure, glazed tile school. You have lost. You and your companions are simply inadequate, unable to withstand even a single incense stick's duration. This exemplifies the disparity in strength." Cradling the soft, delicate Xiao Wu, Tang San slowly lifted his head, his dark eyes devoid of emotion, yet profoundly deep. He turned gently, approaching Ning Rongrong. "Might I trouble you to care for Xiao Wu for a moment?" Ning Rongrong hesitated briefly, retracting her 7-treasure, glazed tile martial spirit, and took Xiao Wu into her embrace. While her martial spirit was supportive in nature, soul masters possessed superior physical prowess compared to ordinary individuals, making it no burden to carry a girl like Xiao Wu. Having entrusted Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong, Tang San pivoted to walk towards Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback. "What? Do you wish to continue? I fear you would struggle to withstand even a single strike from me. My second soul ring technique, the mighty Vajra palm, is not easily thwarted." Zhao Wujia would certainly not deny these 4 children entry into Shrek Academy simply because the incense had yet to burn out. Quite the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised by their displayed abilities. Each exhibited unique strengths, and astonishingly, they managed to coordinate so harmoniously despite not having practiced together. Their futures seemed boundless, comparable to the Academy's existing 3 students, if not stronger. His somewhat harsh words were intended to temper any burgeoning arrogance stemming from their talents, as Shrek Academy had previously witnessed instances where pride led to a slow decline in strength. Zhao Wujia harbored no desire for these promising youths to stray from the right path. Yet, he did not anticipate that Tang San would return. This display of courage alone earned Zhao Wujia's profound admiration. Tang San shook his head and said, "I do not wish to continue with the current examination." Zhao Wujia, feeling somewhat disheartened, responded, "So, does this imply that you concede defeat?" Tang San shook his head once more, expressing, "No. I wish for the opportunity to engage in a serious duel with you. Let us commence anew. Please, ignite another incense stick. Should I endure for the duration of that incense, I implore you to permit our quartet to simultaneously enter Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujie regarded Tang San with an enigmatic smile and replied, but what if you fail to endure? Do not forget, just moments ago, the four of you united yet ultimately faced defeat. Tang San possesses the autonomy to make decisions for himself, and even for Xiaowu in the immediate context. However, he cannot assume the prerogatives of the other two individuals. Turning to gaze at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, he notices that Zhu Zhuqing's dislocated arm has been successfully rejoined by Dai Mubai, and she has regained consciousness, albeit her breath remains feeble. Despite her reluctance to remain in Dai Mubai's embrace, she finds herself devoid of the strength to rise. Ning Rongrong offers Tang San a faint smile. Tang San, we are comrades. My father has always taught me that one must never abandon their allies. If necessary, we shall depart together. After all, we have already failed the assessment. The academy in the imperial capital will surely not turn us away. Tang San turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared to have lost the strength to speak. Yet she still mustered the resolve to nod at him. Although it was their first encounter, the trust of a companion bestowed upon Tang San an unparalleled strength. He turned around to face Zhao Wujing once more, declaring, if I should falter, then we shall depart together. Zhao Wujing observed the group of children before him, growing increasingly fond of them, and laughed heartily. Very well, let me witness what hidden powers you possess to withstand my onslaught. As you wish. The third incense stick was lit anew and placed firmly on the ground beside them. Tang San stood there with an unsteady posture, his entire being gradually channeling power. At this juncture, he harbored no intentions of concealing his true strength. The sight of Xiao Wu, injured and unconscious, had profoundly impacted his emotions, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of guilt. As an elder brother who had failed to protect his sister, what right did he have to bear the title of brother if he could not seek justice for her? In the 19th chapter, Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 3. Despite it being their first encounter, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's trust prompted Tang San to reveal his authentic prowess. As for Dai Mubai, for reasons unknown, Tang San felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards the youth whose soul power surpassed his own. Tang San vividly recalled a phrase from the Xiantian Baolu's general principles: never attempt to play the part of a pig to deceive a tiger, lest you truly become a pig. It was only now that he fully comprehended the meaning behind those words. If the individuals they had just faced had not been teachers from Shrek Academy but rather adversaries, then Xiao Wu would undoubtedly have found herself in grave peril. Moreover, he had yet to unleash his true ultimate move. Would he not regret it for a lifetime? Thus, Tang San resolved to cease his concealment. He sought to gauge his own strength through the formidable figure of the immovable king, Zhao Wujing. Deprived of the enhancements provided by the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, Tang San perceptibly felt a slight heaviness in his body, his arms trembling subtly as he endeavored to acclimate to his current state. Simultaneously, his hands gradually transformed to a pearlescent white, resembling jade. A faint current of energy seemed to swirl between his 10 fingers. With his head bowed slightly, he concealed the fact that his eyes had entirely shifted to a deep purple hue. Zhao Wujing distinctly sensed a subtle shift in Tang San's aura. Although his soul power had not visibly intensified, an inexplicable sense of danger emanated from this soul sage-level child. Could it be that a mere 29-level youth could instill such a feeling of peril? Zhao Wujing found it hard to believe as he activated his first soul ring ability, the immovable king body, and strode purposefully towards Tang San. His pace was not swift, yet each step was resolutely steady, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Teacher Zhao, be careful. Tang San suddenly lifted his head, the violet radiance in his eyes surging intensely. The sight of his purple irises startled Zhao Wujing, momentarily slowing his advance. After all, an attack that relies on the mesmerizing power of one's gaze is among the most challenging to withstand. He had nearly fallen victim to such an attack during his previous encounter with Xiao Wu. However, Zhao Wujing soon discerned that the purple light in Tang San's eyes bore no offensive intent. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Tang San's hands, previously hanging by his sides, gracefully rose at his waist. With a series of sharp hisses, 10 beams of frosty light erupted from the tips of Tang San's fingers, each aimed at Zhao Wujing's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, lower body, and abdomen. Remarkably, no 2 beams targeted the same area, and all were aimed at vital points. The piercing sound of the air being sliced startled Zhao Wujing. Among all his capabilities, agility was his weakest attribute, although his speed increased when his martial spirit manifested. His massive physique, coupled with his formidable defense, typically led him to favor a head-on approach against opponents. Faced with the sudden and remarkably precise onslaught of 10 icy beams, Zhao Wujing reacted swiftly, raising his bear-like paws, one above to shield his eyes and the other below to protect his lower body. With a low growl, he unleashed his entire soul power, fully activating the immovable king body. After unleashing 10 beams of chilling light, Tang San did not pause for a moment. With the grace of a phantom, he swiftly retreated. 10 resounding explosions erupted almost simultaneously as the 10 beams of light struck Zhao Wujie's body. However, amidst the overwhelming brilliance of golden light, they were all deflected, inflicting no harm upon Zhao Wujie. Tang San was secretly astonished. It was important to note that he had launched 10 penetrating bone nails, which were considered relatively heavy among small concealed weapons. Despite the amplification of his internal energy and the penetrating nature of the bone nails, they had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Zhao Wujing, illustrating the formidable strength of Zhao Wujing's defenses. Daimobai's assertion that he exhibited no flaws was not without merit. With a swift turn of his body, he unleashed another 10 or so glimmering projectiles. No flaws? A hint of coldness flickered in Tang San's eyes. The so-called lack of flaws was, in truth, riddled with vulnerabilities. Only by exploiting one of these weaknesses could he find his opportunity. As he retreated, Tang San's hands danced before him like butterflies flitting among flowers, flicking and launching a continual stream of cold light from his grasp, targeting Zhao Wujing's vital points. Zhao Wujing's astonishment surpassed even that of Tang San. He had never encountered such an opponent before. If their strengths were equal, he knew he would already be defeated. The concealed weapons Tang San fired were not only precise but also simultaneously attacked multiple different locations, making evasion exceedingly difficult. Leaf-shaped blades, locust stones, golden money darts, and penetrating bone nails, all manner of concealed weapons blossomed forth from Tang San's shower of techniques. Some flew straight, others at angles, while some circled behind. Yet all ultimately aimed for one target, Zhao Wujing's body. Zhao Wujing clearly sensed the formidable penetrating power of these projectiles. If he did not fully exert his indomitable kingly body, he might very well be injured himself. However, after a brief engagement, Zhao Wujing believed he had grasped the attacking strength of Tang San's concealed weapons. Shining with the golden light of the indomitable kingly body, he charged towards Tang San. As Zhao Wujing bore down upon him, raising his enormous King Kong palm once more, Tang San remained utterly composed. With a swift shift of his feet, he retreated rapidly, the blue-silver grass already extending to obstruct Zhao Wujing's advance. Though the resilient blue-silver grass was insufficient to completely halt Zhao Wujing, it could delay him for a moment. Its ubiquitous entanglement ensnared Zhao Wujing's feet repeatedly, slowing his pace and conserving Tang San's internal energy as much as possible. With the aid of the blue-silver grass and his ghostly shadow techniques, Tang San's speed, while not matching Zhao Wujing's, proved elusive enough that Zhao Wujing could not catch him, the powerful King Kong palm striking only empty air on several occasions. Chapter 19, Tang San's Concealed Weapons Part 4. After launching his initial barrage of concealed weapons, Tang San did not continue with further attacks. Instead, he moved gracefully across the field, evading Zhao Wujing's strikes. Tang San's decision to confront Zhao Wuji alone stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, his concern about inadvertently injuring others with hidden weapons, and secondly, the greater maneuverability afforded to an individual free from any reservations. At that moment, the onlookers were rendered speechless, particularly during the interval when a flurry of concealed projectiles erupted from Tang San. Awe filled their hearts as they watched. Whether it was Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, or Dai Mubai, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines, realizing that had they been in Zhao Wuji's position, they might have already fallen victim. Tang San's concealed weapons are an astonishing array, with flight patterns that defy logic, making evasion an almost insurmountable challenge. Even Ning Rongrong, hailing from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and well-versed in various combat techniques, could not discern the lineage of these weapons. Nonetheless, she could undeniably sense their formidable power. The incense burned unnoticed, already consumed a third of its length in mere moments. Zhao Wujie's pursuit of Tang San abruptly halted, and he jestingly scolded, "Well, you little monkey, you are indeed slippery. Do you think you can delay me like this? It won't be that easy." With a flourish, he activated his third soul ring, the violet thousand-year soul ring, expanding not to enhance his own capabilities, but rather cascading downward, directly penetrating the earth. Suddenly, Tang San felt as though his feet were ensnared in a quagmire. His body became unexpectedly heavy, as if his weight had doubled. In stark contrast, Zhao Wujie remained unencumbered, striding towards him with a faint smile, seemingly confident in his ability to corner him this time. What a formidable soul skill! Under the influence of gravity, Tang San's speed noticeably diminished. Although his ghost shadow perplexing steps were intricate, evading Zhao Wujie's powerful strikes had become increasingly precarious. He narrowly dodged several of Zhao Wujie's mighty golden palms. Casting a glance at the incense that had burned nearly halfway, Zhao Wujie felt a twinge of anxiety. It was rather embarrassing for a dignified, immovable king to struggle against a mere 12-year-old child. The thought of it becoming fodder for ridicule among his peers was unsettling. This child was destined to be accepted. However, it was also time to conclude this examination. With that thought, Zhao Wujie's fourth soul ring began to glow anew. The violet light shimmered, and astonishingly, the fourth soul ring detached itself, as if guided by its own will, pursuing Tang San and enveloping him. What does this mean? A chill ran down Tang San's spine. Yet, upon the ring encircling him, he felt no discomfort. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily, declaring, "It is time to end this. To compel me to utilize 4 soul rings, you are indeed qualified for admission." With that, he exerted his powerful legs, propelling himself upward from the ground. Tang San swiftly shifted his position, yet to his astonishment, he discovered that the airborne Zhao Wujie had deftly altered his trajectory, continuing to descend directly towards him. Unbeknownst to Tang San, this was the manifestation of Zhao Wujie's 4th soul ring skill, position tracking. Once locked onto by this ability, Zhao Wujie could instantly close the distance within 100 meters with the force of his leap. While this skill may hold little value for soul masters of other cultivation methods, it proved to be exceedingly advantageous for the power-oriented Zhao Wujie. By utilizing position tracking to swiftly bridge the gap between himself and his opponent, he maximized the potential of his strength and attacks. It was with the intention of hastening the conclusion of the battle that he employed this formidable skill. In Tang San's eyes, a glimmer of cold light shone brightly. It seemed that he had no choice but to expedite his plans. As he realized he could not evade the descending form of Zhao Wujie, he resolved to cease his attempts at evasion. Watching Zhao Wujie plummet towards him, he promptly activated the skill of his 2nd soul ring, parasitism. Previously, while the blue-silver grass had obstructed Zhao Wujie's advance, the seeds of parasitism had stealthily nestled upon him. Now, with a sudden activation, the blue-silver grass erupted forth, ensnaring Zhao Wujie in the air with a firm grip. Tang San chose the moment to initiate the parasitic attack with impeccable timing, precisely at the instant Zhao Wujie was about to touch the ground. Consequently, Zhao Wujie would be unable to launch an immediate counterattack upon landing. Tang San raised both hands simultaneously, and a resonant sound echoed as 6 beams of cold light erupted from his sleeves. The powerful crossbow bolts, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, shot directly towards Zhao Wujie's face. Although Zhao Wujie possessed formidable defensive capabilities, the sudden onslaught of these potent bolts startled him momentarily, prompting the immediate activation of his unmoving king body. With a resounding crash, amidst the spreading golden light, he not only broke free from the entanglement of the blue-silver grass but also deflected the 6 incoming crossbow bolts. What is Tang San most adept at? At least until now, it is certainly not the art of hand-thrown concealed weapons, but rather the intricate mechanisms of concealed weaponry that he devoted his previous life to studying. The sudden launch of the crossbow bolt startled Zhao Wujie, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Although his immovable king body deflected the bolt, the force of its impact left a stinging sensation on his face, illustrating the formidable power of the crossbow mechanism. Simultaneously employing the technique of controlling the crane to capture the dragon, Tang San utilized the momentum generated by Zhao Wujie's immovable king body to propel himself backward, narrowly evading a palm strike aimed at him. With his arms drawn inward and his pectoral muscles taut, a resonant hum erupted from his chest. A burst of glimmering steel needles, shrouded in a dense mist, erupted forth from his chest, perfectly meeting the charge of Zhao Wujie. Tang San is indeed a master of concealed mechanisms, renowned for his ingenious creations that require no switches. They can be activated solely through muscle contractions, rendering them virtually undetectable. Chapter 19. The Hidden Weapons of Tang San, Part 5. The fragrant mist of tea enveloped Zhao Wujie's mind, causing a momentary dizziness that diminished the defenses of his immovable king body. In that fleeting instant, he felt a sharp pain piercing through his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to discover that the barrage of steel needles shot forth by Tang San had penetrated the defenses of his immovable king body, embedding themselves into his chest. A paralyzing agony surged through his nerves, racing into Zhao Wujie's brain. Poison. A wave of alarm washed over Zhao Wujie. He hurriedly summoned the strength of his immovable king body once more, forcefully expelling the steel needles from his body. However, the toxins had already begun to infiltrate him. Propelled by the dual forces of his breath and blood, the Tang Sect is not solely renowned for its concealed weapons. Its expertise in poison is equally formidable. Although Tang San had not found many opportunities to gather toxic substances in recent years, he did not squander the venom extracted from the mandala serpent. He utilized this potent toxin in a concealed weapon affixed to his chest, which proved invaluable at a critical moment. This particular device, named Hiding Sand Shooting Shadow, is among the few of his weapons capable of penetrating protective soul barriers. However, Zhao Wujie's immovable king body possesses formidable defensive capabilities, and thus the 64 steel needles launched by Hiding Sand Shooting Shadow could only barely pierce his skin. Yet, this was sufficient. Although the mandala serpent's venom was not potent enough to incapacitate Zhao Wujie, it compelled him to divert a portion of his soul power to contain the toxin spread, granting Tang San a vital moment to breathe. Nevertheless, Zhao Wujie's brief pause did not afford Tang San the opportunity to escape. Instead, he charged directly towards Zhao Wujie. With all 10 fingers poised, he unleashed a flurry of golden rays that flickered in the air, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. As a master of concealed weapons, the timing of his strikes was of utmost importance, and Tang San executed this flawlessly, choosing the precise moment when Zhao Wujie had just activated his immovable king body to expel the steel needles, rendering his defenses temporarily vulnerable. Thanks to the insights provided by his purple demon eye, Tang San was able to discern every movement of his opponent and even detect the fluctuations of soul power surrounding Zhao Wujie's body. Without such clarity, how could he have so adeptly identified his adversary's weaknesses? This was the greatest advantage bestowed by the purple demon eye. The 10 strands of golden light forcefully penetrated the defenses of the immovable king body, silently embedding themselves into Zhao Wujie's form. He felt sharp pains erupting in multiple areas of his body. Even with his robust nerves, he could not suppress a gasp, and his entire body convulsed in agony. Zhao Wujie, now incensed, let out a low growl, and his fifth soul ring, shimmering with a profound black hue, suddenly flared to life. The intensity of his roar reverberated throughout the entire Shrek Academy. Tang San felt an immense pressure emanating from all directions, compelling his body uncontrollably towards Zhao Wujie's direction. The force surrounding him seemed intent on crushing his very being, a power far beyond his capacity to withstand. Zhao Wujie's formidable fifth soul skill, gravity compression, was unleashed. Did Tang San truly yield so easily? Certainly not. With a sudden inclination of his head, accompanied by a sharp crack, a crossbow bolt, measuring 7 inches in length, shot forth from his back, hurtling directly towards Zhao Wujie's gaping mouth. Despite being under the control of his opponent, Tang San exhibited astonishing precision. The mechanism was a tightly strung crossbow, utilizing medium-sized bolts, launched by the strength of his back muscles. It was a singular strike. Yet due to the substantial size of the bolt and the formidable tension of the mechanism, its destructive power was exceptionally potent, far surpassing that of a concealed dart. At the same time, Tang San's feet collided, revealing 3-inch-long blades at the tips of his toes. 1-foot sword to strike Zhao Wujie's throat, while the other stealthily aimed for a vital point below. Even in such a disadvantaged position, his ability to execute such a counterattack was nothing short of terrifying. The rapid-fire speed of the tightly strung crossbow was astonishing. Zhao Wujie barely had time to lift his hand, and the defensive barrier of the unmoving king was pierced by the powerful bolt, aiming straight for his mouth. In this moment of peril, Zhao Wujie demonstrated the formidable combat experience of a soul sage, remaining remarkably composed. He clenched his teeth, successfully capturing the bolt in his mouth. The impact of the tightly strung crossbow was immense. Although he managed to bite down on it, his teeth were left rattled. Simultaneously, a sweet aroma emanated from the bolt, causing a sudden dizziness to envelop his mind. There was but a single bolt, yet Tang San had cleverly devised a plan. The bolt was hollow, containing a small amount of mandrake snake venom. Once the shaft penetrated an enemy's body, the venom would be released upon compression. Though the bolt had not yet pierced Zhao Wujie's flesh, the pressure from his bite was sufficient. Thus, the venom was unceremoniously delivered to him. With a sharp spit, Zhao Wujie expelled the bolt, simultaneously using his hands to deflect Tang San's dual-foot assault, bringing Tang San into proximity. "Are you a hedgehog?" Zhao Wujie roared. However, the venom from the mandrake snake had begun to numb his tongue, rendering his speech somewhat slurred. He had never experienced such a significant setback. Even during his previous exploits in the world of soul masters, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes, and he was ready to unleash his wrath. Yet, Tang San's onslaught was far from complete. At an unexpected moment, a hammer appeared in his left hand, a small, pitch-black hammer. As Zhao Wuji deflected his legs, Tang San swung the hammer towards Zhao Wuji's face. Chapter 20, Oscar's Grand Sausage and Small Sausage, Part 1. It was not over yet. Zhao Wuji, seething with anger, resolved to teach this little hedgehog a lesson. He raised his right hand to shield his face while his left hand struck towards Tang San's chest. However, he did not exert much force. Having suffered such a considerable loss, a small act of retaliation was necessary to alleviate his discomfort. Certainly. At the moment he executed this strike, he had already retracted his eternal soul ring ability, gravity compression. Otherwise, Tang San would have undoubtedly perished under the direct force of this skill. Thud, two muffled groans resonated almost simultaneously. Tang San's body was sent flying by a single strike from Zhao Wuji, letting out a muffled groan as he soared through the air, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Having exerted every ounce of his strength and wits in previous attacks, he was now on the brink of exhaustion, hardly able to withstand the force of Zhao Wuji's blow. It was a small miracle that he had not lost consciousness from the impact. Daimubai gently placed Xu Shuqing on the ground and, in a flash, caught the tumbling Tang San. The second muffled groan belonged to Zhao Wuji. Initially, he had assumed that this was merely another of Tang San's hidden weapons. After all, blocking a hammer strike from Tang San should have been a trivial task. However, when that seemingly diminutive hammer struck his palm, he sensed something was amiss. That small hammer possessed an unexpectedly tremendous force. Although Zhao Wuji hastily summoned his soul power, his earlier complacency, coupled with the dual effects of the mandala snake's venom and the pain coursing through his body, rendered his soul power insufficient. The hammer struck his palm and then rebounded onto his face, causing a torrent of blood to flow from his nose. With the subsequent scrape, it was as if a dying room had opened, leaving him with a grotesquely painted visage. He was left momentarily dazed by the impact. Meanwhile, the small black hammer vanished quietly after delivering its blow. Tang San, supported by Daimubai, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite his severe injuries, one would hardly believe that Zhao Wuji had emerged victorious in their recent confrontation, merely based on appearances. This does not imply that Zhao Wuji's prowess is lacking, after all. He was engaged with a fellow contestant, and, fearing he might truly harm Tang San, he held back somewhat. He was also curious to gauge the extent of Tang San's capabilities. Zhao Wuji, proficient in strength yet not adept in pursuit, fell victim to Tang San's sudden and formidable hidden weapons, which were executed with intricate calculations, leading to his significant miscalculation and subsequent embarrassment. In a genuine battle, Zhao Wuji could have effortlessly unleashed the power of his fifth spirit ring, resulting in Tang San's immediate demise, as the disparity in their strengths was indeed monumental. Had this been merely an examination, Tang San would not have fought so desperately. However, the unconscious state of Xiao Wu ignited a fierce determination within him, amplified by the immense pressure exerted by Zhao Wuji, prompting a remarkable outburst. Not only the few who were conscious in that moment, but even Xiao Wu had never witnessed Tang San unleash his full potential like this before. Daimubai, observing the bloodied face of Zhao Wuji, stifled a laugh and urgently shouted, "Oscar, Oscar, come quickly, you have business." Amplified by his spirit power, his voice resonated throughout the academy, ensuring that none could miss it. Many years later, when Daimubai, the formidable leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, had achieved great success, he was asked who he considered the most fearsome among them. Without hesitation, he replied, "It is the soft-boned Douluo Xiao Wu." The rationale was simple. She was the Achilles heel of the Thousand Hands Douluo, Tang San. Provoking Tang San might not lead to dire consequences, but inciting Xiao Wu's wrath would unleash a terrifying transformation, turning Tang San from the Thousand Hands Douluo into a Thousand Hands Azura. Daimubai, known for his romantic inclinations and humorously dubbed the greatest libertine by his peers, had never dared to provoke Xiao Wu. He was astute enough to avoid incurring Tang San's fury, a lesson reinforced by the unfolding spectacle before him. "Where's the business? Where's the business?" Oscar's distinctively soft voice, laced with excitement, drew near, and soon he appeared before the group. Perhaps due to his eagerness, he had abandoned his cart, rushing over on foot. "Little Oscar, come here," Daimubai called out. Oscar hurriedly approached. "Boss Dai, did you call for me?" Daimubai nodded, instructing, quickly, "Bring out some sausages. They're all injured." Oscar beamed with delight. 5 copper spirit coins for each. And don't forget to settle the bill with me. I have a big sausage. With a flicker of light from his peculiar spirit incantation, a delicious sausage materialized in his hand. Daimubai gestured to Tang San, suggesting, "Eat it." Although Oscar's words might be somewhat off-putting, his sausages were indeed beneficial. This particular sausage, enhanced by his first spirit ring, could accelerate the recovery of physical injuries. The sausage was of little consequence, yet upon recalling Oscar's words, Tang San could not suppress a wave of nausea that surged through his stomach. He promptly waved his hand, assuring, "My injuries are not severe. I merely feel a bit fatigued. A brief rest will suffice. Perhaps you should let him share the sausage with someone else." Upon concluding his words, he immediately settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his energy to recuperate. Tang San's refusal to eat does not imply that others share his sentiments. For instance, the individual who has suffered a significant loss of face. "Oscar, come here, bring me a sausage and a salami, each." Zhao Wuji's voice was somewhat indistinct. And it was no wonder, for although he had managed to suppress the spread of the toxins with his pure soul power, the moment he was struck by the poison, his tongue had swelled. Oscar blinked his enchanting eyes and inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to Shrek Academy and know my name? You scoundrel. Do you wish to be punished?" "I am Zhao Wuji." Zhao Wuji was infuriated, nearly choking on his breath, almost spitting blood in the process. Chapter 20, Oscar's Salami and Little Sausage, Part 2. Today's embarrassment was monumental. He merely wished to tend to his wounds swiftly and threatened the children present not to disclose this incident. Otherwise, his reputation as the unmoving king would be irreparably tarnished. Oscar was eager to inquire how Zhao Wuji had come to be in such a state, fully aware of Zhao Wuji's formidable strength. However, he soon noticed Dai Mubai's subtle gesture and, being an astute individual, quickly masked his astonishment, approaching Zhao Wuji with an air of nonchalance. Presenting the sausage he had just conjured while reciting a soul chant that left the onlookers in amused disbelief. "I possess a little salami." Despite Oscar's appearance not suggesting lewdness, uttering this chant transformed him into the epitome of absurdity. A salami, no thicker than a pinky finger, materialized in his grasp and was swiftly handed to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, unceremoniously, consumed both the sausage and the salami, his complexion visibly improving. Daimubai fought to suppress his laughter as he returned to Zhu Zhiqing's side, only to be met with her icy glare. Zhu Zhiqing was gravely injured, but her eyes conveyed a clear message to Daimubai. "If you dare allow that lewd uncle with the sausage to approach, you shall face dire consequences." Daimubai raised a hand in a gesture of resignation, shaking his head in assurance. "Fear not. I shall never permit you to partake in such fare." Zhu Zhiqing's expression hardened, and she closed her eyes, refusing to acknowledge him further. After consuming Oscar's sausage and salami, Zhao Wuji's visage brightened considerably. His attire had sustained severe damage during the prior battle, and he tore a strip from it to wipe the blood from his face. Oscar's sausage had healing properties, while the salami was effective in dispelling abnormal states. Both items proved exceedingly beneficial. The numbing sensation from the mandala snake venom gradually faded. Yet the intense pain caused Zhao Wuji's facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably. Upon glancing down, he discovered numerous welts on his skin, each swollen to the size of walnuts, with the excruciating pain emanating from these bulges. "Teacher Zhao, have we successfully passed the test?" Standing aside, the only complete Ning Rongrong among the 4 candidates pointed toward Zhao Wuji's back, inquiring of him. Zhao Wuji turned around only to discover that the incense he had lit had long since extinguished. With an irritated huff, he conceded, "Consider yourselves fortunate." At that moment, he was reluctant to linger any longer. The feeling of being a laughingstock was decidedly unpleasant. As he turned to leave, a somewhat feeble voice called out, "Teacher Zhao." Wait a moment. It was Tang San, who had just been recuperating. After a brief respite, he appeared somewhat revitalized, managing to rise from the ground with great effort. "Little hedgehog, do you have further matters to discuss?" "You have already passed my test," Zhao Wuji remarked, observing the young boy before him with a complex mix of resentment and affection. Despite the significant embarrassment he had suffered and the minor injuries he had sustained, the combat potential and indomitable spirit exhibited by this child were undeniably extraordinary. Tang San said, "Teacher Zhao, I sincerely apologize. I acted too impulsively just now. However, your strength is exceedingly formidable, compelling me to exert all my efforts. Allow me to extract the hidden weapons from your body. Otherwise, it may adversely affect your health." At that moment, the 10 dragon whisker needles concealed beneath Tang San's nails were embedded in Zhao Wuji's body, and the resulting injuries were not easily resolvable. Although the dragon whisker needles were composed of a naturally formed metal, they were not magnetic. Once embedded, they became entangled, even if Tang San were to intervene. He could only remove them if the injuries were recent. Otherwise, if they sank too deeply into the flesh, the only recourse would be to excise the affected area entirely. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia's indestructible king body provided exceptional defense. When the dragon whisker needles were deployed, Tang San's internal energy had already waned, so the needles merely grazed his skin. Had they penetrated deeper, rescue would have been impossible. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wujia's expression softened slightly, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto his aged face. After all, he was a soul sage. To think that he had to resort to his fifth spirit ring against a child who had not yet reached level 30 seemed an act of bullying. Nevertheless, this little porcupine was truly impressive. The myriad of unique attacks had indeed opened Zhao Wujia's eyes. Tang San approached Zhao Wujia and first confirmed the position of the dragon beard needle on his body. Observing that the needle was mostly tangled beneath the skin and had not penetrated deeply, he felt a sense of relief. After their fierce battle, the anger that had once consumed him had dissipated. A twinge of regret lingered in his heart. After all, Zhao Wujia was a mentor rather than an adversary, and his actions had been somewhat excessive. However, in the face of the immense pressure Zhao Wujia exerted, it was impossible for him to hold back. His right hand transformed into a lustrous jade hue as his fingers deftly tapped on one of Zhao Wujia's wounds. With a flick of his wrist, a golden needle tip emerged from beneath the skin. Tang San grasped the needle and pulled it out with force. The agony Zhao Wujia endured was profound. Once the dragon beard needle pierced his body, it curled up immediately, intertwining with his skin and muscles. The pain from this extraction caused even the seemingly impervious king of the unmoved to twitch involuntarily. After Tang San had removed all the dragon beard needles, a thick steam began to rise from Zhao Wujia's body, his entire form drenched in sweat from the excruciating pain. Nevertheless, he exhibited remarkable fortitude, stifling any sounds of discomfort. Chapter 20, Oscar's Large Sausage and Small Sausage, Part 3. After consuming another sausage provided by Oscar, Zhao Wujia's wounds began to heal rapidly, and the sensation of pain diminished significantly. Tang San, having just regained a modicum of his internal strength, found it swiftly depleted once more, rendering him speechless as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, Oscar was by his side, promptly catching him in his embrace. Zhao Wujia, possessing formidable strength, bore only superficial injuries which posed no significant threat to his well-being. Thanks to Oscar's sausages, he recovered nearly 90% of his vitality in a mere moment. Observing the unconscious Tang San cradled in Oscar's arms, Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow and instructed, "Mu Bai, you shall oversee the accommodation of these 4 newcomers. Classes commence tomorrow. No one is to disturb the weapons scattered about by Tang San. Some may be poisoned. He will tidy them up upon regaining consciousness." With that, Zhao Wujia turned and departed. Once Zhao Wujia had receded from view, Oscar assisted Tang San to lean against Dai Mu Bai, glancing at Tang San, then at the gravely injured Zhu Zhuqing and the unconscious Xiao Wu nestled in Ning Rongrong's embrace. He could not help but exclaim, "What has gotten into Teacher Zhao today? Is it that time of the month? Why the ire directed at the newcomers?" Dai Mu Bai retorted with irritation, "If you possess the audacity, raise your voice further so that Teacher Zhao may hear you. He likely harbors a tempest of frustration, unsure of whom to unleash it upon. The time of the month? I believe you are the one in need of it, with 30 days in a month. Perhaps you might enjoy a day of respite, but in a leap month, you would still owe 2 days. Oscar, somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Must you phrase it so lewdly? There are ladies present. Begone, in the presence of your Uncle Sausage. How could one avoid such indiscretions? Let us first ensure their comfort," Dai Mu Bai said, lifting Zhu Zhuqing from the ground, seemingly oblivious to her cold, lethal glare. Oscar glanced between Dai Mu Bai and Ning Rongrong, muttering, "Why do you two get to embrace beauties while I am left with a man?" Dai Mu Bai shot him a sidelong glance. This is a matter of character. When Tang San awakened from his slumber, the sky outside had darkened considerably. As he opened his bleary eyes, he discovered himself lying within a wooden cabin. The room was modest, perhaps a mere dozen square meters in size, containing another bed beside his own. Oscar sat upon his bed, murmuring to himself in a trance. "Where's this?" Tang San asked, his voice raspy, a persistent emptiness resonating within him. Upon seeing him awake, Oscar replied, "This is our dormitory. You shall share it with me from now on. You are Tang San, correct? Today, you were truly formidable, even causing teacher Zhao, a person of his caliber, to suffer a setback. Oscar's peach blossom eyes twinkled with excitement as he gazed at Tang San. What of Xiao Wu? How is she? This was the inquiry Tang San was most eager to have answered. Rest assured, she is unharmed. She is sharing a room with the beautiful Ning Rongrong. A night's rest should suffice for her recovery. That Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed stunning, Oscar said, swallowing hard, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Tang San propped himself up, acutely aware that after an extensive expenditure of his internal energy, any lapse in diligence could be detrimental. If he did not promptly recuperate, it could result in a decline in his cultivation. Hey, Tang San, we shall be roommates from now on. How about we get acquainted? He continued. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Oscar, a level 29 weapon spirit master, with my martial spirit being Sausage. I am affectionately nicknamed the Sausage Vendor. You may refer to me as Oscar the Sausage Vendor, or simply Xiao Ao. Tang San smiled faintly and remarked, Isn't that Uncle Sausage? Ugh, what Uncle Sausage? Tomorrow, I shall shave off my beard and reveal my handsome and dashing self, like a jade tree standing in the wind. A few beautiful junior sisters have arrived at the academy. I can no longer afford to be so dispirited. That fellow Dai Mubai clearly has his eyes on that ice-cold beauty, while Xiao Wu is yours. Thus, I can only reluctantly pursue Ning Rongrong. He furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat disconcerted by Oscar's manner of speaking. Oscar, with a lewd grin, said, All right, stop pretending. We are all men here. Who doesn't understand whom? I never expected you, at such a young age, to be pursuing a lovely lady. With just the two of you journeying to the academy, surely something must have transpired? Daida said it was precisely because Xiao Wu was injured that you fought fiercely against Teacher Zhao. You claim you are merely friends. Who would believe it? Rest assured, I, Oscar, adhere to strong principles. A friend's wife is not to be trifled with. Oh no, I mean a friend's wife must not be wronged. I would never entertain any thoughts regarding your Xiao Wu. Gazing at Oscar's twinkling peach blossom eyes, Tang San felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He could no longer be bothered to explain and immediately entered a state of cultivation, beginning to restore his inner strength. As night deepened, the entirety of Shrek Academy descended into silence. The day's examination unfolded as Dai Mubai had anticipated, aside from Tang San and his three companions. Not a single candidate managed to pass the first 3 rounds. This year marked the highest influx of recruits into Shrek Academy in many years. Zhao Wujin, as the vice principal, naturally possessed his own quarters. At this moment, he sat alone in his room, feeling somewhat dismal. He had already changed into a clean outfit, and his wounds had all healed. Those minor injuries were insignificant, yet the blow to his spirit was considerable. He never envisioned that a simple desire to stretch his muscles would lead to such humiliation. In the past, he would not have hesitated to eliminate Tang San on the spot. However, his status had changed. He was now a teacher at the academy, while Tang San was a student. This indignation could only be swallowed. Chapter 20. Oscar's Sausage and Little Sausage, Part 4. Simultaneously, he held a great appreciation for Tang San. In terms of talent, Tang San was even stronger than Dai Mubai. If not for the inherent weakness of his martial soul, he might very well become a formidable powerhouse in the future. Clenching his right fist and striking it against the palm of his left hand, Zhao Wujin sighed helplessly. What bad luck I have encountered with this little hedgehog. It seems I must take the time to properly train him, after all. Jade must be carved to become a gem. As he uttered this last line, a trace of a wicked smile crept across Zhao Wujin's face. As Zhao Wujia contemplated how to diligently train Tang San in the future, a sudden voice caused the smile on his face to freeze instantly. It is essential to note that as a soul sage of level 76, he stands as a distinguished figure within the realm of soul masters on the Douluo continent. His soul power has grown so formidable that it can create a remarkable aura around his being, enabling him to discern the sound of leaves falling within a radius of 100 meters. Yet, at this moment, he felt no presence nearby, and the voice penetrated his ears as if whispered directly beside him. This level of power heightened Zhao Wujia's vigilance. He did not recognize the voice, but he was certain that the individual approaching possessed strength equal to his own. Who? He sprang to his feet, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In the past, his reputation within the Soul Master community had been somewhat tarnished, and he had amassed numerous enemies. Although he had enjoyed a period of tranquility hidden within Shrek Academy, he had not anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable opponent at this moment. Come out. I sense your presence. A faint yet palpable aura locked onto Zhao Wujia. Without hesitation, he leaped through the window and ventured outside. His soul power surged to its peak as he meticulously guarded himself while scanning for any disturbances around him. What manner of person is Zhao Wujie? The unmoving king, a figure notorious for countless slaughters, felt his anger rise at being provoked by an unknown adversary, compounded by the pent-up frustration from earlier in the day. With a determined stride, he swiftly pursued the direction indicated by the aura. Before long, he had exited the confines of Shrek Academy and entered a nearby forest. It was here that the aura dissipated. "Show yourself. I know you are here," Zhao Wujie commanded in a deep voice. Simultaneously, he summoned his martial soul, the great strength diamond bear, encircled by 7 soul rings that pulsated rhythmically, radiating dazzling brilliance. The 3 black 10,000-year soul rings appeared particularly profound. From behind a towering tree, a shadowy figure emerged, cloaked entirely in dark attire. Even his head concealed beneath a black hood, only his tall stature suggested he was a man. "Who are you?" Zhao Wujie demanded coldly. With the manifestation of his martial soul, he emanated an untamed aura, exuding power without uttering a word of anger. The dark-clad figure did not respond directly but merely stated, "To encounter the unmoving king in this humble place, I merely wish to spar with you. It has been quite some time since I last stretched my limbs." As he spoke, the figure slowly raised his right hand, and instantly, a black light coalesced in his palm, transforming into a colossal object. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings quietly materialized around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Unlike Zhao Wujie's rings, which danced in rhythm, the 9 rings remained stationary, enveloping the dark figure entirely. The presence of 9 soul rings is inherently terrifying, particularly the final one, which subtly emanates a faint red hue amidst the black. If the master were present, he would certainly discern the vast disparity inherent even among 1,000-year soul rings, for instance. The soul ring derived from a 10,000-year soul beast cannot possibly compare to that of a 90,000-year soul beast. The crimson tint within the darkness signifies that this soul ring has attained at least the level of 90,000 years. Upon witnessing the figure in black unveil 9 soul rings, Zhao Wujie felt as though a cold wave had washed over him, sending a shiver through his entire being. As a soul sage, he comprehends the chasm that exists between high-ranking soul masters. Once one surpasses the 60th level, even a single level's difference can yield a significant disparity in strength. Though outwardly it may appear that he and the figure in black are separated by approximately 20 levels, he is acutely aware that the gap between them is even greater than that between Tang San and himself. The term title Douluo escaped Zhao Wujie's lips with great difficulty, causing even his unmoved king body to tremble. If he is considered a high-level soul master, then a title Douluo epitomizes the pinnacle of soul masters. The earlier bravado had vanished entirely, and Zhao Wujie hastily bowed in deference, inquiring about the identity of the esteemed guest. "Please, do not jest with me. How could I be worthy of sparring with you?" The figure in black replied nonchalantly, "What is there to consider as worthy or unworthy? During the day, you bullied those children quite effectively, did you not? I find the sensation of bullying rather agreeable. Allow me the pleasure of bullying you as well. Of course, you may perceive this as me exerting my strength over the weak." Without exuding any overwhelming presence, the figure in black, wielding a colossal artifact, advanced step by step towards Zhao Wujie. Thoughts raced through Zhao Wujie's mind. On the continent, title Douluos are exceedingly rare, each with a name and reputation. This title Douluo before him evidently possesses a weapon spirit, and those who cultivate a weapon spirit to the level of title Douluo are extraordinarily few. Who could this individual be? Suddenly, the figure in black halted 10 meters away from Zhao Wujie. "Since you have come, step forward. What difference does it make whether it is 1 or 2? Chapter 20, Oscar's Sausages and Small Sausages, Part 5, in a flicker of movement. Another figure appeared beside Zhao Wujie. Upon the arrival of this individual, Zhao Wujie's expression visibly relaxed. "Boss, this esteemed elder." The newcomer gestured for Zhao Wujie to remain silent. Confronted with an intangible pressure, the newcomer was compelled to release his own spirit. A pair of massive wings unfurled from his back, enveloped in a layer of feathers. His orange-yellow eyes with slit pupils mirroring the 7 soul rings that suddenly manifested around him, pulsating in a rhythmic motion. I have encountered the one beneath the Haotian crown. This individual not only bore no intent to engage in combat, but instead bowed respectfully to the figure in black. Zhao Wujie gasped in astonishment, having heard his companion's words. He finally grasped the identity of the person before him. The heart contracted violently, and one couldn't help but wonder when one had offended such a fearsome individual. Before me stood the illustrious title Douluo, renowned as the foremost powerhouse in the realm of soul masters. Although our martial souls shared the same trajectory, my strength paled in comparison to his, resembling merely a flickering firefly against a blazing sun. The man in black spoke coldly, no need for excessive pleasantries. I have come to seek trouble. With a cat-eagle martial soul and a formidable level of 78, he truly embodied the main force of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, Flender. This Shrek Academy belongs to you, does it not? Flender nodded and replied, Indeed, Your Excellency. Might I inquire what grievance Zhao Wujin has caused you? Could you possibly grant me a modicum of favor? The man in black replied indifferently, Spare me the chatter, step aside. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath as well. Zhao Wujin, I offer you a chance. I shall refrain from using my martial soul. If you can endure for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I will depart without further ado. Otherwise, you must perform a task for me. Zhao Wujin, with a bitter smile, responded, Your Excellency Hao Yin. I truly do not comprehend how I have offended you. Could you please elucidate? His intent was clear. If he were to face death, he wished to understand the reason behind it. However, Flender, standing beside Zhao Wujin, unceremoniously stepped aside, evidently disinclined to intervene any further. The man in black scoffed. Do I need to elaborate? If the young are struck, the old must naturally rise to seek justice. It is only fitting. Now, let us commence. With that, the enormous weapon in the black-clad man's hand, along with the 9 soul rings adorning him, vanished simultaneously. Yet, in the next moment, he had already appeared before Zhao Wujin. A cacophony of collisions echoed through the forest. Crashes, roars, gasps, and cries of anguish reverberated in succession. Flender, stretching his wings, could not help but cover his eyes and turn his head away, unable to bear the sight any longer. There was no need to light an incense stick. The entire confrontation concluded within the span of 10 breaths. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, the man in black seemed as though nothing had transpired. His attire unblemished and devoid of even a wrinkle. In stark contrast, the unfortunate Zhao Wujin lay sprawled on the ground, his head swollen grotesquely, his eyes darkened, and blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Zhao Wujin, do you understand now? The man in black spoke softly. Only then did Flender dare to approach, assisting the prostrate Zhao Wujin to his feet. Surprisingly, Zhao Wujin's face was one of gratitude as he expressed, Thank you, Your Excellency Hao Yin, for your guidance. The man in black nodded to both of them, his lips moving as he uttered a few low words. Zhao Wujin and Flender exchanged solemn nods, their expressions serious. What transpired earlier serves as compensation for you. I shall rely on you in the future. The man in black's tone, while still calm, lost its earlier coldness. Behind the black mask, a hint of warmth flickered in his profound eyes. Upon uttering his final words, his form flickered and vanished without a trace. Zhao Wujie remained rooted in place, unable to move for quite some time, relying on Flanders' support to stand firm. Flanders, you truly lack loyalty. When asked to stand aside, you comply without question. Had it not been for His Majesty's benign intentions, my lifeless body might have already grown cold, Zhao Wujie lamented. At this moment, both of their martial spirits had been retracted, and beside Zhao Wujie stood a tall, elderly man who spoke with a slight lisp. Had Tang San and Xiao Wu been present, they would undoubtedly recognize this elderly figure as the cunning proprietor from whom they had purchased the spirit crystal for 200 gold soul coins. Flanders retorted with irritation. What do you understand? If he truly harbored malevolent intentions alongside me, would we not face death? Surely you have heard of his formidable reputation? A man who dares to challenge even the Pope would possess no reservations. He has already stated that should you be victorious, you are to perform a task for him. Thus he would not genuinely harm you. Otherwise, how could you fulfill his demands? Do you not comprehend this? Zhao Wujie, how could I be unaware of your intentions? You wish to avoid inciting his wrath. However, having been so severely beaten, am I not entitled to express my grievances? His power is truly terrifying. Even without the augmentation of my martial spirit, I remain far from his equal. I suspect his soul power has already surpassed level 95, drawing ever closer to the mythical 100. It is likely that few across the continent could rival him. Flanders remarked, which title Douluo is easy to provoke. You are fortunate this time. Let us return. Although you have suffered greatly today, the guidance you received from him, as a fellow soul power user, will yield significant benefits. As night deepened, the students of Shrek Academy remained oblivious to the myriad events that had transpired under the guise of this seemingly tranquil evening. As for Zhao Wujia's bruised visage, it would not recover swiftly. Chapter 21. The Fiery Phoenix, Part 1, Morning. At the break of dawn, Tang San rose early. As the daily practice of the purple extreme magic eyes had become an indispensable part of his routine. Moreover, there were several pressing matters that required his immediate attention this morning. As he stepped out of the dormitory he shared with Oscar, the world outside was still shrouded in darkness. After a night of rest, his internal energy had been restored. Following Oscar's guidance, he swiftly made his way to the open area where Zhao Wujia had assessed them the previous day, ready to retrieve his hidden weapons. These concealed weapons were not easily crafted, and he was reluctant to part with them so readily. Particularly, the crossbow bolt adorned with intricate floral designs and the poison needles launched by the hidden sand shadow had taken him considerable effort and time to create. Fortunately, most of the weapons he had used yesterday were still intact. With the keen perception afforded by his purple extreme magic eyes, he quickly located each weapon and returned them to their rightful place. During his years in Nodding City, Tang San had thoroughly equipped himself. His battle with Zhao Wujia marked the first time he had unleashed the full extent of his hidden weaponry. As he collected his weapons, he pondered the gains and losses from yesterday's confrontation. Zhao Wujia's defensive capabilities were truly astounding. Thankfully, his speed was not overwhelming, and he had not fought with full force. Otherwise, Tang San would have stood no chance. How should he contend with such formidable opponents in the future? What strategies could he devise to secure victory against foes of Zhao Wujia's caliber? Thoughts raced through Tang San's mind. He understood that his mastery of hidden weapons still lacked refinement, a shortcoming that could not be rectified in a day or two. The top-ranked hidden weapons in the Xiantian treasure record required a robust reserve of internal energy as a foundation. If he desired to confront a powerhouse like Zhao Wujia with his current abilities, there was but one path forward: to create formidable mechanical hidden weapons. For instance, the three most fearsome mechanical weapons of the Tang Sect, the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles, and the Peacock Feathers, were all exceedingly difficult to fabricate. Each demanded materials of the highest caliber, rendering their creation impossible under present conditions. Although Tang San had previously crafted these three hidden weapons and possessed considerable experience, recreating any of them would require at least a year, assuming he could procure the necessary materials without difficulty. With a resigned sigh, Tang San shook his head in frustration. Given his current circumstances, manufacturing these three hidden weapons was equally unrealistic. It seemed that his only recourse was to diligently train and gradually enhance the power of his hidden weapons. Simultaneously, he needed to further equip himself, seeking opportunities to concoct some poisons as well. However, the mandala snake venom was rather singular in nature. After retrieving all his hidden weapons, Tang San leaped onto the rooftop of a nearby building and began his cultivation, facing the purpling sky in the east. Pressure served as motivation after the previous day's battle. He could faintly sense a breakthrough approaching. His soul power was on the verge of advancing from the 29th to the 30th level. Once he achieved the 30th level and fully cultivated that soul power over a period, he would be ready to hunt the third soul beast and acquire an additional soul ring. By that time, a qualitative leap in strength will have occurred. As the sun rose, Tang San returned to the dormitory. At that moment, Oscar was still curled up in his blanket, soundly asleep. In the morning, he had been roused by Tang San's inquiries about the examination venue from the previous day, still drooling in his slumber. "Little Oscar, wake up," Tang San gently nudged him. "What is it?" "Let me sleep a little longer," Oscar murmured in his half-awake state. Tang San furrowed his brow and said, "Rise quickly. It is quite late. Are you not aware that the plans of a day depend on the morning?" Oscar, somewhat helpless, opened his eyes and looked at Tang San. "I am not like you. You are battle soul masters, whereas I am a weapon soul master of the food system. My path to cultivation is not as arduous as yours. Brother, I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing me and allow me to sleep a little longer." Tang San sighed helplessly and said, "Please tell me where Xiaowu resides. I wish to see if she has recovered." Oscar replied, "If you exit our dormitory and turn left, approximately 30 meters ahead you will find a wooden cabin. That is where Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong reside. However, I must caution you. The academy has strict regulations prohibiting male students from indiscriminately bothering female students. Violating these rules can lead to serious consequences. Our Shrek Academy occupies 1/3 of this village, while the other side is reserved for the villagers' residences. It is advisable to avoid venturing there. Indeed, Shrek Academy is not financially affluent. We merely lease 1/3 of this village and have constructed rudimentary facilities. Fortunately, Our proximity to Soto City makes procuring supplies relatively convenient. Tang San left the dormitory once more, feeling a twinge of hunger in his belly. However, compared to the presence of Xiaowu, this matter was relegated to the background. Soon, he arrived outside the dormitory of Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. Should he enter directly? While it was perfectly acceptable to visit Xiaowu, given their long-standing cohabitation and sibling-like bond, the presence of another young lady rendered the situation somewhat delicate. Tang San hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from entering. He softly called out, "Xiaowu, Xiaowu." It was not long before the door opened, and Xiaowu stepped out, clad in the same attire as the previous day. Aside from her slightly pale complexion, she appeared to be in good spirits. Upon seeing her, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaowu, are you feeling better?" Xiaowu gestured for silence, indicating that Rong was still in training and should not be disturbed. "Let us talk over there," she suggested. For reasons unknown, Tang San sensed a subtle shift in the way Xiaowu regarded him today. He could not quite pinpoint what had changed within her gaze. Chapter 21. The Evil Fire Phoenix, Part 2. It turned out that Xiaowu had awakened from her unconsciousness in the middle of the night, concerned for her well-being. Ning Rongrong had vigilantly stayed by her side. Once she regained consciousness, she recounted the events that had transpired since the previous day. Tang San gently tousled Xiaowu's hair and said, "Yesterday, it was entirely my fault for failing to protect you." Xiaowu shook her head, playfully sticking out her adorable pink tongue. "It was that teacher who was exceptionally formidable. How could I possibly blame you?" She continued, "This place is truly unlike Notting. It seems everyone possesses remarkable strength. Thankfully, there hasn't been anyone of contra-level prowess." Tang San inquired with a hint of curiosity, "How do you know that there are no Douluo level soul masters within the academy?" Teacher Zhao is merely the vice president. Perhaps the president is of Douluo caliber? Xiaowu paused momentarily, then responded with a touch of concealment, "I am merely speculating. After all, how could a Douluo choose to reside in such a tranquil and obscure place?" Tang San, not suspecting anything amiss, took Xiaowu's soft hand and said, "Let us find something to eat. I presume you are hungry as well." "Indeed, I am quite famished," Xiaowu replied, nodding. At this moment, she had regained her former vivacious demeanor and took the initiative to link her arm with Tang San's. As they were newcomers, having fainted due to battle the previous day, they were unfamiliar with Shrek Academy. With no other options, they decided to follow the wisps of smoke rising in the air, hoping to discover a place where sustenance could be found. The village was not large, and as they wandered, they inadvertently ventured beyond the boundaries of Shrek Academy. While the academy was tranquil, the villagers were bustling with activity, adhering to the age-old farmers' custom of rising with the sun to toil for their livelihoods. Uncertain of where breakfast at the academy might be, Tang San resolved to procure some food in the village to satiate their hunger. As they were about to seek out a farmhouse to purchase provisions, they noticed a boy and a girl engaged in a heated argument not far ahead. The youthful pair appeared to be quite young. The girl seemed to be around 14 or 15 years of age, possessing an ordinary appearance yet radiating youthful vitality. Clad in simple farmer's attire that indicated she was likely the child of a villager. The boy, embroiled in the dispute with her, appeared even younger, seemingly of a similar age to Tang San and Xiaowu. Though not tall and somewhat plump, he exuded a robust presence. With short hair and small eyes, his chubby face held a certain endearing quality. Amusingly, he sported two small tufts of hair above his lip, seemingly just sprouted during puberty, resembling tiny mouse whiskers. The girl gazed at the chubby boy, a hint of fear flickering in her eyes. "Ma Hongjun, do not seek me out again. I will not be with you any longer." The boy, with a peculiar tone, retorted, "So what? Have I treated you poorly? Why do you wish to break up with me?" Tang San and Xiaowu exchanged glances, both perceiving the mirth in each other's eyes. It is indeed remarkable how young people today engage in such romantic entanglements, discussing matters of separation at such a tender age. They could not help but pause, observing with keen interest. Suddenly, Tsuewa's face flushed, and she confessed, "You have been quite kind to me, but I simply cannot endure you. We are not suited for one another. You should seek someone else. Besides, I am several years your senior. I implore you, do not seek me out again." The chubby boy, Ma Hongjun, retorted angrily, "What do you mean you can't endure me? I truly do not understand what you ladies are thinking. If you wish to break up, so be it. But if you come back to me again, I will end this for good. Otherwise, there is no way." As he spoke, Ma Hongjun reached out to grasp the girl, Tsuehua. She recoiled like a startled rabbit. Yet the chubby boy was swift, capturing her hand nonetheless. Tsuehua pleaded, "No, please. Just let me go. Are you even human? Unable to bear the scene any longer, Xiao Wu leapt forward, commanding, "Stop." Both Ma Hongjun and Sui Hua turned in surprise to face her. The boy blinked, his small eyes sparkling with interest. "What a lovely girl. Do you wish to take her place as my girlfriend? Very well. I accept." "How dare you?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her fury ignited as she delivered a kick, freeing Sui Hua from his grasp. "You little rogue. At such a young age, you should be learning better. In broad daylight. Do you really intend to force a young lady against her will?" At her words, Ma Hongjuan's expression darkened. "This is our affair. Mind your own business. If you do not wish to be my woman, then be gone." Just as Xiao Wu prepared to retaliate, Tang San stepped in front of her. "Your name is Ma Hongjun, correct? I kindly ask you to cease troubling this young lady." Having learned from yesterday's encounter, Tang San was reluctant to let Xiao Wu act impulsively. Moreover, he sensed that this chubby boy was not to be underestimated. Ma Hongjun scoffed derisively. "And who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Seeking trouble, are you?" Tang San's expression darkened. "Who are you, old man?" Ma Hongjuan's whiskers twitched. "Whoever meddles in my affairs, that is who I am." Tang San moved. Even with his gentle temperament, he could not tolerate such humiliation. He executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, delivering a kick aimed directly at the chubby boy's chest. The power behind this kick was contained yet expertly controlled. If the chubby boy were merely an ordinary person, he would have been sent tumbling. However, if he possessed any unique abilities, Tang San's kick could unleash its full force at any moment. As anticipated, the chubby boy proved to be formidable. As Tang San's kick approached, he did not hesitate to counter. He raised his fists in defense, positioning them before him to block Tang San's foot, and his body emanated a faint purple glow, clearly indicating a fluctuation of soul power. Tang San's kick suddenly halted in midair, transforming into a stomp aimed at the rotund fellow's abdomen. The stout man reacted with remarkable speed, raising his fists simultaneously to strike at Tang San's foot. With a resounding thud, Tang San withdrew his foot, retreating while the hefty man staggered back a few steps. The two appeared evenly matched, with the stout man's soul power seemingly only slightly inferior to Tang San's. Momentarily taken aback, the stout man realized that Tang San was also a soul master, explaining his audacity to meddle in his affairs. "Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of strength," he declared, lowering his voice as he invoked the phoenix. Upon hearing the word phoenix, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a shiver run down their spines. Among beast martial souls, there exist a select few that are exceptionally powerful, and the phoenix is one such entity, also known as the rainbow bird. The phoenix martial soul not only grants its bearer the ability to fly, but also bestows formidable fire-based offensive capabilities. It is the pinnacle among combat-oriented martial souls. A purplish-red light erupted from the stout man's body, his short hair suddenly lengthening and coalescing into a mohawk style, although wings did not manifest. The moment the purplish-red aura emanated, it released an intense heat. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath him, and long feathers extended from his exposed, robust arms, his hands transforming into claw-like appendages. Observing his appearance, Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Is there really such a plump phoenix? To me, he resembles a clumsy hen. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's appearance indeed seemed somewhat comical, with his rotund figure, long purplish-red feathered arms, and upright hair. If he were to be called a phoenix, few would believe it. He resembled more of a hefty hen. Triggered by her jest, Ma Hongjun erupted in fury. "Who are you calling a clumsy hen?" he retorted, raising his hands as his first soul ring suddenly illuminated. With a fierce roar, a thin stream of purplish-red flame erupted from his mouth, directed toward Xiao Wu. The extreme heat caused the air to warp, and while the purple flames did not appear particularly fierce, they shot forth like an extending line of fire. "Be careful," Tang San exclaimed, swiftly waving his right hand. A blue vine gracefully wrapped around Xiao Wu's slender waist, pulling her to safety beside him, narrowly evading the flames spewed by Ma Hongjun. However, it was evident that Ma Hongjun had no intention of letting them go so easily. The flames from his mouth maintained a 5-meter length, relentlessly pursuing Xiao Wu like a fiery weapon. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's hand and swiftly retreated, while several strands of blue-silver grass rapidly extended along the ground. Through a brief observation, he discerned that Ma Hongjuan's flames must possess an exceedingly high temperature. However, it bore a significant flaw. Its attack range was limited to merely 5 meters. As long as he could restrict Ma Hongjuan's movements, subduing him would not pose a considerable challenge. Indeed, just as Ma Hongjun intended to pursue, he felt a sudden rigidity in his feet, and his legs were firmly ensnared by the blue-silver grass. A sharp sting radiated from his skin, quickly followed by an overwhelming sensation of numbness. Startled, Ma Hongjun looked down to find the encroaching blue-silver grass. Without hesitation, he activated the skill of his second spirit ring. With a resounding explosion, intense purple flames erupted from his body, causing his stout figure to momentarily burst forth. Rapidly expanding outward, the blue-silver grass that ensnared him ignited violently upon contact with the purple flames, turning to ash in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, Tang San felt a jolt of surprise. He realized that Ma Hongjuan's spirit appeared to be the nemesis of his own. Although the blue-silver grass had become remarkably resilient under the influence of two spirit rings, being a plant, it was still profoundly intimidated by fire. At least for the moment, Ma Hongjun, engulfed in purple flames, emanated an imposing presence, his eyes blazing with furious fire as he strode toward Tang San and Xiao Wu, exhaling flames as if a deity of fire had descended. "I'm coming," Tang San exclaimed, but before he could grasp her, Xiao Wu had already leaped forward. Her fluffy rabbit ears trembled slightly with her rapid movement, her entire being radiating a vibrant red glow, her spirit power fully unleashed. Tang San's fingers subtly twitched as he deftly concealed several hidden weapons in his grasp. His violet gaze shimmered with intensity. Should he perceive that Xiao Wu was in peril, he would not hesitate to spring into action. Although the martial spirit of the rotund opponent before him was formidable, Tang San discerned from their prior encounters that the foe's soul power paled in comparison to his own. He could not hope to withstand Tang San's concealed weapons as Zhao Wujia had done. As Xiao Wu charged towards him, Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity. Unleashing a torrent of flames without mercy, the fiery arc traced a circular path through the air, effectively obstructing all of Xiao Wu's potential escape routes. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, "This audacious girl dares to call me a mere clod. If I do not show her my true colors, I shall not be worthy of the title Evil Fire Phoenix." However, he also observed that she possessed considerable beauty and preferred not to scorch her. Thus, as he pondered, the intensity of the flames he emitted diminished slightly, sufficient to harm, yet not lethal. Xiao Wu could sense the temperature of the violet flames diminishing. Was this portly adversary showing her leniency? Very well, she would reciprocate in kind. Just as Ma Hongjun believed Xiao Wu would fall victim to his first soul ring technique, the Phoenix Fire line, she suddenly curled her form midair and gracefully twisted, appearing to transcend the limits of human agility, deftly slipping through the gaps of his fiery onslaught. As her body unfurled, she found herself beside Ma Hongjun. What was Xiao Wu's strength? Without employing his concealed weapons, Tang San could only hope to match her. And even then, he could not allow her to close the distance. Despite Ma Hongjuan's second soul ring technique, the Phoenix and the Flames, which provided comprehensive defense along with a counterattack, Xiao Wu had already extended her soul power outward, rendering her impervious for the time being. As Tang San observed Xiao Wu at Ma Hongjuan's side, he retracted the concealed weapons, signaling that the outcome of the battle was now inevitable. In the 21st chapter, Evil Fire Phoenix, Part 4. Indeed, Xiao Wu granted Ma Hongjun no opportunity to react. With a swift motion, she transitioned to his rear, bracing herself on the ground and launching her legs to ensnare his neck. Activating her first soul ring technique, the waist bow, her entire body resembled a grand arc, the radiance of her soul ring enveloping her. In an instant, she unleashed her power, propelling Ma Hongjun away with remarkable force. The waist bow technique augmented her waist strength by 100%, enhancing her body's resilience by 50%. After reaching the 10th level of soul power, each subsequent level would amplify the waist bow's effect by an additional 1%. Thus, at present, upon activating the waist bow, Xiao Wu could increase her waist strength by 119%. The explosive elasticity was sufficient to throw any non-strength type opponent below the 50th level of soul power. However, the efficacy of the waist bow relied on proximity to the adversary. Without closing the distance, mere strength would be of no avail. It is indeed difficult to fathom how a waist as slender as Xiao Wu's, which pales in comparison to Ma Hongjuan's robust thighs, could generate such formidable elasticity. Considering that Ma Hongjun had restrained his flames, Xiao Wu, in a display of mercy, refrained from hurling his body directly to the ground, instead propelling him into the air, allowing him a moment to regain control. However, she seemingly overestimated Ma Hongjuan's ability to manage his own body. The rotund fellow tumbled clumsily in midair before ultimately landing with a thud, leaving him disoriented. "Stop. Please, cease your brawl," cried the gentle Tsui Hua, hastening towards Ma Hongjun. The flames enveloping Ma Hongjun appeared to extinguish upon impact, as he groggily struggled to rise from the ground. Suehua brushed off the dirt from his clothes, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Ma Hongjun grunted in response, "I'm not dead yet. Little rabbit, come at me again." Suddenly, Xiao Wu sprang into action, flinging her shoes away with a swift motion. Even though her spirit power mitigated much of the effects of Ma Hongjun's second spirit skill, the shoes that had ensnared his neck still bore traces of the purple flames. To her astonishment, she discovered that these flames possessed a viscous quality, refusing to extinguish upon contact. With no other option, she discarded her shoes, standing barefoot with her delicate, fair feet on the ground. "Suehua, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu questioned, bemused by Suehua's evident concern for Ma Hongjun, who had previously tormented her. "Why the sudden change?" Suehua pleaded, "Please, don't fight any longer. In truth, Hongjun is a good person. It's just that we are incompatible. That is why I must part ways with him. You may leave. I will clarify matters with him." Ma Hongjun retorted angrily, "Mind your own business and get out of my way." With that, he shoved Suehua aside, preparing to charge at Xiao Wu once more. However, mindful of Suehua's safety, he refrained from deploying his second spirit skill again. Just then, a voice filled with astonishment rang out, "Tang San, fatty? What are you two doing?" Tang San and Ma Hongjun simultaneously turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, only to behold Dai Mubai, clad in white attire and his hair meticulously arranged, approaching them. Xiao Wu let out a snort, questioning, "What is going on? Why don't you ask him? This rotund fellow, brazenly bullying a girl in broad daylight, deserves a lesson." A sudden smile broke through Dai Mubai's stern visage as he responded, "Xiao Wu, I believe you're mistaken. Miss Suehua, have you also found him unbearable?" Suehua's face flushed crimson as she nodded, swiftly turning to flee. This time, Ma Hongjun made no effort to stop her, his expression a portrait of despondency. Tang San approached Dai Mubai with a look of confusion and inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Dai Mubai turned his gaze towards the rotund figure beside him and said, "Would you like to explain, or shall I do it for you?" Ma Hongjun cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai, lowering his head as he replied, "You go ahead." Dai Mubai chuckled heartily, "What is this? The chubby one is feeling shy too? Very well, I shall speak on your behalf." He then turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, saying, "Do you recall that I once mentioned there are only 3 students in the academy, myself included?" Tang San suddenly comprehended, "You mean, he is indeed." Dai Mubai nodded, affirming, "Yes, the chubby one is the 3rd. He was also the latest to enter the academy after all of you. Although I did not witness the earlier events firsthand, I could surmise the circumstances. In truth, one cannot solely blame the chubby one. It is his rather peculiar chicken-like martial soul that is at fault." "Nonsense. Your martial soul is the one resembling a chicken. Mine is a phoenix. Even if my ancestors' martial souls were chickens, mine is still a phoenix. Haven't you heard? Even in a chicken coop, a golden phoenix may arise." Ma Hongjun retorted with a hint of irritation. Dai Mubai retained his smile. "A phoenix, indeed, let us accept it as such." Tang San, "The chubby one's martial soul is quite extraordinary. The dean mentioned that his martial soul is a variant." "A variant martial soul? What martial souls combined to create such a mutation?" Tang San inquired further. He had heard much from the master regarding variant martial souls. Once a martial soul undergoes mutation, it can result in one of 2 outcomes. Either it becomes extraordinarily powerful, or it is greatly weakened. The master himself had suffered from the tribulations of a mutated martial soul. Clearly, the martial soul of Ma Hongjun belonged to the category of beneficial mutation. Dai Mubai explained, "Not only I, but even Ma Hongjun himself may not fully grasp the situation. In their village, everyone's martial souls are primarily those of non-aggressive poultry. It is quite enigmatic. Somehow, in his case, the martial soul has mutated, endowing him with innate fire abilities. The chubby one did not enroll on his own. He was discovered by the dean in their village 3 years ago and brought here. He should be of a similar age to you. Due to the mutation of his martial soul, he possesses remarkably potent fire abilities, which are not only of exceedingly high temperature, but also exhibit strong adhesiveness, making them difficult to extinguish. The dean stated that post-mutation, he truly has the potential to become a phoenix. However, this martial soul also harbors a significant flaw. While the mutation granted him immense soul power, it simultaneously affected his body in certain ways. Ma Hongjun promptly added, "The malevolent fire overwhelms me. I cannot suppress it." Chapter 22. The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flanders, Part 1. Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback. their gazes adopting an exceedingly peculiar quality. Although Tang San possessed considerable knowledge regarding mutated martial souls, he had never before encountered one as unique as that of Ma Hongjun. Tang San gazed at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai nodded and said, "Indeed, the fatty never imposes his will on others. That girl, Sui Hua, is indeed his girlfriend." Ma Hongjun, with a hint of irritation, corrected him. "It's the evil fire phoenix." Tang San stood in stunned silence, remarking, "Truly, the Monster Academy is remarkable. Even such a mutated martial soul exists." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "Indeed, there are all sorts of people." Ma Hongjun glared at Dai Mubai and said, "If I had a face like yours or Xiao Ao's, I could juggle multiple girlfriends effortlessly. You needn't belittle yourself. I am well aware of your daily escapades. Engaging in 3 dates with different girls." Dai Mubai's eyes glimmered with mischief as he hurriedly glanced over his shoulder and lowered his voice, "Fatty. While one may indulge in food indiscriminately, one must not speak recklessly. Keep your voice down." Ma Hongjun chuckled and replied, "Aren't you typically proud of your exploits? What has changed today? Have you taken the wrong medicine?" Dai Mubai shot him a glare and warned, "Enough with the chatter. Certain things should not be carelessly uttered. If you continue to tarnish my reputation, do not blame me for being unkind." Tang San could not help but inquire, "Ma Hongjun, now that you are single, what will you do in the future? Will you cease your cultivation?" Ma Hongjun shrugged and replied, "What else can I do? My life is paramount. I suppose I should consult the dean for his advice." Xiao Wu remarked, "I am starving. Where does the academy serve meals?" Dai Mubai responded, "Follow me." The 4 returned to the confines of Shrek Academy, where Dai Mubai led them to the cafeteria. This so-called cafeteria was merely an arrangement between the academy and the village, employing several villagers to manage the meals. Although breakfast was somewhat simple, the ample portions ensured they would not go hungry. Upon their arrival at the cafeteria, Ning Rongrong and the aloof girl Zhu Zhuqing were already present. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat pale, but otherwise seemed to be in good condition. Perhaps due to their cooperation the day prior, both girls nodded at Tang San and Xiao Wu upon seeing them. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her cold demeanor, while Ning Rongrong's expression radiated warmth, her smile revealing delightful dimples that made her particularly charming. Ma Hongjun gazed at the 2 girls with a dazed expression. Unable to conceal his gulp, Dai Mubai nudged him with his elbow and whispered, "Behave yourself. It would be best to keep your desires in check." Ma Hongjun retorted, "Why? Are you planning to intervene again? I mean, Dai, even if you are the leader, you ought to leave some scraps for your brothers." Dai Mubai nudged him again while stealing a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed oblivious to their antics as she slowly consumed her breakfast, her expression remaining icy. Xiao Wu took a seat beside Ning Rongrong, giggling and conversing with her. Noticing Ning Rongrong's somewhat surprised gaze toward Ma Hongjun, he realized they were discussing him. Feeling somewhat deflated, he slumped down and vented his frustration on the breakfast before him. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and stated, "Xiao Ao is still sleeping in. He is perpetually lazy. Aside from Xiao Ao, it appears everyone else is present. For the time being, we shall live and learn together. So let us get to know one another. Allow me to introduce this rotund fellow. He is another student of our academy, named Ma Hongjun, and his martial soul is, well, a phoenix." Upon hearing the word phoenix, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, albeit only casting a fleeting glance at Ma Hongjun. As her eyes swept past Dai Mubai, a chill seemed to intensify in her demeanor. Ma Hongjun then asked, "By the way, Dai, I heard that the new student gave teacher Zhao quite a hard time yesterday. Who is it?" Dai Mubai replied, "You have already crossed paths with him. However, you are fortunate. You did not face the same treatment as teacher Zhao." As he spoke, he gestured toward Tang San. Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San incredulously. "But your soul power, while slightly stronger than mine, cannot be that much higher. You must be below level 30. How could you possibly have bested teacher Zhao? He is a soul sage at level 76. I simply do not believe it." Chapter 22, Flandra, the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Part 2. Tang San smiled and remarked, "It is merely luck. My strength is my own, and I do not require the validation of others." Dai Mubai conveyed the names and martial spirits of the 4 newcomers to Ma Hongjun, yet he refrained from elaborating on Tang San's true prowess, merely suggesting that it would be wise for Ma Hongjun not to provoke him. After the introductions, Dai Mubai continued, "We will all be living and cultivating together from now on. There is no need for overly formal titles, including the 4 of you new arrivals. Our academy consists of merely 7 members. Xiao Ao and Fatty call me Dai Lauda, as I am slightly older than them. You may address me as Mubai, and Ma Hongjun can simply be referred to as Fatty. As for Oscar, you may call him Xiao Ao or Uncle Sausage. Tang San. How about I refer to you as Xiao San from now on? Tang San nodded, signifying his agreement. Although his exposure to Shrek Academy had been limited, he already felt a burgeoning sense of belonging. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun each possessed unique characteristics, yet none elicited his aversion. Before Dai Mubai could speak of himself, Ning Rongrong cheerfully interjected, "You may simply call me Rongrong. That is how my family and friends address me." Her smile consistently graced her face, and her straightforward remark inadvertently bridged the gap between her and the others. Naturally, the way to address Xiao Wu remained unchanged. When Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, she stood up and stated, "I am full." With that, she turned and walked away. Ma Hongjun, somewhat astonished, turned to Dai Mubai and remarked, "Boss Dai, are you not renowned for your prowess among women, often dubbed the girl killer? Why does this new beauty not even spare you a glance?" Dai Mubai could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, offering no explanation. Tang San said to Dai Mubai, "Mubai, as newcomers, could you enlighten us about the rules and curriculum of the academy?" Dai Mubai reluctantly withdrew his thoughts from Zhu Zhuqing and replied, "There are no particular rules in the academy. To put it simply, one must not engage in plunder. However, combat and gambling are encouraged." A faint smile graced Tang San's face. Indeed, the Monster Academy lived up to its name, with teaching methods vastly different from those of Nodding Academy. Dai Mubai elucidated. The instructors believe that combat is the most effective way to hone one's martial soul, and that enhancing practical experience holds immense significance. Furthermore, gambling serves as a mental contest, greatly benefiting one's psychological fortitude, observational skills, and judgment. Naturally, moderation is key. In simpler terms, combat should not be lethal, and as long as one does not gamble away their trousers, all is well. As for the curriculum, I cannot predict its future, as our classes are subject to change at any moment. After all, our numbers are few, and there are even more instructors than students. Thus, the academy adjusts the curriculum based on our individual circumstances. However, one aspect of today's lesson is certain: the collection of fees. The annual tuition is 100 gold coins. For you, who are all at the Spirit Master level, this should pose no issue. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's remarks, Xiao Wu interjected, "Dai, you mentioned yesterday that the school is impoverished. Why is that? Some of the teachers we encountered are over level 60 and even 70, given their ranks. The subsidies they receive from the Spirit Hall must be astronomical, surely sufficient to support such a small academy." According to Xiao Wu's calculations, the subsidy for Spirit Masters is 1 gold coin per month, 10 for Great Spirit Masters, 100 for Spirit Elders, 1,000 for Spirit Ancestors, 10,000 for Spirit Kings, and even 100,000 for Spirit Emperors each month. Not to mention Zhao Wuji, whom they faced yesterday, as a Spirit Sage. He must receive a staggering 1 million gold coins monthly, a truly frightening figure. Dai Mubai shook his head and replied, "If it were as you suggest, the academy would surely have no concerns regarding income. However, the reality is quite different. The subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall are funded by the Empire and distributed by the Hall itself. The support ceases once one reaches the rank of Spirit Elder. Each month, one receives a mere 100 gold coins, as I do now. Beyond the Spirit Elder rank, not only does the subsidy not increase, but it also vanishes entirely. This means that Spirit Ancestors and above cannot receive any financial support from the Spirit Hall. When you go to claim your subsidies each month, there is a spirit power test, right? That test determines whether your spirit power exceeds level 40. Once surpassed, the subsidies are immediately halted." This revelation piqued Tang San's curiosity. Why would that be the case? One would think that the higher the strength of a Spirit Master, the more valuable they would be. Dai Mubai explained, however, this must be viewed from a practical standpoint. Although being a Spirit Master is a noble profession, the actual number of true Spirit Masters is relatively small. Yet, it remains a significant demographic. You must have calculated that if subsidies were distributed based on rank, a Spirit Sage would receive a monthly subsidy of 100,000 gold coins, amounting to a staggering 1,200,000 gold coins annually. What an immense figure that is. Without delving into other matters, let us consider the capabilities of our esteemed faculty members in relation to the subsidies they receive. If the Empire were to provide full funding, the annual income of our Academy-S instructors could rival a tenth of the total income of Soto City, a staggering figure indeed. While the number of high-ranking Soul Masters is limited throughout the Empire, such generous subsidies could potentially destabilize the entire realm. Consequently, The Empire has stipulated that these subsidies are intended solely to encourage and assist lower-level soul masters in their cultivation, facilitating a swifter enhancement of their abilities. Upon reaching the threshold of level 40, one is regarded as a formidable soul master, fully capable of pledging allegiance to the Empire or enlisting in the military. In such instances, the Empire would duly offer commensurate rewards. Of course, soul masters retain the liberty to choose, and aligning with certain families could yield substantial income as well. Chapter 22, The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flander, Part 3. At this juncture, Dai Mubai's countenance reflected admiration. As our Academy's instructors are souls who refuse to seek refuge under any singular power, prior to the establishment of the Academy, they were all independent. They cherish their freedom and detest constraints, even dismissing the noble titles conferred by the Empire. Consider, in such a scenario, what income could they possibly earn? Xiao inquired. Why are they reluctant to accept the titles offered by the Empire? Surely, such titles would confer a degree of income. I recall that one could attain a baronial title after reaching level 30, with the Viscount title at level 40. Beyond that, no further titles exist. Ning Rongrong addressed her query on behalf of Dai Mubai, explaining that accepting a noble title entails a duty to pledge loyalty to the Empire. In the event of war, under the Empire's command, a noble must comply and take to the battlefield. Although the title of nobility is appealing, it also serves as a binding constraint. Many powerful soul masters choose to forego noble titles precisely to avoid being compelled to serve any particular faction. At that moment, a series of ringing sounds echoed from outside. Dai Mubai promptly rose, declaring, "That is the bell summoned by the Dean. Fatty, you shall escort them directly to the training grounds while I fetch your Qing." With that, he hastily departed the dining hall. Ma Hongjun observed his retreating figure, muttering, "It seems Dai Lao has changed somewhat. I've never seen him care so deeply for a woman before." Ning Rongrong chuckled softly. "You are still so young, yet you speak of women." Ma Hongjun huffed, proudly asserting, "Though I am not old, I have indeed had my share of experiences with women. Let us hurry. The Dean does not favor tardiness." As he spoke, a shiver coursed through him, clearly recalling past misfortunes. Upon their arrival at the training grounds, they found Oscar, still groggy, already present. Munching on a sausage of his own creation, Oscar had undergone a significant transformation. The most striking change was the absence of the beard on his face. When Tang San first laid eyes on him, he could hardly recognize Oscar, who had transformed entirely after shaving. Previously, Ma Hongjun had remarked that both Dai Mubai and Oscar possessed rather effeminate features, which was evidently a reflection of jealousy. At that moment, Tang San understood the true nature of Ma Hongjun's envy. Dai Mubai was undeniably handsome, particularly with his captivating pair of mischievous eyes that easily drew attention. However, in terms of mere appearance, he paled in comparison to the clean-shaven Oscar standing before him. Oscar's alluring peach blossom eyes, set in deeply defined sockets, exuded an air of profundity, while his visage resembled a flawless jade, both handsome and harmonious. His well-groomed eyebrows framed a countenance adorned with a playful smirk, evoking the image of a dashing aristocrat. Yet, even the most striking nobleman would appear less dignified while gnawing on a sausage. "What about your beard?" Tang San asked as he approached Oscar, unable to resist pointing at his face. Oscar chuckled, hastily devouring the sausage in his hand, and replied in a low voice, "With a few new beauties around, I needed to present myself more spiritedly to catch their attention. This is an area where you lack experience, I presume. Dai Mubai has clearly taken a liking to that cold girl, while Xiao Wu is yours. The fiery temperament of the fatty won't charm any girl. So my target is Ning Rongrong. Surely, you wouldn't want to compete with me for her?" Tang San gently tapped his forehead and inquired, "May I ask, how old are you this year?" Without hesitation, Oscar replied, "I am 14 years old. What's the matter? My father had me when he was just 14. Tang San suddenly realized that if one were to test psychological resilience, Shrek Academy would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Setting aside the formidable teachers, each student here is a veritable prodigy. Even he himself possesses a unique mastery of concealed weaponry that seems alien to this world." Dai Mubai, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, arrived as well. Zhu Zhuqing maintained a noticeable distance from him, and Dai Mubai's countenance appeared grim. Oscar, reveling in his mischief, remarked, "It seems our esteemed leader has encountered a setback. His usual charms with the ladies might not work this time." As they conversed, a middle-aged man approached from the opposite side of the playground. Upon seeing him, Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken aback. The man appeared to be in his 50s, With a robust physique and a distinctly shaped face, his protruding chin, broad cheekbones, and flat features, complemented by a hooked nose, evoked the image of a shoe sole. Though his eyes were closed, there was an air of cunning about him. He wore a pair of stark black-framed glasses, the kind that was rigidly square. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Isn't that the cunning merchant, uncle?" To which Oscar replied, "What cunning merchant? This is our esteemed dean, the founder of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flender. A rank 78 soul sage, even more formidable than teacher Zhao. Moreover, he possesses a flying-type beast spirit, which is quite rare among battle soul masters. The fatty is his direct disciple." Xiao Wu murmured, "Well, that's a relief. He is merely a soul sage at 78. I never expected that classic phrase about only accepting monsters and not ordinary people would come from him. Uncle Sausage, do we have any soul masters at the level of Soul Douluo in our academy?" Oscar shook his head. "Please, call me Oscar the sausage vendor. Do you think Soul Douluo are as common as vegetables? There are hardly any. Across the entire continent, there are fewer than 100 individuals above the level of Soul Douluo, all supported by the empires and their subordinate kingdoms. As for title Douluo, the two great empires combined have only about 10. They are not easily encountered." Chapter 22, The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle. Flender, 4. Xiao Wu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "That's good to know." Tang San cast a glance at Xiao Wu and inquired, "Xiao Wu, what troubles you?" Xiao Wu shook her head, attempting to conceal her feelings as she replied, "It's nothing." "Tang San, do you think that unscrupulous merchant will still remember us?" Tang San smiled wryly and said, "It has only been 2 days. He should not have forgotten, right? However, as the dean, he likely wouldn't hold your offense against you." Oscar chuckled softly and replied, "You are mistaken. Our Dean Flander is notoriously vengeful. Of course, his greatest virtue lies in his protectiveness." Just then, Dean Flander, approaching, cast his gaze in their direction, which landed squarely on Oscar. A glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Oscar was taken aback, realizing that his words might have reached Flander's ears. This could turn out poorly. Flander stopped before the 7 students, his distinctive, slightly raspy voice resonating. "This here is quite promising. We have 4 more little monsters joining us. I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, and I welcome your arrival on behalf of the institution. Later, each of you will need to pay 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who oversees finances." "Mu Bai," the dean called. Dai Mu Bai stepped forward, exhibiting a notable respect and even a hint of admiration towards Flander. The dean continued, "For new juniors have arrived. Please inform them of the Academy's rules. Then, return to rest and do your utmost to restore yourselves to peak condition. The first class will commence this evening. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you are exceptions. Come with me." Oscar's expression fell, reluctantly approaching Flander to pay his respects. His demeanor lightened somewhat when he saw Ning Rongrong by his side. Flander waved his hand, stating, "The rest may go and rest. Remember, before nightfall, ensure you are in optimal condition. Do not say I did not warn you. Our Academy's teachings differ significantly from others. You may even face peril." Zhu Zhuqing walked away without a backward glance, and Dai Mu Bai chose not to pursue her this time. Ma Hongjun quickly vanished, his speed rendering him invisible in an instant. Tang San was not in a hurry to depart. He wished to observe how the esteemed dean conducted his teachings. Oscar and Ning Rongrong both possessed support-type martial souls, which likely accounted for their absence from the evening classes. However, what perplexed Tang San was the rationale behind conducting lessons at night. Tang San remained, and naturally, Xiao Wu was in no haste to depart, quietly standing beside him. Flender, unperturbed, addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stating that each individual possesses their own unique method of cultivation. Given the diversity of martial souls, the approaches to training vary significantly. On the Douluo continent, nearly all martial souls are distinct. Thus, what the Academy aims to impart is not merely how to cultivate one's martial soul, but how to wield it effectively, and how to better preserve oneself and assist comrades in future battles. Flender's words struck a familiar chord with Tang San. Upon reflection, he recalled that the master had articulated similar sentiments, albeit in greater detail. Oscar appeared to have heard comparable advice before, nodding in tacit agreement, while Ning Rongrong expressed her profound understanding with an emphatic nod. Flender continued, "Both of you are support-type soul masters. One enhances attributes, while the other wields a food-type martial soul. For soul masters of your ilk, whether on the battlefield or in everyday life, it is imperative to have companions to safeguard you. Otherwise, survival becomes exceedingly challenging." "Oscar, Enlighten me on how a support-type soul master can better preserve oneself amidst the chaos of battle. Without hesitation, Oscar replied, one should remain as sheltered as possible behind allies, utilizing all available terrain and structures to mitigate risks, and keeping a safe distance from perilous zones. Flinder nodded approvingly, adding, you are absolutely correct. However, there is an essential point you have overlooked. For a support-type soul master, the ability to retreat is a crucial trait. A support soul master who cannot flee is not a commendable one. And what does retreat necessitate? It demands physical stamina. Despite being soul masters endowed with soul power, your physical attributes surpass those of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, the adversaries you may confront could very well be formidable battle soul masters. Thus, as support-type soul masters, you must also engage in physical training. In critical moments, an extra step might mean the difference between life and death. Oscar, well acquainted with Flinder's character, silently chuckled at the director's grandiloquent discourse, realizing the inevitable fate that awaited him that day. True to form, after his lengthy exposition, Flinder nodded to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, declaring, your task for today will be physical training. From this moment, you shall run 20 laps around the entire village. If you have not returned before lunch, you shall forfeit your meal. You may utilize your martial souls for assistance. Now commence. Oscar, lead the way. Understood, Ning Rongrong affirmed. Dashing out without hesitation, Oscar cast a resigned glance at Tang San and the others standing nearby before reluctantly following suit. Although the village housing Shrek Academy was modest in size, Oscar understood that Flinder referred to the encompassing farmlands as well. A single lap amounted to at least 3 kilometers, making the prospect of 20 laps a daunting challenge indeed, even with a soul power exceeding level 20. Completing such a course before noon proved to be a harrowing ordeal for a support-type soul master. For soul masters of over 20 levels, traversing such a distance is not particularly effortless. As Oscar and Ning Rongrong dashed away, Flinder gestured towards Tang San and said, come with me alone. Chapter 22, The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flinder, Part 5. Tang San nodded, simultaneously gesturing to Xiao behind him, who wished to follow. He then strode forward alongside Flinder into the academy. Flinder's office, which also served as his residence, was situated not far from the small training ground where Tang San had sparred with Zhao Wujin just the day before. The room was furnished quite simply, containing only the essentials. Flinder settled into his chair behind the desk, regarding Tang San with a gaze that suddenly revealed a complex glimmer. How is the master faring? Tang San nodded slightly and remarked, the teacher is exceptional. Flinder gazed at him in astonishment. You are his student? No wonder he bestowed upon you this belt. That day, seeing you adorned with it, coupled with your youth, I surmised you would come to my Shrek Academy. I just did not expect that you would be his disciple. He once confided in me that he would one day cultivate a genius soul master who would astonish the continent. It appears you are indeed his chosen one. Tang San raised his hand beneath the moonlit night at the 24 bridges, presenting a letter to Flinder. Before embarking on his journey, the teacher had instructed him to deliver this letter to the dean only after passing the academy's assessment and being admitted. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a flicker of sadness mingled with a hint of amusement flashed across Flinder's eyes. He remained as stubborn as ever, true to his character. So, this fellow has finally decided to reach out to me? As he spoke, he slowly began to unseal the envelope, extracting the pristine letter within. Tang San noted with clarity that Flinder's hands trembled slightly as he opened the letter. Unbeknownst to Tang San, the contents of the letter evoked a whirlwind of emotions on Flinder's face. Joy, anger, and a myriad of other sentiments danced across his features. All right, you old rascal. Do you feel the need to prove something? What is there to prove? Don't you realize? Flinder appeared to lose his composure slightly, mumbling incoherent words that Tang San could not comprehend. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze sharply, locking eyes with Tang San. Since you are his proof, you must not let him down. Now go, prepare for tonight's lesson. It was no small task. The assignment bestowed upon Tang San by the master had been completed. Yet Flinder's peculiar demeanor left little room for contemplation. Following his battle with Zhao Wujie, Tang San had discovered numerous personal weaknesses. He deemed it more prudent to focus on his cultivation. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were engaged in a vigorous run. Oscar, how far is the circuit? Ning Rongrong's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Initially brimming with confidence, she, despite being an auxiliary soul master, had been encouraged by her father to maintain physical fitness during her time at home, echoing Flinder's prior sentiments. Thus, her physique was commendable, not on par with battle soul masters. Yet her consistent training had endowed her with excellent stamina, particularly in running. However, since departing the academy, under Oscar's guidance, she had yet to complete a single lap, and considerable time had elapsed. At this pace, not only would they miss lunch, but even dinner seemed uncertain. Moreover, her stamina was waning, making it impossible to sustain such speed. Oscar chuckled wryly. I mentioned from the outset that this task is utterly unfeasible. But fear not, with two auxiliary soul masters together. Can we truly starve? Shall we have a bite? Ning Rongrong shot him a sidelong glance. Though still young, her alluring gaze held a hint of charm. Oscar felt his resolve weaken under her gaze, and, with a sheepish grin, he whispered, I have a delicious sausage. In a flash of brilliance, a savory sausage materialized in his hand, which he extended toward Ning Rongrong. This sausage of mine has the first soul ring skill of restoration. It not only aids in healing injuries but also replenishes stamina. Have a taste. With the support of my sausage, do not mention running 20 laps. Even 200 laps would pose no concern regarding sustenance. Ning Rongrong cast a peculiar glance at Oscar before uttering an audacious remark. I still have 2 thick slices of bread left. Eat your heart out. Upon finishing her words, the 7 treasures glazed tower gracefully emerged, enhancing her agility and propelling her forward with remarkable speed. Oscar stood momentarily stunned. Not only him, but even Tang San and Dai Mubai, present in her company, would find it hard to believe that such an elegant lady as Ning Rongrong could utter such a statement. They were unaware of the role she played within the 7 treasures glazed sect, and at that moment, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself, revealing a glimpse of her true nature. In the grand assembly hall of the 7 treasures glazed sect, the main seat facing south was an ornate chair carved from rosewood, its back adorned with an immense jade stone. The jade, a deep green hue, radiated a gentle warmth, characteristic of top-quality jade. Seated upon the rosewood chair was an individual whose face resembled polished jade, with a straight nose and square jaw, exuding a scholarly and gentle demeanor. Clad in a pristine white robe, he appeared to be in his 40s, his gaze soft and unassuming, resembling that of an ordinary man. His flowing black hair cascaded down his back, presenting an air of effortless grace. At that moment, he was observing a young man kneeling before him, dressed in a white uniform. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully enrolled, the young man respectfully stated. The middle-aged man nodded, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. It would be beneficial for this little ancestor to gain some experience, otherwise, the 7 treasures glazed sect would surely be turned upside down by her. What is the situation at Shrek Academy? Forgive me, sect master. There is at least 1 soul sage and several soul emperors within Shrek Academy. My incompetence prevented me from infiltrating further. However, the letter you entrusted me with has been delivered to the teachers at Shrek Academy, and it will surely reach their principal. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Flander, you truly are an idealist. I am eager to see what kind of person you can mold my daughter into. Perhaps only by leaving home will that little witch learn some sense. Very well, you may leave now. Yes, sect master. The young man retreated with haste. A resonant voice echoed within the hall, seemingly emanating from all directions, causing the chamber to tremble. Winzy, are you truly at ease allowing Rongrong to fend for herself out there? Can the teachings of Shrek Academy surpass ours? No, I must go and bring Rongrong back. I cannot rest easy with her out there. As the voice resonated, an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, yet with a complexion as delicate as a baby's, emerged from the back hall and boldly took a seat beside sect master Ning Fingji. Ning Fingji wore an expression of resignation. Uncle Jian, given your and Uncle Long's presence, I cannot allow this girl to remain within the sect any longer. Your indulgence towards her has become excessive. She has become quite unmanageable at home. Perhaps some external education would bring about a change in her demeanor. Jian Shu expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Who says we have spoiled Rongrong? You only see her playful side and fail to recognize her obedient nature. You have many sons, yet only 1 daughter. Are you truly willing to part with her? Ning Fingji replied resolutely, Jian Shu, no matter what, I will not go looking for her. And neither can you or Long Shu. You need not worry about Rongrong's safety. The headmaster of Shrek Academy is none other than the foremost strength of the original Golden Iron Triangle. He would undoubtedly recognize the martial spirit of our 7 treasures glazed tile school. With his protection, Rongrong will be safe. Jian Shu huffed angrily, if anything happens to Rongrong, I will hold you accountable. Feeling somewhat tense, he added, I shall go find Old Bone Dragon to stretch my limbs. In the entire 7 treasures glazed tile school, and indeed throughout the Douluo continent, few dare to speak to Ning Fengji in such a manner, and this elder is evidently one of them. Although Ning Fengji appears to be in his 40s, in reality, he has surpassed 60 years of age. Ning Rongrong is his youngest child and his only daughter. As night fell, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, stood upon the grand playground, surveying the 7 students before him. Daimu Bai, Tang San, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, and the impeccably composed Zhu Shiqing were all prepared for their evening class, each brimming with energy. However, Flinder's attention was not on them, but rather on the other 2 students. Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps? Flinder's gaze was piercing, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. For some reason, Tang San had not seen any of the other teachers that day, including Zhao Wujie. It seemed that only the 7 of them and the headmaster occupied the academy. Oscar coughed lightly, nodding. Headmaster, I have finished. Flinder snorted. I asked about you all. Not just you. Oscar turned to Ning Rongrong, who was also looking at him, her beautiful eyes filled with an innocent expression. Gritting his teeth, Oscar nodded and said, Yes. We have all completed it. Flinder smiled, a smile that, if evaluated by Tang San, could only be described as sinister. Very well, Oscar. I did not expect you to possess such a spirit of camaraderie. Come here. Flinder gestured to a spot in front of him. A wry smile crossed Oscar's face, but he refrained from glancing at Ning Rongrong again and strode confidently to stand before Flinder. Flinder raised his right hand slowly, lightly tapping Oscar's shoulder. I appreciate your spirit of camaraderie. Therefore, you shall run another 20 laps and let me see just how profound your camaraderie truly is. If you do not complete it, you shall forego dinner. I have sealed your soul power, so do not attempt to break free. Off you go. Oscar remained silent, merely nodding before turning and sprinting outside. Flinder's gaze shifted to Daimu Bai, Tang San, and the others. Do you not understand why I must do this? Why I allow him to continue running? Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun, well acquainted with Flinder's temperament, refrained from speaking, while Zhu Shiqing, with her inherently cold demeanor, simply regarded him with indifference. In contrast, Tang San and Xiao Wu instinctively nodded. They truly did not comprehend Flinder's rationale. Flinder's face still bore that somewhat chilling smile, for he was lying. Though his deceit was rooted in camaraderie or some other noble cause, it remained a lie. You are still children. Deception is the most despicable of traits. I hope you grasp this. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from Tang San and the others to the seemingly innocent Ning Rongrong, whose appearance was pitifully vulnerable. Tell me, did you complete the assignment I assigned this morning? Ning Rongrong honestly shook her head, replying, I did not. The distance was too great, and I was hungry. I could not endure. Flinder smiled faintly. So, you ventured alone to Soto City, indulged in a feast, and strolled through the commercial district before returning to find Oscar, correct? Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes. Were you watching me? Flinder's expression grew cold. As the dean, I must be accountable for every student in the academy. If Oscar lied out of compassion to shield you from punishment, that is somewhat understandable. However, your transgressions are unforgivable. Leaving the academy without permission, disregarding its arrangements, and having a senior lie on your behalf. Each of these is an error no exemplary spirit master should commit. Were this a battlefield, your fate would be singular, military justice, and death. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, her gentle demeanor slowly evaporating. A slight smirk appeared, revealing a hint of disdain and contempt. This is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy. Flinder nodded. Indeed, it is merely an academy, but it is my Shrek Academy. Now, I present you with 2 choices. 1. Pack your belongings and leave immediately. You do not deserve to be a part of this place. 2. Prove to me that you are worthy of remaining here and demonstrate your resolve to abide by the rules henceforth. Ning Rongrong smiled. Despite being merely 12 years old, she could not deny how charming and beautiful her smile was, though it carried an unsettling quality. Flinder, who do you think you are? Just a mere soul sage. Upon hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were taken aback, never expecting that such a seemingly gentle girl would utter such words. At this moment, the expression on Ning Rongrong's face had transformed from gentle to one of disdain, radiating an air of superiority. Flinder, however, remained unfazed by her words, offering a slight smile as he remarked, Indeed, I am merely a humble soul sage, but you, at this stage, are still leagues away from my level. Even if you are the most gifted disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, you remain nothing more than a great soul master. There exists an insurmountable chasm between us. If you find this place beneath you, I kindly ask you to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like yourself. Ning Rongrong scoffed. You wish to expel me? It won't be that simple. Now that I am here, I have no intention of departing prematurely. Flinder, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences may prove too burdensome for you to bear. Flinder chuckled nonchalantly. If I were afraid of consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my domain, and I am the one in charge. Mu Bai, the esteemed dean, he called, as Dai Mu Bai stepped forward. His gaze towards Ning Rongrong still filled with incredulity. He vaguely understood that this was the true essence of Ning Rongrong. Yet the facade she had maintained the previous day was utterly convincing. Flinder instructed, please retrieve Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings from her room and escort her out of here. Should she resist, I permit you to employ any means necessary. Dare you, Flinder? Ning Rongrong retorted with a sharp tone, hands on her hips, displaying an exceptionally fierce demeanor for a 12-year-old girl. In my entire life, you are the first to speak to me in such a manner. Flinder smirked ominously. Just because your father refrains from disciplining you does not mean I shall do the same. You are neither my daughter nor my precious one. In my eyes, every student here surpasses you. The 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul is indeed one of the most formidable auxiliary souls, yet regrettably, you only bring it disgrace. You lie. Ning Rongrong's chest heaved with indignation. Throughout her life, she had always known she was the most outstanding disciple of her generation in the 7-treasure glazed tile school. With several older brothers, none had reached the level she achieved before the age of 12, breaking through to the 20th rank. Even her father, the sect leader, had declared her the only genius in centuries with the potential to transform the 7-treasure glazed tile into the 8-treasure glazed tile. Flinder's dismissal of her was intolerable to her proud nature. Am I lying? Then tell me, who among those present do you surpass? Flinder queried dismissively. Ning Rongrong replied, I am an auxiliary soul master, and naturally cannot compare to combat soul masters in terms of martial prowess. However, my role on the battlefield is far more significant than theirs. With my assistance, the overall strength of any soul master team is greatly enhanced. Flinder shook his finger at her. No, you are mistaken. Every individual present has a more substantial role on the battlefield than you do. They possess the potential to survive, while you do not. Given your disposition, should you find yourself on the battlefield, you would merely be cannon fodder. Impossible. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, belonging to our sect, stands unparalleled in the world, unmatched by any. Why do I find myself inferior to them? Flinder replied coldly, it is because of your heart. Your restlessness and arrogance have led you to elevate yourself too highly. Even your father would not consider himself the best in the world. Without exceptional companions by his side, even an ordinary soul master could defeat him. Given your temperament, do you truly believe you can find partners to whom you can completely entrust your back? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. Although her peculiar personality stemmed from being spoiled since childhood, she possessed remarkable intelligence. Flinder's words, though harsh, were clear in their meaning, leaving her momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Flinder then slowly approached Dai Mu Bai and the others. During the exchange with Ning Rongrong, Dai Mu Bai had refrained from taking her belongings. Flinder pointed at Dai Mu Bai and said, he is 15 this year, with the White Tiger as his martial soul. A battle-type soul master. He possesses dual pupils, is at level 37, and has 200-year soul rings along with 1,000-year soul ring. He is the youngest student in the history of Shrek Academy to reach the rank of Soul Elder at just 13 years of age. Can you honestly claim you could surpass the 30-level barrier at that age? If anyone were to exceed Mu Bai, it would certainly not be you. Tang San and Xiao Wu have already reached the level of a 29th-ranked Great Soul Master at merely 12 years old. They are the ones with the potential to surpass Mu Bai. You witnessed the battle between Tang San and Zhao Wujie. You should be well aware of the gap between a Great Soul Master and a Soul Sage. Although Zhao Wujie did not exert his full strength, the combat prowess displayed by Tang San was evident to you. In terms of talent, they far surpass you. Ning Rongrong was still unable to counter Flinder's assertions. He was absolutely correct. Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all possessed greater soul power than she did. Flinder turned his attention to Ma Hongjun and Zhu Shuqing. Ma Hongjun, your age is similar to that of Tang San and Xiao Wu. You entered Shrek Academy at 11. Despite the flaws in your martial soul, your mutated martial soul is a top-tier beast martial soul of exceptional quality. In terms of martial souls alone, few across the continent could rival you. Your soul power is equally formidable, even with some of your focus dedicated to compensating for your martial soul's deficiencies. Zhu Zhiqing, your soul power is comparable to hers. However, unlike her, you possess a steadfast and resolute heart. Zhu Zhuqing, tell me, why did you come to Shrek Academy? Zhu Zhuqing replied with an unwavering voice, to become stronger. Flender continued, how will you approach the courses arranged by the Academy? Zhu Zhuqing responded, I will execute them without hesitation if they are beneficial to my strength improvement. Flender lightly remarked, Ning Rongrong, did you hear that? Can you honestly compare yourself to any of them? Here, you are already the weakest presence. What grounds do you have to be proud? I dare say that, should you depart from here, in 20 years, each of them will have achievements far surpassing yours. Ning Rongrong felt a pang of unwillingness. She truly could not accept this. And what of Oscar? Surely I must be superior to him. He is merely a food-type soul master, a minor figure in comparison. He cannot possibly rival me. Flender shook his head and replied, no, you are gravely mistaken. If you hold such a belief, you are indeed in error. Oscar's talent even eclipses that of Mubai. Otherwise, why would I have allowed him to enter the academy? Ning Rongrong, I ask you but one question. Have you ever encountered a food-type martial spirit with innate full soul power? Ning Rongrong's face paled. No, that cannot be. How could an auxiliary martial spirit possess innate full soul power? In the world of soul masters, while those with innate full soul power are rare, they do exist. However, an auxiliary martial spirit has never been recorded as such. Ning Rongrong believed herself to be extraordinarily gifted, a prodigy, because her martial spirit reached level 9 upon awakening. Merely a step away from innate full soul power. This already marked her as an exceptional existence among auxiliary martial spirits. She could never have imagined that the somewhat handsome yet oddly lewd Oscar would possess innate full soul power. Flender continued nonchalantly, Oscar is an unprecedented being. His future accomplishments are boundless, and he may even supplant your 7 treasures glazed tile school in the realm of auxiliary soul masters. You may doubt my words, but I assure you, this possibility is very real. Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze. From childhood, she had been nurtured by the care of those around her. And coupled with her innate talent, she had been excessively pampered. She had always believed herself to be the most outstanding and gifted. Even if her strength was not yet formidable, she attributed that to her age. When she witnessed the battle between Tang San and Zhao Wujia, she was already taken aback. Yet subconsciously, she drew a distinction between herself and Tang San, for their paths in martial spirit cultivation were not the same. However, every word from Flender struck her heart like a blade, shattering her most cherished pride. Ning Rongrong's complexion turned pale, and suddenly, she burst into tears. Turning away to flee to her dormitory, a hint of triumph flickered across Flender's face as he thought, if I cannot manage even a 12-year-old girl, I am unworthy of the title of the Golden Iron Triangle. Damubai, observing the smile on Flender's face, tentatively inquired, Principal, should I assist her in gathering her belongings? Flender shot him a glare and replied, do you wish for that girl to leave? Though Ning Rongrong is somewhat spoiled. Her nature is not bad. Let her ponder things through on her own. Go and summon Oscar back. Tell him I have rescinded his punishment and ask him to comfort Ning Rongrong. Understood, Dai Mubai replied, turning to seek out Oscar. At this moment, his admiration for Flender grew even stronger. Dai Mubai, hailing from a prestigious lineage, fully comprehended the formidable standing of the 7 treasure glazed tile school within the continent. Across the entirety of Douluo continent, there were scarcely 10 titled Douluos, and among them, the 7 treasure glazed tile school claimed 2. Such prowess commanded respect even from the royal families of the 2 great empires. Yet, Flender, undeterred by authority, dared to reprimand the most favored princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. This was not merely a manifestation of courage. Little did Dai Mubai know that the esteemed dean before him harbored a letter gifted by the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, an epistle that served as an emblem of authority. Would Flender truly act so recklessly without such backing? Xiao Wu discreetly stuck out her tongue, astonished to discover that Ning Rongrong's true nature was so domineering. Yesterday, while in Ning Rongrong's company, she had felt a sense of warmth, only now to realize that Ning Rongrong's temperament surpassed her own in its audacity. Flender, with his hands clasped behind his back, declared that it was time to depart. The outcome for Ning Rongrong and Oscar was evident. Those wishing to remain here to cultivate must adhere to the Academy's regulations, attending each lesson earnestly. My words here are tantamount to command. You shall soon embark on your first lesson at Shrek Academy, and each of you will be required to complete your courses independently. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. If your efforts fall short, you shall face the consequences. Chapter 23. The True Nature of the Witch, Part 4. Dai Mubai returned promptly, nodding to Flender to indicate that he had sent Oscar to comfort Ning Rongrong. Flender waved his hand, signaling for departure. Follow me, he instructed. With that, he lightly tapped the ground, soaring forth towards the academy's exit. The others hurried to keep pace. Flander maintained a remarkably swift pace, revealing the disparities in strength among the 5 students. Closely trailing Flander was the deeply powerful Daimubai of the Evil Eye White Tiger lineage. However, behind Daimubai was not Tang San, but rather Zhu Zhiqing. Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing steps excels in its intricacy, yet in terms of linear acceleration, it pales in comparison to Zhu Zhiqing, a sole master of the agile attack type. Consequently, he and Xiao Wu are ranked jointly in 3rd place, while Ma Hongjun trails closely behind, not far behind Tang San. Throughout the journey, Flander remained silent, and Tang San and his companions did not utter a word either, their minds occupied with the previous conversation between Flander and Ning Rongrong. Before long, Tang San discerned the destination of Flander's expedition. It was none other than Soto City. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City is not considerable. And just as they approached the southern gate of Soto City, Flander's pace began to slow, allowing the 5 students to catch up. Nestled within the realm of the Barak Kingdom, Soto City remains impervious to external threats, thus its gates are perpetually open. The 6 of them entered the city without hindrance. Although night had fallen, Soto City seemed to have just awakened, bustling with even more vigor than during the day. Along the streets, all the shops were brilliantly lit, and various street vendors, who only operated at night, had found their customary spots to sell snacks and trinkets. Though Tang San and Xiao Wu had spent 2 days in Soto City, they had not ventured out at night. Tang San was somewhat composed, while Xiao Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly surveyed her surroundings, sneaking closer to examine intriguing sights. Had it not been for Tang San's persistent grip on her, she might have easily lost her way. Zhu Zhiqing maintained her characteristic icy demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the external world, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Flander, untouched by her surroundings. Daimubai exhibited a restrained composure, resembling Zhu Zhiqing almost perfectly, though his expression lacked her frostiness, displaying a natural ease. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's eyes wandered restlessly. Though not as captivated as Xiao Wu, they darted about, fixated on the most prominent features of the women on the streets. From the age of 6 to 60, he spared no glance, and upon spotting a more voluptuous figure, he would gulp audibly. Fortunately, he was at the rear of the group, and his companions remained oblivious to his current state. Suddenly, Flander halted, glanced at the sky, and murmured to himself, "There is still some time. Follow me." With that, he led the 5 into a modest tea house situated beside the street. The 6 gathered around a round table, and Flander ordered 6 cups of the cheapest tea. Xiao Wu frowned at the murky concoction before her. "Director, we aren't having our first lesson here, are we?" Flander replied, "Of course not. Your classroom is over there." As he spoke, he gestured outward. Following his, Tang San observed a vast edifice not far from the tea house, towering nearly 100 meters high, appearing immensely grand and profoundly imposing against the night sky. From within the massive structure, faint glimmers of light flickered. Daimubai's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, "Director, are we taking them there on their first day?" Flander replied nonchalantly, "Remember, you are all extraordinary beings, not mere mortals. As such, you must embrace a training regimen befitting your uniqueness." He paused, his tone growing serious. "Your martial souls differ. Each possesses its own method of cultivation. What the Academy can impart is how to better utilize your martial souls, assist you in acquiring superior spirit rings, and gain extensive practical experience, thereby unlocking your inherent potential. Among all the knowledge you will acquire, the most vital is practical experience. In battles of the same level and strength, the extent of practical experience will determine the outcome. Only through continuous combat can you enhance your adaptability in battle. Thus, your first lesson will be practical combat, and that location will serve as your classroom." Daimubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances. Ma Hongjun dared not utter a word, while an air of helplessness flickered in Daimubai's mischievous eyes. It was evident that they both understood the significance of the place before them. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the stoic Zhu Zhiqing displayed expressions of confusion. Flander explained, "Structures akin to this one can only be found in cities of the main city level. Its grandeur signifies the prosperity or decline of a city, or even a nation. Such edifices are known as the Great Soul Arena, named after the city in which they reside. Therefore, the one before you is called the Soto Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena is a venue for the combat of martial souls, serving as the battleground for soul masters. Both the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire share the belief that the Soul Arena determines the rise and fall of a nation." Tang San furrowed his brow and inquired, "Dean, Is not being a soul master the most noble profession? Why then does a place like the Great Soul Arena exist, where one is subjected to the spectacle of martial soul contests akin to a monkey show? Chapter 23. The True Nature of the Witch. Flanders shook his head and responded, "No, you are mistaken. Although I, too, harbor a disdain for places like the Great Soul Arena, I must concede that it undeniably serves as a significant venue for demonstrating the value of a soul master. Your understanding is overly simplistic. The Great Soul Arena possesses its own complete system and can be regarded as a unique force. It was founded by the 7 most prestigious soul master families across the continent and does not fall under the jurisdiction of the 2 great empires or the Spirit Hall. It can be deemed a third-party entity, wealthy enough to rival nations. Soul masters who achieve fame within the Great Soul Arena become dazzling stars throughout the entire nation, reaping not only substantial profits, but also immense renown. Furthermore, the Great Soul Arena is a relatively equitable environment. Here, even if you were to slay the heir of a prominent family, you need not fear retribution. This is its fairness. At this juncture, Flanders' eyes sparkled with brilliance as he continued. The rank of a martial soul signifies a soul master's strength, and soul rings are the best means of expression. However, these do not truly represent a soul master's innate capabilities. The titles earned through personal effort within the Great Soul Arena truly reflect one's strength. Any soul master, regardless of rank, upon entering the Great Soul Arena, is simply referred to by the term dueling soul. After securing their first victory, they are awarded a badge, and with each subsequent win, they accrue points. Upon reaching a certain threshold of points, the level of the badge is elevated. This badge symbolizes one's rank within the Great Soul Arena and is universally recognized across all major cities on the continent. The benefits of a higher badge level are numerous. I shall refrain from elaborating further. The badge levels are categorized according to the quality of minerals, commencing with the Iron Badge, or Iron Dueling Soul, and ascending through Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond, totaling 8 levels. Having said this, Flanders cast his gaze upon the 5 individuals before him and declared, "Your task is to secure at least a Silver Dueling Soul Badge before graduation. Do you understand? Do not underestimate the challenge of obtaining a Silver Dueling Soul Badge." Mubai and Hong Jun have been engaged in practical combat here for over a year. Mubai, please enlighten them regarding the requirements for elevating badge levels and your battle records. As he spoke, Flanders calmly sipped from the inferior tea before him. Having founded Shrek Academy for 2 decades, he was well aware of the most effective educational methods to facilitate students' acceptance. To captivate their interest is paramount, regardless of the endeavor. If the premise is rooted in genuine curiosity, then all efforts will yield remarkable results. Those fortunate enough to be selected for Shrek Academy are undoubtedly extraordinary children. These so-called monsters or prodigies simply cannot be educated through conventional means. Mubai stated, "I began participating in the Soto Great Soul Arena at level 29, engaging in a total of 56 battles, with a current record of 29 victories and 27 defeats. My present score stands at 2. To progress from Iron Soul to Copper Soul, one requires 100 points. Each victory awards 1 point, yet a defeat deducts a corresponding point. Should one achieve a winning streak exceeding 5 matches, each additional victory thereafter will yield an increase of 10 points. Surpassing 10 consecutive wins will grant an additional 100 points. Even if one attains the points necessary for the transition to Copper Soul, a drop of 100 points will result in the loss of that qualification. Advancing from Copper Soul to Silver Soul necessitates 1,000 points. Within the Copper Soul tier, each victory earns 10 points, while each defeat incurs a deduction of 10 points. The scoring system for winning streaks mirrors that of the Iron Soul. Tang San had some understanding of Dai Mubai's prowess, and upon hearing his words, he was taken aback. "Mubai, with your strength, you have only 29 victories and 27 defeats? How can that be? Your martial soul must be among the most formidable of beast martial souls." Dai Mubai sighed in resignation. "Nothing is impossible. The Great Soul Arena is not an easy place to navigate. There are 3 modes of competition here. One is known as the contest, which is of a sparring nature, adhering to the rules I just mentioned. Participants are grouped by rank or the number of soul rings they possess. Once one acquires an additional soul ring, they can only compete in the next tier's contest. At level 29, I achieved 4 consecutive victories and was on the verge of earning tenfold points, but my strength also surged to level 30, granting me a 3rd soul ring. Subsequently, I suffered over 10 consecutive defeats, and my score fell into the negatives, despite possessing 3 soul rings. My level 30 self had little chance against opponents at levels 38 or 39. To achieve a winning streak here, one would need to compete at level 29 for a while, pause upon reaching level 30, and then resume competition after attaining level 39. However, our goal is practical combat, so such a strategy is not feasible, hence my less than stellar record. My score is even lower than that of the fatty. Mahonjan interjected. As for me, I currently stand at 33 battles, with 21 victories and 12 defeats, yielding 9 points. Flinder glanced at the sky outside, noting the time. It's about time for us to head out. I shall inform you of the remaining details once we arrive at the venue. After settling the tea bill, the group of 6 stepped out of the tea house and made their way towards the Soto Great Spirit Arena. As they approached, the grandeur of the arena became increasingly astonishing. When Tang San and Xiaowu first arrived in Soto City, they had not ventured to this part of the city. Hence, they were unaware of the existence of such an imposing structure within its bounds. The Soto Great Spirit Arena is shaped like an ellipse, soaring to a height of 120 meters, and consists of one main arena alongside 24 subsidiary arenas. It can accommodate up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 exclusive VIP boxes. This venue serves not merely as a battleground for soul masters to hone their skills, but also as a stage for various factions to demonstrate their prowess. As they walked towards the arena, Flander briefed Tang San and the others on some of the remaining details regarding the arena. In this place, battles are categorized into 3 types. The first is a friendly contest, where participants spar without the intent to seriously harm one another. The second is a life-and-death duel, employed to resolve irreconcilable disputes. And the third is a wager match, overseen by the arena itself, where both parties submit an equal number of soul masters to compete, with the victor claiming all that was wagered. Wager matches essentially begin as life-and-death duels, frequently utilized by nobles and clans when faced with significant conflicts. The competition format can take 3 forms: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or group battles, with the number of participants in group battles negotiated beforehand, generally limited to between 7 and 10 combatants according to the arena's regulations. Upon entering the Great Spirit Arena, the first sight to greet them was an immense stone tablet inscribed with countless names. Flander explained to Tang San and his companions that these names belonged to the deceased from previous spirit battles. Registering for a spirit battle is a straightforward process. One merely needs to fill out a form with their name, age, place of birth, and martial spirit to receive an initial Iron Spirit badge. Naturally, registration also requires a fee of 10 gold coins per person. Additionally, a soul power test is conducted, akin to that at the Spirit Hall, to ascertain each individual's level. Daimubai informed everyone that each time they participate in a spirit battle, they must first undergo a soul power test to determine their opponents. Flander would not cover these expenses for them, so Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqin completed their registrations independently. What left a lasting impression on Tang San was that the staff responsible for registration did not mock or express any surprise at their youth. Instead, they maintained a professional demeanor throughout the process, executing their duties with remarkable efficiency. From these simple details, it is evident that the Great Soul Arena is no ordinary place. After registration, the next step is to undergo soul ranking. Flander led them to the gambling-type soul area, briefly instructed Daimubai, and then proceeded into the arena. Daimubai informed Tang San and the others that in the Great Soul Arena, only those who achieve more than 5 consecutive victories, possess soul badges of a certain level, or are of a significantly high soul master rank, are permitted to compete in the main arena. As novices, they were relegated to the sub-arena for lesser battles. A victory in the Iron Soul matches yields a reward of 10 gold coins, while a loss garners nothing. Soon, the 5 of them were sorted. As they had arrived together, they were all placed in the 14th sub-arena for gambling battles. However, Daimubai faced an opponent of the Soul Sovereign rank, while Tang San and his 3 companions were matched against Soul Master-level adversaries. The entire Great Soul Arena overwhelmed Tang San with its dazzling array of details. It comprises 24 sub-arena divisions, each of which is categorized into various zones, including the gambling area and the life and death zone, further subdivided into 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Thus, a single sub-arena zone features 6 isolated platforms. As for the gambling matches, according to Daimubai, they are all conducted in the main arena, regardless of rank. The operational model of the Great Soul Arena has reached an exceptionally harmonious state, with varying ticket prices across different soul zones. For instance, The one-on-one matches in the gambling-type sub-arena that Tang San and the others are about to participate in have the most economical ticket prices and consequently attract the fewest spectators. The participating Soul Masters are uniformly arranged in a spacious room to rest while awaiting their turn. Upon their arrival, Tang San and his companions immediately captured the attention of the other Soul Masters, as their youth was quite striking. Nonetheless, despite the surprise etched on their faces, no one mocked them. Each individual was in deep meditation, striving to maintain their optimal state in anticipation of the forthcoming battles. Sitting beside Tang San, Xiaowu quietly remarked, "Brother, I just asked Daimubai. Although each Soul Master can only participate in one gambling match per day, they can simultaneously engage in different types. Since we are all at level 29, we should have a fair chance of victory at this level. How about we also sign up for a 2-on-2 match to quickly meet the point requirements?" Tang San smiled faintly and said, "No problem. After all, we are here to enhance our practical combat experience. Gaining more battle experience is always beneficial." He then shared his thoughts with Xiaowu, and naturally, Daimubai had no objections. It seemed as though they had reminded him, as his gaze shifted towards Zhu Xing. Unfortunately, their martial souls belonged to different tiers, rendering a 2-on-2 soul duel impossible, and thus he had to relinquish that idea. Daimubai remarked, "Xiao-san, please take Xiaowu to register for the 2-on-2 matches. The battles here should continue for a while longer." Tang San nodded slightly. Before entering, he had already noticed the location for the 2-on-2 registration area. At that moment, he and Xiaowu temporarily departed from the 1-on-1 soul fighting zone to register for the 2-on-2 competition. In the 24th chapter, The Establishment of the Sanwa Combination, Part 2. The registration fee was 10 gold coins, and upon winning a match, they would receive a total of 10 gold coins. The staff, adhering strictly to protocol, collected the fees from Tang San and Xiaowu. Since they were already registered at the appropriate level, they merely needed to present their Iron Soul badge. With no further paperwork required, "Please provide a name for your duo." "Name?" Tang San and Xiaowu exchanged glances. Realizing that both the 2-on-2 and team battles required them to designate a name for their combination, facilitating the host's introduction during the soul fighting arena events. Tang San pondered for a moment and said, "Let us call it the Sanwo Ensemble." He combined his name with that of Xiaowu, deeming the significance of this decision minimal. Thus, the Sanwo Ensemble has been officially registered on Tang San and Xiaowu's Iron Fighting Soul badge. An additional inscription of 4 characters had been carved, reading 3-5 combination. However, it was erroneously inscribed as 5 instead of Wu. "Hey, that character is incorrect. It should be Wu, not 5. Xiaowu expressed her dissatisfaction. The staff member replied coldly, "Who instructed you not to clarify? To alter the combination name, you must re-register the Iron Fighting Soul badge, which will erase all previously attained achievements." Just as Xiaowu was about to erupt in frustration, Daimubai's voice suddenly echoed, "Xiaowu, your one-on-one fighting soul match is about to commence. Hurry over." Tang San gently patted Xiaowu's shoulder and remarked, "Let it be. The 3-5 combination is merely a name." Xiaowu then made a playful face at the staff before dashing towards the one-on-one battle arena. The matchups in the one-on-one arena are determined by a draw. While waiting for their turn, Soul Masters have the option to either observe the ongoing battles or take a rest. Each divided battle arena features designated areas for participating Soul Masters to watch the matches, situated in close proximity to the fighting stage. Among Tang San and his companions, Xiaowu was the first to take the stage, prompting the others to choose to observe the proceedings. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at a designated area beneath the audience stands, positioned beside the arena, allowing them a full view of the combat platform. Despite being a divided battleground, its substantial area spans 20 meters in diameter, providing ample space for the Soul Masters to exhibit their skills. Regrettably, the audience present at the one-on-one battle arena was sparse, with only about 1/5 of the seating filled. At the center of the arena stood a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat, who cleared his throat and announced in a resonant voice, "Now, we shall commence the first match of our 14 battle arenas one-on-one duel. The contenders are 2 esteemed Soul Masters, the Battle Soul Master Xiaowu, bearer of the Beast Martial Soul, the Jade Rabbit, and the Battle Soul Master Qing Bao, who has triumphantly won 2 consecutive matches with the Beast Martial Soul. The Ironhorn Bull. Will Master Qing Bao continue his illustrious streak with a 3rd victory, or will the newcomer, Master Xiaowu, emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. Now, let us welcome both esteemed Soul Masters to the stage." The audience in the stands offered only a sparse cheer, with a few calling out Qing Bao's name. while the majority appeared disinterested. A towering figure soon ascended the battle platform, standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters. His broad shoulders and expansive back cloaked in granite-like muscles. Beneath his dark skin, sinewy veins twisted like dark green serpents across his exposed torso. His eyes, akin to bronze bells, glimmered with fierce intensity as he let out a thunderous roar, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. It was evident that he was a strength-based soul master, akin to the formidable Zhao Wuji. Seated beside Tang San, Ma Hongjin whispered, "This imposing figure seems quite powerful. Do you think your Xiaowu can hold her own?" Tang San smiled faintly and remarked, "Just wait and see." Xiaowu's soul skills were particularly wary of strength-type soul masters, but that was only in situations where the opponent's strength far exceeded her own. At the same rank, a strength-type battle soul master would be no match for her. Before he could finish his sentence, the youthful and exuberant Xiao Wu had already leaped onto the stage. Dressed in a white top and pink trousers, her figure still in its early development, her adorable and innocent face instantly captivated the audience's attention. How old could this young girl be? What did the host just say? That she was a grand soul master? Surely that was impossible. Skeptical murmurs rippled through the stands, as spectators tended to sympathize with the weak. Coupled with Xiao Wu's appealing appearance, which far surpassed that of her opponent, the Iron Horn Bull Soul Master, she quickly garnered the support of the majority of onlookers. Qing Bao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Wu and, in a somewhat gruff voice, said, "Little girl, are you in the wrong place? You shouldn't be here. You should head home." With a smile on her face, Xiao Wu, though only 12 years old, exuded a potent charm when displaying her harmless grin, particularly stirring a protective instinct in someone as simple-minded as Qing Bao. "Sister, you should step down. It wouldn't be good if you got hurt. Look at how delicate you are." Qing Bao seemed torn, awkwardly urging Xiao Wu to concede. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows slightly, her slender waist twisting as she retorted, "Why so much nonsense? Quickly unleash your martial soul. And don't say I didn't warn you." Just as Qing Bao was about to say more, Xiao Wu, whose temperament was far from gentle, could no longer contain herself. In a swift motion, she dashed toward Qing Bao. Xiao Wu's speed was remarkable, closing the distance of several meters in an instant. With a graceful leap, she lifted off the ground and aimed a kick at Qing Bao's neck. Defense was among the strongest abilities of a strength-type soul master. As Xiao Wu's light kick approached him, the earnest Qing Bao did not evade. He believed in his heart that this little girl did not understand the gravity of the situation. She was too young to be participating in such battles. He thought to let her strike a few times until she grew tired and stepped down. However, before Qing Bao could fully form this thought, the duel was already over. Xiao Wu's foot made contact with his sturdy neck, lighter than he had anticipated. Instead of bouncing back, her toes hooked around his neck, while her other foot pressed firmly against his solid chest. A surge of pink light erupted, and 2 sparkling yellow rings appeared around Xiao Wu, momentarily affirming her identity as a Grand Soul Master to the audience. On the Soul Master stands, when Tang San observed Xiao Wu's right foot accurately hooking onto Qing Bao's neck, a subtle smile graced his lips as he softly uttered 2 words, "Goodbye." The first skill of Xiao Wu's soul ring, Waist Bao, was activated. Qing Bao felt an immense force surge simultaneously in his chest and the back of his neck, as he was propelled into the air by Xiao Wu's nimble side flip. Upon landing, Xiao Wu took a step forward and leaped to meet Qing Bao's descending form, her feet expertly clasping around his waist. With a twist of her slender waist, her body spun gracefully in midair, executing a throw that sent Qing Bao tumbling at an angle, rebounding off the protective ropes at the edge of the arena before crashing down below the stage with a resounding thud. The atmosphere around the one-on-one battle arena fell into an eerie silence. Not only the spectators, but even the host stood agape in disbelief. No one anticipated such a swift conclusion to the duel, especially in favor of the seemingly youthful girl. The entire sequence was not only rapid but also showcased Xiao Wu's waist Bao in a manner that appeared remarkably elegant against her hulking opponent. Qing Bao, resembling a robust bull, had not even had the chance to unleash his martial spirit before the duel had ended. Thanks to Qing Bao's courtesy, Xiao Wu had refrained from exerting much of her soul power, coupled with his commendable defensive capabilities, allowing him to rise unsteadily from the ground. "Sister, you're truly impressive." "I concede," Qing Bao admitted, his honesty shining through, though he was no fool. In that fleeting moment when Xiao Wu unleashed her power, he sensed her soul force far surpassed his own, which stood at level 25. Recognizing the disparity in soul power and the girl's uncanny techniques, he understood that even with his utmost effort, victory was unattainable. Xiao Wu retorted with a hint of annoyance. What sister? It's Xiao Wu Jie for you. Don't you know that the capable are revered? Oh, Xiao Wu Jie. Qing Bao replied earnestly, his face flushed as he walked away. In the spectators' area, Tang San couldn't help but smile at Xiao Wu's words, noting her assertive demeanor had returned. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted. Captivated by the prowess of the beautiful young girl, as applause resounded like a storm, Xiao Wu grinned and waved at the audience. The host, regaining composure, swiftly approached the duel platform and announced loudly, "The master of battle, Xiao Wu, emerges victorious with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Qing Bao's record stands at 21 wins and 14 losses. Master Xiao Wu, please proceed to the score registration after your descent." The pace of the matches was brisk. Perhaps the brief spectacle of Xiao Wu's battle had piqued the audience's interest. However, Tang San and the others were taken aback when the next duel was revealed to be an internal battle within Shrek Academy, featuring Tang San against Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a glance at Tang San before entering the battle passage. Just as Tang San was about to follow, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder from Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, displaying a touch of awkwardness, whispered, "Brother, take it easy." Tang San offered a faint smile and nodded at him, then stepped onto the arena through the soul-fighting passage. 2 unfamiliar faces appeared, one of whom was a beautiful young girl whose looks rivaled those of Xiao Wu. Even before the soul fight commenced, the audience erupted in a chorus of cheers. The host briefly introduced the names and martial spirits of both competitors, signaling that the battle could begin. With courtesy, Tang San gestured to Zhu Zhuqing, inviting her to take the lead. Zhu Zhuqing responded coldly, urging him to give his all, as she wished to ascertain the difference between them. Tang San and Xiao Wujie's battle unfolded before her eyes, and she instinctively recognized that she could never match Tang San's prowess. However, what intrigued her more was the extent of the disparity between herself and Tang San, both being formidable soul masters. Unlike the previous match, this duel commenced with both combatants immediately unleashing their respective martial spirits. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes transformed in hue, her left eye a deep emerald, while her right eye sparkled with a cerulean brilliance. Her charming feline ears perked up slightly, and with a flick of her fingers, razor-sharp claws emerged. Crouching low, she regarded Tang San with a chilling gaze, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. 2 yellow soul rings materialized around her, emanating a cold, piercing aura that imparted a sense of suffocation. Similarly, Tang San was adorned with soul rings of the same color. His blue-black vines spread across the ground like serpents, undulating silently, enveloping an area exceeding 10 meters in diameter around him, nearly claiming half of the arena's expanse. Tang San maintained an air of composure as he observed Zhu Zhuqing, displaying no signs of impatience. Although the competition had yet to commence, he was acutely aware that victory was already within his grasp. As a control-type soul master, he inherently countered Zhu Zhuqing's agile assault type, especially on the arena where her nimbleness would be significantly curtailed. From the very outset, the outcome of this duel was devoid of suspense. As the blue-silver grass crept toward him, Zhu Zhuqing realized that she could no longer afford to wait. With a sudden burst of energy, she launched herself forward, creating a series of afterimages as she charged directly at Tang San. At this moment, all spectators could clearly see that as Zhu Zhuqing entered the realm of the blue-silver grass, tendrils of the grass rose simultaneously from all directions, forming a colossal cage that enveloped both Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. The first soul ring on Zhu Zhuqing's body illuminated almost concurrently with Tang San's. The ghostly shadow spike was unleashed. In midair, Zhu Zhuqing's claws extended abruptly, her body twisting with remarkable agility, her speed doubling in an instant as she darted toward Tang San at an angle. Observing her approach, Tang San executed a simple maneuver. He sidestepped. At that moment, his eyes shimmered with a violet hue. While Zhu Zhuqing's figure might have appeared elusive to others, his relentless practice with hidden weapons, coupled with his purple extreme magic eyes, allowed him to perceive her movements with crystal clarity. Just as the ghostly shadow was about to strike, Tang San deftly evaded Zhu Zhuqing's attack range. Her claws sliced through the air, narrowly missing him, and in the next instant, she found herself without the opportunity to deploy her second soul ring ability. The blue-silver grass, having anticipated her falter, swiftly encircled her. The first soul ring skill, Bind, was activated. A multitude of blue-silver grass ensnared Zhu Zhuqing's body securely. Being allies, Tang San refrained from utilizing the poisonous thorns of the blue-silver grass, opting merely to restrain her. However, the paralysis effects of the first soul ring caused a sudden diminishment in Zhu Zhuqing's soul power fluctuations, culminating in the swift conclusion of their battle. Control type overcomes agility type. Your assault cannot breach my martial soul's dominion. With a placid expression, Tang San released the blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhuqing remained as icy as ever. He understood her sentiments, and she comprehended her own. Yet, she had not anticipated Tang San's victory to be so untroubled. At that moment, she fully grasped that Tang San's prolonged engagement with Zhao Wujia was not solely due to his intricate weaponry but also a testament to his formidable timing in battle. Before him, she had scarcely any opportunity. I concede. With those succinct words, she promptly turned and exited the stage as swiftly as she had arrived. This, however, did not imply that Tang San was unequivocally superior to Zhu Zhuqing. The nature of agility-type soul masters inherently favored stealth, ambushes, assassinations, and reconnaissance, making direct confrontations on the arena inherently inequitable for them. If this were set within a complex terrain, Tang San's endeavor to triumph over Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. As Tang San emerged from the Soul Master Passage, he found Xiao Wu awaiting him. After a brief registration for points, the duo chose not to return to the one-on-one viewing area, for they still had a 2-on-2 soul battle ahead. The draw had concluded, and Tang San inquired about their status. They had 2 more matches before it would be their turn. Opting not to spectate, they decided to rest in the preparation area, as their previous battles, though swift, had indeed consumed a modicum of soul power. The duration of the 2-on-2 soul battles seemed considerably longer than that of the one-on-one encounters. By the time their turn arrived, both had fully restored their soul power to optimal levels. Proceeding along the Soul Master Passage to the battle platform, Tang San took a moment to survey his surroundings. The audience for the 2-on-2 match was at least half-filled, exhibiting a greater fervor than that of the one-on-one arena. Their opponents awaited them on the battle stage. The 2-on-2 arena was twice the size of its one-on-one counterpart, as the increased number of soul masters necessitated a more expansive area for their skills to unfold. At that moment, the host was announcing the soul master teams. In the 5th round of the 2-on-2 battles, the Iron Blood duo was set to face the 3-5 team. As they stepped onto the platform, Xiao Wu could not help but murmur, "Why is it yet again a team of power-type soul masters? Is there not a hint of novelty?" Tang San and Xiao Wu faced 2 opponents, young men of 18 or 19. Both possessing leopard-like features with strikingly similar appearances and robust physiques that surpassed even the previous Iron-Horned Bull Soul Master. Though they were not bare-chested, the exposed muscular arms were sufficient to convey their formidable strength. The Iron Blood duo, upon seeing 2 youths ascend the stage, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The host was momentarily taken aback, but the battle must continue, for standing in this arena clearly indicated the possession of corresponding soul levels. It appeared that our trio was indeed exceptionally talented at a young age. As the match commenced, the surprise on the faces of the Iron Blood brothers was fleeting. They quickly regained their composure, retreating rather than advancing, while simultaneously taking a steady step back. With a low growl, their movements synchronized as if choreographed. A dense gray light surged from their right hands, and identical weapons materialized within their grasp. Upon seeing these weapons, Tang San momentarily froze, for he was intimately familiar with the formidable forging hammer wielded by the Iron Blood brothers, a tool he often used at the blacksmith's forge. However, the hammers in their hands differed from his, being larger and adorned with intricate patterns, each featuring 2 yellow rings of a century-old soul beast pulsing with energy. As battle soul masters of the weapon system, though both were strength type, Tang San and Xiao Wu quickly discerned that these 2 opponents were starkly different from Xiao Wu's previous adversary in her one-on-one duel. Most importantly, it was evident that the combat experience of these 2 was extensive. They did not let their youth lull them into complacency. The burly man on the left declared, "I am Iron Dragon." The one on the right responded, "I am Iron Tiger." In perfect unison, they warned, "Be careful." Though weapon souls do not alter a soul master's physical appearance, the simultaneous roar of the 2 imposing figures radiated a fierce sense of intimidation. With nearly synchronized steps, they charged towards Tang San and Xiao Wu with thunderous momentum, their hammers raised high. Xiao Wu lightly tapped her toes on the ground, her body lifting gracefully into the air. Tang San supported her with his right hand as she balanced on his shoulder in a pose reminiscent of a lone rooster standing tall. Having trained together for years, their coordination was impeccable. As she perched upon Tang San's shoulder, Xiao Wu activated her rabbit martial soul, her keen eyes fixated on the rapidly approaching foes. Ready to strike the moment an opening presented itself. Vibrant blue-black strands of blue-silver grass surged forth, transforming into countless tendrils that surged toward the Iron Blood brothers. When two opponents of similar levels were ensnared by the blue-silver grass, escape was virtually impossible. This exemplified the might of a control-type martial soul. The Iron brothers remained unfazed. As dozens of blue-silver tendrils approached, they began to wield their hammers with fervor. The colossal hammer, seemingly weightless in their grasp, was wielded to form an imposing barrier. Tang San, through careful observation, discerned that the hammer technique employed by the Iron brothers bore a striking resemblance to his own chaotic wind hammer. However, their rhythm lacked the harmonious fluidity of his technique, and their strikes were not as forceful. Yet, they executed their movements with a swiftness that surpassed his own. As the first soul rings of Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger ignited simultaneously, the moment the blue-silver grass ventured into the range of their hammers, it was immediately repelled. Beyond the sheer strength of the hammers, a unique oscillating force surged forth, propelling the blue-silver grass high into the air. This oscillation was the first soul ring skill of the Iron brothers, effectively thwarting the control of the blue-silver grass. Positioned strategically, the two brothers wielded their hammers, creating an impenetrable barrier around themselves while swiftly closing in, poised to confront Tang San and Xiao Wu. With a commanding shout, Tang San propelled Xiao Wu into the air, directing her to leap behind the Iron brothers. He himself executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, advancing directly toward them. His eyes glimmered with a violet light as he raised both hands, channeling his inner strength into his palms, which, like white jade, simultaneously struck toward the Iron brothers. Tang San glided forward with remarkable speed, avoiding a direct clash with their hammers. Instead, he deftly maneuvered to the side, lightly pressing against the hammers, creating a slight opening in their coordinated defense. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he slipped through the gap with grace. The hammers whistled past, rustling the fabric of Tang San's attire. Yet they failed to strike him. The skill of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon proved exceptional in managing hidden weapons, showcasing its efficacy as a method of inner strength application. This was precisely the essence of using minimal force to achieve significant results. As the Iron brothers, momentarily misled by Tang San's maneuver, exposed a slight vulnerability in their dense defense, the blue-silver grass seized the opportunity to advance. However, the experienced fighters quickly pivoted, once again dispersing the blue-silver grass with a swift motion. Weapon spirits excel in their inherent attributes, while they may not enhance the host's personal abilities. The powers they confer are exceptionally formidable. The first soul ring effect of the hammer, the oscillation, did not require direct contact with the blue-silver grass. As long as it encroached within a foot of the hammer's range, it would be repelled, thwarting any attempt at entanglement. As Tang San maneuvered through the joint assault of his adversaries, it was precisely at that moment that Xiao Wu descended from the heavens, once again alighting upon Tang San's shoulder, her movements echoing their previous encounter. "Xiao San, let us bring this to an end," she chuckled playfully. Having engaged in numerous bouts alongside Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit, she possessed an intrinsic understanding of the profundities of his abilities. Simultaneously with her utterance, Tang San's second soul ring blazed forth with brilliance. The Iron brothers, wielders of hammers, froze in place as tendrils of deep blue-black vines began to emerge from their bodies, a manifestation of the blue-silver grass's second skill, parasitism. Indeed, while their hammer techniques provided formidable defense, it was not impervious to penetration. Under Tang San's adept control, the blue-silver grass incessantly sowed seeds in the air, particularly exploiting the brief opening when the Iron brothers momentarily faltered under the influence of his control crane and capture dragon technique. Though the parasitic seeds entwined upon them were few, a fleeting restriction of their movements would suffice for the external blue-silver grass to ensnare them effectively. As the paralyzing effects of the parasitic vines took hold, the brothers beheld the impending onslaught of blue-silver grass surging toward them. Exchanging a glance, they bellowed once more. Seizing the opportunity before the parasitic vines could fully constrain their actions, they swung their hammers in unison, executing a rapid rotation. Their second soul rings ignited simultaneously, and the massive iron hammers were cast forth, hurtling towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. The hammers sliced through the air with a piercing whoosh, distorting the atmosphere in their wake. Enveloped in a gray luminescence, the size of the hammers doubled ominously, even from a distance. The sheer magnitude of their devastating potential was palpable. The Iron brothers unleashed their second soul ring skill, a desperate gambit. Tang San felt a surge of alarm within, immediately lifting Xiao Wu's body into the air as he swiftly evaded to the side with the agility of a phantom. In the 25th chapter, Titled The Power of Weapon Spirits, Part 1. The second soul ring skill of the weapon spirit unleashed a full-force attack. Although Tang San believed his soul power surpassed that of the Iron Brothers, he dared not confront their final strike head-on. To his astonishment, the two whistling iron hammers suddenly diverged mid-air. One pursued the soaring form of Xiaowu, while the other curved menacingly towards him. The Iron Brothers' second soul ring skill exhibited a tracking effect. At that moment, the Iron Brothers found themselves ensnared by the blue-silver grass, its barbs piercing their flesh, as toxins coursed through their bodies, rendering them immobile. In their eyes flickered a glimmer of hope. They yearned for that final blow to succeed, believing that if they could bring down Tang San, the entanglement would dissipate. What to do? In a heartbeat, Tang San made a decisive choice. A strand of blue-silver grass, devoid of barbs, ascended gracefully, wrapping around Xiao Wu's slender waist with precision. With a powerful tug, he flung her away at an angle. Just as Tang San had surmised, although the Iron Brothers' hammers could track their target, it was only effective within a limited range, not an infinite pursuit. He sent Xiao Wu in the opposite direction of the hammer, successfully evading its desperate attack. However, in focusing on Xiao Wu, he had neglected his own defense. The second hammer was already upon him as he released her. In this moment of peril, Tang San's martial skills shone brilliantly. As the hammer approached, a fierce gust enveloped him. He activated the Xian Jade Palm, spinning rapidly, channeling all his inner strength into the control crane seizing dragon technique. In an instant, he turned and struck, delivering 7 nearly simultaneous blows to the hammer's head. Under the influence of Tang San's Xiantian Gong, the hammer was finally deflected by a foot. Though his body was thrown back, it was not directly struck. With a thunderous crash, the hammer fell to the ground, while Tang San spun in midair, expelling a mouthful of blood before he even landed. High above, Xiaowu witnessed Tang San's injury and bloodshed, her fury igniting. "You bastards, you seek death." With both hands raised simultaneously, she unleashed 4 shadows that shot forth from her sleeves, targeting the eyes of Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger. Although Xiao Wu could not master Tang Sect's concealed weapons, she possessed an array of mechanical contraptions akin to his arsenal. Enraged beyond measure, and disregarding the consequences, he unleashed the Silent Dart. Crafted by Tang San, the Silent Dart possessed formidable penetrating power. Although Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger were robust in stature, should their eyes be struck, it would not merely result in blindness. The dart's might was sufficient to pierce their very brains. At that moment, Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger were entirely ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass. Having employed a desperate skill, their soul power was significantly diminished, and the paralyzing toxin took the opportunity to invade. The mere act of moving a finger had become a distant hope, let alone evading Xiao Wu's dart. Before the dart even reached them, the gust it generated caused their eyes to tingle, and in their hearts, they were filled with dread, secretly lamenting their impending doom. "Xiao Wu, no." Tang San's urgent cry rang out as his right hand swiftly drew from his waist, sending 4 gleaming darts flying at an angle. With a series of light clinks, the 4 darts were deflected just an inch away from the eyes of Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger. In that critical moment, Tang San had retrieved 4 willow leaf flying knives from the Night of the Moon over the 24 bridges. Although the speed of the flying needles was greater, their weight paled in comparison to the darts, rendering them insufficient to repel the dart's assault. The flying knives were considerably heavier. Fortunately, Tang San possessed the purple extreme magic eye, granting him extraordinary vision, coupled with his profound understanding of the shooting speed of the darts he had crafted. Otherwise, saving the Iron Brothers would have been impossible. Xiao Wu landed gracefully on the ground, her delicate face flushed with anger as she glared fiercely at the Iron Brothers, demanding, "What are you doing, Xiao San?" Tang San shook his head at Xiao Wu, assuring her that their injuries were not severe and that they were also crucial in saving their allies. His gaze shifted to the pallid faces of Tai Long and Tai Hu. "Surely, we have triumphed in this soul battle," he remarked. Tai Long and Tai Hu had little to say in response, quickly nodding in agreement. Tai Long expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young brother, for saving our lives. We concede." Tang San retracted his blue-silver grass and took a deep breath, feeling a searing pain coursing through his meridians. Fortunately, he had not directly confronted his opponent's attack, and with the Xiantian skill being a true Taoist internal practice, it provided excellent protection. Years of cultivation had nurtured his internal organs, and after a period of recuperation, he would be none the worse for wear. As Tang San and Xiao Wu emerged from the 2-on-2 battle arena, Dai Mubai and the others had also completed their duels. It was a day of collective joy. With the exception of Zhu Zhuqing, who had fallen to Tang San, everyone else had achieved victory in their respective battles. Through their 2 matches, Tang San and Xiao Wu each earned 2 points and 20 gold coins. Where's the dean? Tang San inquired of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai replied helplessly. Who knows where he has gone? He instructed us to return once our battles concluded. As the 5 of them exited the arena, the cheers from the crowd continued to resonate. Although the day's battles might not have yielded immense rewards, Tang San felt he had gained significant insights through this adversarial practice, especially from his fight against the Iron Brothers, which revealed the true might of weapon spirits. Each spirit possesses its unique characteristics, and when applied appropriately, can yield remarkable effects. In terms of strength, he and Xiao Wu were evidently superior to their opponents. Yet their underestimation nearly led to defeat. Tang San recalled the master's words, in battles between soul masters, one must first discern the opponent's abilities. Failing to do so necessitates a cautious approach, as even lower-ranked soul masters may wield lethal skills. You all head back first. The dean just told me to stop by his shop, Ma Hongjun suddenly announced, a glimmer of excitement in his small eyes. Dai Mubai wore a half-amused expression and said, Then we shall return first. Take care. Dai Lauda, are you coming? I'm not going. Enough chatter. Let us go, Dai Mubai replied, casting a sharp glance at him. While his peripheral vision drifted toward Zhu Zhuqing, the plump boy seemed somewhat slow on the uptake, oblivious to the meaning in Dai Mubai's gaze. His round face flushed with excitement. Let us go together. Didn't you say women don't count as population resources? Dai Mubai could no longer contain his irritation. Just leave. I don't have such poor taste as you, Ma Hongjun huffed, but facing the flickering anger in Dai Mubai's eyes. He opened his mouth yet dared not confront the white tiger any further, turning away instead. Dai Lauda, what is that lecherous fat guy up to? Xiao Wu asked. Dai Mubai laughed heartily and replied, Given you've called him lecherous, what else could he be doing but indulging his desires? Xiao Wu retorted, Is he off to torment girls again? I truly suspect that the mutation of his martial soul is linked to his inherently lascivious nature. Dai Mubai stated, Tormenting would be an exaggeration. Are you not aware that there exist establishments in this world known as brothels? Tang San expressed his disbelief, saying, Are you suggesting that the dean would take Ma Hongjun to such a place? He had heard of such establishments in his past life and understood their nature. Dai Mubai replied, It's an unavoidable situation. Apart from that flaw, Ma Hongjun possesses one of the most formidable beast spirits, and as the dean's direct disciple, we cannot allow him to abandon his cultivation or witness his demise. Rarely speaking, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, Men are inherently filthy. Xiao Wu chuckled and remarked, Sister Zhuqing, don't be too harsh. Tang San is quite pure, unlike Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai retorted, slightly irritated, All right, your Tang San is as pristine as a jade, while the rest of us are tainted. Is that satisfactory? But I must say, my taste is far superior to that of the fatty. Xiao Wu immediately assumed a knowing expression, causing Dai Mubai to feel exasperated. When he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, he noticed her gaze upon him, though it seemed colder than before. The young girl huffed and approached Dai Mubai, asking, You think your taste surpasses his? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of how to respond, he realized he had misspoken. Claiming to have better taste than the fatty was not the same as discussing women of a particular profession, regardless of their status, be it a phoenix in a humble nest or a courtesan. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes suddenly filled with disdain. You're 15? You disgust me. With that, she turned and walked away. With the release of the first chapter, I wish everyone a joyous lantern festival, filled with glutinous rice balls and family reunions. Chapter 25. The Power of Weapon Spirits. Part 2. Since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival at Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai had been suppressing his feelings and tolerating her. However, the typically proud young man could no longer contain his inner fury, commanding, Stop right there. Zhu Zhuqing ignored him, quickening her pace instead. Dai Mubai abruptly raised his right hand, a brilliant white light emanating from his palm. He was not known for his patience, indeed. His temper was more volatile than anyone else's. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, allowing the light to dissipate in a flash, releasing a deep, tiger-like breath before following Zhu Zhuqing toward the academy. Xiao Wu blinked and quietly asked Tang San, What is going on between them? Tang San shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. From the circumstances surrounding their enrollment that day, it appeared that Dai Mubai had not previously known Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, he seemed to regard her with a certain distinction. Could it truly be solely because their martial spirits had the potential to activate a fusion technique together? Perhaps it would be best to refrain from meddling in others' private matters. Xiaowu raised her hand and gently touched Tang San's chest, startling him. What are you doing? He inquired. With her eyes slightly reddened, Xiaowu replied, Does it still hurt? You were injured for my sake. Tang San suddenly realized that she was referring to her own injuries. Smiling gently, he shook his head, assuring her that he was not so fragile. Let us go? We must catch up, they are almost out of sight. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, the group was astonished to find two figures waiting outside the gates. The moonlight was splendid that night, allowing them to immediately recognize the individuals as Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong appeared to have regained her composure. Her lovely face adorned with a gentle smile as she sat on a large stone at the entrance, swinging her legs thoughtfully. In contrast, Oscar's expression was rather grim. His brow furrowed as he occasionally cast furtive glances at Ning Rongrong, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Zhu Zhuqing seemed oblivious to the two, walking straight into the academy and heading towards her dormitory without a backward glance. Dai Mubai frowned, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. What are you doing here? He asked icily, his eyes glinting ominously. Ning Rongrong leaped down from the stone, exclaiming, Of course, I was waiting for you. Why did you return so late? Where are the dean and Fatty? Dai Mubai responded curtly, they had matters to attend to. Have you made up your mind? Will you stay or leave? Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong declared, Naturally, I will stay. How could I possibly leave such an entertaining place? Noticing his expression, she teased, What is with that face? Are you a zombie? Did you get bested by Shiqing? Haha. And here I thought Oscar said you were some kind of romantic expert, unable to win over a mere girl. Freed from her inhibitions, Ning Rongrong, ever the clever one, discerned much from Dai Mubai's demeanor and playfully mocked him. Dai Mubai's eyes blazed with fury. Ning Rongrong, do not test my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. Others may fear your seven-treasure glazed tile school, but I, Dai Mubai, do not. Anger me. And beware, I shall deal with you severely. Ning Rongrong laughed mischievously. Oh, I'm so scared. Go on, show me what you've got. At last, Dai Mubai could no longer contain his rage. The white tiger does not roar, yet you dare to treat me as a sickly cat. An overwhelming aura surged forth, and his soul power erupted, sending Ning Rongrong flying almost instantaneously. Oscar rushed forward to catch her, but the force knocked him down onto the ground. Tang San, he called desperately as Tang San stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Rongrong. With a swift motion, he spread his arms apart, employing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to dissipate the soul power emitted by Dai Mubai. We are all classmates, let this be. Despite Dai Mubai merely releasing his soul power without launching an attack, it still sent a surge of blood essence through the already injured Tang San, leaving him secretly astonished. This, he realized, was likely the true extent of Dai Mubai's strength. Indeed, his 37th level of soul power far surpassed Tang San's. Ning Rongrong, who had never encountered such humiliation throughout her life, was taken aback by Dai Mubai's audacity to confront her. Although she had not sustained any real injuries, the lingering pain throughout her body served as a stark reminder of the reality of the situation. Tears welled in her eyes as she glared at Dai Mubai, rendered speechless. Dai Mubai regarded the Tang San standing before him, exhaling a breath of frustration as he reined in his soul power. All right, little San. I shall give you face this time. He cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong, warning her, Remember, this is not your home. Do not provoke me again, for I will not concern myself with your status. With those words, he strode purposefully towards the academy. Tang San. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and suddenly called out the name of Tang San. Tang San endured the discomfort within him and turned to face her. Ning Rongrong insisted vehemently, Help me eliminate him, utilizing your unique weapons. If you succeed, you will be honored as a distinguished guest of our seven-treasure glazed tile school. I shall reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins. What do you say? Moreover, the seven-treasure glazed tile school will offer you unconditional support henceforth. At that moment, any ordinary soul master standing there would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with astonishment. The significance of the seven-treasure glazed tile school's backing is monumental. As one of the 7 prominent sects of the current era, the influence wielded by the seven-treasure glazed tile school is beyond imagination. Any soul master who secures their support can rise to prominence on the Douluo continent, particularly for prodigious talents like Tang San, who would reap immeasurable benefits from such formidable backing. Tang San approached Ning Rongrong slowly, gazing deeply into her eyes. Ning Rongrong, in this world, not everything can be exchanged for wealth and power. This is merely an academy, and we are all just classmates. If you persist in holding on to such a mindset and the lofty feelings bestowed upon you by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I advise you to consider departing from here. Do you even realize how formidable our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is? Ning Rongrong glared at him defiantly. Tang San smiled faintly. Having lived 2 lives, he was not someone that the 12-year-old girl before him could truly comprehend. What difference did it make whether she understood or not? It matters not to me. Xiao Wu, let us depart. With a hint of regret, Tang San shook his head and walked into the academy alongside Xiao Wu. Observing their retreating figures, Ning Rongrong stood frozen in place. If Dai Mubai's assertiveness had incited her anger, it was the sorrow reflected in Tang San's eyes that struck her even harder. From childhood, she had always been cradled in the palms of the prominent figures of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and her self-centered mindset had long since solidified. Yet today, having endured 3 intense shocks in succession, she suddenly found herself questioning, why do they treat me this way? Have I truly erred? Oscar. Ning Rongrong was reluctant to believe that the fault lay with her, and she turned to look at Oscar, who had just risen from the ground. Would you be willing to assist me? A hint of despondence flickered in Oscar's peach blossom eyes. When I first saw you, I was captivated. I believe that when you mature, you will undoubtedly become a stunning beauty. Moreover, the gentleness you displayed was precisely what I cherished. Thus, I resolved to pursue you relentlessly. Regardless of my humble origins as a commoner, while you are of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet, I have come to realize my folly, an egregious one at that. Folly? Why? Ning Rongrong gazed at him in confusion. Oscar smiled slightly, because you are not my ideal. You are not the tree I would forsake an entire forest for. I am unworthy of the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if I were willing to help you, what would it matter? Do you see me as anything more than a mere servant? I believe I should remain true to myself. You will find many willing to assist you within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. My absence will not be felt. He had come to understand that before Tang San and the others returned, he had already deeply sensed Ning Rongrong's character flaws. Despite their youth, Oscar had had more than one girlfriend. Including Tang San, none of the new recruits realized that aside from his unique martial soul, Oscar's intellect was far more formidable. As a clever individual, what choices would he make when aware that certain endeavors were futile? To confront the difficulty head-on? No, he was not so obstinate. Sometimes, relinquishment is the wisest course. As Oscar continued toward the academy, Ning Rongrong, filled with unwillingness, called out, "Do you not like me? Will you not support me?" Oscar halted, but did not turn back. Tang San was indeed correct. If she persisted in such an attitude and character, she ought to leave. This place was truly unsuitable for her. Furthermore, with such a disposition, the concept of friendship would forever remain a distant aspiration. Chapter 25. The Power of the Martial Soul, Part 2. Oscar had departed. Loneliness, helplessness, despair, and anguish assailed Ning Rongrong's tender heart at the tender age of 12. Silent tears cascaded down her cheeks as she suddenly realized that perhaps she had indeed erred. Had she ever truly possessed friends? In the sect, those children of the same age would either bow deeply in deference or keep their distance upon seeing her. Behind their backs, they would refer to her as the little witch. Was friendship merely a fanciful dream? No. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming wave of panic wash over her heart. This night would undoubtedly be one of sleepless torment for her. Many years later, when the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Ning Rongrong reminisced about her youth, she would tell her children of a night, the most agonizing night of her life, which became a pivotal turning point that altered the course of her existence. As dawn broke, Tang San awakened from his cultivation. Having established a habitual biological clock through his daily practice of the purple magic eye, today, Oscar was not sleeping but rather engaged in his own training, albeit still in a state of drowsiness. Tang San quietly exited the dormitory, gracefully ascending to the rooftop to commence his daily regimen. After a night of rest, the internal injuries he sustained yesterday had mostly healed. Although there was still a lingering pain in his internal organs, it was no longer severe, and he anticipated a complete recovery within a day or two. As he practiced the purple magic eye, memories of his battle with the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers resurfaced in his mind, particularly their final attack. Their martial spirits unleashed, tracking their opponent with a concentrated, forceful strike. Despite their spirit power being inferior to his, their ability to inflict injury upon him indicated that, had they confronted him directly, he might have sustained significant damage. Though it was a technique unique to the Iron Brothers, the underlying skill did not seem overly complex. He pondered the possibility of applying a similar approach with his own hammer. While his hammer lacked an accompanying spirit technique, he was confident it was considerably heavier than that of the Iron Brothers. As for tracking an opponent's movements, he could employ the control crane and capture dragon technique to achieve similar results, effectively transforming his hammer into a concealed weapon. Regrettably, the simultaneous use of two martial spirits was not feasible. Otherwise, he could have entwined the blue-silver grass around the hammer's handle, fashioning it into a meteor hammer. With these thoughts in mind, Tang San resolved to find time to experiment with this innovative use of his hammer spirit, contemplating how to channel his energy and the mechanics of throwing the hammer. Such techniques would require practical experimentation and extensive practice. However, given his current condition, it was unwise to proceed, as the black hammer consumed a significant amount of spirit power and his injuries had yet to heal fully. Reckless practice could lead to further harm. Upon concluding his training with the purple magic eye, Tang San engaged in a brief session of concealed weapon practice before heading to breakfast. He was the first to rise, and by the time he finished his meal, Daimubai arrived at the dining hall with a sullen expression. He merely nodded at Tang San, offering no further remarks. Following Daimubai, Xiao was the next to appear, followed by Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. Tang San reassured Xiao that he was fine, allowing her to sit down and eat with peace of mind. Ma Hongjun appeared invigorated, as if he had shed a few pounds. Though boisterous, he was perceptive enough to notice Daimubai's grim demeanor and chose to keep his comments to a minimum as he hastily finished his breakfast. Oscar and Ningrongrong, however, had not made their way to the dining hall. "Fatty, you're not going out tonight, are you?" As breakfast concluded, Daimubai suddenly spoke. "Then it's settled. You'll stay in the dormitory. I need to go out for a while to find those twins from last time." Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up. "Boss Dai, will you have meat? Will I get any soup?" Daimubai replied curtly. Such matters must be mutually agreeable. A forced arrangement is never sweet. As he uttered those words, he deliberately cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing displayed no reaction, as if she were entirely oblivious to their conversation. This frosty young lady merely sipped the rice soup before her. The invisible skirmish seemed to have ceased, and with the ringing of the class bell, everyone hurriedly concluded their breakfast and made their way to the playground. Neither the dean nor the teachers had arrived yet. Yet one individual was already present on the field, Ningrongrong. Still, Oscar was nowhere to be seen. Her delicate, fair face appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes were reddened, and she seemed to be in low spirits. Today, they were to be instructed by Dean Flander once more. Tang San and his companions waited for a full quarter of an hour before the esteemed dean finally strolled in. Flander's gaze immediately fell upon Ningrongrong. Yet he offered her no words. Today marked the beginning of the second lesson. Where was Oscar? Had he once again succumbed to slumber? Tang San hurriedly replied. "When I left this morning, he was still in meditation. Perhaps he has entered a deep state of concentration and has been unable to awaken in time." Flander frowned and said, "He cannot miss today's class. Tang San, please go and summon him." As Tang San was about to return to his dormitory, he noticed Oscar hastily approaching from that direction. However, there was no panic of tardiness on his face. Instead, it radiated excitement. "Oscar, are you planning to go for another run?" Dean Flanders shot him a disapproving glance. Oscar quickly shook his head. "No, Dean, please allow me to explain. I have made a breakthrough. I have reached the 30th level." "What?" Not only Flander, but everyone turned to Oscar with astonished expressions, including Ningrongrong. Oscar was a year younger than Daimubai, being merely 14 years old. Achieving a soul power of level 30 at such a young age was indeed a remarkable feat. More significantly, Oscar possessed a food-type martial soul, which is notoriously difficult to cultivate. In some respects, his attainment of level 30 was far more challenging than that of a battle spirit master. Moreover, for food-type soul masters, each advancement in level significantly enhances their capabilities in providing sustenance. In the Douluo continent, soul masters above level 30 are already quite rare. Those who join the military can attain the prestigious rank of captain, commanding thousands, with those above level 40 being exceptionally scarce. Food-type soul masters exceeding level 50 are exceedingly rare, while those above level 60 have almost never been seen, even if they exist. They are products of years of cultivation within great clans or the Spirit Hall. If a food-type soul master at the Great Soul Master level can sustain the food consumption of 100 individuals, then a soul respect. Even one who has just broken through to level 30 is capable of providing sustenance for over 500 people. As the level increases, this number continues to rise. Furthermore, Reaching level 30 signifies that the food-type Soul Master can provide a third attribute enhancement to the food they offer, greatly benefiting any team. Flanders' eyes visibly brightened. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the second student to reach level 30. On behalf of the Academy, I congratulate you. At that moment, even Dai Mubai's demeanor lightened. He approached Oscar and patted him on the shoulder. Little Oscar, congratulations. Although you reached level 30 slightly after me, as a food-type Soul Master, you are the most outstanding talent I have ever encountered. Could it be that heartbreak aids a Soul Master in their martial soul's breakthrough? Little Oscar shot Dai Mubai an awkward glare. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, whose eyes were red, he sighed, I have never been in love, so how could I experience heartbreak? Please, spare me the teasing. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun stepped forward to extend their congratulations. Ning Rongrong stood in place. Her gaze towards Oscar imbued with a complex mixture of emotions, while Zhu Shiqing lowered her head, lost in her thoughts. Very well. Today's lesson commences now. Flinder's voice brought everyone back from their well-wishing towards Xiao Ao. Today's lesson is quite straightforward. Oscar, you are the protagonist of the day. Every one of you, excluding Oscar, must consume at least one sausage crafted from his soul power. What? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment at Flinder's words. Dean, what kind of lesson is this? Flinder replied with an air of authority. This is called adaptive training. I pose a question to you. Which is more important, life or reputation? When faced with a choice between the two, which would you select? Although Oscar's soul ability may seem a bit quirky, I mentioned yesterday that he is an innate full soul power food-type Soul Master with exceptional talent. The spirit sausages he produces are the finest food-type spirit I have ever encountered. During your time at the Academy, he is one of you. You will train together. And if you cannot establish a rapport with him, you will squander the opportunity to have the best supportive partner. Furthermore, this serves as a training of your mindset. If you cannot even accomplish this, how will you survive in the world of Soul Masters? For survival, one must be willing to resort to any means necessary. Do not think it trivial to consume a sausage. In dire situations, even rats, cockroaches, or earthworms may become sustenance. Upon hearing Flinder's final words, the three girls present turned pale, their expressions visibly distressed. Particularly, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of nausea. This lesson is mandatory for each of you. Otherwise, there is no need for you to remain here. Do not question my decision. On your very first day here, you were informed that Shrek Academy cultivates monsters, not ordinary individuals. Oscar, commence. The 9,000-word update has concluded, and I seek your monthly votes. Finally, it is now available. Here, I wish everyone a joyous Lantern Festival, celebrating togetherness. I also wish my readers good health and all the best. Today marks the first day of updates, and I have completed my 9,000-word chapter. From this day forth, Douluo will, like the Piano Emperor, provide daily updates exceeding 9,000 words.